He, born of humble origins, yet burdened with an extraordinary lineage. He, innately distinct, possesses eyes that can perceive the essence of all things. Xiaoan, who has navigated the bustling streets since childhood, serendipitously steps into the enigmatic realm of the spirit summoner. With his extraordinary eyes capable of bridging the chasm between the living and the ethereal, he gradually unveils the weighty veil of mystery shrouding his own identity. As the currents of the spirit world surge and the human realm teeters on the brink of chaos, long-buried memories begin to awaken through trials and tribulations. A series of bizarre experiences, coupled with fierce battles between life and death, propel Xian toward the crossroads of fate. Those fragmented memories that flicker in his mind conceal a staggering secret potent enough to shake the very foundations of both worlds. Faced with formidable foes, Xiaoan, though seemingly fragile, vows to shatter the chains that bind him and become the solitary beacon connecting the two realms. As the scarlet twilight envelopes the earth, the human realm plunges into an unprecedented crisis. A clear and ethereal voice resonates within Xiaoan's heart. Xiaoan, we are the masters of all spirits, the spirit sovereign. In class 33 of the first high school of Zhejiang City, during the evening study break. Did you buy that hook from Iji? You can't even catch anything while standing still. Damn it. Are you trying to hook an ADC? You were just trying to snag Lubu. Why are you being so aggressive? They were just a little shaky. Oh, how adorable, but next time, just roll on home. In my second year of high school, my family was so poor we only had around 74 million left. The back row, filled with enthusiastic athletes, is abuzz with gaming banter interspersed with the exaggerated boasts of a so-called zero-frame starter, filling the entire classroom. The old teacher has entered the jungle be cautious of a gank. With that shout from a student seated near the back door, students quickly stashed their phones, feigned studiousness, and silence descended upon the room. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with an oily demeanor pokes his head through the darkened window of the hallway, his square glasses reflecting the harsh glare of the aged chandelier. The homeroom teacher squints and surveys the room, adjusting his glasses with his index finger as he strides in through the back door towards the podium. As he passes the row of athletes, he methodically confiscates hidden phones from desks, bags, sleeves, and even from the crotches of pants, delivering a couple of sharp slaps to the heads of those dozing in the front row. We're in our third year. This is a critical period. And you still bring these things to class? And you there, sleeping, did your mother pay for you to come here? Just a nap? Show some respect lying on your desk and snoring. You might as well have been born a pig. A student beside the podium adeptly bows his head, pulling out 2 scraps of paper to cover his head, allowing the relentless droplets to mercilessly pelt down upon them. Phones will be confiscated. Parents can collect them at the end of the term. As the bell rings for class to begin, the teacher, having vented his frustrations, transitions to more pressing matters. Recently, there have been multiple incidents of student disappearances at the neighboring school. I trust you've all heard about it, particularly at night. Therefore, please have your parents pick you up after school and travel in groups. The teacher lowers his voice, speaking gravely. As soon as he finishes, the classroom erupts into a cacophony of discussions. Hey, I've heard about this. It seems they haven't just gone missing. They've all been killed, and no one knows what got them. They say it was the work of ghosts. Is that true? Don't scare me, I'm timid. No doubt about it. My dad's colleague is handling the case, and let me tell you. Oh, here we go again. Zhang Daba. What era are we living in, still clinging to superstitions? If there were really ghosts, Xian would have seen them by now. Don't you think so? Ah! In the corner, a boy with a buzz cut deliberately raises his voice and sarcastically suggests, you all should follow Xian home after school. If any ghosts show up, I'll be the first to warn us. Exactly. Xian, tell us what ghosts look like. I've never seen one. The buzzcut boy's desk mate joins in the mockery. At that moment, all eyes converge on the boy in the front row, who is diligently focused on his homework. Xian sits calmly at his desk, gracefully maneuvering his pen across the paper, completely unbothered by the chatter around him, murmuring, noisy. Ahem, enough. Stop discussing, as if I'm not here. He'll emphasize this once. If anyone continues to chatter, you'll have an unknown conversation with me in the office. The moment the teacher speaks, the classroom falls into a profound silence, and even the onlookers pretend to immerse themselves in their studies. Seeing the room quiet down, the teacher makes his way towards the back door. As he passes by Xia's desk, The edge of his clothing inadvertently brushes against a pencil eraser on the corner of the table. When Xian bends down to retrieve the eraser, he notices a pair of bulbous yellow eyes, glistening like light bulbs, staring up at Hema Black's ghostly face. Bang! Xian suddenly leaps up, his bench colliding forcefully with the desk behind him. The resounding crash startling the student behind him, causing his pen to fly out of his hand. Are you trying to kill me? You scared the hell out of me. The startled student behind him curses. Surprisingly, Xian offers no response, his gaze locked onto the ground, then shifting to the desktop, finally resting on the ceiling. From the perspective of the student behind, there is no sight of the ghostly face inching up the desk, steadily rising toward the ceiling. All he can see is Xian's gaze shifting in tandem with the ghost's movement. Have you gone dumb? I'm talking to you. Can you not hear me? The student behind pushes Xian. Xian jolts back to reality, hastily concocting an excuse. Sorry, my leg cramped, I overreacted. Li Ming, what's your attitude? Xian is clearly worried about you being possessed by a ghost, and is trying to help you stay alert. You should be grateful. The buzzcut boy stirs the pot again. Sun Xiao, shut up. You're the one who's scared. Your whole family is scared. Li Ming, still simmering with irritation, lashes out at anyone in his path. Realizing that Li Ming is not one to mess with, Sun Xiao turns his ire towards Xian, who is looking at him. What are you staring at? Do I have a ghost on my face? Xian notices the ghostly face moving above Sun Xiao's head, wanting to say something but hesitating, letting out a light chuckle. Nothing much, just forgot how to write the character for ugly. They'll take a look later. Xian replies nonchalantly, turning back to his homework. You. Say that again. Sun Xiao stands up, pointing at Xian, his face flushed with anger. I said I forgot how to write ugly. Once you see it, you'll know. I need to write it down quickly. Xian stretches lazily and repeats himself. Bang! Sun Xiao slams his hand on the desk, rolling up his sleeves as he approaches Xian. Just as he reaches Xian, he is unexpectedly shoved by his desk mate, who makes him stumble. Sun Xiao, don't go looking for trouble. Can't you see Xian doesn't want to argue with you? Tang Zitao glares at Sun Xiao, scolding, You're just blabbering on endlessly. Are you itching for a fight? Tang Zitao, Xian's desk mate, is one of the toughest in class, with a muscular build and also hailing from a wealthy family. Sun Xiao, recognizing their close relationship, can only lower his head and return to his seat, simmering in silence, grinding his teeth in frustration. Thanks, Xian smiles at Tang Zitao. Dude, why are you being so formal with me? Let me tell you, a guy like that who bullies the weak fears the strong. Just give him a good beating, and he'll behave. Tang Zitao pats his solid bicep, grinning. Idiot, do you really believe that just because I'm being polite? Ah, now that's the spirit. With Sun Xiao subdued, the classroom returns to its quiet state, and the self-study session proceeds normally. Ding, 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 ding. Oh ho, time to go home. Bang, 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 bang. As the dismissal bell rings, the hallway erupts into a clamor, the sounds of shouting intermingling with the heavy thuds of running feet. Xian packs his bag and glances at Sun Xiao, who is teasing a female classmate by the back door. Suddenly, the black, ghostly face above him shifts to glare at Xian, contorting into an extremely twisted and eerie expression, sending a chill down his spine. Since he was a child, Xian has been able to see creatures invisible to others. Although he finds it terrifying, he has grown accustomed to it and does not take the ghostly face to heart, unaware that the wheels of fate are quietly turning at this moment. Chapter 2. Midnight Terror. Why are you two dawdling? I've been waiting for half an hour. At the entrance of the classroom, a short-haired girl with a pure and lovely appearance pointed at her pink wristwatch with a look of dissatisfaction. My dear aunt, students in the first year of high school are already dismissed half an hour earlier than those in the third year, so it's hardly my brother's fault. Tang Zitao gently patted Tang Zidong's head and spoke up. I don't care. If you two don't compensate me for these 30 minutes, I shall ignore you forever. Tang Zidong pouted. Come on, is it shopping or a movie, retail therapy, or an amusement park? Tang Zitao saw right through Tang Zidong's usual little tricks and unhesitatingly exposed her. With her ruse revealed, Tang Zidong playfully clung to Tang Zitao's arm and grinned. Hee, my dear older brother understands me so well. I'm not going anywhere. Tang Zitao recalled the chaotic scene of him and Xian helping Tang Zidong carry things through the mall, leaving them utterly exhausted. Brother, you're the best, please agree to it. Tang Zidong gazed at Tang Zitao with her sparkling eyes. This tactic of cuteness was utterly irresistible to a doting brother. And Tang Zitao could not remain resolute. Fine, fine, I agree, but I cannot dictate your brother Xian's wishes. Is brother Xian free? The comic convention at the city center is on a weekend, so it won't interfere with your studies. Tang Zidong turned her gaze to Xian, her eyes brimming with desire. And of course, going out to relax sounds perfect. Xian readily consented with a smile. Tang Zidong clapped her hands in delight. Then it's settled. Hey, little brat, why don't you ask if this interferes with your brother's studies? Tang Zitao suddenly realized something was amiss. If I were that kind of person, Mom and Dad wouldn't be practicing on me for this little role. Tang Zidong rolled her eyes and pouted. Little brat, I see you're getting a bit cheeky. Tang Zitao feigned anger. Ha ha ha, hee hey. You students over there, stop fooling around and hurry home. The security guard interrupted their conversation at an inopportune moment, waving his flashlight at the trio. Did your teacher not tell you? You youngsters really are a handful. Got it, sir. We're leaving right away. Sorry for worrying you, Tang Zitong replied, linking arms with Tang Zitao and Xian as they headed toward the school gate. Did your teacher mention the missing persons case? Tang Zidong inquired. Yeah, someone in our class said it was a ghost. Xian responded, pausing for a moment before adding, Do you believe there are spirits in this world? Our teacher said seeing is believing. I've never seen one, so I don't believe. Tang Zidong contemplated. I do believe. Tang Zitao blurted out readily. Buffed brother, I didn't expect you to be such a superstitious kid. Tang Zidong teased. Don't forget, our second uncle does that, helping others with feng shui and rituals, Tang Zitao stated. Well, that rings a bell. What about you, brother Xian? Do you believe? Tang Zidong turned to Xian. I do believe, and I also believe that one day, science will be able to explain such phenomena. Xian replied. Hmph, no wonder you two get along so well. Superstitious. Tang Zidong scoffed. By the way, why does that buzz-cut guy in your class always bother brother Xian? So annoying. He was a classmate of Xian in elementary school. Back then, Xian said he saw a ghost in the classroom and scared him to tears. Apparently, he wet his pants in front of many of the girls. Tang Zitao nudged Xian. Am I wrong? Xian remained silent, nodding slightly. That was indeed how it had happened. But what Tang Zitao didn't know was that Xian had actually seen something terrifying, which had been the true cause of Sun Xiao's fright. Such a petty person, destined for a short life. Tang Zidong pouted in defense. Missy, this, as they reached the school gate, a middle-aged man in black interrupted their conversation. He was the Tang family's driver, always punctual in picking them up and dropping them off. Get in the car. I'll have the driver take you for a bit. The teacher said it hasn't been safe lately. Tang Zitao called to Xian. No, my home isn't far. I won't trouble you. Xian politely declined. And besides, it would be inconvenient with you going east and me west. All right then. See you tomorrow, son. Scram, scram. See you tomorrow, brother Xian. See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell, the street gradually emptied of students, leaving only a few couples lingering at the school gate, reluctant to part ways. Xian stayed at his uncle's house, which was not too far from the school, but due to the low housing prices, the area was rather remote. At the end of the road, they turned into an alley, where the once bustling street was replaced by dilapidated lanes. The streetlights, long neglected, had dimmed, and only a few flickered weakly. As Xian walked through the dim alley, a chill accompanied the cold breeze, and the eerie silence allowed him to hear his footsteps echoing throughout the alley. The foreboding atmosphere compelled him to quicken his pace. Strangely, the deeper he ventured, the colder it became. Even in the height of summer, he found himself shuddering involuntarily. After walking a bit further, a rustling sound shattered the tranquility of the alley. Looking up, he saw a distorted figure kneeling in the dim light of a street lamp, gnawing on something. The figure was dressed in a red and white school uniform, just like his own. The sounds of bones cracking and flesh being chewed echoed clearly in Xian's ears. He is eating a person. Xian's eyes widened in terror, and he covered his mouth with his hands, fearing he might scream. He had encountered many strange creatures, but witnessing one commit murder was a first. At that moment, he felt utterly lost, the bloody scene replaying in his mind. He struggled to calm himself, gradually lightening his steps as he began to back away, one careful step at a time. Crack! When misfortune strikes, even a fart can echo. Xian accidentally stepped on a branch lying on the ground. Though the sound was faint, it resonated ominously in the quiet night. Under the pitch-black sky, Xian's hair stood on end as a sense of dread washed over him. The figure paused its gruesome task, turning its head jerkily like a robot. its bulbous yellow eyes fixating on Xia'an with an unsettling gaze. Xia'an instantly recognized this as the ghostly face he had seen earlier in the classroom. The ghostly visage grinned menacingly at Xia'an, controlling the figure to lunge at him. The body moved with a zombie-like stiffness under the ghost's command. Yet its speed was anything but slow. Realizing the imminent danger, Xia'an turned and ran, the cold wind slapping against his back, intensifying with the ghost's approach. "Don't come any closer." At that moment, a resident in a nearby home, still illuminated, glanced out the window in the alley. A high school student was frantically escaping on all fours, pursued by another student whose movements resembled that of a monkey. "Ah! Oh ho ho! He sigh. Kids these days have it tough. The pressure of studying is immense." Another couple gone mad. The resident shook his head while still holding a toothbrush and closed the window. Xia'an darted through the streets and alleys, the ghostly figure in relentless pursuit behind him. Just as he passed a corner, a hand suddenly reached out from the darkness, grabbing his shoulder. Chapter 3. The Masked Girl just a minute ago. As Xia'an desperately fled, he was abruptly pulled into a dim alley by an unexpected hand. In the darkness, before he could react, a tall figure slammed him against the stone wall of the alley. Sensing the faint fragrance and warmth emanating from the figure, Xia'an realized he was dealing with a living person and secretly sighed in relief. "Who are you?" Xia'an tried to inquire about the identity of the person before him. But before he could finish, a slender hand firmly covered his mouth, stifling his words. The alley was dimly lit, and through the contact with the figure before him, Xia'an deduced the person's gender. The contours of their face suggested a delicate beauty, but half of it was obscured by a metallic mask, rendering the exact color indistinguishable against the backdrop of the night. "If you don't want to die, keep quiet." The girl's voice was low and chilling, lacking any kindness. Xia'an, sensing the cold steel of a blade against his neck, nodded in understanding. Seeing him comply, the masked girl released her grip and sheathed the dagger at her waist. Xia'an exhaled deeply. While the threat of the ghost still loomed, the aura emanating from the girl provided him with a sense of safety. Politeness and gratitude are traditional virtues in Huaxia, and Xia'an naturally understood the value of expressing thanks. "Thank you for saving me." His words trailed off, for before he could finish, a heavy blow to the back of his neck rendered him numb, and he promptly lost consciousness. "Could you at least let me finish speaking?" Xia'an silently lamented as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The masked girl glanced at Xia'an's fallen form before turning her attention to the ghostly figure at the alley's entrance. "Human-faced ghost, you have violated the principles of the spirit realm, endangering the order of the human world and indiscriminately slaughtering human lives. Do you understand your crime?" the masked girl declared sternly. The human-faced ghost manipulated its host's neck to nod stiffly, its empty eyes fixated on the masked girl. After a brief moment, the ghost's face contorted into a sinister grin as it slowly replied, "For the sake of survival, what crime is there?" The host remained silent, the poorly articulated ventriloquism resonating with an ethereal quality, and the answer was painfully evident. Having spoken, the human-faced ghost manipulated its host to pounce fiercely upon the masked girl. Unfazed, the masked girl calmly retrieved a yellow talisman from her waist and tossed it at her feet. "Barrier, activate." As her words resonated, the talisman dissipated, unleashing a burst of yellow light that formed a hemispherical barrier, ensnaring Xia'an within. Simultaneously, the nodes prearranged by the masked girl in the 4 cardinal directions were activated by her incantation, for golden rays arcing gracefully through the sky to converge directly above. The golden light then erupted, creating an enormous spherical barrier that enclosed the 3 individuals and the ghost, establishing a temporary arena for combat. The human-faced ghost gazed up at the golden barrier, intrigued, and said, "Fear not, I shall not flee. Your flesh must be succulent." No sooner had it finished speaking than it surged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the masked girl without affording her any respite. Although the host's attacks were powerful, they were executed with rigidity and lacked coordination. In contrast, the masked girl moved with fluid grace, effortlessly countering each assault while seizing opportunities to defend and retaliate. The ghost's strikes, though seemingly ferocious, yielded little advantage, and it found itself on the receiving end of several blows. However, the pain inflicted upon the host did not transfer to the human-faced ghost. Thus, the frequency of the host's attacks showed no signs of diminishing. After a standoff lasting 2 to 3 minutes, the human-faced ghost appeared to gain the upper hand, forcing the masked girl into a defensive retreat. Soon, the two figures found themselves trapped in a dead-end alley. Nowhere left to run. I find myself reconsidering. Consuming you would indeed be wasteful, but seizing this body seems far more intriguing, the ghost remarked, licking its lips with a more sinister expression. Such a verbose fool. The masked girl scoffed, then swiftly formed seals with her hands. Binding spirit spell, bind. In an instant, pre-drawn talismans materialized around the alley, accompanied by bursts of golden light. A spiritual array emerged beneath the feet of the human-faced ghost's host, and several golden hands extended from the array, firmly restraining it. You dare resort to trickery? I shall tear you apart. The human-faced ghost screeched in alarm. You ought to concern yourself with your own plight. The masked girl replied with an unperturbed tone. Immediately, she summoned several talismans from her waist, allowing them to hover before her. Spirit summoning spell, manifest. A runic formation appeared at the girl's chest, and golden light surged forth from its center. Under the illumination of this golden radiance, black smoke began to swirl at the juncture of the human-faced ghost and its host, a powerful external force tearing at the ghost, urging its separation from the host. The ghost felt a sudden weakness, as if two invisible hands were pulling at it with great force. Hongya, now! At the moment of separation, the masked girl seized the opportunity and commanded. Suddenly, countless red particles emerged from behind her, coalescing as if through 3D printing, reconstructing into a scantily clad woman in red. Her face was obscured by red satin ribbons, her black ponytail flowing, and she wielded a golden serpent sword, exuding an aura of icy elegance akin to the masked girl. Hongya struck at the opportune moment, her golden sword piercing through, securing the human-faced ghost firmly against the wall. The outcome is decided. Wait. You cannot kill me. Do you not wish to learn why such a multitude of spirits has surged into the human realm? Let us strike a bargain for my freedom. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the human-faced ghost attempted to elevate its worth. What concern is that of mine? The masked girl retorted indifferently, continuing to inscribe talismans upon the wall. My duty is merely to bind spirits, fulfill commissions, and collect my reward. The fate of this world holds no significance for me. But do you not wish to know why so many spirits would recklessly defy the principles of human and spirit coexistence? The masked girl raised an eyebrow, pausing her actions. As the ghost's words seemingly piqued her interest, I shall tell you. If you release me, how about that? The human-faced ghost sensed a glimmer of hope and inquired. You misunderstand. The reason I halted is, the masked girl hesitated, because I have completed my talisman. I have nothing to negotiate with a murderer. To take a life must be repaid. The human-faced ghost was taken aback, its expression becoming even more grotesque. No, you madwoman. No. I shall not let you escape. No. Snap. The masked girl snapped her fingers, and the freshly drawn explosive talisman materialized, plunging the alley into silence once more amidst a dazzling flash. Master, how shall we deal with these two? After dispatching the human-faced ghost, Hongya gestured with her sword towards the now hostless figure and the unconscious Xia'an on the ground. The human-faced ghost has drained him of his life energy. He is beyond saving. Return him to the scene of the incident, and others will take care of it. The masked girl replied. As for him, he should awaken shortly. Let us depart, as you command, master. After ensuring that no other individuals or surveillance devices had witnessed the events, the masked girl exited the alley. Time passed, and beneath the shroud of night, a small wisp of black mist hastily floated from the alley's entrance, disappearing into the midnight darkness. Chapter 4. The waste Tokanachu. Although it was midsummer, the ground still felt somewhat cool in the latter half of the night. Xia'an jolted awake from his stupor, shivering slightly, with a lingering pain at the back of his neck. Hey, you really hit hard. It nearly killed me, he muttered under his breath. Huh? Where is everyone? Xia'an glanced around, finding no trace of the masked girl. Everything appeared as it had before, save for some inexplicable yellow debris strewn across the ground. He had no idea what it was. Oh no, it's so late. I hope my uncle and the others are asleep. Xia'an checked his watch. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 full hours since school had ended. Without a moment to lose, he rose, dusted off his rear, grabbed his backpack, and hurried towards the alley's exit. Ouch!
He had barely taken 2 steps when he slipped, tripping over something and landing squarely on the ground. What terrible luck. He grumbled as he rubbed his backside. What is this? Utilizing the moonlight, Xian picked up a bronze waist token, which felt substantial and was exquisitely crafted. The token bore a prominent character for Shi in the center, with Binding Spirit Master inscribed in traditional characters on the reverse side, while the rest was adorned with many unfamiliar patterns. Xian, not wishing to ponder its significance any longer, shoved it into his backpack and strode purposefully towards home. Approximately half an hour later, Xian entered a dilapidated neighborhood, one that appeared older than he was, devoid of security at the entrance, truly embodying the concept of free entry and exit. He climbed to the top floor, stealthily retrieved his keys, and gently opened the door. The room lay in darkness, and Xian exhaled in relief. The imagined scene of his family frantically searching the house for him, lights ablaze, was merely a figment of his longing. For this was not truly his home. Ascending to the loft, a repurposed storage room that served as his bedroom, he found it compact yet complete, with a mattress, a blanket, and a box repurposed as a nightstand. Xian dropped his backpack and flopped onto the mattress in a starfish position, utterly exhausted after a day of classes followed by a harrowing escape. The events of the evening felt both familiar and foreign to him. Since he could remember, Xian had realized that his pupils were blue, allowing him to perceive a world populated not only by humans but also by floating spirits, beings with peculiar ears and tails. Blue-skinned individuals with horns, and even indescribable monsters. Yet to others, Xian appeared to be greeting thin air, running purposelessly, or inexplicably shouting aloud. He had once thought that others could also see these entities. But it seemed not. They were blind to their presence and to his distinctive blue irises. Xian vividly recalled a time in elementary school when he was blocked on his way home by strange creatures, spending a night alone in a bridge tunnel, causing his guardians to panic and report him missing. That scene remained etched in his memory. On that rainy night, police cars surrounded the tunnel, flashing alternating red and blue lights. Xiaoan, do you have any idea how worried we were? Why would you treat us this way? A middle-aged woman lamented. I didn't. It was them. They wouldn't let me go home. Xian pointed at the empty intersection. Xiaoan, stop this nonsense. If there is something we did wrong, just tell us directly. Why did you run away? Do you know we didn't sleep a wink, searching everywhere for you? A middle-aged man shouted in anger. I'm not lying. The rain lashed at Xian's face, rendering all explanations utterly powerless. From that day forth, Xian became a hot potato, spending 2 years in an orphanage before being inexplicably taken to his uncle's home. It's all in the past. Why dwell on it? Xian muttered. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he recalled the waist token he had found earlier that evening. Using the flashlight feature on his old mobile phone, he examined it. If he wasn't mistaken, this must be the item the masked girl had dropped, and her name likely contained the character Shi. Yet what precisely was a Binding Spirit Master? As he scrutinized the 3 characters on the reverse side, he found himself at a loss. It resembled a profession he had never heard of before. Architect, engineer, mechanic, bath attendant. He had heard of all those, but what on earth was a Binding Spirit Master? Gazing at the unique patterns on the waist token, Xian felt a vague sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered something similar before. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled having seen a similar waist token among his grandfather's belongings while cleaning out the old house. Perhaps he could uncover more related information from it. Xian contemplated that it was indeed time to tidy up the old residence, and decided to take advantage of the weekend to attend to it. In the early hours of the morning in Zhejiang City, the storefronts in the neighborhood had mostly extinguished their lights, save for one establishment prominently advertising blind massage, which remained brightly illuminated. The door to the shop was slowly pushed open, and a young girl wearing a violet mask walked straight inside. The interior was desolate, devoid of customers, with only a young man at the front desk, his skin a deep hue, dressed in a vest and donning dark sunglasses. Engrossed in his mobile phone, his exposed arms revealed notably taut muscles. Welcome to the Blind Massage Parlor. Employee number 9527 is here to provide you with the most attentive service, he declared, setting aside his phone and gesturing towards the masked girl with a playful hand motion. Don't you want your hands anymore? The masked girl replied coldly. Heh, junior sister, you're still as lacking in charm as ever, the man retorted, withdrawing his hand with an understanding nod. Have you dealt with the target? He inquired. The The masked girl remained silent, retrieving a stone with spiral patterns from her pocket and placing it on the table. This is a residue stone, a remarkable artifact that records unique scenes by sealing a specific type of spirit within it. The user can employ a divination spell to access its contents. Divination spell, now, commanded the man, closing his eyes to touch the stone. His consciousness soared above the battleground, witnessing everything that transpired in the alley. "You've made significant progress, junior sister," he remarked, giving her a thumbs up after observing the scene. "People always improve. Oh, by the way, I've recently taken on an investigation concerning a spirit appearing at Zhoujiangno, one middle school. Master asked me to connect with you. I'll send the details to your email now." The man stored away the residue stone and stood up to operate the computer, sending an email to the masked girl. "Why aren't you going?" she questioned. "I would like to, but the shop can't be left under Master's watch, can it? Moreover, Master has said that at your age, you shouldn't be engaging in battles all the time. You ought to study more and make friends, rather than acting like a hedgehog, pricking anyone who comes near. You're so long-winded," the masked girl replied impatiently. "Is there anything else? If not, I'm off to rest." "What's the rush? You're supposed to report to school next Monday. The assignment involving the man-faced ghost will likely be unmanageable. Hand me your badge. I'll take care of it, and the payment will be credited to your account." The man suddenly remembered something and added, "This time, dealing with the man-faced ghost should elevate your spiritual power, so let us update your badge as well to save us a trip." "I lost the badge." The masked girl replied nonchalantly. "I searched for it with Hongya, but couldn't find it, junior sister. Don't joke around. I can't sneak a profit. You can't be suspicious of me too. I am not joking. It's genuinely lost." "What? The badge is lost? Do you realize this symbolizes your identity as a spirit master? You think it's an ID card that can just be replaced? Losing it means you're effectively unemployed." The masked girl remained calm, while the man grew increasingly frantic. "It must have been taken by that high school student in the red and white uniform. But I don't know where he lives," she pondered aloud. "Do you remember what he looked like?" he asked. "I vaguely recall his outline, but it was too dark to see clearly. If I provided you with a photo, would you recognize him?" "Not guaranteed." "What are you planning to do?" "Just infiltrate their class." Chapter 5. The Divination Talisman. The following morning, as dawn broke, Xian rose from his slumber. Despite the exhausting events of the previous night, he felt no trace of sleepiness. Sporting dark circles under his eyes, he descended the stairs to find his uncle and aunt bustling about downstairs. Xian had grown accustomed to this. On weekends, his cousin attended various tutoring classes while his uncle worked overtime at the construction site, making Saturdays quite difficult for rest. At the dining table, his cousin was simultaneously scrolling through his phone while devouring meat sauce noodles, while his uncle read the morning paper, accompanied by fried dough sticks. "I'm heading out." After finishing his morning routine, Xian thoughtfully grabbed a fried dough stick and exited the house. His aunt, spotting him leaving, stormed out of the kitchen, berating his cousin. "I told you not to dawdle at mealtime. You insist on playing with that wretched phone. Hand it over. Hurry up and pack your things so your father can take you to your tutoring class. You infuriate me." His aunt snatched the phone away and began hurriedly clearing the table. "You could have just made 2 servings. It's like you're stealing," his uncle muttered, though he was clearly dissatisfied with his wife's actions. He kept his remarks to himself. His aunt shot him a fierce glare. "Meat prices are over £1 now. If you had the capability, you'd earn more. You act like a big shot now. Yet when I said to pick up Xian, you didn't object then, did you?" His uncle dared not retort, shielding his head with the newspaper as he continued to eat breakfast in silence. As Xian stepped outside, his phone buzzed in his pocket, revealing a call from Tang Zitao. "Hello, is this the sun rising from the west? Tang, the young master, is awake at this hour." Xian expressed surprise. "Hey, Xian, what is up?" "Oh, your uncle's second marriage is lacking a wedding car. All right, I'll be there shortly." "Yes, that's it, bye." Xian suspected that Tang Zitao was once again using him as a pawn. Not long after, the phone rang again. "Hey, where are you? I'm coming to find you." The voice on the other end was direct. Xian glanced at the nearby road sign, at the intersection of Huangquan Road, next to XX Bank. "All right, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Tang Zitao's calls were always straightforward and to the point, as if prolonging the conversation would incur extra charges. Sitting at the roadside, Xian examined the wooden box in his hands, a relic left to him by his grandfather. He had carried it since he could remember, serving as a companion in place of family. The box featured a shield-like indentation in its center. It had no lock, yet remained impervious to opening. Everyone regarded it as an ordinary trinket, so it had never drawn any attention. Most of the family's more valuable antiques had long been claimed by relatives, leaving only worthless items behind. Get in the car. A sports car halted before Xiaolan, and Tang Zitao beckoned from the driver's seat. Are you being hounded by Xiaodong again? Am I your shield? Xian teased. I didn't even know I had an uncle. You heard about the second marriage before I did. Your news network is impressive. Don't get me started. This little tyrant is in a frenzy today. Demanding to make breakfast, Tang Zitao took a sip of water, sounding exasperated. You're not satisfied with someone making you breakfast? The young master is hard to please. Xian continued to jest. Bah, what she's making isn't breakfast. It's pure poison, Tang Zitao exclaimed, pulling out two dark objects from his pocket and tossing them into the passenger seat. What are these lumps of charcoal? Xian questioned, rubbing them, and dust falling off. Cookies that I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I brought two just for you. I'd like to live a bit longer, Xian replied. Tang Zitao flipped him off and handed Xian a brown paper bag. You haven't eaten breakfast, have you? I picked something up on the way. Have some. With that, Tang Zitao shoved a meat bun into his mouth. Where are you off to so early? I don't want to go home. So I'll give you a ride, Tang Zitao stated. Just visiting the old residence. Buckle up, lead the way. With a roar of the engine, the sports car vanished down Huangquan Road. After an hour's drive, they finally arrived at their destination. The old residence was situated beside a pond in the outskirts, surrounded by numerous trees, evoking a sense of a hidden paradise. The last time Xian had been there was at the beginning of high school. And now, a year had passed in the blink of an eye. From a distance, it looked fine, but upon opening the door, he found the weeds in the yard had grown to half a person's height. Damn, if you hadn't told me this was your home, I'd have thought it was a grave, Tang Zitao exclaimed, astonished by the overgrown yard. If you can't keep your mouth shut, then don't talk at all. Xian shot him a glare and headed straight into the storage room to fetch two sickles and hose. Stop dawdling. We're here now, lend a hand. After an intense battle lasting a while, the two finally managed to clear the yard. I'm done. I need to lie down. You can handle the inside by yourself, Tang Zitao declared, discarding the hoe and collapsing onto the ground. Thank you for your hard work, young Master Tang. I'll treat you to dinner next weekend, Xian promised. That's more like it, Tang Zitao stretched and grinned. Once he had settled Tang Zitao, Xian crossed the main hall and entered his grandfather's bedroom. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed a Taiji symbol hanging on the wall directly opposite the door. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a cabinet and a bed. After searching for quite some time, Xian finally found the badge he remembered tucked away in the corner of the cabinet. The design and relief matched his own badge. But the most significant difference was that his grandfather's badge was engraved with the name Wuji on the front, and the material was distinct. His grandfather's badge shimmered brilliantly, resembling a diamond imbued with a spectrum of colors. Appearing significantly more luxurious, shouldn't be glass, Xian mused to himself, as the few valuable items left had already been taken by relatives. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the wooden box in his hand and suddenly realized that the shape of the indentation seemed to match that of his grandfather's badge perfectly. Instinctively, Xian pressed his grandfather's badge into the groove, and with a click, the wooden box opened a cracked actually opened. Xian exclaimed in disbelief. Inside the box lay an ancient book, its cover emblazoned with the traditional characters for divination talisman, alongside two metallic spheres in black and white. Xian, intrigued, picked up the ancient tome. The moment his fingers grazed its surface, a sharp pain shot through his brain, and numerous unfamiliar fragments flashed through his mind. A blood-red sky, a desolate earth, and grand palaces swept past him, each image fleeting, yet oddly nebulous and foreign. This sensation persisted for several minutes, gradually subsiding, leaving Xian with an unsettling emptiness. As though his mind had been drained, long plagued by malnutrition and a state of chronic subhealth, he often experienced such discomfort, and thus had come to accept it without much thought, as he leafed through the ancient text. He noticed the beginning was blank, while the concluding pages were inked in black. In between lay illustrations of various bizarre creatures, accompanied by intricate explanations in traditional characters, evoking a sense reminiscent of the Shan Hai Jing. Most astonishing to him were the monsters depicted on the spirit communication talisman, many of which he had encountered before. Curiosity piqued, Xian turned a couple of pages, and upon seeing one particular illustration, an immediate wave of goosebumps enveloped him. Chapter 6. The Transferred Student. The familiar ghostly visage before him sent a chill down his spine, for it was none other than the entity that had relentlessly pursued him throughout half of his neighborhood the previous night, the human-faced ghost. Summary. A type of spirit, born in the spirit realm. It grows powerful by consuming human life force and flesh, capable of controlling a host's consciousness by attaching itself to their face. It is an immortal entity, with sealing being the sole means of its annihilation. Having fulfilled his purpose for the day, Xian and Tang Zitao returned to their attic room after lunch. This was his first encounter with anything related to supernatural beings, and Xian found himself quite captivated. Throughout the weekend, he dedicated himself to reading the spirit communication talisman, occasionally having to visit the library to look up certain traditional characters. However, he did glean valuable insights. Learning that the strange beings he often encountered were collectively referred to as spirits, categorized into 4 types: demons, monsters, ghosts, and strange creatures. The tome also detailed their appearances, classifications, abilities, and effective means of spirit confinement. So engrossed was he that he even forgot to complete his homework, staying up late to finish it just before school. Early the next morning, Xian, weary and sporting dark circles under his eyes, slumped into his seat. The morning reading began with Chinese literature, and the incessant murmurs of the class representative at the podium only added to his drowsiness. In the North Sea, there is a fish named Kuan. Xian felt his consciousness drifting like a small boat upon the vast ocean of knowledge, his head swaying uncontrollably with the tide. Just as he was on the verge of falling asleep, a sharp pain in his thigh jolted him awake, causing him to sit up abruptly. Xian grimaced at Tang Zitao beside him. "Hey, what was that for?" Tang Zitao merely shot him a glance before returning to his Chinese book. At that moment, their teacher, striding in with an air of indifference, swept through the classroom, rousing several students who had dozed off along the way, heading straight for the podium. "Ahem, lift your heads, don't fall asleep on me. I have a couple of announcements." Their teacher gestured for the morning reading to cease. "Come in," he called towards the corridor. Moments later, a new student entered through the front door, dressed in a red and white uniform. She wore her hair in a high ponytail, with a few stray strands framing her forehead. Her eyes sparkled like stars, deep and mysterious. Even in her natural state, her beauty was striking, undeniably the epitome of a campus belle. "Xian, wake up! There's a beauty!" Tang Zitao exclaimed, elbowing the drowsy Xian with excitement. "I think I might be in love. Since we've known each other, I've lost count of how many times you've said that." Xian replied, exasperated. "No, seriously this time. This girl has captured my heart," Tang Zitao insisted, patting Xian's thigh playfully. All right, I believe you," Xian retorted, impatiently. "I wish you all the best." Not just Tang Zitao, the entire class erupted in a flurry of chatter, discussing the newcomer animatedly. If it weren't for their teacher's presence, Xian felt they might have even started whistling. "Quiet down, listen to me," their teacher commanded, and the classroom fell silent. "This is our new transfer student, also a dance major. Luoshi, please greet everyone." Luoshi nodded, her expression devoid of emotion. "Hello everyone, my name is Luoshi, and I am from the local region of Zhejiang. I look forward to your guidance. Please take the empty seat next to Li Ming," their teacher instructed. As Luo, she descended from the podium towards Xian's row. Her long hair brushed against his shoulder, releasing a faint, familiar fragrance. Xian paid little mind, quietly whispering to Tang Zitao, "She seems quite aloof. Are you sure you can win her over?" "Please, my skills in wooing are unparalleled in Zhejiang," Tang Zitao proclaimed confidently, and no exaggeration. "The girls who chase after me need a truck to carry them away." The murmurs below continued. "Shut your mouth," their teacher, unfazed, interrupted the ongoing banter. Tang Zitao's head, which had been held high, quickly dropped once more. "Sun Xiao and Wang Chong are on leave for special reasons. Just thought I'd let you know." "All right, everyone, let's get back to self-study." With that, their teacher leisurely left the classroom, hands clasped behind his back. Wang Chong was Sun Xiao's deskmate and often teamed up with him to trouble Xian. As Xian glanced at the 2 vacant seats by the back door, a strange feeling washed over him. The odds of two people taking leave simultaneously seemed rather low. The rest of the class, however, paid little attention. As the saying goes, the earth keeps turning regardless of who is absent, and soon their thoughts returned to the new female student. Luo Shi led us at each other on QQ. Li Ming attempted to strike up a conversation. I don't use QQ, Luo Shi replied, focused on organizing her desk without looking up. Luo, is there a chance we could connect on Greenbubble instead? Tang Zitao persisted. I don't add strangers on Greenbubble, sorry, she replied nonchalantly. Come on, getting to know each other is just a way to become familiar. Tang Zitao continued to press. I'm not interested in making acquaintances. Luo Shi responded coolly. Xian could no longer contain his laughter, thinking that Tang Zitao's wooing skills were perhaps inferior even to those of elementary school students. You better watch it. Tang Zitao shot back, turning to Xian in displeasure. If you think you can do better, why don't you give it a try? Hey, I never said I would. You're the one insisting on putting on a show. Xian retorted honestly. Everyone makes mistakes. Even Liu Bei had to visit Zhuge Liang 3 times in the straw hut. I just had a slip-up. Just wait and see how I'll slowly win her over. Tang Zitao argued. Xian remained silent, inwardly lamenting the absurdity of the situation, realizing why Xiao Tong had said the big guy was a waste of space. After enduring 2 classes, Xian finally welcomed the long-awaited break, the golden opportunity for a quick nap. A crowd of classmates gathered around the back seat, all drawn to Luo Shi under the pretense of caring for the new student. Boys were attempting to flirt, while girls were catching up with their friends, chattering endlessly. After all, who would refuse the chance to befriend a beauty? Yet, Luo Shi seemed utterly uninterested in the attention. She stood up abruptly and walked over to Xian Yu. Come out for a moment. She commanded, her tone icy. Me? Xian glanced sideways, confirming several times. Yes, Luo Shi replied without hesitation. Dazed, Xian thought, what does she want with me? I haven't done anything. I just want to take a nap. Before he could gather his thoughts, he found himself yanked by the collar, dragged out of the classroom under the astonished gazes of his classmates. Hey, let go of me. I can walk on my own. Xian protested. Ignoring his pleas, Luo Shi continued to pull him upstairs until they reached a locked iron door on the rooftop. The roof is locked. You can just say what you need to say here. There's no one around. Xian began to explain, but before he could finish, with a resounding crash, Luo Shi kicked the lock clean off the door. I'm not here to play games, she snapped. Pulling Xian onto the rooftop and pinning him against the wall, everything feeling eerily familiar. Hand it over, she demanded bluntly. What were you talking about? Xian stammered, still bewildered. Stop pretending to be clueless, she retorted, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes as she tightened her grip. Suddenly struggling to breathe, Xian's mind raced under the adrenaline rush. What does she want? Did I take something from her? Does she want something from me? Why is she asking for it in such a secretive manner? Wait a minute, she, in a way. She's not just a girl with a bold personality. Give me back my badge. Upon hearing the latter part of his thought, Xian instantly relaxed. What was I thinking? It's I and I'm why backpacked I in the classroom. Upon his response, Luo Shi released him. Cough, cough, cough. Xian nearly choked, realizing how strong she was. So you were the one wearing the mask yesterday. Thank you for saving me, he said, recovering his composure. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. It'll only bring trouble your way, Luo Shi said dismissively, turning to head back to the classroom. Fine, if you don't want to say, then don't act all aloof, Xian muttered under his breath, fearful of being overheard, as though his head might meet the same fate as the lock. Just as he lifted his head, he noticed Luo Shi had abruptly halted, causing Xian to shiver in fright. You better pretend nothing happened that night, if you dare speak of it. Her voice trailed off, and in an instant, a sharp dagger whizzed past his head, embedding itself in the wall behind him. Whoa! Xian gulped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Who brings a weapon to school? Deciding it was best not to provoke her further. Xian turned to leave, only to find that Luo Shi had already descended the stairs. Regaining his composure, Xian followed suit. As he approached the end of the corridor, he noticed a throng of students gathered at the entrance of their classroom. Xian's back. Only when he felt the collective gaze of his peers upon him did he realize something was amiss. Chapter 7. Into the police station amidst the crowd, a middle-aged man clad in police uniform emerged. Towering and robust, with a square face, thick brows, and large eyes. His hair was short and neatly arranged, exuding an air of competence, and his gaze occasionally revealed the authority of a people's police officer. "Hello, you must be Xian," he inquired. Despite his seemingly fierce demeanor, his tone was surprisingly gentle. "Yes, that's me there. Something I can help you with?" Xian stammered, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the police. "There's no need to be anxious. The police department has organized a youth safety seminar, and each class is required to send a student representative. Your homeroom teacher recommended you to me," the officer patiently explained. "Right now?" Xian asked, uncertain. "Indeed, your homeroom teacher has already consented. You can come with me directly. There's no need to bring anything. The venue is prepared, and we just need you to be present." Noticing Xian's hesitation, the officer added reassuringly, "Okay." Xian followed the officer towards the staircase, and as he passed by Luo Shi, he awkwardly said, "Sorry, something came up suddenly. My belongings are in my backpack. You can take them." Luo Shi remained silent, and Xian took her silence as acquiescence, quickening his pace to catch up with the officer. "Excuse me, how should I address you?" Xian pondered for a moment before asking. Feeling that calling him officer seemed somewhat odd, my surname is Liu, full name Lu Guan. "Just call me Officer Liu," the officer replied as he boarded the police car, fastening his seatbelt and offering a brief self-introduction. Xian obediently settled into the back seat. Although it was not his first encounter with a police officer, it was indeed his first ride in a police car, and he felt an odd sense of guilt wash over him. "Officer Liu, I assume you're not here merely regarding the seminar, are you? It must be something else," Xian ventured cautiously. Officer Liu raised an eyebrow, his expression subtly shifting. Xian caught this change in the rearview mirror, further solidifying his suspicions. "Why do you think so?" Officer Liu asked. "Firstly, there's no issue with my identity, as your homeroom teacher would not allow you to take me without verifying it. That's a responsibility I doubt the teacher would want to assume." "Go on," Officer Liu smiled. "Secondly, such seminars typically occur on campus. Given the bureaucratic nature of schools, it would take considerable time to organize, and how could a matter that could be announced over a loudspeaker require a police officer to search each class? Thus, I surmise this is merely a pretext to take me away under the guise of a good cause, to prevent classmates from spreading rumors and tarnishing my reputation. While this reasoning is rather flimsy, I doubt anyone would be petty enough to rigorously verify such a trivial matter. Lastly, police apprehensions usually involve at least two officers acting together. Your solitary presence suggests I am not in legal trouble, but likely being investigated for something else." Upon hearing Xian's deductions, Officer Liu chuckled appreciatively, intrigued by the boy's astute reasoning. "You're quite perceptive for someone who appears so earnest. It seems you can remain calm under pressure, far from being a mere bookworm. Most students would be panicking at being pulled into a police car," Officer Liu remarked. "Your parents are likely educated individuals. They passed away long ago." Xian replied after a brief pause, "Why apologies if I overstepped?" Officer Liu said, his previously jovial demeanor faltering, replaced by a hint of guilt. He had assumed Xian's clarity of thought stemmed from a nurturing upbringing, a perfect opportunity to foster conversation, especially since the journey to the police station would take some time. However, he had not anticipated such a poignant revelation right from the start. Yet, as he contemplated, growing up without support might have led Xian to adopt a more resilient perspective. After all, for someone who constantly lives with a sense of crisis, what could be more daunting than experiences that seem terrifying? The vehicle continued its silent journey until they arrived at the State City Public Security Bureau. "We've arrived. Step out, and you'll soon understand why I sought you," Officer Liu announced, breaking the silence. Xian nodded and followed Officer Liu closely. "Good morning, Team Leader Liu," the officers greeted. "Good morning, everyone," Officer Liu responded with a nod. "Xiao Zhang, I need to use the special interrogation room. Keep an eye on things for me," Officer Liu instructed a nearby officer. Special interrogation room. Xian's mind raced with thoughts. Could I really be in trouble? What does special imply? Absolutely, Team Leader Liu. You can rest assured. Not even a fly could sneak in, Xiao Zhang affirmed, and after that, Officer Liu led Xian into a room at the end of the hall. Inside the interrogation room, aside from the entrance, 3 walls were solid, devoid of windows, enveloped in darkness. Once Officer Liu switched on the light, Xian could see the room clearly. It was quite austere, resembling a meeting room more than a place for questioning. Furnished with a table, several chairs, and a large display screen mounted on the wall opposite the door. "Make yourself comfortable," Officer Liu gestured to Xian before picking up the remote to turn on the display. Casually pouring 2 cups of tea. Since I hinted at something earlier, why don't you take another guess at what I need you for? Officer Liu wore an expression of anticipation. Xian had already contemplated this en route. He had dismissed the notion of being in trouble, considering himself a law-abiding student. However, aside from the peculiar encounters he had experienced the previous Friday night, he could not recall any other odd occurrences. Yet, sharing such bizarre experiences might lead to being labeled as mentally unstable, potentially landing him in a psychiatric ward post-interrogation. I can't guess, Xian finally replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. But I can assure you it's nothing illegal. Are you so certain? Officer Liu's expression darkened as he countered. Unfazed by the officer's probing, Xian maintained his confidence. You're quite the confident young man. Not easily intimidated, in that case. Let us cut to the chase. Seeing that intimidation had no effect, Officer Liu's lips curled into a faint smile, returning to his earlier benevolent demeanor as he pressed a button on the remote. The large screen flickered to life, displaying surveillance footage in a grid format. Xian's body tensed, his brow furrowing as he recognized the images captured on that fateful Friday night. The footage showed him entering the alley at 11:30, running through it at 11:40, and reappearing in the early hours of the morning. What shocked Xian was not merely the fact that his strange behavior had been recorded, but that he could clearly see the face of the figure pursuing him. Chapter 8, Bureau 415. In the surveillance footage, the shadowy figure's face was not that of a ghostly apparition, but rather that of Sun Xiao, connecting the dots with his homeroom teacher's mention of Sun's suspension that morning. Along with the footage playing on the screen and being brought into the police station by Officer Liu, Xian's brow furrowed in contemplation, piecing together the events of that night. The ghastly visage beneath the streetlight and the gruesome scene flashed through his mind. Was it Sun Xiao who had been possessed by a ghostly entity that attacked and devoured Wang Chong? Your expression suggests you've recalled something quite dreadful, Officer Liu remarked, lighting a cigarette. Feel free to share. Xian remained silent, thinking how the very thing he feared had come to pass. He couldn't speak the truth, nor could he fabricate a convincing excuse. It was absurd to claim, officer. You've misunderstood. We were merely playing around, and things spiraled out of control. I was completely oblivious. That would be akin to burning paper for the deceased. Simply nonsensical. I advise you to speak honestly. You're aware this is a police station, and I must ensure the veracity of your statements, Officer Liu reiterated. This surveillance only captured you entering and exiting that main alley during this time frame. Indeed, we have had our differences. That evening during self-study, he suffered a silent defeat, and after school, he cornered me in that alley. Unable to confront him, I had no choice but to flee, Xian asserted seriously. He knew that the surveillance only covered the mouth of the main alley, while the incident had occurred in a blind spot. Aside from himself, no one else was aware, and he was determined to present himself as the victim. Officer Liu flicked ash from his cigarette, jotting down notes while questioning. Then why were you seen at the main alley again at 1 o'clock in the morning? I had taken refuge in a side alley, inadvertently falling asleep. When I awoke, it was already 1 o'clock. Fearing he might still be waiting for me, I retraced my steps, taking a long detour before finally heading home. If you wish, you can verify that I entered the alley at 11 and exited at 1 from the same spot. My usual route home takes 10 minutes, but it took me nearly half an hour due to the detour. You can check the footage for that time, Xian replied steadily, outlining the route he had taken. After reviewing the footage, Officer Liu confirmed that Xian's presence was indeed captured. Having verified the information, Officer Liu concluded his notes. All right, that's all for today's statement. You're free to go. But I may need your cooperation with further investigations should new developments arise. Of course, it is my duty to assist in police community cooperation, Xian agreed. With the interrogation complete, Xian exhaled in relief. Aside from omitting the details about the ghostly figure, he had been truthful in all other respects. Indeed, he and Sun Xiao had significant enmity, and he had indeed taken a longer route home. Albeit not to evade Sun Xiao, but to avoid encountering the ghostly figure again. After politely bidding farewell to Officer Liu, Xian turned and made his way toward the door of the interrogation room. As soon as the doorknob was twisted, Xian caught a glimpse of a dark figure emerging from the corner of the room. Turning his head, he noticed the ominous barrel of a gun aimed directly at Officer Liu. With a finger poised to pull the trigger, Officer Liu, be careful, in that fleeting moment, as the gun fired. Xian instinctively threw himself onto Officer Liu, the two of them tumbling to the ground in a frantic embrace. Seizing the opportunity, Xian kicked over a table in front of them, creating a makeshift barrier. Yet, a second gunshot failed to follow, and Xian cautiously peeked towards the corner. The shadow remained stationary. But the gun had already been lowered, with its wielder frozen in place. "You little rascal, I knew you were lying," Officer Lu remarked, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he patted Xian's shoulder. "Let me get up." Upon hearing this, Xian realized he was sitting on Officer Lu's back and hurriedly stood, sheepishly scratching his head. "If I hadn't tricked you, you wouldn't have been entirely honest," Officer Lu said, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, clearly pleased with himself. Xian was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Come out, Zhigu. He can see you," Officer Lu instructed. At his words, the shadow dissipated. And from beneath Officer Lu's silhouette emerged a young man. With tousled purple hair, thick-framed glasses, a white short-sleeve shirt, and jeans, he had a gun holstered at his waist. In the next instant, Zhigu coiled around Officer Lu's shoulder like a serpent. Throughout the entire encounter, Xian felt only mild astonishment. He had read in the spirit communication scroll about spirit beings taking human form, but seeing it for the first time was still a surprise. Had he not perused the scrolls left by his grandfather, he might have fainted from shock. Officer Lu approached, pressing Xian back into his seat, his gaze piercing as he regarded him. "I initially came to the school merely to take a statement. But when I first laid eyes on you, Zhigu informed me that something was peculiar about your eyes. At first, I was skeptical, but while you were distracted by the surveillance footage, I used spiritual energy to open my third eye and discovered your unusual blue heterochromia. Rather unexpected revelation. Judging by your panicked reaction on the footage while being pursued by Sun Xiao, it seems you didn't see Sun Xiao at all, but rather Sun Xiao possessed by a face-stealing ghost. Am I correct, Xian?" Officer Lu leaned over the table, scrutinizing him intently. Xian's brows furrowed in alarm. This was problematic, however. Upon reflection, it seemed there was nothing amiss. At least he had encountered someone akin to himself. "So, who are you?" Xian inquired, unable to dismiss the matter. Officer Lu was not one to beat around the bush and replied straightforwardly, "Have you heard of the 415 Bureau?" Xian shook his head. "No, that's to be expected." The full name of the 415 Bureau is the Supernatural Incident Investigation and Handling Bureau, tasked with maintaining order in the human realm concerning spirits. You can think of it as a police station dedicated to capturing spirits. Any spirit that disrupts the order of the human world is apprehended. Unlike what you might believe, the prisons of the 415 Bureau rarely house spirits, as most spirits violate fundamental principles, murder, for instance, resulting in them being eradicated on the spot by spirit-capturing practitioners. The 415 Bureau has branches and officers stationed in each region. This case involving the face-stealing ghost is under my jurisdiction, and the headquarters has issued a directive, with numerous spirit-capturing practitioners joining in the hunt. In summary, I can see what you see, and I can also prevent them from causing harm. After delivering this information in one breath, Officer Lu picked up a teacup and took a sip. "Now, can you speak frankly with me?" Xian nodded and recounted every detail of that night, including the incident with the masked girl, though he was unaware of what transpired after being knocked unconscious. Officer Lu listened attentively, nodding in understanding, his expression softening. It seemed the face-stealing ghost had been dealt with. However, the directive from headquarters had yet to be submitted, likely due to the spirit-capturing practitioner who saved him being preoccupied. "By the way, Xia, would you be interested in joining us? Your eyes are quite a rare asset. You can see spirits without needing spiritual energy to activate your sight, making it easy for you to conceal yourself, perfect for our line of work." Officer Lu recalled the matter at hand. The compensation is quite generous. Even during the internship, there's a monthly stipend of 3,000, and all travel expenses for cross-regional operations are reimbursed. Opportunities like this are fleeting. "But I'm still a student, and my studies come first," Xian politely declined with a smile. Given the current job market, it's uncertain whether this line of work pays more, aside from the higher risks involved. Officer Lu joked, "Well then, here is my contact information. Should you change your mind, feel free to give me a call." With that, Officer Lu pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Xian. "I've wrapped up my work for today, and it's getting late. You're free to go." "Wait, Officer Lu, I still have some questions. You mentioned the human realm and the spirit realm, as well as spirit-capturing practitioners and spiritual energy. Could you elaborate?" Officer Lu's explanation about spirits had piqued Xian's curiosity. He yearned to understand more about this extraordinary world he had perceived since childhood. That, once you decide to join this field, there will be someone to teach you. I have work to attend to. See you later. Officer Liu picked up a ringing phone from the table with a smile and exited the interrogation room. Xiao Zhang, see him out. Chapter 9. Determination. The sun hung high in the sky, distorting the street with its scorching rays. As Xian stepped off the car, a wave of heat hit him. Riding back to school with Officer Xiao Zhang, he arrived just as classes were letting out for lunch. Students surged into the cafeteria like waves upon the sea, while others, dissatisfied with the cafeteria food, flocked to the small stalls and shops at the school gate. Xian spent 4 yuan at the entrance to buy 2 steamed buns, resolving his lunch in a simple manner, minimal expense, but sufficient to stave off hunger. Crossing the playground, he headed straight for the classroom. Having not handled accommodation procedures, he lacked a dormitory in which to rest during the lunch break, making the classroom the only tranquil refuge before afternoon classes. This moment, the teaching building was eerily quiet, the calmest part of the day. Arriving at the back door of the classroom, Xian discovered another presence within, the girl with a high ponytail. Luo Shi, resting her chin on her desk, her hands dangling listlessly at her sides, her vacant gaze fixated on the desk in front of her. Even in profile, she exuded an irresistible charm. Sensing someone's approach, Luo Shi straightened up and turned to look at the back door, her eyes quickly locking onto Xian. Even without words, Xian understood her unspoken message. However, he was perplexed as to why she would wait for him to return when he had clearly told her he would retrieve it. Here, Xian hastily returned to his seat, retrieving the bronze waist token engraved with the character Shi from his backpack and handed it to Luo Shi. The moment his fingertips brushed against her fair hand, he could only describe the sensation as exquisite, comforting. You really didn't need to wait for me. It's yours after all. Unsure of what to say, Xian scratched his head awkwardly. You didn't skip lunch? Did you? The cafeteria food is probably cold by now. If you don't mind, I still have a bun left to snack on. Talkative, Luo Shi replied, her expression as frosty as ice. She took the waist token and, with a flick of her high ponytail, left the classroom, leaving Xian standing there dumbfounded, holding a bun in hand, so aloof. Xian muttered under his breath as he returned to his seat. The entire morning had been tumultuous for him, and now that he finally had a moment to rest, he laid his head on the desk for a brief nap. As the hallway grew increasingly noisy, signaling the end of the lunch break, Xian recognized the familiar voice announcing the return of the loud group. Hey, let me see which unlucky soul just came back. Tang Zitao swaggered in, twisting his neck and swaying his hips as he approached with a distinctly flamboyant gait. Ugh, don't bother me. I'm exhausted, Xian groaned, feeling as though this nap had done more harm than good, leaving him more fatigued than before. So, the new class beauty was taken away by the police? Tang Zitao pressed on, relentlessly poking at Xian. And you say you weren't interested? Word has spread like wildfire that you were dragged to the rooftop by Luo Shi and then taken away by the police. I told them you weren't that kind of guy, but it seems you've been caught up in some scandal. What? Who the hell spread that? I was taken to a safety seminar. Not dragged for any lewdness. I'm the victim here. I just wanted to take a nap, and the next thing I knew, she yanked me up there. Yes, all a misunderstanding. Xian sprang up, cursing in frustration. Hey, I get it. No need to explain, I understand. Bro, you're lucky to have a shot with her. Tang Zitao winked mischievously. Brothers are like family. Women are just clothes. If I let you wear this one, what's it to me? Xian fell silent. Any explanation would be futile at this moment. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't clear his name. In the afternoon, the attention shifted from Luo Shi to Xian. They didn't crowd around Luo Shi because her icy glare could be lethal. In the morning, they approached her with friendly intentions, but by the afternoon, those seeking gossip left empty-handed. Consequently, the focus turned to Xian, who was usually amiable and appeared to be an easy target, with classmates, whether familiar or not, eager to join the commotion. Xian's mind raced, not with purebred horses, but with a herd of llamas. That scoundrel Tang Zitao had really set a bad precedent. Xian had been eagerly awaiting the end of the evening study session. As soon as the bell rang, he hurriedly dashed out of the classroom. Xiaodong, your brother will be out shortly. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave first. This marks the first time he has been the first to dash out of class. Xian feared that if he lingered any longer, he might not make it out at all. What is up with your brother? He is the first to leave the classroom. Am I mistaken? Tang Zidong inquired, her gaze fixed on Tang Zitao, who emerged at a leisurely pace. Tang Zitao, with his hands clasped behind his head, wore an expression of carefree amusement. Your brother, Xian, has been caught in a scandal with a new female classmate and was taken to the police station. He is too embarrassed to show his face now. You're lying. My brother is nothing like that. So you think he is like you? Unable to keep his eyes off beautiful women? Tang Zidong crossed her arms, turning her head away with a scoff. Hey, I'm your brother. This is just too much. It hurts to be rejected by my own sister. Oh, the pain is unbearable. Tang Zitao theatrically clutched his heart, embodying the role of a dramatic actor. The best brother in the world. Can you tell your sister what actually happened? Tang Zidong rolled her eyes. Now can we talk? Tang Zitao nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Tang Zidong to lean in closer, to which he obediently complied. Actually, I don't know either. Humph, then you've tricked me. I'm not talking to you anymore. Tang Zidong stomped her foot and walked out without looking back. Hey, I was just joking. I mean it, don't be angry. On his way home, Xian encountered no unexpected incidents. Everything proceeded as usual, save for a couple of sneezes after leaving the teaching building. The aged residential complex lacked elevators, and the stairwells were cloaked in darkness, with only a few floors equipped with functioning motion sensor lights. The doors were wooden, with only a handful of residents having replaced theirs with metal ones, resulting in poor sound insulation throughout the complex. As Xian reached the door and was about to retrieve his keys, he overheard the familiar sounds of an argument inside. Only this time, it involved him. No way, I refuse, a deep, resolute male voice echoed. Xian recognized it as his uncle's. He had never heard him sound so adamant before. Oh, you're really raising your voice. If you disagree, why are you bringing him home? Jinger is no longer a child. Tuition fees, lesson fees, living expenses, everything requires money. That wild child is living with us. Why shouldn't we sell the old house? A woman's voice was sharp and cutting. The Jinger she referred to was Xian's younger cousin, Xia Jing. The man fell silent. I'm starting to doubt whether you're truly the old man's son, passing down the will to a wild child, if you're not embarrassed. I certainly am. The woman persisted, her voice still high-pitched. Xian stood quietly outside the door, clearly hearing the content of their dispute, which revolved around an old house in the suburbs, a hidden fortune. From a young age, Xian had found himself alone, unable to recall the faces of his parents, only vaguely remembering his grandfather's blurred visage. From the moment he was taken from the orphanage, he had suspected that fortune would not simply fall into his lap. With a deep sigh, Xian realized that this place was not his true home. He would never agree to let his uncle's family sell the old house. It was his only hope. After a moment of contemplation, Xian made a decision to leave this home with no debts owed to one another. He pulled out his black Ruijia phone, entered a string of numbers, and composed a text message. Is part-time work available? Chapter 10. Blind massage. Time passed, and the argument within the house abruptly ceased. Xian lingered for a moment before gently opening the door. The room was engulfed in darkness. The battle had come to an end. Xian stealthily entered the attic room. Perhaps Officer Lu was busy, for his phone had yet to receive a reply. Looking around, Xian noticed there was little to gather, just a wooden box, a few articles of clothing, and the few hundred yuan earned from part-time work. He didn't even need to prepare a suitcase, nor did he possess one. Once he received Officer Lu's reply, he would be ready to leave at a moment's notice. The next morning, Xian, still bleary-eyed, discovered an unread text message on his phone, precisely from Officer Lu, with a brief content. Saturday at 8 a.m., Chao Chao Central Park, by the Lake Pavilion. Upon reading the message, Xian felt a weight lift from his heart. If Officer Lu agreed to his part-time work, he could continue his studies without conflict. The following week passed without any notable events. No one bothered him. In Luo, she remained as indifferent as ever. Aside from a few new female classmates, no one dared to approach her again. Soon, Saturday morning arrived. After completing his morning routine and skipping breakfast, Xian headed out the door. The city of Zhejiang was divided into northern and southern districts, with Chao Chao Central Park situated at the center, while Xian's residence was at the far north, necessitating several bus transfers to reach his destination. Known for his penchant for punctuality, he arrived at the park at 7:40 a.m., 20 minutes ahead of the agreed time, allowing him ample time to spare. The entrance of the park featured a structure of 3 archways. with two smaller arches flanking a larger central one, showcasing a traditional architectural style with a vaulted roof. Inside the park, a double-ringed layout unfolded. The outermost ring encircled an artificial river, 5 to 6 meters wide, with 4 arched bridges at the cardinal points, aptly named Qiao Qiao, allowing pedestrians to cross. The central land area was adorned with a stone platform, flourishing with various plants and flowers, while the ground was laid with colorful stone bricks, providing a designated area for fitness equipment, a favored spot for elderly residents to exercise in the morning. The heart of the inner ring lay a circular artificial lake, occupying 1/3 of the park's area, with a stone pavilion standing in the middle, furnished with a round stone table and several stone benches. Seated at the stone table was a girl of similar age to Xian, dressed in a blue and white A-line dress, its hem dancing lightly in the breeze, the fabric gently hugging her slender waist, accentuating her graceful silhouette. She was tall and well-proportioned, with porcelain-like fair skin, and beneath her high ponytail, she wore a fitted white short-sleeve top that clung to her soft shoulders and long neck, perfectly outlining her collarbone, a picture of elegance and confidence. She noticed someone approaching and turned her head, their eyes meeting as she recognized a familiar face. "Hi." "What a coincidence," Xian initiated the greeting. Shi, rarely seen smiling, returned the gesture before turning back to admire the blooming roses across the lake. Summer was indeed the season of flowers. Glancing at the time, Xian noted that it was still 10 minutes until 8. And with Officer Lu yet to arrive, he took a seat on a stone bench opposite Shi to wait. Initially, Xian considered striking up a conversation with Shi, but recalling the earlier image of a flying knife, he promptly abandoned the idea and quietly played Snake on his Ruijia phone. As the saying goes, if you can't provoke me, then I'll just avoid you. At 8 o'clock, Xian still hadn't spotted Officer Lu. Moments later, Shi stood up, brushing aside a few strands of hair from her forehead, and softly remarked, "Officer Lu sent you here, right?" Xian nodded, understanding the situation. "I thought he was meeting me here, so I didn't want to disturb your view." "No problem, let us go," Shi replied coolly. When Officer Lu briefed Shi, he had mentioned Xian's name. Her silence was indeed due to the morning flowers being so beautiful. She sauntered out of the pavilion, glanced around to ensure no passers-by were present, and softly whispered, "Let us go." "Hongya." Xian furrowed his brow, puzzled. "Are you speaking to me?" Turning his head, he was nearly startled to death by the sudden appearance of a woman in red. With fair skin and an alluring figure, her presence rivaling that of Shi. "Wow, a real-life transformation," Xian exclaimed, astonished. "This is—" Before he could continue, Shi cut him off. "You'll find out soon enough." With that, Shi grasped Xian's shoulder, as Hongya unsheathed a golden serpent sword, thrusting it into the ground. A magical array instantly unfurled around its tip, emitting a blinding golden light that left Xian unable to open his eyes. A sensation of weightlessness washed over him, vanishing as quickly as it came. When Xian opened his eyes again, he found himself in an alleyway. The lake and pavilion had completely disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Whoa, instantaneous teleportation!" Xian exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. "Stop dawdling. Keep up," Shi said with a huff. Xian realized that the woman in red had vanished, leaving him alone with Shi, under her guidance. They turned out of the alley and arrived at a shop called Blind Massage. The front desk was unattended, and from within, the sounds of women's voices could be heard unexpectedly. "So good." Yes, just there. Right there." Xian paused, turning to Shi. "What are you looking at me for? Sit tight and wait a moment." Shi handed him a chair while she settled onto the sofa to play with her phone. After half an hour of the women's enthusiastic exclamations, the door finally opened, and 2 women emerged. One was the woman whose voice had been heard earlier, appearing to be in her 30s. Adorned with a gold necklace, gold earrings, and a handful of diamond rings, complemented by an expensive watch, clearly a wealthy woman. Accompanying her was a man in his mid-20s, wearing sunglasses and leaning on a cane, his tight black shirt revealing prominent muscles. His skin left Xian with the impression that it was exceptionally dark. The woman smiled brightly, clearly satisfied with the service. "I came to the right place today. The young man's skills are quite impressive. I hope to see you again next time," she flirted, her fingers grazing the man's chest as she departed, leaving behind a hefty tip. "All right, take care now," the man replied, navigating with his cane. After bidding farewell to the woman, he noticed the two seated by the front desk and approached them, discarding his cane. "Junior sister, why did you not inform me upon your return?" The man removed his sunglasses and plopped down beside Luo Shi, extracting his phone to fiddle with it. Upon witnessing this scene, Xian's expression twisted into a knot of disbelief. Isn't this supposed to be a blind massage? And yet here you are, effortlessly playing with your phone? The man, unperturbed, raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "New here, I presume? No need for alarm. When busy, I am blind. When unoccupied, I am not. Is that even permissible?" Xian silently raised a thumb in admiration. "Seeing your engrossed demeanor, it seems waiting for a moment is no great inconvenience." Luo Shi remarked, "Oh, is junior sister feeling jealous? I, your senior brother, am simply compelled by necessity. After all, I must provide for my family." The man tucked away his phone, adopting a somewhat cheeky demeanor. "There's a mirror in the restroom. I suggest you take a look." Luo Shi shot him a glare. "Where's master?" "The old man is upstairs. He should be awake by now." After speaking, the man stretched languidly, donned his sunglasses once more, picked up his cane, and squatted at the door with a small stool. "You two go ahead. I shall resume my duties." No sooner had he finished speaking than several young women entered the establishment, to which the man greeted them with a cheerful grin. "Ladies, please come in. Employee ID 9527 is here to provide you with the most attentive service." Chapter 11. The spirit tamer Xian and Luo Shi ascended the stairs, discovering that apart from Luo Shi, the remaining two individuals in the shop were equally eccentric. "Little girl, give your grandpa a hug. Watch as I reign supreme. Young man, you're still a bit too green. Just a moment and you'll be out." In the second-floor lounge, an elderly gentleman well past his 80s was passionately engrossed in a video game at his computer. His hair was gray and somewhat disheveled, his forehead broad, and although his face bore some wrinkles, he did not appear aged. His visage remained firm, with a slightly bronzed complexion and eyes that sparkled with vitality. Despite the marks of time etched upon his face, his expression was still bright and full of vigor. Xian momentarily felt a strange sensation, as if he might perish before this old man. The elder's attire was somewhat disheveled, wearing a loose shirt and pants, mismatched socks, one black and one white, revealing glimpses of red underwear, clearly indifferent to his appearance. The room was in utter disarray, with clothes and snack wrappers strewn about. "Master!" Luo Shi's fair face visibly flushed with anger. "Didn't I say to play less and maintain cleanliness? I was wrong, and I shall not do it again." He, the old man chuckled. Luo Shi placed her hands on her hips, standing before the screen. "Senior brother Lu asked me to bring this person. Might I suggest you show some respect?" The elder rose, wandered over to Xian, squinting as he surveyed him, before bouncing back to his seat and pulling Luo Shi away from the screen. "This child possesses remarkable potential. He is undoubtedly suited to be a spirit tamer. My dear disciple, you shall familiarize him with our ways, I assure you. Once this game is over, I shall not play again. Trust you once more?" Luo Shi pouted, visibly displeased, as she led Xia onto the third floor. The entire third floor comprised a large room resembling a conference hall, with a large table at its center, flanked by a display screen and a whiteboard. An old-fashioned chandelier hung from the ceiling, the curtains drawn tightly, rendering the room somewhat dim. Various talismans adorned the walls, and beside the display screen stood two large bookshelves filled with an array of tomes. "Your situation has been conveyed to me by senior brother Lu. I shall provide you with some foundational knowledge as necessary," Luo Shi said coolly, her tone markedly different from before. "I will only say this once. If you have questions, think them through before asking." Xian swallowed hard and nodded. Luo Shi retrieved a whiteboard marker from a drawer, sketching 2 circles and marking each. "This circle represents the human realm, the world in which we currently reside. The other is the spirit realm, the domain of monsters and supernatural beings, essentially the ancestral home of those non-human entities you encounter." Having finished, Luo Shi added 2 bidirectional arrows between the circles, with ellipses nestled between them. These arrows represent the spirit gate, a passage for crossing between the human and spirit realms. Spirits may traverse this gate to enter the human realm, and humans can venture into the spirit realm. Typically, the spirit gate cannot be activated without the use of incantations or sufficient spiritual energy. It can only appear due to random disturbances in energy fluctuations between the realms. However, the likelihood of such occurrences is quite low. and they are generally unstable and short-lived. This explains why some rare supernatural events occur in the human realm, such as sudden disappearances or homes being haunted, which may be attributed to the random emergence of spirit gates. Such inter-realm activities can significantly disrupt the order of both realms. Generally speaking, ordinary humans do not affect the spirit realm. Without spiritual energy or protective measures, the crimson twilight of the spirit realm will gradually reduce a human to ashes. Conversely, spirits do not face such issues in the human realm. The impact of the human realm on spirits is a gradual process, akin to diving. One must surface for air only when the oxygen is depleted. Spirits, too, cannot remain in the human realm indefinitely. Should a spirit fail to return to the spirit realm in time, its spiritual energy will gradually dissipate until it perishes. However, spirits can extend their stay by consuming human spiritual energy. Over time, this disrupts the balance of the human realm, an occurrence that is strictly forbidden. At this point, Luo Shi inscribed additional words above the two circles. The existence of all macrocosmic entities necessitates a certain order. To prevent spirits from wreaking havoc in the human realm, we must mention the next concept, the spirit sovereign and the spirit tamers. The spirit sovereign is the creator and overseer of the spirit realm. The supreme entity within to maintain equilibrium between the human and spirit realms. He designates the most suitable living environments for each type of spirit, dividing the spirit realm into 4 domains: Demon City, Ghost Town, Monster Market, and Strange Pool. Moreover, the spirit sovereign has established prohibitions between the two realms, reducing the probability of random spirit gate emergence. In the human realm, he selects suitable individuals to form Bureau 415, responsible for managing spirits that illegally enter the human realm. In essence, one is tasked with repatriating those who inadvertently enter the spirit realm, while the other apprehends spirits that disrupt order in the human realm. Thus, the profession of spirit tamer was born, categorized into various factions under the auspices of Bureau 415. Luo Shi produced several uniquely designed magnetic character and building cards from a box and affixed them to the whiteboard. Spirit tamers are primarily divided into 3 factions: material exorcists, talismans masters, and spirit controllers. Material exorcists are adept in martial arts. Their exquisite skills and mastery of melee weapons serve as their trump cards. They employ special talismans inscribed on their bodies or weapons, channeling spiritual energy to achieve physical exorcism effects. This faction's headquarters in the wasteland is the Qinwu Dojo. Material exorcists excel in close-quarters combat, often emphasizing physical training, akin to having high attack power and substantial health, with the sole drawback being their limited area of effect capabilities. Talismans masters delve deeply into talismanic incantations, possessing a variety of spells with diverse effects. Powerful barrier talismans and explosive formations are typically devised by talismans masters. This faction's headquarters in the wasteland is the Tsangjing Pavilion. Talismans masters find themselves at a disadvantage in close combat, as their strengths lie in utilizing various talismans to inflict ranged damage upon spirits, capable of deploying formidable formations that yield significant area of effect damage. Their weaknesses, however, include lengthy casting times and the need for prearranged formations, making them adept at positional warfare. Lastly, we have the faction you currently belong to, the Spirit Controllers, who harness spirits through contracts, controlling them with their own spirit energy. Our headquarters resides in the Yuling Pavilion of the Wasteland. Spirit Controllers are a fascinating faction. Unlike the previous 2, they possess the highest potential ceiling among spirit tamers, yet their lower limits are equally precarious. This entirely depends on the spirits bound by our contracts. Spirits are classified into 7 stages based on their spiritual strength, with S being the highest and F the lowest. At this revelation, Xian raised his hand for the first time. If we could bind an S-class spirit, wouldn't that mean we could soar to great heights? Luo Shi waved her index finger, dismissing the idea. It's not as simple as you think. Both parties must willingly enter into a contract. And furthermore, the spiritual strength of the spirit cannot exceed that of its master. For example, if Hongya's spiritual strength is S, but my current strength is E, then Hongya's strength is bound by the contract and cannot exceed E. It will rise in tandem with my spiritual level until it reaches its peak S strength. Xian scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. But if both parties are willing, couldn't we forego the contract? That way, we could maximize the spirit's potential. Oh dear. And no sooner had Xian spoken than an inexplicable force struck his head, and a voice echoed from the doorway. If you can think of it. Do you think the elders cannot? Chapter 12. Spirit summoning the man downstairs, named Liao Yuan, is also Luo Shi's current senior brother. Liao Yuan had just ascended the stairs when he delivered a sharp rap to Xian's head. Rubbing his skull, Xian recalled Luo Shi's earlier comments and suddenly grasped the concept. I understand now. It's due to the limitations imposed by the human realm. A flicker of approval danced in Liao Yuan's eyes as he nodded in satisfaction. Precisely, that is the primary reason. The contract we form is known as a spirit summoning pact, allowing spirits to absorb spiritual energy from the environment through the spirit tamer as a medium. This effectively alleviates the issue of their inability to remain in the human realm for extended periods, and this method imposes no adverse effects on the spirit tamer. Regarding why the spirit power level cannot exceed that of a spirit master, it is precisely due to this reason. The greater the disparity between the spirit power level and that of the spirit master, the more spirit power is required for absorption and supplementation. Consequently, the pressure borne by the spirit master, as a medium, increases significantly, resulting in pronounced side effects. It is only in extreme peril that a spirit master may permit a forced breach of the upper limit in pursuit of a slim chance of survival. Additionally, another factor is that spirits, after all, are not human. No one can guarantee their absolute loyalty. To prevent the possibility of a last-minute betrayal or backstabbing, the summoning contract also serves a restraining function. Should the spirit master perish while the contract remains unbroken, the spirit bound by the contract will likewise dissipate. Xiao Delu nodded, feeling as though enlightenment had struck him, diligently absorbing this knowledge. Liao Yuan pulled over a chair, crossing his legs, with his hands clasped behind his head, still displaying a cheeky demeanor. Little junior sister, please continue. I shall supplement your understanding. Apart from the three major factions, there exists a minuscule number of spirit binders without affiliation, known as rogue practitioners. Luo Shi continued, explaining that some of them delve deeply into a single domain. Others are open to all, mastering the three factions and becoming versatile warriors. However, most rogue practitioners tend to be quite laid back, akin to the reclusive sages depicted in novels, having no fixed abode and not subject to the mandates of the 415 Bureau, as long as they abide by the law. No one can interfere with their lives. Having conveyed this, Luo Shi picked up an eraser and cleaned the whiteboard, sketching a new tree diagram. Lastly, let us discuss the essence of spirit binders, which is spirit power. All the aforementioned methods are unattainable without spirit power. The intensity of spirit power is categorized into 7 levels, with S being the highest and F the lowest. Among them, A is further divided into 3 stages, gray, white, and black, while S is subdivided into 7 stages, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The waste token you previously encountered symbolizes the identity of a spirit binder, issued by the 415 Bureau. Xiantai represents the lowest F level, followed by Qing Tong at E, Jingyin at D, Lu Jin at C, Fei Chui at B, Chui Kinemo Yu at A, and Woshang Jingzhuan at S. Upon reaching A level or above. The 415 Bureau will also customize specific Yao Ling robes for each spirit binder, with colors corresponding to their current rank, which will be updated as their level increases. After an extensive explanation, Luo Shi had nearly covered everything relevant for now, leaving the remaining details to be discussed once Xia becomes a formal employee or encounters them ahead of time. Luo Shi took a sip of water, inquiring, "Is there anything unclear thus far?" "None at all. You explained it very clearly. Thank you, senior sister," Xian replied cheerfully, with a hint of playfulness. "Well, aren't you sweet-tongued? You haven't even formally joined yet, and you're already calling me senior sister?" Liao Yuan teased from the side. In a moment, the old man will guide you in spirit summoning, and only then will you truly become an intern apprentice. Spirit summoning, as the name suggests, involves invoking spirit power, facilitating the flow of ordinary human spirit power to perceive its existence. This is the first step towards becoming a spirit binder. Being an apprentice is quite good, Xian chuckled, with a stipend of 3,000 a month and minimal risk. Who says this job is undesirable? It's excellent. Luo Shi glanced at the time and passed Xian over to Liao Yuan. The previous commission has recently shown some promise, so I will leave it in your hands. With that, she descended the stairs alone. Stop dawdling, let's go. You'll be seeing each other every day from now on, Liao Yuan said, playfully patting Xian on the shoulder. Feeling a bit awkward, Xian scratched his head and followed Liao Yuan down from the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor, in stark contrast to earlier, was now spotless, and the once enthusiastic old man had changed into a blue robe adorned with colorful diamond ornaments, serenely meditating on the sofa. Xian instantly recognized this as the Yao Ling robe Luo she had mentioned earlier. Realizing that this old man was indeed extraordinary, possessing the strength of S-level, Stage 5, the old man, Shi Yuanyi, was the master of both Liao Yuan and Luo Shi, and Officer Lu was also one of his disciples. "Come, sit down," Shi Yuanyi beckoned, his voice deep and resonant, a stark contrast to his earlier persona. Xian pulled up a chair and sat directly across from him. "Do you play games?" Shi Yuanyi's tone shifted unexpectedly, catching Xian off guard. "Huh? I doubt I play a bit," Xian stammered. "What games do you play?" Shi Yuanyi inquired further. "I know a little about a few," Xian replied honestly. "Quickly log in," Shi Yuanyi exclaimed, making a sudden leap to the computer. "Xian, WDF?" Liao Yuan face-bombed, utterly speechless. "Master, shouldn't we focus on our important tasks? If junior sister catches you gaming, there will be no one to prepare dinner. And you'll be left to face the harsh winds." Coughed out of course. "I know, I was merely joking to lighten the mood." Shi Yuanyi chuckled lightly. "Relax, just answer my questions as they come." With that, Shi Yuanyi raised his right hand and lightly tapped Xian's forehead with his index finger, causing a surge of energy waves to ripple through his body like ripples in water. Xian felt every cell in his body stir, his consciousness gradually blurring, and he began to experience an ethereal sensation. Suddenly, Xian perceived the darkness before him transform into brightness, and the outline of his own body materialized, rendered in translucent lines, sitting cross-legged in place. Countless blue light points began to flow around him, and upon contact with his body, they were entirely absorbed, transforming into energy particles circulating within him, ultimately settling in his dantian. An overwhelming sense of comfort surged within Xian. "Oh, this is spirit summoning? What a marvelous sensation!" Xian felt invigorated, as if he could ascend 9 flights of stairs in one breath. "What do you feel?" Shi Yuanyi asked. "I sense an energy circulating within me, and energy is continually flowing in from the outside." Xian responded truthfully. Shi Yuanyi nodded. "Spirit summoning is the most fundamental step. The vast majority of people can surmount this threshold, so there is nothing particularly surprising about it. The true test lies in the subsequent mastery of talismans, spells, and the application of spirit power." With his left hand, Shi Yuanyi gathered white spirit power, sweeping it past Xian, leaving behind a refreshing sensation. In the next moment, Xian found himself transported to a bustling marketplace. Grapes, 10 yuan for 3 jin, fresh watermelons, cut open and guaranteed ripe. If not, you pay nothing. Socks, buy 5, get 1 free, cheap and practical. Xian looked around, realizing this was the North District Zhongjia. "What am I doing here?" "Describe all the spirits you see." Shi Yuanyi's voice resonated from all directions. Most astonishing was the echo in such an open space. Truly impressive for an S-level, the illusion was incredibly realistic. Xian began to observe intently, first recounting the spirits he could see in various corners and visible areas. They were all conspicuously non-human entities. The watermelon vendor had fangs and horns, with purple skin. The female half of a couple at the watermelon stand had a tail and ears. And the woman sampling produce nearby had a ghostly silhouette that flickered in and out. After articulating all the abnormalities he noticed, ensuring nothing was overlooked, Shi Yuanyi withdrew his spirit power infusion. And in the blink of an eye, Xian found himself back in the room. Little Lu was indeed correct. Your eyes are quite rare. However, there is a significant drawback at present. Given your current abilities, you can only perceive the most superficial layer. The watermelon vendor, the passers-by, including that woman, displayed their traits openly without disguise, knowing that ordinary people cannot awaken the heavenly eye. Your current vision is akin to that of a spirit binder's heavenly eye, allowing you to see only the surface and not penetrate disguises. The sock vendor is also a spirit. He concealed his ears beneath a hat, which is why you did not notice him. The sole advantage is that your eyes do not require spirit power to activate the heavenly eye, enabling you to remain well hidden. However, as your spirit power level increases, this ability will gradually strengthen, allowing you to see through even the most concealed disguises. With that, Shi Yuanyi produced a pair of specially prepared contact lenses from his pocket, handing them to Xia, and you have yet to master your spirit-seeing eyes. These lenses, to which I have applied a spell, will conceal the blue of your pupils. Remember to wear them at all times, except when sleeping, or you may easily attract the attention of higher spirits. I will heed your teachings, Xian replied, accepting and putting them on. All right, Liao Yuan, teach him to utilize spirit power to perform some basic spells. I need to log in now. Having conveyed sufficient information, Shi Yuanyi waved his hand dismissively. Xian, 6 Liao Yuan, 666 Chapter 13. The disbandment Liao Yuan brought Xia into the 4th floor, which was also a spacious room filled with numerous training dummies. Arranged like a dojo, I didn't expect Master to be such a gaming addict. Xian remarked, that's nothing. The old man possesses a wealth of skills. You'll gradually discover more as time goes on, Liao Yuan replied. In a bit, I will teach you some fundamental concepts. You'll be able to practice here whenever you have free time. Once you become a formal employee, you can apply for advanced training in the wild domain, where the spirit power density is more than twice that of the human world. Ideal for newcomers like you to rapidly enhance your strength. Liao Yuan approached a cabinet, retrieving a stack of yellow paper and a book. Handing them to Xian, your task before next weekend is to learn the drawing methods and flexible application of the Binding Spirit Talisman, Spirit Driving Talisman, and Spirit Barrier Talisman. The book contains detailed instructions. Just follow the illustrations. Remember, each part must be drawn in one stroke. Otherwise, it will all be for naught. Xian glanced at the thick stack of talisman paper, instantly feeling a sense of despair. Wow, this is so thick. How many sheets are there? It could be several thousand, or perhaps even tens of thousands. Why ask so many questions? Young people should refrain from lamenting at every turn. They must have faith in themselves. Liao Yuan remarked nonchalantly. What, brother, do you regard me as a mere photocopier? I might not even finish in a week without food or drink, let alone with classes to attend. Xian exclaimed in despair. Clutching his head, I am a student, not a beast of burden. You aren't required to complete them all. Just produce as many as you can, at least 1,000. Liao Yuan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before generously conceding. Xian breathed a sigh of relief, for the distinction between 1,000 and 10,000 is not one that can be easily bridged by mere mortals. Oh, and should any of your drawings be deemed unusable, you will be responsible for cleaning the toilets for a month, with no upper limit. Liao Yuan added this caveat as he retraced his steps down the stairs. The tools for drawing talismans were thoroughly prepared, with both red and black ink premixed. According to Liao Yuan, both inks were composed of various blended materials, distinguishing them from ordinary ink, greatly enhancing the power of the talismans. The book not only detailed the methods and techniques for using and drawing talismans, but also emphasized their specific effects. The Binding Spirit Talisman can be employed to restrain spirits, with its effectiveness and duration dictated by the strength of one's spiritual power. The Dispelling Spirit Talisman serves two purposes: to expel spirits attached to a person and to disperse nearby spirits attempting to approach, both reliant on spiritual strength. The Spirit Barrier Talisman acts as a defensive measure, creating a protective barrier that absorbs a portion of damage. While talismans may appear troublesome, they are, in fact, not as simple as they seem. After studying for an hour, Xian finally got into the groove. His speed increasing, and he even found it somewhat enjoyable. By the end of the afternoon, he had nearly completed 1,000 talismans, with 333 of each type, leaving one talisman unaccounted for. What should he draw for the last one? Xian casually flipped through the book and, after a moment, his gaze settled on a talisman towards the end. The Explosive Talisman. This one it shall be. Xian seized the brush and cautiously attempted to draw, but after several unsuccessful attempts, he realized that this talisman was far more intricate than the previous 3 combined. However, after enduring numerous failures, he finally succeeded, albeit with a cut on his finger from the scissors, bleeding profusely. Yet, Xian deemed it inconsequential. The sense of accomplishment in drawing a complex talisman outweighed this minor injury. He pulled out a leather case and neatly bundled the completed talismans, using the leftover talisman paper to draw another, preparing for an on-site test. Channeling his spiritual power to his fingertips, he focused intently, infusing the talisman with energy until it floated before his chest. With both hands forming seals, he recited the incantation. Xian read each word from the book. Spirit Barrier, Manifest. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, a spherical barrier appeared before him. Success, however, it seemed rather small. Xian murmured as he gazed at the watermelon-sized shield on the table, realizing that his spiritual power was still too weak. The path ahead remains arduous. Stretching lazily, his eyes fell again on the explosive talisman he had drawn. Unlike the spirit barrier, the dispelling and binding spirit talismans lacked spirits for him to practice on, making their effects less discernible. However, the explosive talisman was different. No matter how small, it should still spark something, especially given the precedent set by the spirit barrier. Why not test it out, since it would merely be akin to setting off a firecracker? Deciding to proceed, Xian pinched the talisman between his index and middle fingers, concentrating as he infused it with spiritual power. The once limp talisman instantly stiffened, and he tossed it forward, allowing it to hover in front of him. Everything was in place, and Xian swiftly formed the seals with his hands. Chanting the explosive incantation, "Explosive Talisman, Ignite!" With a blinding flash of white light, a resounding roar followed. Boom! The entire fourth floor was engulfed in thick smoke, yellow paper swirling in the air. Cough, 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 cough. What have I done? This script is all wrong. Xian pinched his nose, his face blackened from the explosion, leaving only his teeth white. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as two heads, one old and one young, peeked in through the doorway. Shi Yuanyi and Liao Yuan, drawn to the tremendous explosion. What in the world are you doing, kid? Cough, cough. Are you trying to bring the house down? Liao Yuan glared at the chaotic scene before him. His anger palpable. I didn't foresee the explosive talisman possessing such power. Xian mumbled. How about, I'll take care of the toilets, you little rascal. Looking so innocuous yet possessing such audacity. Do you not fear blowing yourself to bits? Liao Yuan scolded. It would be too easy for you to just clean a toilet. From now on, the entire fourth floor and basement are your responsibility. Fair enough, as long as my salary is deducted. I am fine with that, Xian chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Luckily, Master had placed protective arrays on the walls and windows beforehand. Otherwise, you would have surely brought the place down. Liao Yuan leaned against the wall, explaining. Once the smoke cleared, Shi Yuanyi entered the room, hands behind his back, crushing the remnants on the floor and sniffing them. Most of the effigies had been blasted to smithereens, with only a few in the corner escaping unscathed. Yet even they were missing limbs. There was not a single intact effigy. The walls bore large black marks, but remained intact thanks to the protective array. After surveying the scene, Shi Yuanyi furrowed his brow slightly and remarked. From the traces of the explosion, the strength of the spiritual power must be at least D-grade, which seems beyond what Xian could achieve. Master, it truly was my doing, but I genuinely did not anticipate such magnitude. After all, the summoned spirit barrier was only the size of a watermelon, Xian mumbled. Here, demonstrated on the spot. Show Master how you did it. Liao Yuan offered Xian a piece of talisman paper and a brush. At Shi Yuanyi's urging, Xian took the paper and brush, drawing another explosive talisman from memory. Repeating the previous actions, he quickly formed the seals with his hands. Explosive talisman, ignite. Puff, a tiny spark erupted before his chest. So minuscule that it might go unnoticed. Ha ha ha, that was even less powerful than my fart, brother. Liao Yuan burst into laughter. Xian scratched his head in confusion, wondering why the steps had been identical to before. Xiao Liao, did you keep the talisman you drew earlier? Shi Yuanyi shot a glance at Liao Yuan, inquiring. The previously laughing Liao Yuan suddenly fell silent, akin to a student caught off guard. Liao Yuan, known for his carelessness, usually relied on his junior sister for the aftermath and could not recall whether he had misplaced the talismans after finishing them by forgot. The only plausible explanation is that Xia mistakenly used your drawn talisman. Shi Yuanyi deduced. What difference does it make? Aren't they all the same type of talisman? Xian questioned, perplexed. Shi Yuanyi exchanged glances with Liao Yuan, who promptly responded. There is indeed a difference. Some spirit binders habitually infuse their talismans with spiritual power beforehand, which reduces the delay when using them. Given that Xiao Liao's spiritual power strength is C-grade, it is plausible that you inadvertently triggered it to such a degree. Shi Yuanyi advised, in the future, heed your senior's arrangements. Do not be greedy or hasty. Take steady steps, understood? Understood, Master, Xian replied. Well then, it's getting late. We shall conclude here for today, Shi Yuanyi stated, turning to pat Liao Yuan on the back. Since this is your responsibility, the cleaning duty falls to you. Damn, this is all your fault, brother. Liao Yuan grumbled as he picked up a broom and trudged downstairs. Xian, do not rush off just yet. Is there something else, Master? Xian inquired. Prepare yourself, accompany me for a round. Master and disciple set forth, leaving no grass unturned. Shi Yuanyi proclaimed, raising his arm in enthusiasm. Go. Chapter 14. The first glimmer of clarity. Hurry. Disciple, prepare your package. I shall demonstrate a lineup for you. Unpack. Master, do not peek. Smoke man, you line up yourself. Unpack. The defending side wins. Accompanied by the announcement, the two screens in the hall displayed several large red characters, and the previously noisy atmosphere instantly froze. You young ones, the points you teach are utterly impractical. It infuriates me. Shi Yuanyi fumed as he opened a short video app, tapping the 3 dots in the upper right corner to block the user. Come on. I refuse to believe I cannot win at least once. Xian pulled out his phone to check the time, noticing several missed calls from Tang Zitao, each ringing every 5 minutes. Just as he stepped outside, another call came through. Hello? Finally, you picked up. You nearly scared me to death, a voice exclaimed from the other end of the line. Stop joking around. Why have you called me over a dozen times? I'm just trying to escape from the chaos here, but your uncle said you weren't home. You left in the morning and still haven't returned. Ugh, it's hard to explain everything over the phone. Xian sighed. Where are you? I mentioned treating you to dinner last week. There's no better time than now. All right, send me your location, and I'll come pick you up. What the hell? How can I send my location? Are you out of your mind? Xian retorted. Just meet me at the main entrance of Keiqiao Central Park. Half an hour later, a red sports car appeared in Xian's view, the prominent logo gleaming in front. The vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, and a stylishly dressed young man stepped out. He was strikingly handsome, with tousled golden hair cascading casually over his forehead, exuding an air of nonchalance and flamboyance. Tang Zitao, sporting sunglasses and a snug-fitting black t-shirt that revealed a hint of tattoo on his chest, wore a leather jacket embellished with chains, the metallic details glinting in the light, giving him a cool, trendy appearance. His fitted designer trousers, slightly rolled up at the ankles, showcased a pair of exquisite black high-top sneakers adorned with metallic studs, radiating a rebellious charm. You should have moved out ages ago. Your uncle's family doesn't seem trustworthy at all. You've become malnourished under their care, and they still want to leech off your housing. Tang Zitao remarked, noticing Xian's desire for independence. So, have you thought about where to move? He inquired. Xian shook his head, admitting he hadn't decided yet, considering the possibility of residing in the part-time job store if feasible. That sounds cumbersome. Why not? Tang Zitao raised an eyebrow mischievously. Come stay at my place. I have so many empty rooms, and you can also experience Xiaodong's culinary disasters. That doesn't seem appropriate. Xian replied, we're practically brothers. What's wrong with it? Let's settle this. After dinner, you can go back to grab your stuff. Tang Zitao insisted cheerfully. Should I arrange for a servant job for you as well? Just hang out with me while I play games, and at the end of the month, I can transfer your salary. 20 or 30,000 is no problem. That won't be necessary. My brother is a massage therapist, and he is the top technician. I'll help him out, Xian said, contemplating. It's better to be self-sufficient than to take advantage of a good friend. Upon hearing the term technician, Tang Zitao's eyes widened as he scrutinized Xian. Dude, I admit you have a good 7 parts of charm, but you're still a student. Isn't it too early for that kind of work? Xian frowned, pulling out his phone dramatically. Hello, Xiaodong. Your brother is hiding from me. He says your cooking is worse than garbage. Hey, wait. I was joking. Let us eat. I was wrong. Please spare me. Tang Zitao quickly interjected, pressing down Xian's right hand, trying to appease him. Xian disregarded the jest and got straight to the point. What do you feel like eating? Anything, Tang Zitao replied. Xian furrowed his brow and seized the opportunity. All right then, if that's the case, just go straight and turn right after the traffic lights. There's a supermarket where you can buy a bowl and a pair of chopsticks. There's a public restroom across the street. Just go in and serve yourself. If you're lucky, you might find something warm to eat. Tang Zitao rolled his eyes at Xian's suggestion. Let us just go to the place you often eat at. Are you sure? Can you, a young master, really handle the food we commoners eat? Xian teased. Once you try Xiaodong's durian mixed with snail noodles, you'll realize there are worse things than excrement in this world. Tang Zitao countered. Xian remained silent, withdrawing his hand from his pocket, a sly smile creeping across his face. By the time they arrived at the northern district, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Under Xian's guidance, they reached a small eatery within the night market, The renowned Jianbing shop.is, this what you usually eat? Tang Zitao asked, removing his sunglasses and pointing at the shop. What else is there? It fills you up for just 10 yuan, practical and economical. Xian shrugged. Not all of us are like you, indulged in delicacies. Xian, you're here. Is this your friend? He looks quite dashing. A woman in her 40s greeted warmly as they entered. Yes, Anne and I, good evening. Xian responded. Point 2 deluxe Jianbings, mine normal. His without cilantro and some fried skewers. I'm treating a classmate tonight. Sure thing, you can sit anywhere. Aunt and I smiled, busily preparing their orders. With few customers that day, she quickly finished making their meals. Enjoy, and just call me if you need anything, she said before taking a seat at the entrance to take a phone call. Thank you, Anne and I. The Jianbings were wrapped in a golden egg layer, looking incredibly appetizing. Seeing Xia and enjoying his meal, Tang Zitao decided to try a bite. Delicious. It was Tang Zitao's first encounter with street food, and he was ecstatic, declaring it 1,000 times better than the food prepared by the hired chef at home. Aunt and I, another one, please, he called out, but there was no response from her. While Tang Zitao indulged in the fried skewers, Xian stepped outside and noticed that Aunt and I, who had just been so amiable, was now in tears after receiving a phone call. Aunt and I? Xian gently tapped her shoulder, calling out. She jumped, quickly wiping her tears. Xian, is something the matter? Aunt and I, have you encountered some distressing news? Xian inquired with concern. Having known Aunt and I for 2 years and dined at her shop almost daily, she often provided him with guidance during his moments of confusion, which had fostered a close relationship. Seeing her so upset, Xian wanted to offer support. Aunt and I wiped away her tears, her voice quivering as she said, Do you remember my daughter, Xiaoxin? Xian nodded. Aunt Ni's daughter, Feng Xin, was a diligent student at the nearby high school, always ranking in the top 10. She used to be so obedient and hardly gave me any trouble, but 2 weeks ago, she seemed to change overnight, often sleeping in class and staying out late at night. Just now, I received a call. As she spoke, Aunt Ni's sobs intensified, her voice cracking as she continued. I just got a call saying her uncle saw her near a hotel but couldn't get in to find her. They called the police, but they searched everywhere and couldn't find her. Where could that child possibly be? Anne and I, don't panic. Xiaoxin is such a sensible girl. She wouldn't just disappear without reason. Has she shown any unusual behavior lately? Xian asked. Aunt and I pondered for a moment and shook her head, unable to recall any abnormal signs. Or perhaps there were none at all. A sense of unease washed over Xian. Sensing something was amiss, just as he was deep in thought, Aunt Ni's phone rang again. Upon answering, her eyes sparkled with hope, and she became somewhat incoherent with excitement. Thank you so much. I'll be there right away. Thank you truly, Aunt and I. You found Xiaoxin? I'll tell my friend. Aunt and I will treat you both next time, she said, feeling a bit embarrassed. And no need to be polite. Aunt and I, my friend is very understanding. The priority is finding Feng Xin. Xian returned to Tang Zitao and briefly explained the situation. Tang Zitao quickly devoured the remaining skewers and readily left the shop. Aunt and I hastily closed the rolling shutter, leaving the tables unattended as she rushed out. Chapter 15. Utterly fortunate upon exiting the Jianbing shop, Tang Zitao led Xian back to the old community to retrieve his belongings. Xian collected a wooden box, packed his clothes, and descended the stairs to hand a letter to his uncle before departing. The contents of the letter were straightforward, a polite greeting, an explanation of his whereabouts, and a firm declaration that he would never sell the old house. In truth, Xian wished he could write a lengthy, heartfelt letter like in the TV dramas, but when he picked up the pen, he found he had little to say. Since moving in with his uncle, aside from the years of tuition and living expenses covered by the orphanage, all other costs had been painstakingly earned through Xia's part-time jobs. Even his scholarship and financial aid were siphoned off by his aunt. While he could certainly write a long letter, it would likely be filled not with heartfelt gratitude, but rather with a series of inquiries about the family tree. If it were me, I wouldn't care if my relative had a roof over their head. I'd make them sleep under a bridge, Tang Zitao indignantly stated. Don't worry. At my place, you'll feel right at home. You could even do your business in the living room without anyone batting an eye. Thus, Tang Zitao ranted and cursed his way through the journey, liberating all the words Xian had kept bottled up over the years. Tang Zitao's home was located in a villa district in the northwest of the city, often referred to privately as the affluent area, as very few villas were occupied. A house in this area typically required at least 8 figures. and the price of one apartment in the city could buy a restroom here. The compound was vast, with the underground parking area separated from the residential section, necessitating a short walk in between. Zitao, how can your family afford such a large house? I can't even imagine it. Xian marveled. My parents are often abroad. To make it up to me in Xiaodong, they specifically bought this largest villa. Tang Zitao, with an air of calmness, remarked, in truth, it matters not where we reside. What is paramount is that we are a family, gathered together to share a meal, which surpasses all else in my youth. I often reminded myself to diligently study, striving to keep pace with my parents, so that I could reunite with my sister. However, as fate would have it, I soon realized that I was not cut out for this path. The densely packed characters in my literature book would leave me drowsy upon mere glance. Eventually, I ceased to force myself and found solace in a more relaxed existence. Chuckling foolishly, Tang Zitao added, "Do not think that way. How can you ascertain your potential without putting forth the effort? When you find yourself, like me, scouring for ways to earn a living, you will understand that nothing is simpler than learning," Xian responded. With his hands clasped behind his head, Tang Zitao closed his eyes in resignation, saying, there is no need to console me, my friend. If I were truly suited for this, my ancestors would surely celebrate with an explosion." Xian, suddenly noticing a thick plume of smoke billowing in the distance, exclaimed, "Wait, Zitao, speak plainly, do not dawdle." Tang Zitao urged, "Is your ancestral grave near the villa? It seems Tio have truly exploded." "Are you serious? My house is on fire," Tang Zitao shouted, sprinting towards home. Xiaodong, Xian trailed closely behind, grabbing a fire extinguisher as they passed the entrance. Xiaotong, cough, cough, Xiaotong, cough, cough. Tang Zitao rushed into the villa, following the direction of the smoke, pinpointing the kitchen. Dense black smoke poured from the kitchen doors and windows, where Tang Zidong lay unconscious on the floor. Fortunately, Tang Zitao and Xian arrived just in time to extinguish the flames, which had only just begun to spread. A moment longer, and the house and its inhabitants would have been lost. Xiaotong, Xiaotong. Tang Zitao reached for her nostrils, relieved to find her breathing. "Huh? Brother, when did you return?" Tang Zidong rubbed her eyes, appearing as if she had just awakened. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. Where's the butler? Where has he gone?" Tang Zitao held Tang Zidong tightly, fear evident in his expression. "I wanted to make soup, but I lacked many ingredients, so I sent the butler to buy some. However, I suddenly felt so tired. And then I fell asleep," Tang Zidong sleepily explained. "Brother, I'm still very tired." She yawned widely, tears forming at the corners of her eyes, completely oblivious to the kitchen's transformation into a charred mess. "Do not worry. If you are tired, rest. I will carry you back to your room," Tang Zitao said lovingly. Confirming that Tang Zidong's temperature was normal and she had no fever, he carried her back to her room. After tucking her in and adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature, he quietly closed the door and returned to the kitchen. "How is she?" Xian inquired while cleaning up the kitchen's aftermath. "She is asleep and does not have a fever. She is likely just exhausted," Tang Zitao replied, his brows easing slightly. "That's good," Xian said, finishing the countertop. "I never thought our young master, who appears so carefree at school, would be so devoted to his little sister. Of course, she is my dear sister, and with our parents away, I am her strongest support," Tang Zitao asserted. "Though my studies may falter, as long as Xiaodong excels, that is sufficient as long as she can study joyfully and live happily. I, as her brother, can endure any hardship." "Truly, you are a good brother, a real man," Xian praised, giving a thumbs up. After cleaning up the kitchen, the butler returned with the ingredients, only to be met with the scene of devastation, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Tang Zitao refrained from shouting or scolding him. Instead, he offered 2 additional months' wages before dismissing him. He then posted a new job opening and arranged accommodations for Xia. "And how do you like this room?" "It is my pride and joy. My second uncle has determined that this area is auspicious. A dragon vein. Trust me, within 10 years, you will soar to great heights," Tang Zitao proclaimed. "When that time comes, do not forget your humble beginnings. Ha ha ha." Xian rolled his eyes. "Do not jest. How can I compare to your wealth?" Tang Zitao pondered for a moment before scratching his head. "Perhaps you have a point." With minimal tasks remaining, Xian placed his clothes in the wardrobe, deeming his work complete. The remainder of the time was spent with Tang Zitao familiarizing Xiaolan with the surroundings, including the restroom, bathroom, swimming pool, and garden. After the tour, Xian was left with the impression that a large house was indeed a different realm. Restrooms seemed to be as common as commodities, with an exaggeration that one could find a restroom every 3 steps and a kitchen every 5. Once Xian had familiarized himself with the environment, Tang Zitao dragged him to the living room for some gaming. After an exhausting afternoon with Shi Yuanyi, Xian found himself struggling to keep up in the evening games with Tang Zitao, making numerous errors. Tang Zitao, meanwhile, taunted him as he played, dancing atop the sofa. "Little brother, you are falling short. I can defeat 3 of your characters with just 1 of mine. It's as easy as pie." Suddenly, Xian caught sight of a figure passing by the staircase. Upon closer inspection, he quickly set down his controller and slapped Tang Zitao on the back. "Stop with the theatrics. Xiaodong seems to be sleepwalking." Tang Zitao focused his gaze and saw Tang Zitong, clad in a spaghetti strap nightgown, eyes shut, strolling towards the front door. This is odd. Xiaotong has always been a sound sleeper. She has never sleepwalked before. Tang Zitao mused, feeling perplexed. As the topic of sleepwalking arose, Xian recalled that Aunt and I had mentioned her daughter Fong Xian often felt drowsy and would sometimes not return home at night. Could it be that she too was sleepwalking? As this thought crossed his mind, Xian's instincts hinted at something amiss. Could it be mere coincidence that such strange occurrences arise just as I become an apprentice? Chapter 16. The Demon Mark Under the Veil of Night. Tang Zitao and Xian donned short sleeves, colorful shorts, and flip-flops, maintaining a distance of several meters as they quietly trailed Tang Zitong. As they followed, Tang Zitao searched for information on what to do if someone sleepwalks. "Zitao, stop searching. Everything online suggests dire consequences. Hurry up, we're almost at the main road," Xian urged in a hushed tone. Even at night, the main road was bustling with traffic. If they did not stop Tang Zitong soon, it would be too late. Tang Zitao pocketed his phone and quickened his pace, gradually closing the gap. "Wait." As they neared an intersection, Xian halted Tang Zitao. "What is it?" Tang Zitao asked. Xian gestured towards Tang Zitong, who had stopped at the traffic light, slowly stating, "Look for yourself. Something is off. Does a sleepwalker really wait for the traffic light?" "Wait a moment. I'm having trouble processing this. Are you suggesting that Xiaodong is not actually sleepwalking?" Tang Zitao questioned, feeling as though his brain might overheat. "That is not exactly what I mean. Xiaotong is someone who values her appearance. She would not simply wear a nightgown out in public," Xian refuted. "What exactly is going on? Speak plainly." "I do not wish to think too hard," Tang Zitao retorted, exasperated. "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps she is in a state of light sleep, her subconscious still active, though it may not sound very scientific." Xian replied flatly. "Could it be that she is possessed? Surely, it cannot be that sinister." "You are just rambling nonsense," Tang Zitao replied, somewhat speechless. The light is green. "Let us follow and see what is happening," Xian suggested, eager to uncover the truth. With a sigh, Tang Zitao had no other option but to comply. After passing through several traffic lights and walking a few miles, Xian became increasingly convinced that this was far from a simple matter. Upon reaching their destination, he felt an urgent need to intervene. He could not allow anyone to set their sights on his sister. Tang Zitao rolled up his sleeves and sprinted ahead. Xian gazed at the illuminated sign of the Hongxiao nightclub. He fell into deep contemplation. Tang Zitong had traversed such a distance, and her destination was this peculiar hotel, which appeared to be newly opened, with surrounding amenities still lacking. Xian composed a text message to Aunt and I, inquiring about Fong Xian while subtly probing for information regarding the Hongxiao nightclub. If Fong Xian had also been found in this establishment, then it would surely raise significant concerns. On Tang Zitao's end, he approached Tang Zitong, intending to tap her shoulder, but before he could make contact, she collapsed to the ground as though her soul had been drawn away. Tang Zitao swiftly caught her. "Brother? Is it morning? Time to wake up?" Tang Zitong looked at him, still half asleep. "I feel so tired, as if I have climbed 10 flights of stairs. The sun has not yet risen. Let me sleep a bit longer." With that, she sank back into a deep slumber in Tang Zitao's arms. "This is not right, Xian. Something is definitely off. My sister is undoubtedly sleepwalking, but how could she wander this far and end up at a hotel? Should we take her to the hospital? We cannot let anything happen to her," Tang Zitao exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. "That is a possibility. Better safe than sorry," Xian agreed. while Xian only suspected a connection to the supernatural. Lacking conclusive evidence, seeking medical assistance seemed the wisest course. Just then, an old-fashioned Xiali pulled up at the corner, stopping in front of the trio. The window slid down slowly. A disheveled man in a worn white vest leaned out, asking, "Need a ride, handsome?" Tang Zitao was taken aback by the strong smell of smoke emanating from the man, hesitating for a moment. Unfortunately, this wretched hotel was situated in such an underdeveloped area that hailing a taxi was quite a challenge. With no other option, he reluctantly stepped into the vehicle, Zhejiang City First People's Hospital. Xian proactively occupied the passenger seat, leaving the back seat for Tang Zitao, allowing him to attend to Tang Zitong. "Uncle, this place is so remote. What brings you here to pick up people at this late hour?" Xian inquired cautiously, her vigilance at its peak. The uncle scrunched his nose nonchalantly and replied in a hoarse voice, "No need to be so tense. If I were truly a villain, this little frame wouldn't withstand even a punch from that handsome lad back there." Xian merely smiled in response. "Uncle, you misunderstand me. I am simply curious. The money earned from driving a taxi is hard-earned, and it's easy to end up with an empty ride in a place like this. Handsome, you just don't get it. You can't be confined to appearances. Recently, many hurried parents like you have been hailing cabs to the hospital nearby, and they hardly care about the fare. I can easily raise my prices and make a substantial profit. Isn't it much better than exhausting myself in the city?" Though the fare was indeed a bit steep, the masterful driving skills of the chauffeur ensured they reached the hospital swiftly. Tang Zitao utilized his financial prowess to ensure that all possible examinations were conducted. Yet the results revealed that Tang Zidong was in good health. With no other recourse, he decided to take Tang Zidong home and observe her condition for a couple more days. Bro, just as they exited the hospital, Tang Zitao heard the soft murmurs of his sister Tang Zidong against his ear. "I'm here. What's the matter?" he replied warmly. "I'm so hot. I don't feel so hot." Tang Zidong began to squirm on his back. Xian also sensed something amiss. Tang Zidong's face was even redder than cinnabar, and she started to claw at her clothing. The strap of her dress slipped down her fragrant shoulder, revealing a hint of springtime allure. Tang Zitao noticed the abnormality and laid Tang Zidong down on a bench by the roadside to restrain her. Despite her seemingly petite stature, Tang Zidong possessed an unexpected strength, making it a struggle for both Xia and Tang Zitao to subdue her. He held her legs while Xian pressed down her arms. The three of them tangled together in a chaotic scene. "Xiao Tong, calm down. If you have something on your mind, tell your brother." "Don't act foolish," Tang Zitao shouted, his face flushed from exertion. Xian was faring even worse. Due to malnutrition, she was already somewhat frail, and now, with Tang Zidong's restless arms clawing at her, her skin bore the marks of Tang Zidong's nails. In a daze, Xian caught a glimpse of a pink demonic mark glowing faintly just below Tang Zidong's collarbone. "Zitao, did your sister have a tattoo?" Xian asked through gritted teeth. "What nonsense are you talking about? My sister could never do such a thing," Tang Zitao retorted. "Stop asking pointless questions and think of a way out of this. I can barely hold on." Upon hearing his reply, Xian's brows furrowed tightly. It was indeed a spirit causing chaos, and this tattoo-like mark was the culprit. "I have an idea," she said, her eyes scanning for something. Spotting a piece of twine near the trash can, she deemed it a gift from nature. Not caring about its cleanliness, she simultaneously restrained Tang Zidong and extended her foot to hook the rope. After several attempts, she finally managed to grasp it with her toes and slowly pulled it toward Tang Zitao. Used up this, Tang Zitao took the rope and quickly bound Tang Zidong into a makeshift bundle. "What an extraordinary binding technique," Xian remarked, somewhat speechless at the peculiar way the rope was wrapped. It was an instinctive reaction due to the urgency of the situation. Tang Zitao panted, but that's not the main concern. "What do we do next?" At that moment, Tang Zidong was in a distressing state, emitting strange sounds while attempting to break free from the ropes. Her clothing had been torn to shreds, and the moonlight illuminated her snow-white skin, leaving little to the imagination aside from a few crucial areas. Since witnessing the mark, Xian had recalled the information from the spirit summoning scroll. This was a succubus mark. And there were two methods of resolution. One required consummation, while the other involved forcibly expelling it through a surge of spiritual energy. The first method clearly required a fee to unlock. So Xian's immediate thought was to seek help from her master, who would undoubtedly have a solution. "Zitao, do you trust me?" Xian said earnestly. "Of course I trust you. Quit keeping me in suspense." I'm about to lose it, Tang Zitao responded anxiously, his heart breaking at the sight of his unfamiliar sister. Xian disregarded everything else and stated plainly, I know you're anxious, but first, we need to hail a cab to see my master. Chapter 17. Covert Infiltration Night Demons, being strikingly similar to the succubi of Western mythology. Category: Spirit. Characteristics: possessing a pair of short red horns atop their heads, with pale purple skin, adept at flight but not combat. Possessing an exceptionally keen sense of smell to discern various spiritual auras, and exhibiting high intelligence, no fixed gender. They can change their gender according to the target they possess. Spirit technique, succubus mark, which can be implanted on a target through direct or indirect contact, only applicable to same-sex hosts. Once triggered, the target's lust is exponentially magnified, leading to a temporary loss of bodily autonomy, from which the demon draws spiritual energy through control over the target's coupling. Note: the mark lasts for a day and can be reapplied, with initial symptoms including drowsiness and nighttime control by the demon, which can be activated at will. Demonic fragrance, distilled from the essence of night demons, can ensnare the inhaler in illusions of the demon's making. Blind massage parlor, second floor hall. Tang Zitao was restless, pacing back and forth in the hall, stopping every 3 steps and sighing every 5, casting glances at the master bedroom intermittently. Meanwhile, Xian sat on the couch, her mind rapidly processing the information gleaned from the spirit summoning scroll. Creak. The door to the master bedroom opened, and Liao Yuan emerged, stretching and appearing quite relaxed. Tang Zitao hurriedly approached him, unable to contain his impatience. Brother, how is my sister? Liao Yuan stretched his neck and patted Tang Zitao's shoulder. Speaking slowly, no need to worry. She's fine now, just a bit weak. After saying this, Liao Yuan leaned in close to Tang Zitao's ear and whispered a few words. Tang Zitao initially looked as if he understood, then patted his chest confidently, assuring Liao Yuan to leave it to him as he descended the stairs. Once Tang Zitao was sent away, Liao Yuan took a seat beside Xia and how is Xiao Tong? Xian inquired. She was brought in just in time. My master forcibly purged the mark using spiritual energy. However, a regular person cannot withstand such a high intensity of spiritual energy, and her body suffered a backlash. She is currently quite weak and needs to recuperate here for a few days, along with some herbal remedies, Liao Yuan explained. But there's nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, Xian let out a long sigh of relief. What did you say to Tang Zitao? Nothing much, just mentioned that my master enjoys snacking in the evening, so I suggested he buy some. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for him to converse here. Xian nodded. Why haven't I seen Luoshi? Has she not returned from her investigation? She should be back soon. Coincidentally, the case she is looking into is a D-level night demon case issued by the 415 Bureau. Liao Yuan yawned as he responded. As they conversed, a tall figure descended the staircase. How did the investigation go, junior sister? Liao Yuan asked. Luoshi removed her purple mask, shaking her silky black hair, and replied coolly. I have some findings. It acted again today, and both Hong Yi and I managed to catch a glimpse of its trail. However, it was too cunning, and we lost track of it midway. It tampered with the surveillance along the way. From the last place its aura faded, I searched for clues and ultimately identified a suspicious location called the Red Silk Night Pavilion. Xian and Liao Yuan exchanged glances. Combining Ant and I's recent message with their experiences from that night solidified their suspicion that the Red Silk Night Pavilion was indeed problematic. Junior sister, I have a lead as well. Would you like to hear it? Liao Yuan said animatedly, his so-called lead being merely the recent experiences of Tang Zitao, and Xian not interested. Report it to master instead. I need to take a shower, Luoshi said, removing her hairpin, letting her hair down and walking towards the bathroom. Senior brother, is she always this aloof? Xian asked, curiosity in her tone as she watched Luoshi's retreating figure. You wouldn't understand. She is like a cabbage. You need patience to peel back the layers of her facade to uncover her true self, Liao Yuan replied cryptically. Xia unrolled her eyes. So how many layers have you peeled back? Liao Yuan paused, raising his hand to tap Xian on the head. Don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Ouch. Xian clutched her head, pouting, and then appeared to recall something, her eyes glinting mischievously. Hey, senior brother, I actually have another matter to discuss with you. Liao Yuan frowned. No way. You wouldn't dare bring that up again, would you? Master will surely punish you. Come on, senior brother. Don't be so petty. I swear I won't misuse it this time. I'll only use it for self-preservation, Xian declared, holding up 4 fingers earnestly. If you agree, I'll sneak over the 1 terabyte resources that Tang Zitao has been hoarding for you and even help you take care of the toilet hygiene for a month. Oh, okay. Deal, but I can only give you 3 sheets. I don't have more than that. Liao Yuan grinned lewdly, sealing the deal. After a while, white light streamed through the second-floor window, the roar of an engine interrupting their conversation. It sounded as if it had stopped right outside the shop. Back it up, back it up, back it up. Stop. As they descended the stairs, they saw Tang Zitao gesturing emphatically to direct a truck's positioning. A man of slightly plump stature, clad in a loose-fitting checkered shirt and black trousers, stood beside Tang Zitao with a flattering demeanor, holding a POS machine. Tao, what is going on? Liao Yuan observed the grand display with a perplexed expression. Brother Yuan, Tang Zitao grinned. The moment I stepped into the supermarket, I realized I hadn't asked Grandpa sure what he likes to eat, and my phone died. You all have been such a great help. So I bought everything edible I could find. But then I discovered it was far too much for me to carry, so I figured I might as well get a cart. Liao Yuan raised his eyebrows at Xian. Is your brother's brain not functioning properly? Xian shrugged. Is that my fault? All right, please return with the driver and leave the car for me. Tang Zitao readily swiped his card and waved his hand. Sounds good. Wishing the boss good health and all the best. The slightly plump boss repeatedly clasped his hands in thanks, leaving with a smile as he glanced at the unexpected influx of money on his phone. Today's youth truly indulge in their whims when they have wealth. Seriously, have you lost your mind? If even half of this food gets consumed, we should be grateful. This is a massage parlor, not a pigsty. Xian remarked as he pulled Tang Zitao into a side embrace. Having money doesn't mean you can waste it like this. Tang Zitao suddenly came to a realization, clapping his hands. I was rash. I should have just bought out the supermarket. I'm truly foolish. Xian facepalmed, giving him a thumbs up. After this little interlude, Tang Zitao requested a long leave for Tang Zidong and booked a room in a nearby hotel for convenience, so he could care for his sister at any time. Once Tang Zitao departed, Shi Yuani summoned Xia into the 3rd floor to discuss some matters. Master, you called for me? Xian inquired. For this assignment, Yuan will be in charge of the store, and you will accompany Shi. Consider it a training opportunity. A spirit master can only accumulate experience through real combat, which you cannot gain in the training grounds. Shi Yuani stated straightforwardly, follow Shi's lead in everything. Understood, Master. If there are no further issues, rest early. I have a significant meeting to attend, Shi Yuani said before sweeping away, leaving Xian standing in place. Dazed, indeed, the only way to get the master to stop rambling was to give him something more urgent to do. Due to the sudden turn of events, Xian spent 2 nights at a blind massage parlor. The master occupied the main bedroom, while the senior and junior disciples took the 2 secondary rooms. Liao Yuan insisted on having a room to himself, leaving Xian to sleep on the floor in the main hall, listening to his master enthusiastically speaking into the microphone as he drifted off. Early the next morning, Xian, sporting dark circles under his eyes, dialed Officer Lu's number, venting his frustrations under the pretense of needing information on missing persons. Hey, Xiao Xia, how's it going? Are you getting used to it over there? Officer Lu chuckled. Now I understand why you left so early. Aside from Sister Luo, there isn't a single normal person under your master. He laughed heartily. Don't mention Liao. Just thinking about him makes me angry. If he weren't so pretentious, I wouldn't have to sleep on the floor for 2 nights, Xian retorted. Xiao Xia, I have to say a word or two. Your senior brother has been single for many years. He must have his own matters to attend to at night. Cut him some slack, Officer Lu replied with a grin. Right, producing paper for the Lu Nation? Isn't it? Xian replied with a wry smile. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. I won't chat with you any longer. I have a pile of things to deal with. Another call is coming in. How many green bubbles do you have? I'll send you the information. Just send it to Luo Shi. I can't even receive text messages, Xian replied candidly. After Officer Lu grasped the progress of the assignment and the next steps, he ended the conversation, as his current cases were keeping him quite busy. For the remaining week, Xian accompanied Luo Shi during the day to compile information, while at night, they skipped evening classes to stake out. However, they had yet to find any signs of the night charm. Previous surveillance footage had been tampered with, leaving them with no clues. Xian could clearly see certain segments exhibiting bizarre disturbances that disrupted the visuals. Strange, sister. No one who goes in ever comes out, Xian remarked as he observed the flow of personnel from an abandoned construction site across from the Hongxiao nightclub, Using binoculars, it seems it made too much noise recently. Now it's using the Hongshao nightclub as a hideout. Lying in wait, Luo Shi commented. What should we do? That spirit is cunning, Xian grumbled. Standing by the window, Luo Shi's high ponytail swayed in the gentle breeze, the moonlight casting a soft glow upon her porcelain profile, accentuating her delicate features. Her long lashes fluttered as she contemplated for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. We should go in and investigate. Chapter 18. The night cannot charm. The Hongshao nightclub, having been operational for barely 2 months, exuded a low-key luxury, enveloped in a soft red glow, resembling crimson silk in the night. The main entrance was elegantly designed, with classical lanterns on either side emitting a gentle light. The carved decorations on the door evoked an impression of subtly flowing silk, alluring and mysterious. Damn, this spirit has a knack for choosing locations. It perfectly aligns with the night charm's abilities, Xian commented. In a bit, we'll pretend to be a couple and check into her room. We'll make our move around 10 when the night charm is most active. Luo Shi approached and linked her arm with Xia An's, instructing, once inside, act naturally. Follow my lead, and if anything unexpected occurs, hide behind me. Do you understand? Xian swallowed hard, standing stiffly as he nodded, feeling as if he had been electrocuted. A tingling sensation coursing through him. This was the first time he had been this close to a girl, and the intimacy sent a rush straight to his head, leaving him momentarily dazed. Are you coming or not? Luo Shi shot him a frosty glance, her eyes glinting with displeasure. I'm coming, he stammered. The cold gaze triggered unpleasant memories, the image of a flying knife grazing his scalp jolting his mind back to attention. Taking a deep breath, Xia patted his flushed cheeks and stepped towards the entrance. Upon entering the lobby, a vast space unfolded before them, with a chandelier resembling flowing red silk suspended from above. The deep red marble floor reflected the warm, mesmerizing light. The reception desk stood centrally, surrounded by walls adorned with gold and mirrors, the interiors covered in deep red carpets. The corridors on either side led to different themed areas. One named the Red Lotus Pavilion and the other the Fragrant Dream Courtyard. Each theme offered uniquely styled rooms, ranging from classical opulence to modern sensuality, with every detail exuding an air of secretive allure and temptation. Xian couldn't help but mutter, no wonder this is an erotic hotel. The style is certainly on point. Welcome, sir and madam. How may I assist you? A male attendant with a voluminous black afro greeted with a smile from behind the reception desk. Xian scrutinized the attendant, who was impeccably dressed in a suit and white gloves, looking as if he were preparing for winter in the sweltering heat. Let us book a room, Luo Shi stated. The attendant maintained his cheerful demeanor. What theme would you prefer? The Red Lotus Pavilion is relatively wild, albeit pricier, but it has received high praise. We particularly recommend it for new couples. I'm not into wild. I am not like you, looking so peculiar. It's obvious you're here for fun, Xian quipped with a smile, glancing at Luo Shi. Right, darling? Please provide an ID. The front desk requires it for registration. The attendant said with a smile. Xia and reached for his pocket. Luo Shi pressed his hand down, and upon meeting her subtly cautionary gaze, he understood. Let us use mine. One registration will suffice. Luo Shi said as she handed her ID to the front desk. That works, miss. Please hold on a moment, the attendant replied. After a brief moment of typing at the computer, he returned the ID along with the room card. Smiling, here you go. I wish you a pleasant evening. Their room was located on the 5th floor, in the Fragrant Dream Courtyard, room 503. Upon exiting the elevator and turning left, it was the second room. As soon as the door opened, an overpowering fragrance assaulted them. The main color scheme of the room was soft rose pink and warm gold, complemented by gradient purple lighting, creating a dreamlike ambience. The walls were adorned with silk-textured wallpaper, with intricate patterns barely visible. The artworks on the walls were indescribable. Xian took a quick tour, from the bed to the bathroom, then to the hidden alcove, and finally to the items in the drawers, summing it up as an audacious display of imagination, without going into excessive detail. Why do I feel a rush of blood the moment I step in? This doesn't feel right, Xian remarked, rubbing his shoulders and shivering slightly. After inspecting the room, Luo Shi opened her handbag and took out her tools, beginning to draw strange symbols on the walls and ceiling. Stay alert. If anything unexpected happens, I want to be able to protect you, she warned Otto. Xian glanced at the time. It was just 9 in the evening and asked, "What should we do next?" "Wait," Luo, she replied, putting away her brush and striding towards the bathroom. The bathroom was open plan, lacking a door, with only a semi-transparent glass screen, allowing a vague view of the interior. The bathtub was circular, accompanied by bath salts sprinkled with flower petals. Perfectly in line with the theme. "Keep your eyes to yourself. Don't look at what you shouldn't," came a chilling warning from within the bathroom. "But okay. This is simply outrageous. Do we really have to wash?" Xian muttered under his breath, his gaze unconsciously drifting backward. Even if it was quite blurry, the alluring silhouette was enough to ignite one's imagination. Smack! "What are you thinking, you dog?" Xian abruptly slapped himself. To his surprise, not only did it not hurt, but he also felt an exhilarating rush, his heart racing and a sudden warmth flushing his face. This is right. Meanwhile, out of the corner of his eye, Xian noticed the glass screen slowly parting, first revealing an arm, then bit by bit, until it was fully opened. Xian could hardly believe his eyes as Luo she approached him step by step. A smile gracing her face. "Don't come any closer. Who are you?" Xian swallowed hard, picking up a nearby stool defensively. "Me? I'm your senior sister. What's wrong with you, Junior?" Luo, she said sweetly. Continuing to advance towards Xian and felt as though lead was coursing through his veins. Even shifting backward felt laborious. "Who exactly are you?" Luo, she had always initiated their conversations without any formalities. Never addressing him as Junior. Damn it, there was definitely something off about her. "Wanna know? I'll tell you right now." Luo, she extended her delicate arms to wrap around Xian's neck, and an enchanting fragrance enveloped him. "Damn, who the hell are you? Don't just crash into me like that. This is a foul. Xian struggled, a desperate sense of suffocation creeping in from his neck. Just as his consciousness began to fade, a familiar flying knife sliced through the air, piercing the arm of the imposter Luo Shi, splattering warm liquid across Xian's face. With a crash, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the surrounding environment swiftly dissipated. Although they remained in the same room, the light-hearted Luo Shi had transformed into a grinning, explosive-haired servant. As the knife pierced the servant's arm, it released Xian from its grip. He fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The incense in the room turned out to be the alluring and deceptive fragrance. Xian suddenly realized that it had all been an illusion. He had fallen victim as soon as he entered. This night charm was indeed diabolical. The male servant, clutching his bleeding wrist, looked towards the bathroom, incredulous, and asked, "You actually saw through it. When did you figure it out?" You will all have to ask him that, but you won't get the chance to find out that a glint of murderous intent flashed in Luo Shi's eyes as she unleashed a talisman towards the male servant. Since her spiritual power had reached D level after the last commission involving a human ghost, she had formidable combat abilities, even without the red leaf badge due to the procrastinated commission from Night Charm. Taking advantage of the momentary clash, Xian hid in a corner, wary of being caught in the crossfire, and aware that his own spiritual strength barely reached F level, making him a liability. In fact, he had noticed something peculiar about the male servant during registration, first being his hairstyle. Normal service industries maintain high standards for employee appearance. This could very well be a disguise to conceal features that might attract the attention of spirit binders, like horns. Also, the unnatural purple hue that make up Kuden T hide suggested something amiss, prompting Xian to risk injury by hinting to Luo Shi that the servant was suspicious. Early on, upon entering, Luo Shi had detected the alluring fragrance and quickly dispelled it with her spiritual energy. While Xian, being a novice, had succumbed before he could react, the male servant, who was actually possessed by Night Charm, sensed the effectiveness of the fragrance and hurried over to harvest the battlefield. Little did he know, Luo Shi had set a trap, using Xian as bait to ensnare him. Chapter 19. Unexpected developments, revised, 1 minute prior. At the moment Xian was on the brink of asphyxiation. Luo Shi swiftly hurled her dagger, accurately piercing the wrist that was constricting Xian's throat, saving him. After a brief exchange with the male servant, Luo Shi channeled her spiritual energy into her feet. Her agile figure darting out from behind the screen, propelled by a burst of speed far beyond ordinary human capability, directly confronting the male servant. Different levels of spiritual energy not only determine the power of talismans and the rank of spirit binders, but also offer various advantages, such as FD level and above can enhance physical strength, providing extraordinary gains, similar to Luo Shi's explosive power. C level and above allows for telekinesis. B level and above enables low-altitude flight. A level and above allows for spatial movement without the aid of teleportation arrays. S level is said to enable one to move mountains with bare hands, manipulating the laws of nature. No one has ever seen or recorded anything above S level. In the blink of an eye. Luo Shi materialized between the two, swiftly retrieving the dagger lodged in the male servant's wrist and retaliating with a slash. The male servant furrowed his brow, lowering his center of gravity, stepping forward with his right foot to leverage his weight and retreat. Creating a safe distance, at the same time, he gathered purple energy in his left hand, forming a sphere of spiritual power and hurling it at Luo Shi. Luo Shi pressed her left hand against her right, the blue light radiating from her hands as she infused energy into the dagger. The blue energy flowed from the hilt to the blade, igniting ancient and mysterious patterns along its length, radiating golden light. Then, with a slight smirk, Luo Shi halted her movement, shifting into a forward stance while transferring her weight to her back leg, thrusting forward with all her might. Suddenly, the blue energy collided with the golden and purple energies. The massive surge of spiritual energy caused the chandelier to sway violently, and the furniture in the room creaked ominously as the golden blade penetrated the purple energy sphere. The latter disintegrated instantaneously, transforming into two wisps of purple mist that drifted past Luo Shi, vanishing into thin air. The remaining force of the blade, infused with spiritual energy, surged toward the male servant, cleaving the circular bed between them in half in an instant. Feathers bursting forth, filling the room with a flurry of down. The male servant's pupils contracted as he summoned all his energy to create a purple shield in front of him. Attempting to absorb the impact, boom. When the two forces collided, a violent explosion of spiritual energy erupted, sending thick smoke billowing, and the male servant was knocked back several meters. As the smoke cleared, the male servant was embedded in the wall, leaving a human-shaped imprint, a gaping wound of half a meter apparent on his chest, his clothing soaked in blood. Cough. The male servant coughed a couple of times, extricating himself from the wall's grip. Standing upright despite the bleeding wound, twisting his neck as he rasped, "A D-level spirit binder, you do possess some strength." Luo Shi sheathed her dagger, the azure energy surrounding her like flames gradually dissipating as her expression turned grim. "If it weren't for your heinous acts against humanity, extracting energy to elevate your strength to D-level, that last strike would have cleaved you in two. He, harming humanity." The male servant grinned wickedly, gathering several streams of energy and launching them at the walls connecting to adjacent rooms and the upper and lower floors. "Look at them. Aren't they enjoying themselves? How can you accuse me of harming humanity?" The purple energy formed transparent holes in the wall, the edges swirling with a purple aura in a counterclockwise motion, revealing scenes from behind the wall. Each room displayed the same jaw-dropping scene, causing Xia to inhale sharply, inwardly cursing. "Who brought out the contents of Master Issy Drive?" "See, they all consented. I merely gave them a little push. Look at their expressions, how delightful." The male servant smirked wickedly, as the purple energy emanating from the holes began to flow into his body, gradually healing his wounds. "What utter nonsense, utilizing marks to coerce and engage in such disgraceful acts, and you still have the audacity to speak." Luo Shi frowned, her azure energy reigniting with determination. "Senior sister, stop wasting breath and just take him down." Xian, hiding behind a sofa in the corner, gritted his teeth. "Dio, you really think you can easily overpower me?" The male servant flexed his wrists, tilting his head with a nonchalant smile. "Why not test it and see?" Luo Shi sheathed her dagger, slightly closed her eyes, crossing her arms over her chest, as azure energy gathered above her. Rubbing her thumbs together, yellow talismans appeared in her hands like playing cards. The blue energy enveloped the talismans, which she released to float before her, arranged in a bagua formation. Luo Shi suddenly opened her eyes, the azure energy surging forth, creating ripples of energy throughout the room, her high ponytail cascading down in the wake of the powerful wave. At that moment, Luo Shi was surrounded by swirling azure energy, her hair tousled, her eyes glowing with azure light, half suspended in the air, resembling a deity of destruction. 1,000 hands. Spirit binding? The talisman in front of her began to spin rapidly, forming a golden void in the center, from which streams of golden light spiraled out toward the talisman array she had previously set on the wall. The instant the golden light penetrated the wall, the array was activated and countless golden hands reached out, charging toward the male servant. The male servant's heart raced as he summoned all his spiritual energy to form a purple spherical shield around himself. The golden hands struck the shield with resounding thuds, causing cracks to appear, swiftly spreading across its surface. Bang, bang, bang. The shield could not withstand the relentless assault of the golden hands, shattering into purple fragments that vanished into the air amidst a deafening roar. The immense force overwhelmed the already injured male servant, causing him to spout a mouthful of blood mist. The golden hands then ensnared the male servant, binding him tightly like a zongzi, rendering him immobile in midair. Xian watched in astonishment. It was his first time witnessing a battle between humans and spirits. An Wonder Master said that real combat was the best way for spirit binders to enhance their skills. Luo Shi was exceptionally adept at battlefield strategy, talisman placement, and seizing opportunities. As a spirit binder, even in the absence of the red leaf, she held her own against the D-level night charm without faltering. I truly underestimated you. The male attendant, weakened and breathless, lamented that the recent attack had severely drained his energy. What a tiresome monologue. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Shixi unsheathed her dagger and hurled it towards the male attendant's forehead. Thud! Just a centimeter away from his brow, the dagger seemed to strike an invisible barrier, ricocheting onto the floor. Applause erupted from the doorway, accompanied by a sultry female voice. Not bad, not bad. Such a powerful spirit restrainer must be quite nourishing. Wouldn't you agree, darling? Chapter 20. A twist of fate. What? Darling. Both Xia and Luo Shixi felt a jolt at the term. The sound of high heels approached, revealing a female attendant clad in formal attire. With long hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with short red horns atop her head, and skin tinged with a faint violet hue. Two night demons. A discrepancy in the mission had emerged, or perhaps the night demons were simply too cunning, revealing only one at a time, leading to an error in the commission issued by Bureau 415. What was originally a 1.1v1 scenario had instantly transformed into a 1.1v1.5, with the useless 0.1 and the heavily injured 0.5. Senior sister. I'm here to assist you. Xian produced a pre-prepared talisman, leaping over the sofa towards the front lines. Stay back, Luo Shixi barked in anger, immediately releasing a spirit barrier talisman. A golden shield materializing from thin air, sending Xian tumbling back onto the sofa. Xian understood that his spirit power was barely at the F grade. Rushing in would be tantamount to offering himself as a sacrifice. Yet, Luo Shixi, having expended a tremendous amount of energy with the thousand hands binding spirit, exhibited a noticeable depletion of her azure spiritual energy. With yet another fully charged night demon arriving, her situation was undeniably perilous. You are indeed clever, but merely clever in a trivial sense, and no matter how much you suppress your spirit power, the aura of a spirit protector cannot be concealed. Not even the slightest trace. The female attendant smiled seductively. Perhaps other spirits might not detect it, but our night demon clan possesses a level of sensitivity you cannot fathom. Luo Shixi had indeed underestimated this, since her investigation with Xian. She had not allowed Hongyi to accompany her for a week, hoping to diminish the aura surrounding her, yet she had still underestimated the night demon's capabilities. With a cold glint in her eyes, Luo Shixi thought, so what if they can detect it? It only means one more insignificant being to eliminate. With that, her azure aura surged, and she summoned all her spirit power without reservation. Oh dear. Little sister, must you be so fierce? The female attendant feigned a delicate demeanor, then smirked, snapping her fingers as she taunted. Such a fiery temper. Your heart must race quite rapidly. As her words fell, Luo Shixi felt a tremor. Her azure spirit energy dissipating, her body going limp and collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, the thousand hands binding spirit also vanished, allowing the male attendant to break free and gradually regain his strength as the purple energy from other rooms converged upon him. The tide of battle had dramatically shifted. See, I told you I was right, the female attendant declared triumphantly. Luo Shixi, veins bulging, clutched her chest, kneeling as she felt her heartbeat quickening, her cheeks flushed with heat. You are. When did you? Luo Shixi gasped, hastening the flow of spirit energy within her. attempting to reclaim control over her faltering body. When did I leave my mark? The female attendant feigned ignorance. Why, that would be during the paperwork. Of course. You were quite vigilant, helping that young man escape, but that I was hiding right beneath the reception desk, naturally ensuring I tampered with the room card. The female attendant grinned maliciously, crouching before Luo Shishi, gently lifting her chin, and lamented, "Little sister, please don't look at me like that. It gives me the creeps. All right, darling, the game is over. It's time for us to relish in our victory. That wretched woman. If you had arrived just a moment later, I would have perished at her hands." The male attendant clapped his hands maliciously. The sound of clapping. Two dazed middle-aged men shambled in from the doorway, moving like zombies, clearly puppets marked with a seal. Luo Shishi. As Luo Shishi's spirit energy waned, her spirit barrier grew feeble. Xian broke through it with a punch and charged forward. "I forgot there was a useless one." "Quite bold of you," the male attendant scoffed. Xian concentrated his spirit power at his fingertips, scattering the spirit-dispelling talismans like beans, several tiny golden beams exploding in the air. Even with his weak spirit strength, the spirit-dispelling talismans achieved their intended effect. Seizing a brief opportunity, Xian dashed to Luo Shishi's side, slamming his hands to the ground as he activated a binding spirit talisman, golden hands rising from the earth to bind the two marked middle-aged men in place. Having completed this, he had no time for another action, as a rapidly swinging leg was already aimed at his chest. Xian's pupils constricted as he swiftly crossed his arms to shield his torso. Bang! There was a deafening crash, and Xian was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall by the window. The tremendous force felt akin to riding a bicycle downhill, colliding with a stationary truck at the bottom of the slope. Pain coursed through Xian's body, and in a daze, he sensed something foreign in his back pocket. His eyes flickered as he rummaged through it. Disabled by a single kick, the male attendant looked down at Xian, who lay sprawled on the ground, utterly drained. With a wave of his hand, a sweep of purple energy surged beneath the feet of the two middle-aged men, causing the golden hands to dissolve and allowing them to regain their mobility. Once more advancing towards Luo Shishi, the night demons must merge through the marked puppets to indirectly absorb the life force transformed into spirit energy, assimilating the energy into their own. With a swoosh, two talismans flew by, summoning the golden hands once more to tightly grasp the two middle-aged men. The male attendant grunted, noticing Xian still meddling. He swiftly leaped to Xian's side, delivering two heavy punches to his face. Moments later, Xian's right cheek had swollen into a doughy mass, one eye completely shut, his face a bloody mess. "Pa!" Seeing Xian incapacitated, the male attendant spat, releasing the golden hands binding the puppets once again. With a swoosh, two more binding spirit talismans flew in, ensnaring the puppets. "Are you ever going to quit?" The male attendant roared, veins bulging as he seized Xian by the throat, lifting him into the air. "Why are you so persistently annoying? You've eaten that haven to you." Xian retorted with a disdainful smile. Rage flickered in the male attendant's eyes as he tightened his grip, prompting the female attendant to once again release the binding spell. The two marked puppets regained their mobility and slowly approached Luo Shishi, attempting to undress her. Bang, bang. Xian flicked his wrist, and two preset explosive talismans on the crimson carpet just a meter away from Luo Shishi detonated. The explosion ravaged the legs of the puppets, rendering them immobile as they fell to the ground under the force. This was Xian's last resort. He would not allow anyone to touch Luo Shishi, even if it meant triggering an explosive spell that could injure bystanders. At this moment, Xian had only one explosive talisman left, and the time he could delay was limited, yet he still hadn't received the help he desperately sought. "Kid, you've thoroughly enraged me." The male attendant's spirit energy erupted violently, a massive sphere of energy gathering in his palm as he aimed it at Xian's face. Suddenly, the paper talisman at Xian's waist glowed brilliantly, instantly disintegrating the incoming sphere of energy, sending a wave of scorching golden light that propelled the male attendant backward, forcing the female attendant, who had been spectating, to retreat several meters. The paper talisman gifted to Xian by Shi Yuani had saved his life. The male attendant slowly rose, his upper garments burned away, his skin visibly scorched but not fatally so. Xian's flickering hope was abruptly extinguished. For heaven's sake, how resilient! With a swoosh, the male attendant lunged once more, seizing Xian and tightening his grip around his throat. This time, there's no backup. Is there? It's time to finish you off, the male attendant gritted through clenched teeth. Rest easy, I have plenty of male puppets. Even if I lose two, there are countless more and I will ensure they take good care of her. As the male attendant's grip tightened, Xian's face grew redder, his breath becoming increasingly labored. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Xian's lips curled into a smile. He had finally awaited this moment. Throwing his last explosive talisman toward the window, boom. Accompanied by a flash of fire, the glass shattered, activating the 3 explosive talismans that Liao Yuan had drawn for him before departure, now fully expended. The male attendant scoffed. This is the 5th floor. I said a bit too late to think of jumping now? Xian remained composed, summoning his last ounce of strength to slowly raise his right hand. Forming a gun gesture. Boom. Chapter 21. A slip-up with a bang. The sound of a gunshot echoed, a deep purple projectile whizzing past Xian's cheek, striking the male attendant squarely between the eyes, leaving a dark, gaping wound. The male attendant's expression twisted in agony as he let out a muffled grunt, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Xian felt the immense grip around his neck vanish, and he began gasping for air. The suffocating redness in his face gradually subsiding. Turning his head, he spotted a man with purple hair standing by the window, black-rimmed glasses gleaming under the light, one hand in his pocket and the other wielding a gun. The barrel still warm, wafting wisps of purple smoke. Bang. Another gunshot rang out, and a large purple net materialized, ensnaring the female attendant who had attempted to flee. Another figure followed closely behind the purple-haired man. Leaping through a different window, clad in police uniform, 2 handguns holstered at his waist, a compound bow and quiver slung across his back, savoring a cigarette between his lips, Officer Lu and his spirit protector Zhigu. The hero made their grand entrance. Long before Xian was sent flying by Yi Mei, the jade-like Ruojia nestled in his pocket had pressed against his waist, sparking a sudden idea of seeking help. Relying on his memory, he blind typed a distress message to Officer Lu. Hongxiao nightclub, danger. Fortunately, Officer Lu was patrolling nearby and rushed over with Zhigu. However, Yi Mei had set up a special barrier around the building, obstructing the flow of spiritual energy, rendering Officer Lu unable to pinpoint their exact location. Officer Lu attempted to reply to Xian's message, and upon feeling the vibration of his phone, Xian activated his last explosive talisman to shatter the glass, signaling their location. The explosion's flames caught Officer Lu's attention, and he and Zhigu arrived just in time. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Officer Lu remarked, "Whoever it was, turn the air conditioning on. It's unbearably hot." Xian, forcing himself to rise from the ground while cradling the sweaty Luo Shi, saved his breath for words of urgency. "Officer Lu, quickly, save Sister Luo." Officer Lu extinguished his cigarette, stepped forward, and concentrated purple spiritual energy in his palm, scanning from head to toe like a CT scan, his expression growing increasingly grave. "And oh good, my spiritual energy can only barely delay the mark. It cannot be completely dispelled. You must take Luo Shi back to the blind massage parlor to find Master." That moment, a female attendant broke free from the net and dashed toward the exit. "Zhigu, escort them downstairs. I will pursue this wretched creature," Officer Lu declared, drawing his twin guns and bolting out. As his words fell, Zhigu effortlessly lifted one person in each arm and leaped from the 5th floor, descending at lightning speed. Upon landing, Zhigu vanished in a flash and returned to the 5th floor. "Hey, don't leave. Take us back," Xian shouted anxiously into the sky. But Zhigu, not being Xian's spirit guard, paid him no mind and soon disappeared through the window. With no other option, Xian bore Luo Shi in his arms and sprinted towards the main road. As he neared the main road, a crimson figure appeared beside him, Luo Shi's spirit guard, Hong Yi, who, having sensed Xian's presence after he left the barrier, followed closely. A glimmer of hope ignited in Xian's dimmed gaze. "Hong Yi, quickly use that technique from the park to send us back. It's urgent." Hong Yi stood still, expressionless, and shook her head helplessly. "Without the teleportation array set by the Master, I cannot do it. Unless I forcibly break through to S-Class, but given the Master's current state, that is clearly unfeasible. Is there truly no way?" A wave of despair washed over Xian. Hong Yi glanced toward the nearby bushes, remaining silent. Xian widened his eyes. No, it's absolutely impossible. It's not that dire yet. As time ticked by, Luo she became increasingly restless, tightly clutching Xian's neck, her breath like fire against his skin. Her eyes shimmered with a watery glint, and her fingers unconsciously tightened on his shoulder. Xian. Her voice trembled, laced with a hint of desperation, like a helpless little beast whimpering. Xian paused, yet his steps did not falter. He knew the mark was at play, but her soft, delicate voice tugged at his heart. Emotions he had been suppressing surged forth, and he could only grit his teeth and mutter, "Damn it," then, without further ado, he hugged her tightly, shielding her from the cold wind that swept through the air. "Just hold on. I will safely deliver you to Master." Suddenly, a white light flickered at the end of the road, revealing a familiar old taxi. A distinct voice called out, "Need a ride, handsome? Uncle, you're too good for this." After experiencing such tumultuous highs and lows, Xian felt a flicker of hope reigniting. City Center, blind massage parlor. The faster, the better. Don't worry, handsome. As long as the money's right, I'll push the gas straight to the floor. With the engine roaring and a fierce push against his back, the yellow taxi sped down the road, so fast that Xian felt as if he were flying. He would rather believe they were flying. For Luo Shi's state had deteriorated to its limit. After resisting for half an hour, she was completely under the influence of the mark, restless in Xian's arms, appearing to be in great pain. Even biting into his neck when he wasn't paying attention. "Ah!" Xian exclaimed, clenching his teeth to suppress the pain. "That's just my girlfriend having a little too much to drink," the uncle teased. Xian stifled his agony, managing to squeeze out a Perhaps due to anxiety or some other reason, Xian endured the journey, feeling as though mere minutes had passed before they reached their destination. "Thanks, uncle." He had no time to count the money, tossing the remaining 2,000, wallet included, at the uncle. "Liao Shixiang, master, help." At this moment, Xian's body was battered, his face swollen like a pig's head, blood streaming from his neck. Upon catching sight of Liao Yuan rushing down the stairs, his heart finally settled. The pain surged throughout his body, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground on a certain street. A shadow darted past. Pursued closely by a middle-aged man in a police uniform and a bespectacled figure with purple hair. "Where do you think you're running, wretched creature? Stand right there." After chasing Yi Mei out of the Hongshao nightclub, Officer Liu concealed his twin guns to avoid alarming the neighborhood and switched to a compound bow. Realizing he was falling behind, Officer Liu abruptly halted, kneeling to steady himself, swiftly drawing back the bow with an arrow nocked. The cigarette in his mouth trembling slightly as the ember flickered in the night breeze, he squinted, the thin smoke swirling with his breath, and with a thunderous crack, the arrow imbued with purple spiritual energy shot forth, aimed directly at the fleeing female attendant. The attendant was taken aback, quickly conjuring her spiritual energy into a massive pink shield before her. The arrow, glinting coldly, struck the shield upon contact, activating the talisman hanging from the arrowhead, which surged forth like a coiling serpent, shattering the shield in an explosion of spiritual light. The arrow continued unabated, piercing through the attendant's body and leaving a half-meter-wide crater in the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, as the dust settled, Officer Liu exhaled a cloud of smoke, leisurely approaching to retrieve the arrow from the pit. "Master, the capture is successful. The spiritual energy fluctuations have ceased," Zhigu remarked, nudging his eyeglasses as he observed the readings on the spiritual energy detector. Officer Liu bent down to inspect the corpse, narrowing his eyes, extinguishing his cigarette on the ground, and shaking his head. "No," she escaped. "How on earth did she manage to evade my arrow?" Officer Liu mused, rubbing his chin in disbelief at his failure. "Captain Liu, what are you doing here?" A slender figure in a matching police uniform, wielding a flashlight, spoke up from a distance. Officer Liu looked up. "Xiao Zhang, I was in pursuit of Yi Mei, but let her slip away." "What are you doing here?" Xiao Zhang scratched his head awkwardly. "I was patrolling this area and hurried over when I heard the commotion." Officer Liu nodded, just in time. "Please handle the scene and send the body back to the 415 Bureau." "Understood, Captain Liu." "See you later," Xiao Zhang replied. Officer Liu waved his hand, and Zhigu coiled like a cobra around his shoulder, both vanishing into the night. Chapter 22. The clouds part for the sun. Am I in hell? Xian opened his eyes, only to find the scene before him utterly unfamiliar. The sky was suffused with a deep crimson hue, as though an invisible curtain enveloped the earth, a stifling aura permeating the air. The thick, blood-colored clouds churned ominously, echoing a silent lament that reverberated in Xian's ears, giving him the sensation of impending engulfment. The ground beneath him was a deep, dark brown, resembling charred remnants left by searing flames. Rough and cold to the touch. Faintly, a crimson light seeped through the cracks, like the pulse of the earth slowly beating. Surrounding him was an eerie silence, even the wind seemed to have halted. With only distant, indistinct murmurs akin to a mournful elegy. Before Xian stood a palace constructed entirely of pure crystal, towering at the center of the land, emanating a chilling glow. The crystalline walls reflected the sky's blood-red hue, intensifying its vibrancy. The palace reached skyward, with each intricately carved beam and column adorned with complex patterns, as if ancient, mysterious languages flowed within, the faint light flickering like living beings. At the entrance, two massive crystal pillars radiated a soft azure light. The doors tightly shut, embedded with countless fractured crystals that formed the shape of an open eye. Seemingly coldly observing every intruder, Xian stood before the palace, a sense of insignificance swelling within him. The ground beneath felt infinite, while the crystal palace loomed impossibly high, like an ancient monarch surveying all who dared approach. Summoning his courage, he stepped forward, and the tightly closed doors seemed to sense his presence. Swinging open to welcome him, the grand hall within was vast, approximately the size of 6 football fields, flanked by 3 colossal statues on either side, each distinct in form, some wielding guns, others drawing bows. Magnificent and imposing, to the end of the hall stood a throne of pure crystal, beside which was a delicately sculpted female statue holding a spherical star ring, her demeanor both graceful and dignified. In a moment of dazed bewilderment, Xian felt a mysterious force pulling at him, and he was instantaneously transported to the front of the throne. Upon the once desolate throne sat a young man with white hair. Clad in a traditional azure robe, to Xian's astonishment, the young man bore an uncanny resemblance to him, almost an 8/10 match. The man gazed at Xian and with a smile, approached him, and whispered softly in his ear. Suddenly, Xian felt the surrounding environment warp and blur, only able to see the young man's lips moving, yet no sound reached his ears. After his consciousness was distorted and tugged repeatedly, Xian finally heard a familiar, albeit mocking voice. "Son, why are you still not awake?" Jolted awake, he found Tang Zitao's large face hovering directly before him, startling them both. "Damn you, you rascal, even in dreams. You disturb me," Xian muttered under his breath. "Finally, you're awake. I thought I was going to be a white-haired person mourning a black-haired one." Tang Zitao feigned a sorrowful tone. Get lost, get lost." Xian retorted. "How long have I been asleep?" Tang Zitao held up 3 fingers and replied. "A full 3 days and nights." "Well, that's all right. As long as I'm not dead," Xian remarked with a bitter smile, inhaling the familiar antiseptic smell of the hospital. "Not dead is about all there is to it," Tang Zitao said, holding up an X-ray film and reciting, 2 broken ribs, a fractured arm, a cracked left zygomatic bone. "Muscle tears. All right, stop. Just hearing that makes me hurt again," Xian interrupted. Tang Zitao tucked away the X-ray, leaning on the bed's edge, jesting, "But you know, after all this time we've known each other, yesterday was the most intense moment for me as your friend. You came back carrying Luo Shi, all injured like this. You knew about that?" Xian inquired. Tang Zitao nodded lightly. "Yeah, I heard it from Brother Yuan after wearing down his patience. He told you that so easily?" "Not at all. I had to part with a few treasured T-sized hard drives to get that info." Xian fell silent for a moment before speaking. "You don't blame me?" "Blame you for what?" "I know you too well. You just didn't want me dragged into this, and you weren't trying to deceive me." Tang Zitao spoke truthfully. He had long realized that Xian could sometimes be inexplicably enigmatic. But Xian didn't wish to share, nor would he pry, preferring to wait until one day Xian would willingly disclose everything. However, things were different now. The night charm incident had ensnared Tang Zitong, and he could not remain indifferent. Those damned spirits had truly crossed the line. "We're good brothers, aren't we?" Tang Zitao asked as he noticed Xian's silence. "Of course," Xian replied with a smile. Attempting to fist bump Tang Zitao, only to find his arms encased in plaster like a mummy. You should just take it easy for now, Tang Zitao said, gently lowering Xian's raised arm. What about Luo Shi? After a moment's hesitation, Xian finally posed the question that had been plaguing him. This was what troubled him the most. Had he not been so helpless, perhaps things would not have ended up this way. Ha! I knew you'd ask, Tang Zitao replied. Unfazed, I've been taking care of Xiao Tong lately, with Brother Yuan managing the store, and Grandpa sure is hardly reliable. You think it was someone else looking after you these past 3 days? Xian's expression gradually relaxed. As long as she's okay, that's all that matters. But, Anne, I've been curious, was that night charm a dog? That bite mark on your neck is quite sizable. Tang Zitao pointed at the neat row of bite marks on Xian's neck, intrigued at it. Should be. But night charms are indeed canine in nature. They've even been known to consume excrement, Xian considered. Affirming the first part but realizing he could not explain how he got that bite mark, revealing it could very well cost him his life. Just then, the sound of a door creaking interrupted their conversation, and Luo Shi walked in, carrying a thermos. Beneath her sun hat was the familiar sight of her high ponytail, today adorned with a simple white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with light blue high-waisted denim shorts and white sneakers. Her long legs as pure as snow on display. Tang Zitao, ever perceptive, exchanged a knowing glance with Xia and before pulling out his phone, muttering to himself as he made his way toward the door. Hey, the takeout's here. Oh, all right, just leave it downstairs. I'll be down in a moment. By the way, Xian, my takeout has arrived. I need to leave now, but I'll come back to check on you after eating. Ugh, I'll bring you out for a stroll later. With the sound of the door closing, only Xian and Luo Shi remained in the room. Luo Shi sat at the bedside, placing the thermos on the table, taking out the prepared food while inquiring, How long have you been awake? I just woke up, Xian stammered. Luo Shi frowned slightly, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. What's wrong? Don't you like talking to me? And no, it's just that Tang Zitao's devilish whispers jolted me awake, and I haven't quite recovered, Xian laughed, but now I'm fine and I'm sorry. Thank you, they both said simultaneously, momentarily taken aback before exchanging smiles. No further explanation was needed. They understood each other's sentiments perfectly. Let me feed you, Luo Shi broke the awkward silence. Just tell me what you want to eat. Her tone remained flat, yet Xian sensed it was no longer as cold as before. Xian eagerly nodded, relishing the attentive service of the beautiful girl. Subsequently, he inquired about the events that transpired during his 3-day coma. Firstly, Tang Zitao was recommended to the Qinwu dojo by his master, marking his true entry into the brotherhood of the battlefield. Secondly, Xiao Tong was recovering well, with Luo Shi providing tutoring for her studies. Now she clung to Luo Shi daily, calling her pretty sister, and would soon return to a normal school life. Lastly, there was Gu Zhuoran, a senior he had never met, who was suddenly returning from the wilderness. After their lunch, Luo Shi tidied up the thermos and returned to school, promising to visit Xian again after class. Alone in the hospital bed, Xian glanced at the card left by Brother Liao on the bedside table. Junior, recover quickly. Without you, I'll have to clean the toilets again. Xian stared at the ceiling, a radiant smile spreading across his face as he murmured, Brother, it seems I've peeled back the first layer of the cabbage. Chapter 23. The long road ahead. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Xian had never felt so relaxed. With ample food and drink, all without spending a dime, one could not help but appreciate having a wealthy friend. Good news continued to pour in. Luo Shi successfully advanced to a D-rank spirit tamer. Tang Zitao completed his spirit summoning, and Tang Zitong returned to school life. Not long after Xian awoke, Luo Shi resumed her normal routine of accepting commissions, visiting him occasionally, while the task of caring for Xia naturally fell to Tang Zitao, who had also entered the apprenticeship phase after summoning his spirit. Outside the hospital, a figure with golden hair pushed a wheelchair along the red brick path. So when are you going back to school? I am bored to death sitting here alone, Tang Zitao remarked. Xian raised his arms, encased in plaster like a mummy, and replied helplessly, There's nothing I can do. I want to go back too. But as the saying goes, injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. After tomorrow's bandage removal, I'll probably need a while longer to recuperate. Aren't you the one who loves to have fun? It's just a matter of time before you're back, Tang Zitao teased. Damn, don't even mention it. Our table is now the front row, right in front of the podium, Tang Zitao lamented, sounding like a scorned lover as he continued to complain in class. I not only have to fend off the teacheress ganks, but I also have to use an umbrella. The old teacheress mouth is like the Dragon King descending, droning on endlessly like a deluge of slop. And don't even get me started on the back row. Your lady is like an iceberg. Even sitting in front of her gives me chills down my neck. Hey, Xian interrupted. What do you mean by your lady? Don't say things carelessly. If she hears you, she'll cut out your tongue. Tang Zitao halted, patting Xian's shoulder and said loudly, What are you afraid of? It's only a matter of time. I see sparks flying between you two, trust me on this. Xian forced a smile, feeling awkward at the mention of it, and quickly changed the subject. What about Li Ming? Why don't you talk to him? Damn, you think I don't want to? A new student transferred to our class a couple of days ago and specifically requested to sit at Li Ming's desk. Tang Zitao replied. And then, Xian asked. Nothing after that. Li Ming was shoved into Sun Xiao's seat by the teacher. Tang Zitao scoffed. You know how the teacher is, if you're good at studying. You read the teacher's child. This new classmate apparently transferred from a private high school and actually has some skills. It's not a boy, is it? Feeling jealous? Tang Zitao teased with a sly grin. Don't say that. Honestly, he's a bit more handsome than you, but in my eyes, you'll always be the most handsome. He's just a little brat. Besides, Luoshi doesn't seem like the type to be into looks. So don't worry that I'm not worried about that, Xian retorted. Isn't he a guy with black long hair, a side fringe covering his left eye, sharp eyebrows, thin lips, and a high nose? He likes to keep his hands in his pockets and carries himself with a bit of an attitude, kind of like a celebrity, and if I'm not mistaken, his surname is Gu. Tang Zitao looked at Xian incredulously. Yes, wow, that is spot on. How did you figure that out? Good brother. Teach me your ways. I want to know where my soulmate is. Get lost. Xian pointed straight ahead. Enunciating clearly, isn't that him? Xian pointed in a certain direction, where a strikingly handsome youth stood with his hands in his pockets, chewing gum, and casting a disdainful glance at the two. Gu Zhuoran? What brings you here? Tang Zitao inquired, puzzled. Where I am is none of your concern, Gu Zhuoran retorted, blowing air through his bangs. He sauntered closer to the two, stating, I have some private matters to discuss with Xia. Please be mindful. Tang Zitao, visibly displeased, rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed loudly, Dude, who do you think you are? Before he could finish, Gu Zhuoran withdrew his left hand from his pocket, a swirl of brown spiritual energy gathering upon it. As he passed by, he gave a light flick, sending Tang Zitao tumbling like a discarded object into the grass on the opposite side of the road. Brother Gu, this is not a proper introduction, Xian remarked coldly, sensing the hostility. Do not address me as brother. You do not deserve it, Gu Zhuoran replied sternly. I truly cannot comprehend why Master would take in such a shameless individual. One who nearly led Sister Luo to her demise. Xian furrowed his brow slightly. What do you mean by that? I admit my strength is lacking and I have indeed burdened Sister Luo. But you had better clarify why you deem me shameless, huh? Gu Zhuoran's eyes darkened. You know full well what you've done. Do I need to spell it out for you? I do not recall committing any disgraceful acts. Xian asserted, standing tall against the accusations. Still pretending. Gu Zhuoran seized Xian by the collar, glaring fiercely. Brother Liao mentioned that when you returned to the rendezvous that day, Master noticed the mark on Sister Luo had dissipated on its own without taking any action. Need I elaborate on how it vanished? Gu Zhuoran's implication was clear. There were only two documented methods to eliminate the demon mark. One through voluntary union leading to natural dissolution, and the other through a powerful infusion of spiritual energy for a forceful removal. Brother Liao had indicated that since the second method was not employed, the only possibility left was the first. Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had just learned that Master had not intervened and that the mark had become ineffective. Leaving him bewildered, yet, he soon scoffed. If you had inquired with Hongya or observed Luo she executing her commission, you surely wouldn't ask such a foolish question. It seems you have neither inquired nor observed. Deluding yourself into thinking you understand everything, taking hearsay as truth. You must be quite confident. Then Gu Zhuoran fell silent, the grip on his hand loosening as Xian returned to his wheelchair. You are not entirely wrong. But the texts do not deceive me. There is absolutely no third method to resolve the mark without any side effects. Gu Zhuoran insisted relentlessly. You could be hiding something, engaging in lewd acts. Someone with your ill intentions should keep their distance from Sister Luo. Xian finally grasped that this youth was merely seeking trouble with him. While the books were undoubtedly correct, they did not encompass the entirety of knowledge. If I truly engaged in misconduct, Master and Brother Liao would have expelled me long ago. You wouldn't have the opportunity to come here barking like a dog. Seeing Gu Zhuoran momentarily taken aback. Xian pressed on. You wouldn't happen to be a sycophant of Sister Luo, would you? Instead of minding your own business, I hear she has faced dangers while out on missions with other juniors, and you couldn't sit still? Why not go fawn over her then? Perfectly in the same class, sitting side by side. Gu Zhuoran's fists clenched tighter. Witnessing Xian's insolent demeanor, he raised his hand to strike. Gu Zhuoran, what are you doing? A voice, cold and piercing, interrupted him. Luo? Sister Luo? It's nothing. I just returned and heard there's a new junior. So I came to check it out, Gu Zhuoran stammered, retracting his fist while adjusting Xian's collar. Xian wore a face of disdain, inwardly cursing, what a pathetic sycophant. Have you finished reading? Luo, she inquired. Yes, that I've finished. The junior is dashing and full of potential, truly a blessing for our sect, Gu Zhuoran replied insincerely. Sister, are you free this evening? Perhaps we could share a meal and watch a movie? Gu Zhuoran, akin to a master of disguise, instantly transformed his demeanor upon Luo Shi's arrival. Not interested. You might want to contemplate how to explain your early interruption of the training in the wild to Master. Luo Shi warned. Gu Zhuoran startled, mentally scolding himself. How could I forget about that? It's all Xian's fault. Turning to Xian with a peculiar expression, he remarked, then I shall take my leave. Junior, we shall meet again. Did he say anything? After Gu Zhuoran departed, Luo Shi turned to inquire. Should I speak ill of him? Xian pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to maintain integrity, shaking his head. He said nothing significant, just a brief greeting. What about Zitao? Did he come out on his own? Luo Shi scanned the area and asked, I'm right here. Ugh. Tang Zitao emerged from the bushes across the road. His hair a tangled mess, with a frog perched atop his head. Tang Zitao grumbled. Where's Gu Zhuoran? Just you wait. I'll definitely get my revenge. Ha, he left early. Did he do this to you? Luo Shi chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief, yet retaining an air of elegance. I won't let this go. All right, I'm starving. Shall we go out for something to eat? Xian proposed. Wait for me to borrow some clothes from you. Xian, hey, I only have a few pieces. Don't stretch them out. Just wear them. If you dare, come and hit me. Chapter 24. Conversations over a meal. Brother Xian, pass me the vinegar. Coming right up. Brother, have the chilies been chopped? I knew you'd sneak a taste. I'll chop them right away. In the kitchen of the Tang family villa, the three were bustling about, preparing to celebrate Xian's discharge from the hospital. Over the past month, Tang Zitong had learned a great deal from Luo Shi, including culinary skills, effectively rescuing Tang Zitao from the clutches of dark cuisine. Cheers. It's a pity Sister Luo has to practice dance again. Otherwise, she would definitely praise my cooking, Tang Zitong said, slightly disappointed. Xian and Tang Zitao exchanged glances, offering comfort. It's not a farewell dinner. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, when she has time. We'll whip up another feast. Exactly, we have the means. Cheers. Tang Zitao chimed in cheerfully. Luo Shi's dance practice was merely a label for a transfer student. She often spent her time either at school or at the massage parlor, most likely accepting commissions. Tang Zitao didn't want Tang Zitong to get involved, so he conspired with Xian and the others to keep it from her. Is it delicious? Tang Zitong asked with wide, sparkling eyes, eagerly awaiting Tang Zitao's praise. Of course. My sister's cooking is unrivaled, the best in the world, Tang Zitao exclaimed, genuinely thrilled to enjoy a meal without guilt. Suddenly, a familiar voice emanated from Xian's pocket. The recording from earlier. Once you taste Xiaotong's durian mixed with snail noodles, you'll realize there's nothing more unpalatable in this world. Xian, you little rascal, Tang Zitao, mouth full, sprang up and ran. Brother, you're dead meat. Wait, help. After lunch, Tang Zitao and Tang Zitong were driven back to school. It wasn't the weekend, so classes awaited. Xian was reluctant to return so early, preferring the comfort of lying in bed. Ding ding. Just as he closed his eyes, a text message pinged. Are you free? 7 p.m., Lao Hao's rustic restaurant. Without a second thought, Xian quickly replied with a single word. Sure. At 7:10 p.m. After a lengthy wait, Officer Lu finally spotted Xian. You're 10 minutes late. This isn't like you, he joked, gesturing to his watch. Xian, suppressing his anger, replied slowly, who could have anticipated that you would choose such a remote place? I had no money and no one at home. I walked a whole 10 kilometers. During the last nightmarish mission, Xian had lost his wallet to a driver of a Xiaoli car. And with the month just beginning, his internship salary had yet to come through. Without Tang Zitao, he would have starved. Why didn't you just call me? I could have picked you up, Officer Liu remarked. Bewildered, Xian sat across from Officer Liu, poured himself a glass of water, and calmly stated, "Why don't you take a look at your phone?" Officer Liu's gaze flickered as he seemed to recall something. "My apologies, I was out on a special mission this afternoon and had my phone off. Why are you so free today? You're treating me to a meal," Xian asked bluntly. I took the night off. I have plenty of time, we could drink all night if we wanted. Officer Liu replied as the waiter brought the menu. Let us eat and chat. Soon, the table was laden with home-style dishes. After a few rounds of drinks, both their faces flushed slightly as they entered a tipsy state. I thought after the last incident, you would be down for a while, but you seem stronger than I expected. Officer Liu complimented, taking a sip of his drink. Though your spiritual strength is lacking, your adaptability in the moment, your ability to seize opportunities, and your use of talismans are all commendable. I certainly did not misjudge you. You're overpraising me, Officer Liu. It's merely luck, Xian humbly replied. Look at my current spiritual strength. I haven't even reached F grade. That's a normal occurrence. After drawing in spiritual energy, there's usually a settling period of about 1 to 2 months for the body to acclimatize to its presence. Officer Liu patiently explained, So, I am currently an apprentice. How long must I wait before I can be promoted? Xian lamented that a hint of a smile appeared on Officer Liu's face as he replied. If all goes well, it could be a day. If not, it might take 8 to 10 years. Xian exclaimed in astonishment. What? Am I destined to receive an internship salary until I die? Do you even hear yourself? Officer Liu interrupted. Our period of accumulation as spirit tamers differs from that of the other two factions. For the other factions, once the accumulation period is over, they must fully devote themselves to cultivation, undertaking numerous commissions to enhance their spiritual power. However, as spirit tamers, one must possess a spirit guide to truly be considered a spirit tamer, which is what most refer to as a spirit guardian. This is determined by chance. From your visage, it is apparent that you are someone with great fortune. Otherwise, do you think Tang Zitao was recommended to the Qinwu Academy by his master without such opportunities? This is also why our Yuling Pavilion has so few members. Officer Liu took a bite of food and downed a large cup, continuing, As for me, I began learning from my master at the age of 23 and spent 3 years as an apprentice before forming my spirit bond. Who would have thought that my pet snake was actually a spirit? After 3 days of undertaking commissions without feeding it, it ventured into the kitchen on its own. Had I not returned home in time, I would have been none the wiser. Wait a moment, Xian interjected, recalling a point taught by Luo Shi. Isn't it true that spirits cannot linger in the human realm for extended periods? What makes the spirit bond unique? Indeed, your foundational knowledge is solid, Officer Liu acknowledged. However, spirit beings are a special existence. Their original forms exist in the human realm, allowing them to maintain this state without being detected by the heavenly path, thus not violating any rules. What Luo Shi imparted to you is quite broad. You must gradually enrich yourself through continuous experience. Hence, one must perpetually learn throughout life. This holds true for every profession, including spirit tamers. Xian nodded, gaining further insight. But I have no idea where my fortune lies. Does that mean I can just lay back and relax? He jested. Officer Liu flicked a peanut at Xian's forehead. Ouch, that hurts. To achieve greatness, Officer Liu continued, though spirit tamers are divided into 3 main factions, talismans remain a universal tool. Some talismans, however, come with stringent usage conditions, which only talisman masters can fulfill. During the accumulation period, your task is to learn as many universal talismans as possible and enhance your spiritual power. Understood, Xian replied, rubbing his head. Officer Liu smiled in satisfaction, filling his cup once more, and resumed his explanation. You should know that spiritual power is divided into 7 levels, and there is much to learn within that. Allow me to give you a brief analogy. The accumulation period, which you are about to conclude, is when you can feel the spiritual energy in the air being absorbed into your body like vapor. When you can condense and integrate this vapor, you reach the first stage, level F, where the droplets are tiny and subtle, symbolizing the most basic level and initial potential. When you can gather these droplets into a lake, you reach the second stage, level E, where the still waters are calm and profound. Signifying a marked increase in spiritual strength, yet lacking in spirit, as the lake begins to elongate and flow, transforming into a stream. You arrive at the third stage, level D, where spiritual power begins to exhibit spirit while achieving greater strength. When the stream expands into a rushing river, you enter the fourth stage, level C, where spiritual energy becomes stable and continuous. The river leads to the fifth stage, level B, wide and far-reaching, capable of bearing greater spiritual intensity. As countless rivers flow into the sea, you reach the sixth stage, level A, where you are nearing the pinnacle, and your spiritual power possesses remarkable stability and energy, growing ever stronger with each level attained. Upon breaking through to the seventh stage, level S, your spiritual power becomes akin to an endless ocean, wielding unmatched strength. Chapter 25. A confused path ahead as the moonlight settled into the night. Within the dimly lit tavern, Officer Lu spoke passionately while Xia An devoured his meal ravenously. Displeased, Officer Lu struck Xia An's forehead with his chopsticks. "Are you even listening? You seem more focused on your food." "I am paying attention," Xia An protested, one hand shielding his head while the other pointed to his own temple. "But Officer Lu, what is our purpose in striving to become stronger?" Xia An asked earnestly. Officer Lu paused, seemingly at a loss for an answer, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes. "Truthfully, I do not know. If I were to be selfish, it is to protect myself. If I broaden my perspective, it is to safeguard those I cherish most. At an even larger scale, it is about maintaining the safety of the human realm." It may sound absurd, does it not? Xia An shook his head. "Everyone has different goals and obsessions. Perhaps this is your innermost truth, your genuine intention, and it certainly cannot be deemed absurd. But all I desire is to live freely, cherishing every moment with my friends." Officer Lu's expression grew increasingly serious. Let me emphasize, if I had not received that message that day and failed to arrive at the Hongshao Night Tavern, would you still feel the same? Or would you still be here, calmly sharing a drink with me? Xia An choked up, fully aware of the dire consequences. He could very well perish, but what about Luo Shi? What fate awaited her? Officer Lu continued, "You possess a pair of very special eyes. Since the establishment of the 415 Bureau, you are the only one. This signifies that you are extraordinary. Are you not curious about the secrets hidden behind these eyes? Yearning for freedom is not wrong. But what will you do when trouble comes knocking? What about your friends? If you are not strong enough, you can only watch as your loved ones and closest brothers fall before you. And you? What can you do? You can only stand foolishly by, observing all of it unfold." As he spoke, Officer Lu's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, and he downed half a bottle of white liquor in one go. "Officer Lu, Xia An attempted to speak, but Officer Lu raised his hand to interrupt. "There is no rush to respond. The road ahead is long, and you will come to understand it. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, that pair of night demons from last time, one of them escaped." Upon hearing this news, Xia An, slightly tipsy, instantly became alert, clenching his fists tightly. Officer Lu swayed slightly, clearly intoxicated, and patted Xia An's shoulder, saying with significance, "Since the path ahead is unclear, why not focus on the present? Set a small goal for yourself. Personally eliminate that despicable creature." "Officer Lu, I raise my glass to you." Xia An filled his cup with white liquor, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of fierce determination. He lifted the glass, leaning slightly forward in a gesture of respect, yet his gaze remained resolute as cold stars, emanating a silent resolve and repressed fury. "Good lad, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Today, it's just the two of us. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Officer Lu opened a fresh bottle of white liquor, forgoing the cup altogether, and took a hearty swig. After several rounds of drinking, while Xia An felt merely a slight dizziness, Officer Lu had reached the final stage of inebriation, babbling incoherently, "If you do not abandon me, let us become brothers today. We seek not to be born on the same day of the same year, but to die on the same day of the same year. Stop, you could be my father. I wish to live a few more years." Xia An gestured to halt the conversation, smiling wryly. "It's getting late. We should head back." "Head back? I am not drunk yet. The service." Before he could finish, Officer Lu collapsed face first onto the table, entirely unconscious. Xian shook his head helplessly and rummaged through Officer Lu's wallet to settle the bill. Upon opening the wallet, an old photograph caught his attention. It was a group photo, slightly yellowed yet well preserved, devoid of creases or stains, still very clear. The photo featured 2 rows of 9 individuals, with Xia and immediately recognizing the center figure in the front row as a significantly younger Shi Yuanyi. Shi Yuanyi was cradling a 1-year-old infant, and to his left stood a 7 or 8-year-old boy with a cheeky demeanor. Xian instantly identified him as his senior, Liao Yuan. Among the remaining 6 individuals, only one face was familiar, Officer Lu himself, who sported a buzz cut and a well-built physique, looking youthful and spirited. To Officer Lu's left stood a woman of similar age, with twin ponytails and a pure, beautiful visage, smiling brightly as she linked arms with him. Xian surmised that she was likely Officer Lu's partner. The remaining 4 individuals, 1 woman and 3 men, were unfamiliar to him, presumably his fellow disciples. More than a decade ago, Yuling Pavilion had only 9 members, affirming Officer Lu's statement that those who aspire to become spirit tamers are indeed few, with opportunities being exceedingly rare. After settling the bill, Xian hailed a taxi outside, intending to take Officer Lu home first. Thankfully, he had the foresight to inquire about Officer Lu's residence. Otherwise, he would have had to seek refuge at Tang Zitao's home for the night. Officer Lu lived in an old apartment complex on the outskirts, with low floors and no elevator. After much effort, Xian finally managed to drag Officer Lu up to the 4th floor. After knocking for a considerable time without a response, Xian had no choice but to use Officer Lu's belt key to unlock the door. As the door swung open, a strong odor of alcohol wafted out, and upon turning on the light, Xian was taken aback by the chaotic scene before him. Bottles of liquor and instant noodle boxes littered the floor, with clothes strewn about the sofa and bedroom, leaving little room to navigate. The couple depicted in the photo seemed so affectionate. How could they not be married? Observing the disarray of the apartment, Xian surmised that Officer Lu must be living alone as a bachelor. In his youth, he was remarkably handsome, yet now he appears disheveled, neglecting to shave, and thus deserves his fate of being unable to marry a beautiful sister. Having settled Officer Lu, Master Xia of housekeeping has officially come online, clearing out a dozen bags of rubbish from both inside and outside. The washing machine has been working tirelessly, nearly smoking from the strain. Time passes unmeasured as Xian slumps on the sofa, gazing at the rejuvenated room and then at Officer Lu, who continues to snore. He massages his sore, numb arms and sighs. If it weren't for you saving my life, I wouldn't do this job for any amount of money. Jeaner. Where are you? I seem to have lost you again. Just as Xian intends to leave, he is startled by Officer Lu's sleep-talking. Turning back, he sees Officer Lu rolling over, his snoring resuming. Xian squints, a playful expression on his face as he observes Officer Lu, realizing he too is a man with stories. Next time, I'll definitely coax them out of you. I'm leaving now. I owe you nothing this time. Good night, Officer Lu. With the soft sound of the door closing, silence envelopes the room once more. The cold moonlight spills through the bedroom curtains, casting a glow over Officer Lu's furrowed brow and weathered visage. He lies on his side, still deep in slumber, a few tears at the corners of his eyes reflecting the moonlight, glistening faintly, seemingly crystallizing his unspoken murmurs from dreams. Chapter 26. Condensing energy into droplets upon returning from Officer Lu's home. Xian begins to repeatedly contemplate the flow of spiritual energy within him. Ever since the incident at the Hongshao Night Pavilion, Xian harbors a profound enmity towards the night demons. Learning that one has escaped is nothing short of a divine opportunity to personally eliminate this beast. The night demon he encountered was classified as D-grade. Thus Xian, with time pressing and tasks demanding, must enhance his spiritual energy's intensity as much as possible. He must at least reach C-grade before their next encounter. Damn it, still not working. What could possibly be the issue? Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Xian collapses on the bed, staring at the ceiling, panting heavily. The state of Qinling is a highly focused meditative state essential for spiritual practitioners, enabling one's consciousness to connect with the surrounding environment, facilitating the flow of one's spiritual energy, and making the distribution and absorption of external spiritual energy highly visible. Just moments ago, while observing the suspended spiritual energy in the environment during Qinling, Xian confirmed Officer Lu's assertion that it is indeed dispersed in a granular form, but of very low purity. Xian has tried multiple times to gather the thin spiritual energy within him. Yet each attempt has ended in failure, as the energy circulates through his meridians, returning to the Dantian before it can coalesce. After several days without success, Xian feels that the issue lies in his method. Dragging his weary body into the bathroom, he stares at the mirror with disheveled hair and a toothbrush in his mouth, lost in thought. What exactly is the problem here? Suddenly, looking up at the mirror, Xian catches a fleeting glimpse of himself with a shock of white hair, dressed in ancient garb, resembling the figure he saw in his dreams. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he finds his reflection has returned to normal. What the heck? Scaring myself like that. Clearly, I shouldn't be staying up late, he mutters. Startled by the morning's abruptness, he wonders if he has conjured an illusion. Tang Zitao, gnawing on a youtiao and leaning against the doorframe, appears to have been standing there for some time. Do you think everyone thinks like you do? Xian rolls his eyes and snatches the remaining half of Tang Zitao's youtiao, taking a bite. This tastes pretty good. Did Xiaodong make this? Tang Zitao shakes his finger back and forth, reclaiming the youtiao. No. She's already doing quite well to even get up. You expect her to make breakfast too? You really dare to guess. Well, it's definitely not you who went out to buy this, Xian asserts, knowing full well that Tang Zitao would never venture out for breakfast. Could it be that we have a new housekeeper? Wrong again, keep guessing. Tang Zitao retorts with a mischievous grin that I guess it's a secret. Move aside, I'm already annoyed. Don't provoke me. Xian feigns impatience. Tang Zitao grabs Xian's arm, sporting a teasing expression. Look at you, getting anxious again. Of course, it was bought by the beautiful senior sister you can't stop thinking about. Xian's heart races unexpectedly, attempting to deny it. Stop talking nonsense. When have I ever said that? I'll accuse you of slander. Yet here you are, running off to flirt instead of training. You've got too much free time on your hands. Xian scoffs. Come on, do you think I wanted to? I woke up early, only to find my senior brother missing, Tang Zitao complains. Since the last incident in the kitchen led to the housekeeper being fired, even with an enticing salary, Tang Zitao has been unable to find a suitable replacement. Most applicants are inexperienced students looking to make a quick buck. During this time, to ensure better protection for Tang Tong at home, Tang Zitao invested a significant amount of money into the AS Active Space gym connected to the Qianwu Martial Arts School, setting up the training venue in his own home. His master exceptionally arranged for him to receive one-on-one instruction from a senior brother, available for assistance whenever needed. Aside from Xian, who is in the know, Tang Zitao publicly claims to be learning traditional martial arts from a master, as the Qianwu Martial Arts School emphasizes physical exorcism, combining martial arts with talismans and weaponry, thus effectively concealing their true activities. As their conversation unfolds, a somewhat childish voice breaks through from the hall. Brother Zitao, are you ready? Senior brother, where have you been? I've been looking for you all morning with no sign of you. Tang Zitao calls out as he and Xian descend the stairs. Why master says that cultivation is a long and arduous journey, and one must not become complacent just because the resting place has changed. Naturally, I've been out for morning practice. Otherwise, my master would catch me and I'd be punished, the childish voice responds, casually setting up some detection arrays around. Peering over the railing, Xian sees a young monk in gray robes, around 12 or 13 years old, standing in the center of the hall. His round face carries a hint of youthfulness, yet exudes a serene composure. Standing straight with hands clasped together, his tranquil demeanor gives off an ethereal quality. And despite his tender age, he possesses a steady grace that seems to defy his years, radiating an innate sense of calm and poise. Is that your senior brother? Xian whispers in surprise to Tang Zitao. You call him brother, and he calls you senior brother. It's quite the distinction. You're just being nosy. Wu Chan hails from Shaolin, and don't let his youth fool you. His spiritual energy has already reached C grade. Tang Zitao replies quietly. Xian is taken aback, incredulous at Wu Chan's extraordinary talent. It's astonishing. Luo, she was already impressive at D grade at 19. I didn't expect there to be someone even more formidable. Your father is off to train. If you wish to see your lady, feel free to find an excuse to wander into Xiaodong's room. Tang Zitao grins mischievously as he bounds down the stairs. Get lost, hurry up and go. Xian responds irritably, just wait until you tire yourself out. Then I'll see how cocky you are. As one of the birthplaces of Chinese martial arts, Shaolin Temple is renowned for its profound martial arts system, and the training process must be extraordinarily grueling for an ordinary person. Xian, who often speaks contrary to his feelings, having sent off the oblivious Tang Zitao, finds himself inexplicably drawn to Tang Tong's bedroom. The door to Tang Tong's room is ajar, and from several meters away, Xian can hear the voices of the two inside. The writing desk faces the window, and both individuals have their backs to the door. Xian peeks in, recognizing the familiar silhouette. Today, Luo Shi is not sporting her high ponytail but is instead dressed in a flowing white hanfu, her long hair cascading freely, the silky strands resembling a flowing ink waterfall, gently falling over her shoulders and a few tips resting softly against her chest, adding a touch of serene elegance. How did you come up with so many unique solutions, Sister Luo Shi? It's so difficult, Tang Tong laments, scratching her head in frustration. Xiaodong, during training, it's beneficial to allow your thoughts to wander a bit. Over time, your mind will naturally become more agile, Luo Shi patiently explains. For instance, when discussing the liquefaction of gases, most people would immediately think of low-temperature liquefaction. However, some gases can also liquefy into droplets when subjected to high pressure without needing such low temperatures. Take this math problem. For example, a geometric approach can yield answers more swiftly than conventional algebraic methods, while meticulous calculations can often complicate things unnecessarily. For a fill-in-the-blank question, the former is evidently preferable. Suddenly, Xian's eyes brighten as if he has had a revelation, and he rushes to the bedroom, entering the Qianling state once more. This time, rather than hastily cycling through his physical and spiritual energy, he slows the absorption rate at the dantian while simultaneously increasing the speed at which he draws the thin spiritual energy from the environment. Once the concentration of the thin spiritual energy within him reaches a sufficient density, he fully activates the operation of his internal energy, and under the immense pressure created by an input greater than the output, the thin spiritual energy begins to merge and coalesce slowly. Droplets of pure spiritual energy start to form, markedly different from the energy he had previously invoked. Xian distinctly feels his strength elevate to a new level. "I've succeeded," he exclaims with joy, having condensed energy into droplets and successfully stepped into F grade. However, just as the Qianling state is about to dissipate, Xian suddenly feels a tug on his consciousness, and a massive black hole appears at his dantian, threatening to swallow everything before him. Chapter 27. The realm of spiritual awareness. Xian's consciousness finds itself in a peculiar space, surrounded by an endless expanse of desolation. The dim sky was shrouded in heavy clouds, from which fine rain descended like threads of silver, drumming softly against the parched earth and producing a faint patter. Suddenly, a violet lightning bolt rent the dark clouds asunder, illuminating the world in a harsh, ghostly whiteness before plunging it back into oppressive darkness. On the ground, an unusual growth shattered the silence. The once parched, yellowed soil began to stir, and tender green shoots quietly broke through the surface. As if awakened by the tempest, visibly sprouting with astonishing speed, swiftly transforming into towering plants. Their leaves trembled delicately in the rain, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Could this be the realm of spiritual awareness? How wondrous! With a flourish of his hand, Xian summoned forth an abundance of flowers and plants on either side, embodying the very essence of dominion over this world. The realm of spiritual awareness is a fantastical space composed of spiritual energy from the dantian, akin to the embodiment described by Officer Liu. The torrential rain from above signified the entrance into level F, as a vast reservoir of spiritual energy began to nourish the realm. Guiding spirits is the initial step towards becoming a spirit tamer. Sensing the presence of spiritual energy, the settling period, spirit settling, is about acclimating to this energy, while spirit diving entails perceiving the flow and changes of spiritual energy, a method of cultivation for spirit tamers. Only upon entering the realm of spiritual awareness and achieving level F does one truly take the first step toward becoming a spirit tamer. Xian leaped into the air, gently tapping the ground with his fingertip. With a violent tremor, several massive pits suddenly collapsed into existence. This should suffice. The task is complete. Xian clapped his hands together and nodded in satisfaction. This was his preparation for the next phase. Utilizing these pits to accumulate spiritual energy, and the moment they were filled, level E would soon be within reach. Once everything was set, compelled by his obsessive tendencies, Xian meticulously shaped the landscape of the realm of spiritual awareness to his satisfaction before finally opening his eyes and drawing his consciousness back to reality. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level F. Just as he exited the state of spirit diving, Xian heard a soft, cold voice emanating from the doorway. Luo Shi stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the door frame, expressionless as she regarded him. Heh, thanks to my senior sister's words, I have awakened from my reverie. Xian chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. Luo Shi, with a hint of pride, turned her head away, stating, "Do not call me senior sister. I dislike that term, Dado. Then what should I call you?" Little Shi. Xian teased. Luo Shi's cold gaze flickered, sending a chill down Xian's spine. "Just call me by my name." "All right," Xian replied. "You must have something to discuss with me, right?" Luo Shi's expression darkened. "What? Can't I seek you out without a reason?" A few moments prior, after tutoring Tang Zidong, Luo Shi had instructed her to complete her assignments and stepped out for a stroll. Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Xian's room, she decided to take a peek, only to witness Xian stepping into level F. No, it's just a bit unexpected," Xian defended himself. "How about I show you around?" Luo Shi nodded slightly, this suggestion aligning with her thoughts. Although the Tang residence was expansive, there was little of interest to explore. When Xian first arrived, he was quite astonished, and as he settled in, he discovered many areas were unnecessarily constructed. The most striking example was that despite Tang Zitao's home having a KTV room, he insisted on dragging Xian out to have fun every time. Ultimately, Xian led Luo Shi to a spacious platform on the third floor, offering a wide view directly facing the back garden, where Tang Zitao trained. Xian set out 2 recliners, adorned the table with chilled watermelon and beverages, and unfurled a sunshade. "What are you doing?" Luo Shi inquired, slightly perplexed. "Heh, sitting here, of course, to watch the fun." Xian pointed to a comical figure in the back garden. In an open area of the garden stood numerous wooden stakes of varying heights. Atop the tallest stake, Wu Qian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed and palms pressed together at his chest. Tang Zitao, clad in training attire, skillfully navigated among the other stakes, his fists wrapped in white bandages. Each stake, under Wu Qian's manipulation of spiritual energy, moved up and down, some with great force, others with subtlety. A moment's inattention could lead to a fall into the sandy ground. This was one of Wu Qian's specialized training methods for Tang Zitao, aimed at enhancing his focus and balance. Given Tang Zitao's excellent physical condition from years of fitness training, Wu Qian believed targeted training would yield better results. At this moment, Tang Zitao not only had to maintain his balance amid the shifting stakes, but also had to maneuver gracefully atop them. Additionally, Wu Qian would send flying objects toward Tang Zitao as an added challenge. He must dodge the spinning wooden rods while striking the wooden balls interspersed among them. Failing to evade or being struck would result in an additional 10 minutes of training until he either completed the session flawlessly or succumbed to exhaustion. Under Wu Qian's relentless pressure, Tang Zitao swiftly executed various maneuvers in midair, ducking to avoid the rods while rapidly punching the wooden balls. With a whoosh, he narrowly avoided the first wave of attacks, only to have 2 wooden rods swiftly return, targeting his lower body. "What the hell? This is so unfair!" Tang Zitao cursed vehemently, bending low to slap the stake while spreading his legs into a split in midair, simultaneously kicking away the balls on either side while deftly dodging the rods aimed at him. In the initial rounds, buoyed by ample stamina, Tang Zitao perfectly evaded all attacks and struck down every wooden ball, moving fluidly atop the floating stakes. However, as the stakes began to oscillate more rapidly, the margin for error diminished. Suddenly, as Tang Zitao slipped, the situation took a subtle turn. Oh no! A rapidly rising stake collided forcefully with Tang Zitao's abdomen, the impact nearly causing him to regurgitate his breakfast along with his bile. What followed was a brutal onslaught of the stakes, transforming his balance training into a test of endurance. "Brother, stop. This is just not right," Tang Zitao exclaimed, flailing like a part on an assembly line, swaying left and right atop the stakes. Amid the cacophony of cries and relentless thuds, Wu Qian's bubble of snot burst, realizing too late that he had inadvertently dozed off while seated in meditation due to fatigue. Startled awake, Wu Qian panicked, waving his wrist, causing the frantic stakes to cease their movements, and the suspended wooden balls and rods plummeted to the ground. "Zitao, I'm really sorry. I fell asleep," Wu Qian hurriedly approached, his fingers fidgeting in apology. 6. Tang Zitao flashed a hand gesture indicating 6 and huffed before fainting. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Xian was doubled over with laughter, but as the scene unfolded, he sensed something was amiss. Exchanging a glance with Luo Shi, an epiphany struck him. Luo Shi removed her sunglasses, grasped Xian by the collar, and, channeling her azure spiritual energy, executed a grand leap, giving Xian a taste of unrestrained bungee jumping. Wu Chun in the back garden watched the two figures land and chuckled awkwardly. My bad. My ba. Xian lifted his sunglasses to confirm that Tang Zitao was merely unconscious. He nonchalantly offered half a watermelon to Wu Chun. Don't worry, he's fine. He's just exhausted. Here, have some to cool off. You truly have a carefree spirit. With him in this state, I wonder how you plan to explain it to Xiao Tong later. Luo, she remarked dryly. Right, I completely forgot about that. Xian suddenly felt the watermelon in his hand had lost its sweetness. Brother, sister, no need to worry about this. Leave it to me, Wu Chun chimed in. Chapter 28. Spiritual Treasures and Techniques. After speaking, Wu Chun pulled out a rounded, hemispherical object from his pocket, crafted entirely from azure gold stone, adorned with natural golden patterns. It was his spiritual treasure. The Dust Origin Bowl. Spiritual treasures can be understood as the tools of spirit tamers, which one can seek at the Divine Hall of Spirit Gifts in the Wasteland upon reaching level D. The base of the Dust Origin Bowl bore a relief of a lotus flower, at the heart of which nestled a small ruby, radiating brilliance akin to flames, while the surrounding petals were coated in a light gold. With golden patterns flowing gently in accordance with the currents of spiritual energy, exuding a tranquil and profound aura. Wu Chun, Buddha Light Healing. The Dust Origin Bowl soared into the sky, and as Wu Chun recited the incantation, golden symbols erupted forth, and a white lotus emerged from the bowl, blossoming into a conical green light that enveloped Tang Zitao. The bruises on Tang Zitao's skin visibly dissipated, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Wow, that's amazing! Xian marveled at this novel spectacle, finding it quite extraordinary. This should be a spiritual technique Wu Chun created in conjunction with the Dust Origin Bowl, Luo Shi explained. Spiritual techniques are mostly methods of utilizing spiritual energy that combine existing symbols or are derived from one's unique traits. Achieving unexpected effects. Xian suddenly recalled, I remember, your Thousand Hands binding technique seems to be a self-created spiritual technique as well. Indeed. Luo Shi nodded gently. I developed an advanced version inspired by my studies on the binding spirit talisman, though it pales in comparison to Wu Chun's. Moments later, Tang Zitao gradually opened his eyes, groaning, what the heck, that hurt like hell. The only drawback of Wu Chun's healing technique was that while it healed wounds, it could not interrupt the transmission of pain along the nerves, meaning Tang Zitao still had to endure the discomfort for a while longer. I'm sorry, Zitao, your bed is too soft. I'm not used to it. I accidentally fell asleep. I'll sleep on the floor tonight. I promise there won't be a next time. Wu Chun pouted apologetically. Tang Zitao examined himself and, finding no injuries apart from the pain, proudly declared, Ha, small issue. Look at me, not a single bruise on my body. I'm in top shape, that Wu Chun. Could you throw him up there to roll again? Xian rubbed his forehead. This is simply too degrading. But no, that's not feasible. Wu Chun was at a loss for words. I second that. Luo Shi concurred. Hey, I'm not joking around here. Hey, don't mess with the new account, oh? No, I hit the DJ. After a day of training, Tang Zitao decided to let Luo Shi and Wu Chun stay overnight at his home. He relished the lively atmosphere, and with plenty of available rooms, long-term residence posed no issue at all. With Luo Shi and her personally mentored disciple Tang Zitong in the kitchen, Xian and the others eagerly anticipated a delightful meal. The table was laden with a splendid array of dishes: braised pork ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, boiled meat slices, red braised pork, cola chicken wings, kung pao chicken. Wu Chun, holding a bowl of rice in his left hand and gripping chopsticks in his right, gazed at the table full of meat dishes, a complex expression flickering across his youthful face, as if deep in thought. Xian, understanding the situation, timidly raised his hand and inquired, might there be a vegetarian dish? Luo Shi and Tang Zitong, donned in aprons, peeked from the kitchen towards the dining table, exchanging glances. Luo Shi, are all the dishes meat? Tang Zitong, I forgot about the vegetarian option. Wu Chun. As the moon ascended into the night sky, two figures, one tall and one short, were concealed in the grass beside the main road outside the villa. Observing the now darkened residence, the taller, leaner figure spoke after a moment of observation. Have we confirmed our investigation? Now is an opportune moment to act. The shorter, stockier figure patted his chest. I've been here every day for a while now. There are only two people living in this big house, a man and a woman. The man sleeps like a dead pig, and the woman is not on our planned route, as long as we don't demolish the place. We shouldn't wake them. Ready to act? Ready to act? The two figures melded with the night, crossing the courtyard and heading straight for the villa's main residence. As they approached the front door, their forms gradually dissolved into a puddle-like mass, slipping through the door crack into the interior before reconstituting into their original tall and short shapes. They quietly ascended the stairs to the highest floor, heading directly towards a locked room at the end of the corridor. Utilizing the same trick, they effortlessly slipped through the gap beneath the door. The room's layout resembled a study, with a large desk at the center adorned with an antique lamp, beside which stood an old leather chair. One side was lined with a wall of bookshelves filled with various tomes, exuding a distinct scent reminiscent of the 1990s. Found it. Right here, exclaimed the shorter figure, pointing at a large safe in the corner. The taller figure swiftly delivered a sharp reprimand. What are you making noise for? If you wake the residents, what will we do if they call the police? You fool! The shorter figure rubbed his head, feeling aggrieved. Got it? Hurry and unlock it. I'm starving. The adept figure extended his arm, his palm momentarily morphing into a mass, from which several fine threads darted towards the knob. Some of the threads seeped through the cracks into the mechanism, twisting in concert with the external threads. With a click, the safe swung open, revealing a trove of gold bars, jewelry, and cash. The two figures salivated at the sight. The tall figure spoke, brother. We truly struck gold here. This will last us for years without food or drink. I said enough. If not, I can have someone fetch more for you. That is enough? That is enough, the tall figure replied without hesitation, but after a moment's thought, his body jolted. This wasn't the stocky voice. With a crack, the dimly lit room was suddenly flooded with bright white light as four figures blocked the doorway. The handsome youth at the forefront stood over a chubby man whose mouth was stuffed with a black sock, the latter struggling fruitlessly against the grip of his golden hands. Two little thieves. Trying to steal from me, Xian looked down at the tall figure with crossed arms, speaking slowly. How did you find out? The tall man asked incredulously. Shall we revert to our original forms and have a proper conversation? Luo, she said coldly, then formed hand seals, summoning the 1,000 hands binding spirit to ensnare them. You are spirit binders, or are there 4 of you? The tall figure gawked in astonishment, cursing, you fat idiot. How did you miscalculate? The chubby man, pinned under Xian's foot, lamented. I've been so hungry these past few days that I lacked the strength to keep watch, and I had no idea 4 spirit binders would suddenly appear. Ha ha ha, you two fools can't even manage a proper watch. Tang Zitao laughed heartily at their bewildered expressions. You were detected by my barrier as soon as you approached the villa, Wu Chen interjected, addressing the earlier question posed by the tall figure. Since you triggered the barrier, I assume your identities need no further explanation. The two figures ceased their disguise, transforming into one black and one white mass resembling mud, each floating a small round orb, which served as their hands, materializing in the form of fruits from a certain animated series. What on earth? The sudden appearance of these two masses startled Xian, causing him to stumble. The previously chubby man, now a white mud mass, took the opportunity to escape from under his foot and joined the black mud mass. Regaining his balance, Xian focused and realized that these two forms seemed familiar, as if he had seen them on the spirit communication talisman. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, Money Monster? Chapter 29. Wealth Consumption and Treasure Gathering. The Money Monster, an exceedingly rare type of spirit creature. Classification: Spirit creature. Characteristics: irregular shape, ever-changing, capable of transforming into any creature or object it has encountered. Spirit skills primarily consist of monetary-related abilities, with each money monster having its unique talents. The money monster is a rather peculiar spirit creature, as it is only interested in wealth within its domain. It essentially consumes money, posing no lethal danger to humans, but can certainly lead to financial ruin. Great Eye, sir, would you kindly spare us? We haven't done anything too malicious besides a bit of petty thievery, the white money monster pleaded for its life. Tang Zitao turned his gaze toward Xian, seeking his thoughts. Don't look at me. Although I'm your father, this is your house, so how you handle them is your decision. Xian clasped his hands behind his head, whistling Dear sister, how do you usually deal with attempted thefts like this? Tang Zitao inquired of Luo Shi. Spirits are different from humans. The law of attempted crime doesn't apply to as long as they don't endanger human life or disrupt public order, they are generally sent back to the spirit realm. Luo Shi replied nonchalantly. Tang Zitao nodded and then turned to Wu Chen. Before he could speak, Wu Chen had already turned away and began tapping a wooden fish. Don't ask me, I don't know. The actions of the three were unmistakable. The two had stolen from Xian's home, and how to proceed was merely a matter of his word. They would not interfere in family affairs. Tang Zitao no longer hesitated and focused on the two money monsters. What are your names, and what is your purpose here? Is it simply theft, or do you have ulterior motives? Tang Zitao squatted in front of the money monsters, twirling a butterfly knife that he had pulled from who knows where. Your Excellency, my name is Tun Kai, and this is Lien Bao. We must consume the currency of the realm we inhabit to survive. So stealing from your home was truly out of necessity, the White Lien Bao explained. Consuming money? Impressive. Do you possess any special abilities? Tang Zitao asked with keen interest. We can exchange currencies, and in addition, I can locate and identify various treasures within a certain range, Lien Bao replied. And you? Tang Zitao inquired, looking at Tun Kai. Humph. Tun Kai turned his head defiantly, adopting an unyielding demeanor. Oh? So you're a tough nut to crack. Tang Zitao found it quite amusing and threatened. If you don't cooperate, I'll really have to send you to meet your maker. Seeing that he remained unmoved, Tang Zitao frowned, channeling red spiritual energy into the butterfly knife and lunging towards Tun Kai. Wait that I can sense the wealth of the realm. Just a centimeter from his forehead, Tun Kai finally relented, scaring Lien Bao half to death. Tang Zitao paused. Well, there is some spirit in you, but not much. However, my family is lacking in money. Keeping you around is of no use, so why not send you back to the spirit realm? After much deliberation, Tang Zitao spoke. No, please let us serve you. Just don't send us back to the spirit realm, Lien Bao pleaded, turning pale at the thought of being sent back. What do you mean by that? Your Excellency, you may not know this, but for over a decade, wars have frequently erupted between the four realms of the spirit world, causing endless strife. As you know, wars in the human realm are fought with manpower and finances. And the spirit world is no different. Therefore, beings like Tun Kai and me, capable of producing currency through spiritual energy, have become highly sought after. Many of our kin have been captured to act as money printers, and we narrowly escaped to wander in the human realm. Lien Bao lamented. Isn't the spirit realm managed by the Spirit King? How could they allow such conflicts to occur without intervention? Xian, who had been observing for a while, finally spoke up. We little spirits don't know. We were just focused on fleeing for our lives. Xian pondered for a moment. It made sense why the frequency of encounters with spirits had increased in recent years. It seemed something significant had occurred in the spirit realm, and it was likely connected to what Lien Bao mentioned. Keeping these two money monsters around might prove advantageous in the future. Compared to sending them back to the spirit realm, it was a far better option to have them stay at Tang Zitao's house. Xian leaned close to Tang Zitao and whispered a few words, causing Tang Zitao's eyes to light up. This is quite a dilemma for me. You have 10 seconds to give me a reason not to send you away. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Zitao posed the question to Tun Kai and Lien Bao. 10, 9, 8. Swallowing wealth and gathering treasures exchanged fleeting glances, engaging in a brief discourse. 5, 4. We can guard the home. Swallowing wealth and gathering treasures declared in unison. Tang Zitao's expression shifted. This rationale was indeed to his taste. Firstly, swallowing wealth and gathering treasures were adept at amassing riches, yet he was not in want of money. Secondly, it was impossible for him to be at home at all times. Having these two spirits to protect Xiaotong was, after all, a commendable option. The dilemma, however, lay in what identities these beings would assume while residing at home. Transforming into human forms was certainly out of the question, as these two simpletons could barely grasp the concept of clarity, let alone human intricacies. With this thought, Tang Zitao fell into contemplation. Though appearing somewhat foolish, swallowing wealth and gathering treasures possessed a glimmer of intelligence. Sensing Tang Zitao's hesitation, suddenly, a flash of spiritual light illuminated the room, revealing a lion and a tiger. Master, Do you find us satisfactory in our roles as guardians? Inquired the white tiger. Tang Zitao's lips twitched slightly. Could you two perhaps transform into something more suitable for domestication? Furthermore, since when did lions come in black? He pointed indignantly at the lion transformed by swallowing wealth, his frustration causing stars to dance before his eyes. Even Wuchen, who had been quietly tapping a wooden fish nearby, could not restrain his laughter. Return my merits. With another burst of spiritual light, swallowing wealth transformed into a black Labrador, while gathering treasures became an orange and white patterned cat. Ah, this is much more acceptable, Tang Zitao remarked contentedly, petting them affectionately before retrieving 2 gold bars from the safe and tossing them to swallowing wealth and gathering treasures. Thank you, master, they exclaimed in unison. Having gone several days without sustenance, they finally felt satiated. Their spirits considerably lifted, even their transformed fur appearing much softer. Moments later, swallowing wealth and gathering treasures produced a card adorned with strange patterns. To express our gratitude for your kindness, we present this token of appreciation. Gathering treasures stated. Tang Zitao picked up the 2 cards and handed one to Xian. What is this? He inquired. Swallowing wealth explained. This is the currency exchange ability mentioned by gathering treasures. We can convert equivalent items from one realm into currency of another realm at a multiplier far exceeding their intrinsic value. What you hold is the currency of the spirit realm, 10 million in spirit coins. What use do we have for spirit coins? It feels akin to trading 2 gold bars for a bundle of ghost money. My intelligence feels insulted. Tang Zitao lamented. Master, that is a grave misunderstanding. I am unfamiliar with ghost money, but as spirit masters, you engage in cultivation in the desolate spirit realm, where spirit coins will undoubtedly be of great value. Gathering treasures clarified. Gathering treasures emphasized this point due to the stark differences between humans in the spirit realm and spirits in the human realm. Spirit masters in the spirit realm would remain unharmed as long as they refrained from initiating conflict with spirits. In the human realm, spirits acted out of survival instinct, while in the spirit realm, the density of spiritual energy far surpassed that of human aura. Absorbing a human was akin to a parched traveler in the desert savoring a single drop of water, utterly inconsequential. Thus, humans were generally safe from the disputes of spirits in the spirit realm, where spirit coins held significant importance for purchasing unique herbs, elixirs, and even slaves. The following morning, upon awakening, Tang Zitong opened her eyes to find a dog and a cat sitting by her bedside. Wow, how adorable, she exclaimed. Tang Zitong had always been defenseless against fluffy creatures. She had long desired a pet but had forgotten in the midst of her studies. Do you like them? Tang Zitao asked as he entered the room. I love them, brother. I adore you, Tang Zitong exclaimed as she leapt into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing his cheek. Have you given them names yet? She inquired. Tang Zitao set her back down by the bed, lovingly stroking the black dog with one hand and the white cat with the other, smiling as he replied, swallowing wealth and gathering treasures. Chapter 30. Unique Eyes Spirit Seal. The azure sky was pristine, and at the corner stood a discreet blind massage parlor, its golden lettering glimmering softly in the sunset. A potted plant swayed gently in the breeze, and occasionally, a soft wind would stir the wind chimes, producing a melodious sound. In the hall on the 2nd floor, an elderly man and a younger one sat before a gaming console, their hands moving with a flurry of activity. Disciple, have your gaming skills improved of late? Shi Yuanyi inquired, a hint of satisfaction evident in his raised brow, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes easing. Master, you flatter me. I merely grasped the gameplay. It is nothing to boast about. Xian replied with a modest smile. Have you studied the unique attributes of your character in detail? Shi Yuanyi pressed further. Xian shook his head respectfully. Not yet. I humbly seek your guidance. Master, Shi Yuanyi began, now that you have entered the fold, it is imperative to understand your character's strengths. For instance, my character specializes in swordsmanship, thus I must center my strategies around swords to ensure I select the appropriate equipment and skill enhancements as I level up. Consider what makes your character unique. Xian paused, and in that moment, his gaze met the mirror before him, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Thank you, master. I comprehend now. Haha. Shi Yuanyi set down the controller, stroking his white beard with satisfaction. Very well, very well. After accompanying Shi Yuanyi in a few rounds, Xian ventured alone to the training room on the 4th floor, intending to further explore his most distinctive trait, his unique eyes, while also learning some talismans. As the saying goes, skills never weigh one down. Acquiring more knowledge could only be beneficial. Standing before the mirror, Xian removed the special contact lenses given to him by Shi Yuanyi in the reflection. His hauntingly blue eyes sparkled brightly. This was the sole side effect of Xian's eyes. Even without any fluctuations of spiritual energy, the ethereal blue hue would be discernible to other spirits. An odd sensation akin to knowing a light was on yet being unable to extinguish it. Now that he had stepped into the F rank, Xian sensed that these eyes would unveil unexpected possibilities. Just as Officer Liu had suggested, what secrets lay hidden behind these eyes? Clearing his mind of distractions and focusing intently, he channeled his spiritual energy into his eyes. In an instant, a layer of soft blue light emanated from the depths of his pupils, spreading along the corners of his eyes. This was the color of Xian's spiritual energy. Almost immediately, markings resembling eyes manifested on the surfaces of objects within his field of vision, concentrating on a fly fluttering by. The markings activated alongside the blue glow. The fly's trajectory vividly unfolded in Xian's mind, and with a flick of his hand, he intercepted this my new ability, he rejoiced, eagerly attempting it several more times. After numerous trials, Xian grasped the general utility and current limitations of this new spiritual technique. Firstly, the movements and real-time locations of marked objects and beings would be transmitted to his mind without delay, even in conditions of closed eyes and lost sight. However, its limitations were equally apparent. His current spiritual energy could only mark a target for a brief period, lasting approximately 30 seconds, and could not activate markings on entities with a C-rank spiritual strength like Liao Yuan. Ultimately, the F-rank's effectiveness was singular in target focus and could not span multiple ranks of spiritual strength for marking. He decided to name his new technique Unique Eyes Spirit Seal. During the week of mastering this new skill, Xian frequented the 4th floor of the blind massage parlor to practice diligently whenever he had the chance. He also attempted to develop other spiritual techniques, but met with failure each time. Not wishing to become overly fixated on a single endeavor, he reviewed numerous talismans available for his current level of study. Hard work bore fruit, and Xian discovered 2 talismans that were both necessary and suitable for him at this stage. One was the Wind-Slash Talisman, which utilized spiritual energy to compress air and execute long-range cutting maneuvers, compensating for his short reach. The other was the Mind Barrier Talisman, a protective measure against mental attacks. Having experienced the nightmarish illusion attack previously, he had come perilously close to losing his life, so having this talisman tucked within his clothing would provide some peace of mind. This weekend, he would accompany Tang Zitao and his sister to a comic convention in the city center. Xian allocated his free time to practicing talismans and his eye technique, freeing up leisure time for the weekend, which he considered a form of relaxation. After concluding his training, Xian reclined on the sofa, lost in thought. There was one matter he had yet to decipher. During his last visit to the Hongxiao Night Pavilion, he had received 3 explosive talismans from Liao Shixiang, but their actual triggering power had not matched the first time. In fact, it had diminished by more than half. This conundrum puzzled him. Could it be that the spiritual energy attached to the talismans dissipated too quickly? Rubbing his temples, Xian muttered to himself. What a headache. What troubles you, Junior? If you can't figure it out, perhaps cleaning the restroom will provide clarity, Liao Yuan remarked, having just seen off a batch of customers as he ascended the stairs wearing sunglasses. Xian stuck out his tongue and made a face at Liao Yuan. The toilet is where you dine. You clean it daily. I won't be going. If anyone should do it, it should be you. Liao Yuan remained unperturbed, sitting calmly on the opposite side of the sofa. If you don't want to clean, then so be it, Dotto. Your junior sister just posted a beautiful photo on her social media. How delightful. Where? Show me, Xian exclaimed, involuntarily shifting closer to Liao Yuan. Use your own phone to look, Liao Yuan replied, feigning composure. As a seasoned angler, the art of teasing was second nature to him. Fine. I'll look at it myself. Xian scoffed, pulling out a smartphone from his pocket. Liao Yuan was genuinely taken aback by this move, having assumed Xian was still using an old model. What, you got a new phone? What about the old one? The old one, well, I kicked it and shattered it in one go. Xian replied unhurriedly. Previously, while staying at my uncle's house, I had to juggle tuition fees and living expenses, which left me no choice but to use an outdated phone. Now that every aspect of life is intertwined with the internet, it is indeed essential to upgrade to a new one. Wow, senior brother, I can't believe you weren't deceiving me. There really is a bikini, Xian exclaimed, bouncing onto the sofa with excitement. Liao Yuan felt a jolt, contemplating. I merely wanted to tease him. Could it be true? After all, it was quite reasonable for Luo Shi to have blocked Liao Yuan from her social media, considering how mischievous he typically is. Hey, junior brother, my phone is lagging. Could you take a look for me? Liao Yuan coughed lightly and said slowly, of course, no problem, but about this restroom. Xian hesitated. It's just a minor issue. Senior brother can resolve it in a heartbeat. Is that so? It must be genuine. My senior brother never lies. Well, I didn't say I wouldn't deceive you. I just created a new WeChat account without any friends from Luo Shi. Xian, are you trying to fool me? I'm not that naive. Chapter 31. Serendipity at the Comic Expo 1. On Saturday morning, after completing his training, Xian took a taxi directly from the blind massage parlor to the Cultural Exchange Center in the city center. The Comic Expo that he had promised to attend with Tang Zitong was set to officially commence at 10 o'clock that morning, expected to last for 8 hours. The three had agreed to meet at the entrance, and Xiaoan was the first to arrive, not wearing any cosplay, as he had little exposure to the world of anime. He was merely accompanying Tang Zitong for the experience, dressed in a simple white sports outfit. After waiting for a few minutes, two figures approached. One of them was a petite, slender girl in a red and black short skirt, the hem swaying lightly, her top adorned with delicate white lace. Exuding elegance and vitality, she was cinched at the waist with a distinctive golden belt, complemented by dark knee-high boots, creating a stylish and youthful ensemble. Xian Gu, sorry to keep you waiting, Tang Zitong waved at him. Her backpack slung over her shoulders. This lively, youthful attire suited Tang Zitong perfectly, resembling a charming character straight out of an anime or game. Xian's gaze shifted to the tall boy beside her, revealing a hint of disdain. Tang Zitao wore a golden collar around his neck, a pure white coat over a red belly band, patched blue trousers, and held a pitchfork in hand, with an orange and white cat perched on his shoulder, adorned with a bell around its neck, followed by a black Labrador. Both pets had been meticulously cosplayed. What on earth are you wearing? Are you mocking me for not being into anime? Xian scrutinized Tang Zitao, unable to discern which character he was portraying, finding the pets far more recognizable. Even I, a 6-foot-tall man, feel embarrassed at times. I thought one must dress up for such events, and since I rarely engage with this stuff. I suddenly recalled a text I read in elementary school, and that's how I ended up like this. Could it be yes? It's Run Tuesday, wow. Xian gave Tang Zitao a big thumbs up. I thought you were out to stab someone. Enough chit-chat, hurry up and come inside. There are so many popular influencers here. It's a rare chance to collect pictures with them, and I can't miss it, Tang Zitong said, pulling one of their arms as she headed towards the entrance. Hello, sir and madam. Pets are not permitted in the event center as per regulations. A security officer smiled and informed the trio at the entrance. Oh? Miss, could you make an exception? I put a lot of effort into dressing them up, Tang Zitong pleaded. I'm sorry, young lady. The rules are strict, and we must all adhere to them. All right then. You two go ahead. I'll take the little ones back, Xian suggested. Thank you, Xian Gu, Tang Zitong replied, a bit embarrassed, and no need to be polite. Let us go, Tang Zitao said, tugging Tang Zitong inside. Xian led Tun Kai and Lian Bao away from the crowd to a more secluded area. Lian Bao licked its paw and said, Xian, we can find our way ourselves. You needn't trouble yourself. Xian surveyed the surroundings, confirming that no one was nearby, and calmly stated, Who said I was sending you back? Animals aren't allowed in, but that doesn't mean people can't enter. Don't forget what you both are here for. Tun Kai and Lian Bao immediately understood, their forms twisting and reshaping until they appeared as tall and short human figures before Xian. While they claimed to be there for guarding the house, they were actually hired by Tang Zitao to serve as Tang Zitong's personal bodyguards. Though they lacked combat prowess, they were indeed quick on their feet. Let us go. Having lingered in the human world for so long, you must have forged some documents, right? Xian confirmed. Yes, as long as the 415 Bureau doesn't conduct a detailed investigation, we typically won't encounter issues. Tun Kai answered. Xian nodded in satisfaction, beckoning to the two. Once we're inside, stay alert and avoid causing trouble. We'll handle it. You can rest assured, Xian, Lian Bao assured confidently, patting its chest. Xian, along with the now human Tun Kai and Lian Bao, smoothly passed through security. Given that there were many security personnel patrolling the venue, it was inconvenient for Tun Kai and Lian Bao to revert to their pet forms. So they followed Xian's lead to blend into the crowd and protect Tang Zitong closely. After briefing them, Xian spotted the striking red belly band from a corner bench. "Where's Xiaotong?" Xian approached and sat beside Tang Zitao, inquiring. Tang Zitao, holding the pitchfork with one hand, gestured towards the area with the most people, over there in line to collect pictures. "But honestly, there are so many beautiful girls here. That spot has a popular influencer with millions of followers. It's all this outfit's fault for ruining my chances." Tang Zitao lamented, angrily slapping his thigh, feeling that his attire clashed horribly with the atmosphere, as if he had "fool" written all over his face. "You didn't seem this remorseful when you were late for training. It's all your fault," Xian teased, giving Tang Zitao a thumbs up. "Big brother, are you cosplaying as a farmer? May I take a picture with you?" A little girl interrupted their conversation, adding, "The teacher says farmers are the most hardworking and selfless people." Tang Zitao found himself reluctantly participating. Becoming a target of admiration from the children instead of charming any girls. "Don't be so glum. At least someone wants to take pictures with you. You should be smiling," Xian said while observing Tang Zitao crouched in the corner. "I'll smile when I stab you." Tang Zitao cursed, feeling an overwhelming urge to stab Xian, as ever since the Sun Xiao incident and Luo Shi's transfer, he had noticed this guy becoming increasingly insufferable, making him feel somewhat inferior in comparison. Neither of them had much interest in the Comic Expo, and with Tang Zitao's outfit hindering his performance, they resorted to exchanging banter in a less crowded corner. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd, causing a stir among the attendees. Security and medical personnel rushed towards the commotion. Tang Zitao, ever the opportunist, agilely climbed up a supporting pillar in the corner. Peering over the crowd like a monkey. "Oh no, it seems someone really has died. 2 people, lying on the ground, motionless. Oh my gosh, give them mouth to mouth. Oh wait, they're awake. How impressive." One might assume Tang Zitao had spent the night in a stable. As he exclaimed in shock as the crowd dispersed, Tang Zitao slid down the pillar and looked at Xian, who seemed deep in thought. "Don't overthink it. I suspect it's just a heart issue." Both were elderly folks. "What are the odds we'd encounter such a coincidence at this event?" Tang Zitao speculated. Xian indeed entertained thoughts about a supernatural link, but upon reflection, the probability of an unexpected incident occurring in a public setting, albeit low, was not zero. However, for 2 individuals to collapse simultaneously felt rather coincidental. Thankfully, after a while, normalcy resumed, and the announcement clarified that both elderly individuals had heart issues and were undergoing examination. "Guess I was overthinking it," Xian muttered as he observed the event proceeding normally. "Brother, Xian Gu, look, isn't it beautiful?" Tang Zitong bounced over, showcasing the pictures she had just collected, her face beaming with delight. "Very nice. Honestly, it looks even more stunning than the influencers." Xian praised. "See, our family genes are top-notch." Tang Zitao beamed with pride. "Indeed, indeed. It's just that someone's taste is as rustic as could be," Tang Zitong chimed in. "You wouldn't know good taste if it hit you." "I am just being modest. Otherwise, the girls chasing me for pictures would be lined up all the way to another country," Tang Zitao boasted, puffing out his chest in arrogance. Xian pinched Tang Zitao's lips, lowering his gaze slightly. "If only your weapon was as formidable as your mouth." "You bastard. All right, enough bickering. Let us go pick out a couple of souvenirs," Tang Zitong gently suggested, leading them towards the stalls. Chapter 32. Serendipity at the Comic Expo. 2. Aside from the area for collecting signatures, another spot bustling with crowds was the stalls selling various souvenirs. Xian passed by one stall. His gaze fell upon a blue and white hairpin, its head intricately carved into a blooming white lotus, with a deep blue gemstone at its core, radiating a gentle luster. "Hey, what are you so engrossed in?" Tang Zitao stretched his neck to follow Xian's gaze, clicking his tongue in fascination. With his features contorted in a peculiar expression, he regarded Xian with an unusual stare. "I just find it quite unique. I'm not buying it, I'm leaving." Xian feigned indifference and moved towards the next stall. "Bro, come over here. Isn't this nice?" Not far off, Tang Zitong beckoned to Tang Zitao. A flicker of joy ignited in Xian's heart as he caught sight of Tang Zitao dashing away, prompting him to hurriedly return to the stall. "Boss, please wrap this up for me," Xian said, pointing to a blue and white hairpin, his words tumbling out quickly, revealing his urgency. The boss, being quite efficient, swiftly packaged the hairpin after payment, and handed it to Xian, turning around blissfully. Xian was met with a pair of lecherous eyes, causing him to hastily conceal the hairpin behind him. TSK, 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 TSK. Tang Zitao shook his head while clicking his tongue. Knowing his son well, he was aware this kid was up to no good. Who are you calling sneaky? Xian retorted, casting a glare at Tang Zitao. If you keep flapping your gums, I'll tie your tongue in a knot. Tang Zitao, undeterred, continued to provoke. Come on, just when I was itching for a little fun. But about that hairpin you bought? TSK, TSK. Xian, disinterested, strode towards the next stall, attempting to shake off Tang Zitao's incessant chatter. Unfortunately, Tang Zitao, the relentless shadow, kept pace, prattling on, Oh, your choice of hairpin shows quite the taste. Is it for that pretty girl? Luo Shi, perhaps? He elongated the last syllable, his tone dripping with playful mockery. Get lost? Feeling somewhat guilty from his remarks, Xian feigned anger, warning, if you keep babbling, I'll really give you a beating. He quickened his pace. Wishing to lose this chatterbox amidst the crowd, oh dear, excuse me. Xian, walking too briskly, collided with a middle-aged man, quickly apologizing as he stood up. The man's eyes were dull, his expression blank, as if he bore the weight of the world on his shoulders. He said nothing and continued to walk past Xia, and following the middle-aged man, several others with similar vacant expressions brushed past him. Are you all right? You look like a corporate drone. I could smell the resentment from miles away. Tang Zitao remarked as he caught up to Xian, helping him up that I'm fine. Xian picked up the hairpin, noticing a familiar figure in the crowd waving at him. You should go accompany Tang Zitong. I'll wander a bit longer. After sending Tang Zitao away, Xian moved towards the figure. After wandering for a while without finding anything appealing, Tang Zitao decided to search for Tang Zitong. After all, in such a crowded public space, with numerous security personnel around, the likelihood of his sister encountering a villain was slim. However, Tang Zitao did not anticipate running into something even more absurd. What on earth is that polar bear doing here? The polar bear is eating people. Which poor girl got caught by the bear? Security. This isn't a cosplay event. It's a real bear. Good heavens, look, there's a black bear over there too. Where's the security? What an ugly bear. A tremendous commotion erupted in the crowd as a large white bear, cradling a girl in a black and red short skirt, sprinted towards the exit, pursued by a dozen security personnel wielding riot shields and batons. Tang Zitao squeezed through the crowd, calling out, Excuse me, coming through. With his hands clasped behind his head, he adopted a nonchalant demeanor, whistling as he watched the white bear rush past him, even witnessing it give him the finger. Unsure, he rubbed his eyes. The figure in the white bear's arms was none other than Tang Zitong. You dare to take my sister and provoke me, he exclaimed. Let her go. Tang Zitao rolled up his sleeves and charged after the white bear, with the security team trailing behind. Thanks to their exceptional physical abilities, the white bear and Tang Zitao quickly left the security personnel far behind. You better stop. If I catch you, I'll send you to Antarctica to meet the penguins. Tang Zitao shouted as he pursued. Eventually, the chase led them into a dead end, forcing the white bear to halt. Run, let my sister go. If she loses even a strand of hair, you better believe I'll make you pay. As he spoke, a red glow enveloped Tang Zitao's arms, stepping to the side in a striking pose. With the flow of red spiritual energy, the dragon on his left arm and the tiger on his right glowed brilliantly, surrounded by shimmering golden talisman patterns intermingling with the red energy. Sir, please don't take action. I am Lianbao, the white bear implored, transforming back into a fluffy white mass, raising its hands in a gesture of surrender. Lianbao? What on earth did you carry my sister off for? Tang Zitao inquired, baffled, retracting the energy from his arms as the totems dimmed and faded. Sir, allow me to explain. It happened like this point 10 minutes prior. Tun Kai had mingled among the crowd, beckoning for Xia An to come closer. Weren't you supposed to stay by Tang Zitong's side? What are you doing here? Xian asked as he approached. Tun Kai glanced around anxiously, pulling Xia An to a relatively quiet spot, whispering urgently, Xia An, there's a spiritual presence over by the stalls. Even the person you bumped into exuded this aura. Instantly alert, Xian recalled the expressions of the individuals he had just seen, realizing that things were far from simple. Indeed, nothing was mere coincidence. He led Tun Kai through the throng, scrutinizing the changing expressions of each passerby. Each vacant-eyed individual appeared as if their souls had been siphoned away, moving like soulless husks drifting through the crowd. Upon closer inspection, Xian noticed an exceedingly thin, transparent thread above each person's head, barely perceptible at first glance. These threads crisscrossed through the air, converging at a specific point within the stall area. After a moment of contemplation, Xian outlined his plan to Tun Kai. You and Lian Bao create a disturbance. And while you two lead Tang Zidong away, do your best to disperse the crowd. I'll search for the origin of these threads. If I haven't contacted you within half an hour, alert my master and the 415 Bureau. Once the plan was set, Xian swiftly followed the threads towards the stalls. Upon reaching a jewelry section, he discovered the threads were increasingly dense, so much so that he could easily spot thick strands intertwining without close inspection. The small stall was surrounded by a dense crowd, leaving Xian uncertain whether the stall owner or the tourists mingling within posed a threat. Tentatively, he approached the crowd, peering through the gaps until a middle-aged woman's face came into view. The vendor was fiddling with her wares when she suddenly looked up, a sinister smile curling her lips. The moment Xian caught sight of that terrifying expression, his pupils constricted. The vendor's wicked grin sent chills down Xian's spine, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Almost simultaneously, a bluish barrier filled with talismans erupted around Xian, as several transparent threads struck against the shield, creating ripples. The vendor froze, her malevolent smile stalling on her face. Xian had been prepared the moment he approached the stall, activating the heart-sealing and spirit-sealing talismans sewn into the inner lining of his garment. Ever vigilant against a potential ambush, the vendor utilized the threads to ensnare every unsuspecting tourist that drew near, leveraging the crowd's effect to attract others while concealing her true intentions. Unbeknownst to her, Xian, a skilled spirit master, had a heightened sense of awareness, having shielded himself with talismans in advance. The instant the heart-sealing talisman activated, Xian confirmed 2 points. First, that the threads were a form of mental attack, evident from the tourist reactions. Second, that the perpetrator was none other than the elderly vendor, masquerading in human form. The moment the heart-sealing talisman triggered, the vendor became aware of Xian's presence. Accurately sensing his spiritual energy matched her own at the F-grade level. Additionally, she had just absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual energy from her victims, her own strength bolstered, and she was eager to engage Xian in a game. As the confrontation unfolded, Xian swiftly flicked his wrist, the spirit-repelling talisman glowing with blue light between his fingers. He sprang forth, weaving through the crowd directly towards the vendor. Xian did not act recklessly. He had his reasons. First, the pressure from the threads had not been overwhelmingly intense. Second, the mark of his unique eyes, the spirit seal, would reveal the vendor's spiritual energy level, indicating it would not significantly exceed his own. Just as the spirit-repelling talisman closed in on the vendor, she flashed another wicked grin. Teske. The crowd began to converge, effectively shielding the vendor from view. At that moment, Xian felt 2 hands seize him by the collar from behind, yanking him backward with great force. The tremendous pull destabilized him, sending him tumbling backward. Simultaneously, several threads shot out from the depths of the crowd, racing towards Xian at incredible speed. Alarmed, Xian summoned 3 talismans to float before him, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Wind-cleaving talisman, break. With a flurry of light, several air blades sliced through the threads, severing them entirely, the residual force sweeping through the crowd and cutting the threads from many unsuspecting heads. Those who have lost their delicate threads of connection fall to the ground like kites severed from their strings. As Xian safely landed, he raised his gaze to see a gap slowly parting within the crowd, through which the vendor emerged. Young man, you possess some skill. I wonder if you can withstand this next move. As soon as the words left his lips, the vendor unleashed his spiritual energy, which erupted forth, causing his silver hair to dance wildly in the wind. Following this, several fine threads shot out from behind him, exploding in the air above the venue, scattering in all directions. An increasing number of people, including security personnel, began to fall victim to the greed-driven assault. Xian found himself surrounded by a throng of vacant-eyed individuals, their lips curling into foolish grins, rapidly advancing towards him. He swallowed hard and retrieved a talisman he had prepared in advance. This time, it truly felt like a monkey's distant relative, utterly useless. With a clang, a 2-meter-wide spiritual barrier shot forth, intercepting the nearest batch of puppets. Binding talisman, activate. Several golden hands emerged from the ground, pinning a portion of the crowd firmly in place. However, as the number of puppets multiplied and the approaching throng surged, the immense pressure from the crowd began to overwhelm both the barrier and the golden hands. With the output of spiritual energy, Xian started to feel strained. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and the back of his white tracksuit gradually became damp. This won't do. I must quickly devise a plan. He reassured himself. Oh dear, weren't you quite fierce just a moment ago? What's happened now, young man? The vendor began to enjoy himself, as if to say, accept your fate, and perhaps in your next life, refrain from meddling in others' affairs. With a sweeping motion of his hand, several threads shot forth again, targeting Xian. Bang, bang, bang. The heart barrier talisman reappeared, blocking the threads from breaching the protective field. Yet, mere defense would not yield any turning point. Under the relentless bombardment of threads, cracks began to appear in the heart barrier. The golden hands and spiritual barrier blocking the crowd also showed numerous fissures, threatening to collapse at any moment. Damn it! I can't use the wind-cleaving talisman or the explosive talisman to clear a path. It would harm innocent bystanders. I have no spiritual guardians, and Luo, she is not here. Is this truly a deadlock? I refuse to accept this. Fear not, my child. Your father is here. Just as Xian found himself in a dire predicament, a radiant figure burst through the central entrance, like a riled bull, sweeping aside the crowd with tremendous force, heading straight for the besieged young man in white. After the treasure informant recounted the situation to Tang Zitao, he wasted no time and rushed back, arriving just in time to alleviate Xian's pressing crisis. Upon breaching the encirclement, Tang Zitao leapt into the air, gathering his spiritual energy in his arms. The totem emitted a thunderous roar as he aimed to strike the ground with all his might. Crash! The ground instantly cracked, a massive shockwave emanating from the two of them, pushing the crowd back. Wasn't that quite impressive? Tang Zitao, feeling the wind against his jacket, tossed it aside, now clad in a red bellyband while wielding a fork. Standing tall beside Xia, unlike Neza descending to the mortal realm, he pulled Xian up, a confident smile gracing his features. Absolutely stunning, Xian exclaimed as he and Tang Zitao stood back to back, stretching their shoulders, genuinely praising each other. What's next? Tang Zitao inquired. Xian's gaze fell upon the vendor's position. You handle the puppets, I will confront the instigator. Remember, do not go for the kill. Sever the threads on his head, and that will suffice. No problem. Tang Zitao flicked his wrists, suddenly turning around, arms outstretched, palms overlapping, adopting a volleyball receiving stance. Xian leapt towards Tang Zitao, using his palms as leverage, propelled directly towards the vendor. Tang Zitao's arrival disrupted the vendor's plans, forcing him to face Xian head-on. Don't run off. I want to play too. Tang Zitao, noticing the vendor's intent to summon puppets for protection, rushed into the crowd, blocking their escape route. While he might have found it a stretch to deal with an F-grade vendor in his current state, he had no trouble dispatching the mindless throngs, free from the puppet's entanglement. Xian successfully descended upon the vendor, producing a handful of yellow talismans to scatter into the air, aimed directly at him. Explosive talisman, activate, boom, boom, boom. As the talismans descended before the vendor, Xian swiftly formed seals to trigger them, resulting in a massive explosion that filled the air with thick black smoke. As the smoke cleared, a hunched silhouette emerged. Simultaneously, the threads rapidly wove together before the vendor, forming a gigantic cocoon that enveloped him. Leaving only his soot-stained face unharmed, a bead of sweat trickled down Xian's brow. The previous exchange had drained nearly half of his spiritual energy, and he never anticipated that this vendor would prove so formidable. Cough, 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 young man, I can no longer play with you. Now that you've discovered me, it means the 415 Bureau will soon receive word. This farce must come to an end. The voice abruptly ceased, and the vendor's body soared into the air, his skin tearing apart as countless threads wrapped around him, intertwining to form a colossal web suspended from the venue's ceiling. Bang! Crack! Crack! The white cocoon began to collapse, revealing a chilling figure. Chapter 34. Strange Encounters at the Comic Exhibition. 4. The Soul-Severing Spider Demon Classification. Demon Spirit. Characteristics. Its physical form is that of a colossal spider interwoven in shades of black and purple, with a human-like ghost face emblazoned on its abdomen, thus earning its name. Spiritual technique. Soul-severing threads. Capable of directly contacting the target through the threads while sealing their soul, rendering them into slumber, transforming them into mere puppets while siphoning their spiritual energy. Thread domain. A special spiritual realm created through the interweaving of threads, significantly enhancing movement speed on the threads and enabling the creation of traps for surprise attacks. Current spiritual energy level. F grade. As the white cocoon burst open, an enormous purple-black spider appeared. Clinging to the spiritual thread domain it had spun across the ceiling. Oh no, a spider. This is not good, Xian thought grimly. The soul-severing spider demon dominated the ceiling, reducing the battle to an aerial versus ground confrontation. Granting the advantage to the foe, Xian could only scramble upwards along the pillars. Tang Zitao, where's the fork? Suddenly recalling something, he shouted. At that moment, Tang Zitao was joyfully swinging a hapless bystander by the collar amidst the crowd. Hearing Xian's call, he casually tossed the person aside and seized the fork, hurling it towards the heights. Got it, catch! Swish, swish, swish! Xian caught the fork, using it as climbing gear to ascend. As he climbed, he wielded the wind-cleaving talisman to intercept the threads aimed at him. Drawing closer to the spider, a few meters above, Xian leapt, successfully landing on a thread as thick as his wrist. Daring to leap into my thread domain without a second thought. You are the first to court death, the soul-severing spider demon scoffed. However, Xian soon realized something was amiss. His shoes were firmly stuck. The sole of his raised right foot tethered to the resilient thread, ensnared by the spider's adhesive substance. Soul-severing threads, he roared, as several threads surged towards him, infused with spiritual energy. Xian furrowed his brow and summoned the spiritual barrier talisman, charging forward to meet the threads. Simultaneously, several explosive talismans lined up before him, spreading out evenly after Xian formed the seals to activate them. Accompanied by a series of violent explosions, Xian maneuvered his right arm, gradually emerging from the thick smoke. The soul-severing spider demon was taken aback. How can you move unimpeded within my thread domain? Xian brushed off the dust from his clothes, tapping his temple. Just use your brain, and no sooner had he spoken than a line of explosive talismans shot straight towards the soul-severing spider demon. Boom, boom, boom. Xian closed the distance, utilizing the explosions to neutralize the sticky protein, rendering it inert no matter how large the spider. It cannot escape its carbon-based nature. As he neared the spider, the spirit-driving talisman glimmered with golden light under the influence of his azure spiritual energy, striking towards its face. Yet, what he anticipated did not occur. He found himself grasping at air, his previously smirking lips suddenly falling into silence. The soul-severing spider demon had vanished, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Humph! Relying on such petty tricks, a hollow voice resonated from behind him as the soul-severing spider demon swiftly appeared behind Xia and its spiritual energy flowed through the thread domain, rejuvenating the threads that had been scorched by the explosive talismans, further compressing Xian's available space for movement. Xian utilized the wind-cleaving talisman to sever the flow of energy, striving to preserve his mobility. Ugh! Xian stifled a groan as a swift shadow darted past him, a bloody gash appearing as claws sliced through, staining his white tracksuit with crimson. So fast. Xian marveled, and after sustaining the injury, he activated the spiritual barrier talisman, focusing intently on defense. Bang, bang, bang. The soul-severing spider demon unleashed a rapid barrage of attacks, attempting to shatter the barrier and eliminate Xian on the spot. Stop struggling. It's all in vain. Your spiritual energy has dwindled, hasn't it? The soul-severing spider demon sneered, and as long as there are enough souls in this venue, we'll have an endless supply of energy. Xian remained silent. It was true that his energy had been significantly depleted, yet it was not enough to render him entirely defenseless. He shut his eyes tightly, contemplating, and as the soul-severing spider demon lunged at him, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an eerie blue glow. The light flowed from the corners of his eyes, a blue mark, visible only to Xian, suddenly illuminated the body of the soul-severing spider. In that moment, time seemed to slow down 100-fold, as its every trajectory vividly unfolded in Xian's mind. as the creature's claws lunged towards his chest. A smirk curled at the corner of Xiao'an's mouth. Leaning slightly to the side to evade the attack, he firmly grasped the claws with his left hand, which was imbued with blue light, while his right hand propelled a spirit-vanquishing talisman with all his might towards the soul-severing spider. With a single punch, the creature was sent flying like a cannonball, shimmering with golden light as it crashed into the realm of spiritual threads. Xiao knelt on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on the subtle movements within the web nest. Moments later, as the dust settled, the soul-severing spider emerged limping from the gaping hole. Shaking its head, its eyes glowed a menacing red, and one might say, "You are like a cockroach. Indeed, difficult to kill." Xian chuckled disdainfully. "Not quite, but someone did mention my sticky fangs." However, at this point, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. But it has long since turned to ash. Xian summoned the few remaining talismans to encircle himself, utilizing the elasticity of the spider silk to propel himself towards the soul-severing spider. Seeking death, countless strands of silk were spat forth, quickly weaving together in midair to form an enormous fist brimming with spiritual energy, which struck towards Xian. The two forces collided, generating a thick cloud of black smoke, from which a figure was propelled, landing directly on the colossal spider silk within the realm. The soul-severing spider, drawing energy from the multitude of puppets in its center, ultimately gained the upper hand once more. However, the numerous talismans that had struck it left wounds that could not heal in a short time. Go to hell. The soul-severing spider, enraged and humiliated, swept its claws towards Xian with a roaring gale. "You ugly beast, have you forgotten your grandfather?" A red figure toppled the puppets on the ground, climbing up the pillars, fists glowing with a fierce red light as they aimed at the soul-severing spider. Simultaneously, the creature suddenly sensed its source of spiritual power being severed. Enraged, it shifted from a stabbing motion to a sweeping strike, targeting Tang Zitao's abdomen and sending him crashing to the ground. The speed was so swift that Tang Zitao had no time to react and was flung away in an instant. He flipped over, reactivating his spiritual power to reinforce his arms with totems, cushioning the immense impact of the fall, leaving behind a pit wide enough for two people. The meager spiritual intensity during the settling period was utterly insufficient before the F-grade threat. Cough. Zitao. Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shouting hoarsely, seeing Tang Zitao sprawled on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief, but at that moment, he found himself completely ensnared by spider silk, his mobility severely restricted and his spiritual reserves nearly depleted. Instead of worrying about others, you should concern yourself with your own losses. Your depleted spiritual energy will be replenished by you. The soul-severing spider gathered its spiritual energy and lunged towards Xian's forehead. "This is bad. I'm really going to be finished this time," Xian muttered helplessly, just as he prepared to meet his ENDT that moment. A voice, gentle as jade, rang in his ears. Spirit Talisman, Fire Serpent. Chapter 35. The Scripture Pavilion of Qinglu's Spirit Talisman, Fire Serpent. A youth clad in a flowing white ancient robe appeared on the battlefield. With handsome features and sharp lines, his deep-set eyes sparkled with piercing brilliance. Bearing an air of coldness and aloofness akin to a proud plum blossom in the snow. His sleeves and collar were adorned with delicate silver cloud pattern embroidery, and a black sash encircled his waist, with a few strands of white tassels hanging down. The hem of his robe fluttered elegantly. His hairstyle was distinctly ancient, with most of his long black hair tied into a high ponytail, secured by a silver hairpin, while smooth strands cascaded down to his shoulders, with a few wisps of bangs dancing in the wind in his hand. He held a pristine white folding fan, painted in light ink with a single plum blossom, exuding a hint of scholarly elegance when slightly open. A circle brimming with talismans formed before him, and several spiritual serpents, intertwined with flames, surged forth towards the soul-severing spider. The creature was struck with fear, halting its advance and manipulating the silk to create a massive white shield to fend off the fiery assault. Meanwhile, Xian felt a few strands of flames brush past him, instantly freeing him from the bindings of the spider silk, and he began to plummet freely. "Oh no, I can't fly." The ceiling loomed at least 4 stories high, and even though Xian was not an ordinary person, he would surely be gravely injured. Spirit Talisman. Soaring swallow. The youth called softly, as several talismans spun in the air, transforming into flying swallows that arranged themselves like a staircase descending below. In an instant, he dashed forward, his white robes like snow, lightly tapping the talismans with his toes, gliding as if walking on air, and swiftly landing before Xian. He reached out and elegantly pulled Xian to safety. Thank you for the rescue. Xian, mimicking the ancient mannerisms, clasped his fists in salute. First, let us resolve the present dilemma. We can discuss other matters later. The youth opened his fan, pressing down Xian's raised hands. You will need to guide it to the center of the dome. Xian was momentarily stunned. What, are you joking? Why not you? Don't you see the massive wound on my back? Yet, Xian refrained from voicing his thoughts, observing the absolute confidence and extraordinary aura emanating from the youth, which did not seem like the demeanor of someone who would lead him astray. I suppose I can. But how do I get up there? Xian had no other options and chose to trust him for once. Though the issue remained that he couldn't fly, the youth maintained his calm demeanor, exuding an air of complete control. This is simple. Remember to attack its head with all your might the moment it loses its mobility. With that, the youth waved his fan, and several talismans flew from his sleeve, morphing into swallows that soared upwards. Xian understood, following the swallow's trajectory straight up to the dome, snatching the fork that was embedded in the pillar along the way. He had no talismans left, having exhausted them all, and given that the soul-severing spider was heavily injured, close combat would provide an opportunity to draw its attention. You meddlesome spirit tamers, I will tear you to shreds. The soul-severing spider, furious and humiliated, raised its forelimbs and charged at Xia and reinforced the fork with spiritual power, recalling the Shaolin staff techniques he had secretly learned from Wu Chan. The first collaboration between the youth and Xia was nothing short of exquisite, as the youth anticipated all of Xia's movements, skillfully guiding the swallows to each landing point to prevent any missteps that might entangle them in the spider silk. As Xian fought while retreating, he soon lured the soul-severing spider to the position indicated by the youth. Utilizing the last swallow as a springboard, he launched himself through the gap of the spider silk realm, leaping onto the iron framework of the dome. Trying to escape, the soul-severing spider glared upward, furious. Xian crouched atop the framework, holding the fork and pointing downwards with a faint smile. No, I'm not trying to escape. I am just worried that the arrogant one below might accidentally harm me. The soul-severing spider was startled and looked down, realizing the gravity of the situation. Little dear, are you ready? The youth called up to the fourth floor for confirmation. A pure and adorable girl peeked over the railing, giving a thumbs-up gesture to the youth. Instantly, ancient talismans radiating brilliant white light emerged from the ground, and as the youth continued to infuse his spiritual energy, the fluctuations grew stronger. Simultaneously, the four cardinal directions above the dome lit up in succession, with the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise each guarding their respective corners. The moment the soul-severing spider realized something was amiss, it had already fallen deep into the formation, its inner spiritual energy continuously sealed and interrupted, rapidly diminishing in strength. The youth closed his eyes, standing firm, his hands rapidly forming seals. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes. A burst of white light emerging as he shouted loudly. Azure dragon, reveal your edge, bind its left. White tiger, display your might, suppress its right. Vermilion bird, ascend to the heavens, scorch its heart. Black tortoise, guard and restrain. Lock its spirit. Four symbols unite, transforming prison into array. Four symbols binding spirit array. Activate, boom, 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 boom. Four beams of spiritual light erupted from the four directions, converging at the center where the soul-severing spider stood, rapidly forming a barrier of spiritual energy. No, damn humans! The soul-severing spider struggled as the spiritual light wrapped around it, its energy instantly dissipating, and in that moment, it was reduced to a mere oversized spider. Xian had no time to marvel at the grandeur of the activated formation. He spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and declared, "Now it's my turn to shine." Grasping the handle firmly, he directed the remaining spiritual energy to converge at the tip of the fork and plummeted from above, aiming directly at the soul-severing spider's face. With a splatter, as juices sprayed all over Xian, the massive form of the soul-severing spider began to disintegrate, revealing a white, cocoon-like object the size of a duck egg, glowing faintly in the air. What the heck? Did it drop loot? Xian disregarded the peculiar object, swiftly pocketing it before sliding down the pillar as if nothing had happened. Friends, it was a pleasure collaborating. Xian approached, extending his hand, introducing himself, Yilingshuan, Xian Scripture Pavilion, Qingya. The youth in white extended his hand in response, but as their hands clasped for a brief moment, he frowned in distaste and withdrew his right hand. Why is your hand so clammy? Huh. Xian awkwardly scratched his head. It's just sweat. The battle was too intense, and I got a bit sweaty. Heh. Are you also attending the comic convention? Xian casually inquired, noting that personnel dispatched in the style of Division 415 typically conduct on-site investigations and resolve matters immediately, with only elusive spirits that cannot be captured at the scene being referred to the other three major organizations. Observing the antique clothing of the two individuals, it was likely they had come to attend a comic convention. Otherwise, such attire would be rather inconvenient for a scuffle. A melodious and charming voice emerged from behind them. The girl, sporting twin ponytails with slightly curled ends tied with pale pink ribbons, possessed a strikingly delicate visage. Her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled with vivacity, and she donned a light pink, ancient-style short dress. The hem adorned with layers of sheer fabric that danced lightly. The sleeves and collar of her top were embroidered with exquisite cherry blossom motifs, and a white silk sash cinched her slender waist. Its ends embellished with petite tassels and bells that jingled softly with her movements, adding a playful flair to her appearance. Brother Yi, you looked so handsome just now. The girl linked her arm with Qing Yi, her chubby little face nuzzling against him. Cough, that's enough. Soon you'll be covered in powder, Qing Yi replied coldly. The girl widened her eyes, puffing her cheeks in indignation, and stamped her foot, exclaiming, I haven't even put on makeup. Where would the powder come from? I'm not talking to you. Humph. Who might this be? Xian interjected at an inopportune moment. Qing Yi ignored him, directing his gaze at the girl, as if prompting her to introduce herself. Pouting, the girl turned her head towards Xian, suppressing her annoyance towards Qing Yi, and calmly stated, Songjing Pavilion, Lu Wan. Let us go. Our first itinerary has been thwarted, so we shall proceed directly to the next destination. Qing Yi remarked indifferently, turning to walk towards the exit. Wait for me, Brother Yi. Lu Wan hurried after him, her little legs moving quickly to keep up. Thanks. Xian called out to the departing duo. Qing Yi waved his hand without turning back, vanishing from sight. Teek, not even a polite word. What's with that arrogance? Just because he has a girlfriend, he thinks he's something special. How pretentious, Xian muttered under his breath. But then suddenly recalled Tang Zitao still lying in the pit, and rushed over. You're not dead, are you? Xian helped Tang Zitao up from the pit, attempting to lighten the mood with a joke. Is that how eager you are to inherit your father's fortune? Tang Zitao replied weakly. Who would refuse money? The two supported each other as they made their way towards the entrance. Don't move. Raise your hands. As they reached the threshold, a multitude of gun barrels were aimed at them. At the entrance, a group clad in tight black combat suits and wearing tactical helmets trained their weapons on the two. They bore a badge shaped like a shield, the unique emblem of Division 415, featuring a vertically positioned key at its center. The jagged teeth of the key appeared chaotic yet vaguely formed the number 415. Officially known as the Spirit Key Badged, don't shoot. We're law-abiding citizens. Tang Zitao, disregarding the pain from his injuries, raised his hands. Xian shot him a disdainful glance, increasingly resembling a hostage. We are spirit captors. The offending spirit has already been subdued, Xian explained. The black-clad soldiers remained unmoved, their weapons still trained on the pair. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a black spirit robe stepped forward, followed respectfully by a young man holding what appeared to be a tablet-like device. Verify their identities, the man in black instructed his subordinate. Xian, Tang Zitao. The young man methodically entered the information into the device, and after a brief moment, presented it to the man in black. Proclaiming, identity confirmed. They are apprentices from the Qianwu Dojo and Yuling Pavilion. Please review, esteemed cleansing officer. That won't be necessary. Wang, take their statements, while I handle the scene. The man in black gestured dismissively. Everyone else, clear the area and transport the civilians to the hospital. Yes. The black-clad soldiers moved with remarkable efficiency, quickly relocating the injured. Once the site was cleared, the man referred to as the cleansing officer levitated into the air, his hands gently clasped. All the shattered debris and rubble began to orbit around him. With a sweeping motion of his arms, the fragments seamlessly returned to their original positions, restoring the battered entertainment center to its former glory. Xiaoan, watching the spectacle, was left in awe. Was this the prowess of an A-grade black tier, third tier, individual? Truly, the strength of spirit energy approaching S-grade was evident, achieving such results solely through spirit power without any incantations or artifacts. Wang, after you finish taking the statements, please ensure to back up and erase the nearby surveillance footage. Leave no traces, the cleansing officer instructed as he soared before them, before departing with the remaining black-clad soldiers. Yes. Wang led the two to the surveillance room, connecting his device to the main control center while verifying their statements against the footage. Finding no discrepancies, he completed the necessary procedures and allowed them to leave. That's a valuable item. Use it sparingly, Wang said, patting Xian on the shoulder before channeling his spirit energy and soaring out the window. Only Xian understood that Wang's mention of a valuable item referred to the white cocoon discreetly tucked away in his pocket, as there was an unwritten rule in Division 415 that all spirits captured by spirit captors retained ownership of their acquired items. Xian was uncertain what this cocoon truly was, but Wang's tone suggested it was something significant. After a brief visit to the hospital for minor treatment, the two returned to the villa, encountering no major incidents along the way, aside from the odd glances and discussions from passers-by. Son, in the future, try not to show off or think about mingling in society too much. Just look at that guy. He got slashed and is now bleeding everywhere, the father advised. Got it, Dad. That yellow-haired guy must have been with him. Let him deal with it, Tang Zitao replied. Xian F. Lord Xian, Lord Tang, you two have finally returned? Tun Kai and Lien Bao greeted from the entrance. Fortunately, there were no bystanders around the villa. Otherwise, witnessing a cat and dog conversing would leave them questioning their sanity. Where's Xiao Tong? Xian inquired. Miss Tang has already been escorted back to her room. We were pursued by zoo staff and police for 2 blocks before we managed to shake them off, Lien Bao said, slightly exasperated. Tun Kai chimed in. These fools are just looking to freeload. Can't they tell they've escaped from the zoo? Enough. Don't criticize others when you've turned into a polar bear. That is a bit excessive. Xiaoan retorted, lifting the cat and dog by their scruffs as he strolled into the yard. Unexpected, unexpected. I've only seen polar bears. I can't transform into anything else, Lien Bao explained, suspended in midair. His paws bent in front of him as he licked them. Previously, Wu Chan had been summoned back by Tang Zitao's master for urgent matters, and Luo she seldom visited, leaving the villa feeling somewhat desolate. As evening approached, Tang Zitong awakened and walked into the hall, where Xian and Tang Zitao were seated on the sofa, their wounds wrapped in bandages, yet still engaged in a gaming session. Brother, I remember being at the comic convention. How did I end up back home? Tang Zitong asked, rubbing her eyes. Tang Zitao struggled to formulate a response, caught off guard. I think I remember a bear suddenly picking me up. After that, everything went blank. Right? The bear from the zoo broke loose and took you away, Tang Zitao exclaimed, slapping his thigh and winking at Xian. Help me cover this up. Xian rolled his eyes and added, Yes, we saw the situation was critical, so we rushed after the bear and had a tussle to rescue you. Look, these bandages are all thanks to the bear. He gestured towards the bandages on their bodies, casting a helpless glance at Tang Zitao. Are you satisfied now? Are your injuries serious? Tang Zitong, suddenly wide awake, leapt onto the sofa with concern. Your brother is tough. Just a few minor injuries, nothing like you. Xian, the delicate high schooler who nearly got cleaved in half, Tang Zitao joked, grinning widely. Yes, who could possibly be hurt less than you? You fell asleep as soon as we met. How could you have any injuries? Xian replied nonchalantly. All right, enough of the bickering. I'll cook a few extra dishes tonight to express my gratitude to both of you, Tang Zitong declared, bounding towards the kitchen. That's a bit underwhelming. Just arrived and already getting a free meal? At the entrance, a voice laden with a distinct tone echoed in. Officer Liu, dressed in full police uniform and draped with a patterned cobra, strode towards the two. Officer Liu? Xian responded, somewhat taken aback. I've heard about your incident. I just returned from headquarters and thought I'd check in on you. Officer Liu explained, It's not that I'm here to mooch a meal. It's just a fortunate coincidence. Ha ha ha. After the aftermath of the night charm incident, Officer Liu had personally overseen the concluding tasks, slowly becoming more familiar with Tang Zitao's family. Officer Liu. Have you heard of the cleansing officer? Xian broached the subject directly, relieved to find someone who could provide answers. Am I some sort of NPC? You don't even offer me a seat before firing questions at me? Officer Liu chuckled playfully. Xian grinned. We're old acquaintances. Just look at these bandages. Given your stature, please don't be too hard on me. You cheeky rascal. Officer Liu quipped as he settled down. The cleansing officer is merely a spirit title. Typically, spirit captors A grade and above adopt such titles in place of their real names. These titles may relate to their names or their duties and distinct characteristics. The cleansing path, known as the director of the 415 Bureau's Special Operations Division, primarily oversees the conclusion of on-site operations and occasionally handles urban emergencies, hence the peculiar moniker. Xian nodded, bluntly interpreting it as a means to flaunt one's status, signaling to others that he is at least of A-grade caliber. Urging the lesser beings to look up to him. Oh, Officer Liu, I have something here that I'd like you to take a look at, Xian said, reaching into his pocket. Officer Liu gestured him to stop, grinning as he said, let us eat first, and we'll discuss it afterward. You old trickster, afraid of losing your value if I don't let you mooch a meal. Chapter 37. The soul-condensing spider cocoon after a hearty meal. 3 figures lounged on the living room sofa, leaving Tang Zidong alone in the kitchen to tidy up the dishes. Hiccup, if there's anything to ask, feel free, Officer Liu said, letting out a satisfied burp while picking his teeth with a toothpick and rubbing his protruding beer belly. Xian produced the spider cocoon gear he had obtained at the comic exhibition. It was silvery white, palm-sized, with an exterior as smooth as silk, emanating a faint glow that felt soft and warm to the touch. Adorned with naturally formed spider web patterns in the center, a dim red crystal point was faintly visible, resembling the life core of a soul-severing spider. Officer Liu examined it under the ceiling light for a long while but couldn't discern its significance. Officer Liu, you can't possibly not know what this is, can you? If that's the case, I might have to charge for this meal. Xian teased, don't rush. Officer Liu replied calmly, retrieving his phone and scanning the cocoon with a specialized app. I may not know, but I can look it up. Moments later, an article with images popped up. Oh, it seems you've struck gold, kid. This is indeed a remarkable item, Officer Liu remarked while reading. This is called the soul-condensing spider cocoon, a product formed from the special silk glands of the soul-severing spider upon its demise. When gently placed over a wound, the cocoon releases a trace amount of spiritual energy, rapidly repairing damaged tissue. The wound will scab over within seconds and heal completely in 10 minutes. Moreover, the skin will be as smooth as ever, leaving no scars, and may even become more delicate than before. Additionally, during the healing process, the cocoon emits a gentle spiritual energy that alleviates pain and temporarily restores the injured party's vitality. Is it truly that miraculous? Xian held the soul-condensing spider cocoon in his hand, somewhat incredulous. Wow, skin whitening and moisturizing? Isn't this a must-have artifact for little fairies? Tang Zitao interjected. No, no. Officer Liu countered. Using it that way would be sheer waste. The 415 Bureau's developmental department extracts this substance to formulate medicine. With a market price of 100,000 per gram, don't underestimate that gram. It could easily eliminate the scar on your back. Isn't this just what you need? Officer Liu pointed to the bandages wrapped around Xian's body. Xian shook his head, chuckling. Such a precious item should be reserved for emergencies. I'm fine. Besides, a man should have a scar or two to boast about his past. You better genuinely possess such a sense of the bigger picture. Officer Liu scoffed. Don't think I'm going to waste it. With all these cuts on my muscular frame, how am I to charm the ladies in the future? Tang Zitao said with a mischievous grin directed at Xian. 1 million per gram, Xian replied without hesitation. Damn it, we're all friends here. Although I can afford it, discussing money could hurt our feelings. Tang Zitao's expression shifted. Talking feelings costs money. Damn, I might as well go buy it from the 415 Bureau. Just a quick note, the 415 Bureau does not sell to unofficial spirit masters. Officer Liu added. Forget it then. I've reconsidered. Having scars can be quite manly. On Monday, Xian, having recovered, finally returned to school after 2 months. After the comic exhibition's evenly matched contest, he felt his spiritual energy usage had become more adept and purer. The several massive pits he had left behind were now filled with a half pool of spiritual energy, indicating that he had reached mid-level F grade. Upon returning to class, Xian noticed no particular discomfort, save for the presence of Gu Zhuoran at the back of the classroom. Xian could tell that one could not hide a desire to target someone. Unlike Tang Zitao, who always made a grand entrance, Xian was now particularly focused on physical training, rising early each day to run to school. To his surprise, as soon as he entered, someone disrupted his peaceful mood. "Oh, isn't this Junior Xia? Did you come alone?" Gu Zhuoran smirked, his tone laced with malice. "What else? Am I supposed to be accompanied by half a person?" Xian replied flatly, not even glancing at him as he headed straight for his seat. "You!" Gu Zhuoran exclaimed, rising in indignation, but his attention was quickly diverted by the entrance of Luo Shi. "Good morning, Senior Luo. Have you had breakfast? I specifically bought you a portion." Gu Zhuoran's tone did a complete 180, completely discarding his earlier irritation. Luo Shi, with a cold demeanor, sat down and pushed the packed breakfast towards Gu Zhuoran's table, saying flatly, "What else? If not breakfast, am I supposed to eat pig feed?" "Senior Luo is truly humorous," Gu Zhuoran replied awkwardly, his expression akin to one who had just tasted something foul. As luck would have it, today Tang Zitao arrived precisely on time, taking Gu Zhuoran's breakfast upon settling down. "I'm a pig. It suits my appetite perfectly, thanks." Gu Zhuoran was not foolish. He recognized that Tang Zitao and Xian were comrades. However, with Luo Shi nearby, he refrained from displaying his irritation, opting instead to demonstrate his magnanimity. "Oh, we all classmates here. No need to be so polite. Feel free to eat. Is there anyone else who hasn't had breakfast? Everyone, come and replenish yourselves." Seeing Gu Zhuoran's ridiculous demeanor, Xian could only shake his head in resignation, baffled by the thoughts of someone so devoted to flattery. "What is going on? It's the loudest in our class this early in the morning. If you can't read, then just scram." The homeroom teacher stood at the door, holding a stack of papers and shouting. The class instantly fell silent. "Look at the scores you all got in math. How can you still have the audacity to speak?" The teacher scolded while waving the papers. "Look at how well Gu Zhuoran and Luo Shi performed. How is it that you all sit in the same class yet the gap is so vast?" Gu Zhuoran, 150 points. Luo Shi, 141 points. Tang Zitao, 8 points. Upon reaching Tang Zitao's name, the teacher's temper flared dramatically. That old Tang Zitao, even if I set the machine to scan the multiple choice questions, he still wouldn't score above 8 points. "Did you bring your brain to the exam?" "Ha ha 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 ha." The teacher's remarks sent the entire class into uproarious laughter, with Gu Zhuoran laughing the hardest. Tang Zitao, nonchalant, merely let the comments wash over him, accustomed to the ridicule, as grades held no value for him, determined by nature. Xian glanced down at the untouched test paper before stuffing it into his desk. For a bounty hunter, such trivial examinations were hardly worth his attention. After half of the morning session spent scolding the back row students, the teacher finally ceased. Tang Zitao quietly tossed the soaked test paper into the trash. "Class monitor, please verify the class roster and send it to my office to prepare for the spring outing next year." Having given his instructions, the teacher hummed a tune and walked towards the office. Without any further conversation, Xian received a message from Liao Yuan that evening, asking him to visit the blind massage parlor. Since attending evening self-study was optional, Xian decided to skip it and head straight to his destination. Originally, he intended to ask Luo Shi if she wanted to accompany him, but Gu Zhuoran clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, making it impossible to detach. Thus, he abandoned the idea. Upon arriving at the door and seeing the rolled-up shutter, Xian knew that something significant must be happening today to warrant the closure. He leisurely made his way towards the back entrance. Chapter 38. The gathering of the three elements at this moment, in the second-floor hall, the voices of three elders engaged in conversation could be heard. Sitting in the center was Shi Yuanyi, clad in a cyan spiritual robe. To his left sat a slightly younger male elder in a yellow spiritual robe. His hair was neatly tied up, secured with a stable ebony hairpin, a few silver strands adorning his temples. His brow bore an expression of determination and wisdom, his skin showing some fine lines from the passage of time, yet remaining firm and ruddy. Exuding an air of calm authority, his gestures revealed the depth accumulated from 50 years of cultivation. Behind him stood Wu Qian and Tang Zitao, the visitor being the current master of the Qianwu Dojo. Wu Anbong, known by the spiritual title Qingfeng Daeran. To his right was a slightly younger female elder, also dressed in a yellow spiritual robe. Her long black hair, now streaked with silver, was styled into a neat bun secured with a golden hairpin, which was adorned with a glimmering yellow gem that refracted a soft glow. Her features, though marked by the passage of years, remained gentle and dignified, with a full forehead and eyes radiating a serene kindness and wisdom. Behind her stood Lu Wan and Qing Yi, the current head of the Cangjing Pavilion, Shangguan Zealand, known as Fumo Xianzhong. Every year, as the end of the year approaches, the current leaders of the three major organizations gather with their most talented disciples, those they deem worthy of special mentorship, to reminisce and foster bonds among the younger generation. An event referred to as the Gathering of the Three Elements. This year, the disciples taken in by Zealand are truly extraordinary in both appearance and capability, Shi Yuanyi remarked, stroking his goatee and offering praise. Master Shi, you flatter me. I've heard you have a remarkable female disciple whom you intend to cultivate as the next head. Might I have the pleasure of meeting her and Master Wu today? Shangguan Zealand smiled gracefully and returned the courtesy, saying, Indeed, indeed. I hold great admiration for the discerning eye of Master Shi Xian. Wu Anbong concurred, expressing his satisfaction with the recommendation of Tang Zitao by Shi Yuanyi, acknowledging him as excellent material for a spirit master, despite his occasional lack of sharpness. Shi Yuanyi smiled with understanding and waved his hand. That may be somewhat unfortunate. She recently went out to accept a commission and is likely to return quite late. Whether we meet or not is all a matter of fate. That is indeed a bit unfortunate, but I have heard that Zitao's good friend has recently attained F grade just after a period of consolidation, which speaks volumes of his innate talent, Wu Anbong continued. Are you referring to that young man who recently fought to a standstill against the soul-devouring spider? Shangguan Zealand inquired with raised brows. Her interest piqued. As leaders of the three major organizations, they were well informed of the exploits of the younger generation, with news reaching the ears of the three elder statesmen without delay. Look, he has been loitering at the staircase for quite some time. Shi Yuanyi remarked, beckoning towards the door. You rascal, stop spectating and come greet your two esteemed elders. Hee, master, when did you notice me? Xian scratched his head, a look of embarrassment crossing his face as he ascended to the second floor. Good evening, Grandpa Wu, Grandma Shangguan. The young man looks quite spirited, Wu Anbong remarked, patting Xian on the shoulder in appreciation. But do not be deceived by this lad's appearance. He is quite cunning, Shi Yuanyi interjected. It is wise for young people to be clever. Having a plethora of wits on the battlefield is not necessarily a bad thing, Shangguan Zealand added with a smile, restoring some dignity to Xian. For a spirit master without a spirit guardian who could engage in combat with equals and not fall behind showed solid foundational skills. Young Xia has mastered the advanced four symbols binding spirit array at such a tender age. His talent is evidently formidable. Xia is merely fortunate, Shi Yuanyi said dismissively. Xia could only smile awkwardly, internally lamenting, Master, you give me no face in front of outsiders. Grandpa sure has overpraised me. It is thanks to Xia and Tang Zitao buying enough time that I could set up the array seamlessly with Xiao Lu. If we must attribute credit, it should be for our team's cohesive victory. Qing Yi humbly asserted. Xian felt deeply moved, thinking to himself, from now on, you are not merely pretentious. You are a master of perspective. I, your junior, have been oblivious. If we are to speak of true prodigies, it must be this junior disciple, whose spirit power has reached C grade at such a young age, and has even obtained a spirit treasure, Shi Yuanyi remarked, directing his gaze towards Wu Anbong, who pointed out the young monk Wu Chun, who was meditating and striking a wooden fish rhythmically. He is indeed commendable, raised in a Buddhist environment, with both character and nature being exceptional. Master Shi, you flatter me excessively, excessively. Wu Anbong laughed heartily, clearly fond of his disciple Wu Chun. After the three elders exchanged pleasantries, they began reminiscing at the dining table, while the younger generation engaged in their own ice-breaking activities. Wu Chun, fearing he would miss a meal due to not completing his merit accumulation for the day, began to read ancient texts on arrays and talismans as soon as Qing Yi took a seat. Lu Wan, being infatuated, sat there doing nothing but gazing intently at Qing Yi. Tang Zitao, being a glutton, kept Xian occupied, who could only lean on his hand and eavesdrop on the conversation from the neighboring table, inadvertently picking up some intriguing tidbits. Since that great battle, our three major organizations have suffered significantly, with many souls forever resting among the ruins, Wu Anbong lamented, raising his cup with a melancholy expression. The Qianwu Dojo and the Scripture Repository have fared relatively well, quickly regaining strength in recent years, nearing their peak capabilities. Unfortunately, Yuling Pavilion may take quite a while to recover. Shangguan Zilan echoed Shi Yuanyi's sentiments of regret. That is of little matter. I am of advanced years and do not concern myself with such trivial fame. As long as the world remains stable, their sacrifices will hold value, Shi Yuanyi replied thoughtfully. In my opinion, the 415 Bureau is not to be underestimated. Since the change in leadership, they have engaged in all sorts of perplexing operations, the most outrageous being their direct involvement in recruiting students for our 3 major organizations. The buildings in the wild domain have all expanded, and students are being selected and recruited from across the nation, leaving us to simply teach them when they arrive. What a situation this is. We have effectively become laborers for the 415 Bureau. Wu Anbong slammed his hand on the table, exasperated. Shangguan Zilan pushed a bowl of tea towards him, urging him to calm down. There are certainly considerations from above. We merely execute their orders. Besides, it saves us the trouble of traveling nationwide. That may be true, but I find it hard to comprehend some of the selections made. Clearly, some individuals are not suited for martial arts. Yet they are forced into the Qinwu dojo, Wu Anbong complained, unable to accept that the families of the Bureau's officials were allowed to bypass the system. Are you referring to Director Gu-sun? Shangguan Zilan gestured for Wu Anbong to lower his voice. Who else could it be? Wu Anbong raised his voice, disregarding the notion of decorum. Xian, who had been eavesdropping, was taken aback. What the gouge were on? You are a backdoor brat. No wonder my master would recruit someone like you. Chapter 39. The Bingshu incident. Xiaolan was taken aback. Upon hearing the name, he realized Gu Zhuoran had connections. With his father holding a prominent position in the administrative department of the 415 Bureau, a governmental entity with an undeniable status in the spirit-binding realm, effectively their superior. This meant he was entangled with a significant player, which could pose a challenge. Regardless of Tang Zitao's wealth, he was not invulnerable. They would need to handle Gu Zhuoran delicately, leaving no traces for his father. Master Wu, do not let your anger get the best of you. As long as we can fulfill the spirit-binding mission and maintain order in the human realm, what does it matter whose son he is? Shi Yuanyi chuckled, handing Wu Anbong a pear. Wu Anbong took a bite of the pear, still seething. If I were you, I could not tolerate this indignation. You must understand that the spirit guardians of Yuling Pavilion are chosen for their grand opportunities. The signing of the spirit summoning contract requires mutual consent, yet he dares to force a contract upon an S-grade spirit we captured. I see this as sheer madness. Hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Shi Yuanyi's eyes. But he quickly regained composure. We rarely gather like this. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Come, let us drink and dine. Seeing that Shi Yuanyi was unconcerned, Wu Anbong and Shangguan Zilan felt it inappropriate to continue the discussion. And with smiles, they began to enjoy the rare moment of camaraderie. Xian, meanwhile, was piecing together the useful information he had gathered, realizing that Gu Zhuoran was indeed an S-grade spirit guardian. However, he had never heard of the forced signing of a spirit summoning contract before. Likely involving some unique spell, the side effects of which remained a mystery. No wonder Gu Zhuoran was so arrogant. He had the backing to be so, with a father in a high position and an S-grade spirit guardian at his disposal. Although his own spirit power was a factor, he might also possess some technological advantages, considering what Officer Liu had said about the 415 Bureau's development department being a remarkable place. Regardless, Xian held no interest in Gu Zhuoran. He could do as he pleased as long as he did not provoke him. Conversely, it was the great battle that Wu Anbong referenced that intrigued Xian more. Yet, to his dismay, Master Shi skillfully diverted the topic, preventing him from hearing more about it. Qingyi, Xian began to pester the engrossed Qingyi. Qingyi furrowed his brow, expressing impatience. Speak if you have something to say. Do you know which battle Grandpa Wu was referring to? Xian inquired, noticing Qingyi had likely read numerous books related to spirit binding and might possess some insights. The Bingshu incident? Qingyi replied, uncertainly raising a question mark, if I recall correctly. It was a major event that occurred 18 years ago. I vaguely remember hearing my senior brothers mention it, but the details escape me. Dio share. I am quite curious, Xian insisted, pulling up a stool to sit between Lu Wan and Qingyi, inadvertently blocking Lu Wan's view, causing her to pout in frustration. All right, but keep your distance from me, Qingyi retorted, pushing Xian away to create some space. My senior brother mentioned that 18 years ago, a vast shopping center in the heart of Zhejiang City suddenly collapsed, revealing a 100-meter-wide spirit portal from which countless spirits emerged. including various spirit kings and their numerous generals. The mightiest among humans, Wuji Daoxian, arrived just in time and fought fiercely against the spirits for a day and night, managing to contain them within the shopping center. However, each spirit king possessed peak S-grade strength. Not to mention the many S-grade junior generals. As time progressed, Wuji Daoxian gradually found himself at a disadvantage, but fortunately, the 415 Bureau, along with the three major organizations, arrived in a timely manner to stabilize the situation and avert the crisis. However, we suffered severe losses. Wuji Daoxian went missing, and the previous leaders of the Qinwu Dojo and Scripture Repository, along with a portion of their main forces, perished. The registered personnel of Yuling Pavilion also faced a drastic reduction. And then? Xian pressed eagerly when Qingyi paused. There was nothing more. That is all I know. Can I be left in peace now? Qingyi said coldly, returning to his reading. So full of yourself. Xian muttered, moving back to his original seat to give Lu Wan her space. After several rounds of drinks, at the table, aside from Xian, Wu Qian, and Qing Lu, no one remained sober. Even Elder Shangwan proved formidable. Managing to outdrink the two elder gentlemen, Xian had decided to place the unattended Tang Zitao in Liao Yuan's room, reasoning that Liao Yuan, being heavily intoxicated, would likely not mind having Tang Zitao stay for the night. Once everyone had departed, Xian ensured that both his master and Tang Zitao were comfortable and proceeded to prepare for an improvised night on the sofa. The Bingshu incident. Lying on the sofa? Xian murmured this unfamiliar term to himself. Considering Qing Ye's description and the experiences of swallowing wealth and gathering treasures, it was evident that something significant had transpired in the spirit realm. Otherwise, the spirit emperor would not remain indifferent to such monumental events. Moreover, the term Wuji Daoxian sounded akin to a spiritual title belonging to a formidable human warrior, whose prowess was undoubtedly extraordinary. To single-handedly battle multiple S-class peak spirit kings and numerous spirit generals was indeed terrifying. It turned out that Grandfather Wu and Grandmother Shangwan were not the first leaders, which explained their deep respect for his master. Xian muttered to himself. For them, Shi Yuanyi was also a senior, the founder of Yulingxian and the first-generation leader. Although the initial ice-breaking among the younger generation had not been ideal, it was of little consequence. After all, this was not the primary purpose of the gathering, which was primarily a reunion among the elders. The Bingshu incident, the Bingshu incident, the Bingshu incident. Could it be? Xian suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. An incident typically describes a significant political upheaval, and the supreme ruler of the spirit realm is none other than the spirit emperor. Such a large-scale rebellion by the spirit kings, unrestrained by the spirit emperor, recklessly inciting wars and invading the human realm, implied that something must have gone awry with the spirit emperor. Realizing this, Xian couldn't help but inhale sharply. This was no trivial matter. It signified a likely imbalance between the human and spirit realms, leading to a major crisis. With his hands clasped behind his head and legs crossed, various bizarre battle scenarios flitted through his mind. Suddenly, in a daze, Xian sensed unusual movements downstairs. Goodness, has the shop been robbed? Xian sat up abruptly, pondering carefully as he listened to the faint sounds below. After confirming repeatedly, he was certain that someone had entered downstairs, so he stealthily descended the stairs, following the sound to its source. Following the rustling noise, Xian arrived at the storeroom on the first floor and pinpointed the location of the sound. Summoning his courage, he opened the storeroom door, and the dim light spilled through the gap, illuminating his face. The sight before him startled Xia in Chapter 40. Midnight oddities inside the storeroom. Luo, she was curled up alone, the dim yellow light casting shadows on her petite form. Her long hair was disheveled, with strands clinging to her pale cheeks due to cold sweat, losing the luster of her usual self. Amidst the chaos, a hint of fatigue showed. Her once rosy lips were now cracked and pale, even bearing faint traces of blood. Her breathing was shallow yet somewhat hurried, as if she had just endured a fierce battle. Her back, as white as snow, was marred by gruesome knife wounds, each scar resembling a searing brand. She bit her lower lip gently, testing the edges of her wounds with a cotton swab dipped in medicine. Even the slightest touch sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through her. Luo, she furrowed her brows, gritting her teeth, striving to remain silent. She had grown accustomed to enduring such hardships over the years, relying solely on her indomitable will. She never regarded her master as a crutch. She tackled every challenge independently, step by step, forging her path to strength. Even when accepting commissions, she never took on tasks with a spirit power lower than her own. The one she had just completed had reached the pinnacle of D-class. Even nearing C-class, a hard-fought victory, that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, startling Luo Shi instinctively as she turned to face the entrance. "I'd apologize." Xian stood at the doorway, his hand frozen on the doorknob. His entire being momentarily paralyzed. He had heard commotion inside and, suspecting a robbery, had come out of curiosity, only to stumble upon such a scene. Luo Shi hurriedly grabbed nearby clothing, clutching it tightly to her chest to cover herself. Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Gritting her teeth, she attempted to maintain a calm and indifferent tone. "What are you doing here?" Xian's gaze flickered before quickly averting, forcefully suppressing the shock and embarrassment within. His eyes fell upon the shocking scars on Luo Shi's back, his voice softening. "You're hurt. I'll go call the master." Luo Shi frowned. She had returned quietly to avoid alarming anyone, but seeing the genuine concern in his eyes softened her heart. She turned her head away, unwilling to reveal her changing expression, and softly replied, "It's just a small injury. It's nothing, it's not your concern. Don't trouble the master." Xian's throat moved slightly, but his feet involuntarily took a half-step forward, his tone tinged with anger. "What are you trying to prove? Is this kind of injury just a small one?" Luo Shi was taken aback, raising her head in surprise at Xian's tone. Her gaze held complexity as she looked at him, seemingly wanting to refuse, but she was interrupted. "Wait for me a moment." Xian stepped out of the partition, going to the front desk to grab a new pack of disposable gloves. When he returned to the storeroom, he held a white fluffy ball, which was the cocoon of the soul spider. "Bear with it. I'll be done shortly." Xian's expression was resolute and sincere. Luo Shi bit her cracked, pale lips, hesitating for a moment as if engaged in a complex internal struggle, but ultimately nodded slightly. Xian infused his spirit power through the gloves into the cocoon of the soul spider. Pressing it against the still bleeding wounds, Luo Shi let out a soft groan, instinctively resisting, wanting to curl up further. "Don't move. Just hold on a bit longer." Xian concentrated, using his spirit power to guide the cocoon of the soul spider to gently caress each wound. Pausing deliberately to ensure no area was overlooked as his gaze lowered, he beheld the smooth and proportionate lines of Luo Shi's back, her skin glistening like fine jade, exuding a delicate sheen, as if flawless porcelain had been tenderly brushed by the morning light. Xian swallowed hard, closed his eyes, and wiped away the nosebleed, employing his to navigate the cocoon of the soul spider by instinct. As the blue light swept over, the wounds healed at a visibly miraculous pace, leaving no trace behind where the spirit power had reached. The cocoon of the soul spider shrank from the size of a duck egg to that of a quail egg, having consumed 2/3 of its volume. When Xian opened his eyes, a wave of fatigue surged from the depletion of his spirit power, and he found Luo Shi had tightly wrapped herself in her clothing, falling into a deep sleep. Xian went upstairs, fetched a thin blanket, and gently covered Luo Shi before turning to exit the storeroom. Just as he stood up, he suddenly felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The sudden side effects of spirit power depletion catching him off guard, causing him to faint instantly. The following morning, in a dazed state, Xian felt a warm sensation on his face, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze or the soft brush of feathers. Delicate and soothing. His brow furrowed slightly, his eyelids fluttering as his consciousness gradually sharpened. The gentle breaths wafting from his nose became increasingly clear, imbued with a faint warmth that pulled him from the depths of slumber. Slowly opening his eyes, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Luo Shi's face was mere inches away, peacefully and sweetly asleep, her long eyelashes drooping, the tip of her slightly upturned nose nearly touching his. Her warm breath brushed softly against his cheek. Her lips parted slightly, the soft sounds of her breathing in the quiet room akin to whispers, her silky hair cascading over her profile and pillow, accentuating her porcelain-like complexion. Xian felt the warmth of her breath, mingled with a faint fragrance, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. His throat moved slightly, and his heart inexplicably quickened. He attempted to shift away, only to realize that, unbeknownst to him, his arm had been gently embraced by her. Luo Shi's sleeping visage was so close that he could count her eyelashes, her beauty rendering him momentarily entranced. "Wu." Xian stammered, flustered. Suddenly, Liao Yuan, who had come to the storeroom to prepare for an early day's work, walked in and was met with this shocking scene. Tang Zitao, who had just come downstairs, saw Liao Yuan standing at the door with his mouth agape in astonishment. Equally bewildered, and nudged Liao Yuan, bringing his face closer. "Brother Yuan, what's going on this early morning?" "What the heck? Beasts, beasts," the two exclaimed, pointing at Xian, their faces a mix of shock. Xian gently extricated his arm from Luoshi's embrace, swiftly covering the mouths of the two and pulling them out of the storeroom, recounting the events of the previous night in minute detail. "It's just as it happened. It's not what you think." Xian fervently defended himself, but his arguments sounded somewhat feeble. "Do you believe it?" Liao Yuan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Tang Zitao, inquiring, "I can't believe it. A stunning beauty like that in front of me. I couldn't bear it, could you?" Tang Zitao exclaimed loudly, "I can't bear it either." Liao Yuan replied decisively. Tang Zitao then looked at Xian with a mischievous grin. "You can't possibly have issues, right? Get lost, get lost. Whether you believe it or not, my conscience is clear." Xian knew there was no way to clear his name, so he decided against further explanations. "I'm tired. Let us end this." Moments later, Luoshi emerged from the storeroom, rubbing her eyes and wrapped in a blanket, heading towards the second floor. "If you two don't believe it, go ask." Xian glanced at the two of them and said. The two exchanged glances, each looking at the other, holding a silent standoff for a moment. "Well, I have to get to work now." Liao Yuan glanced at the clock and muttered. "Right, I need to head home. I can't leave Xiao Tong alone." Tang Zitao coughed and walked toward the door. Seeing their sheepish demeanor, Xian rolled his eyes. "Humph, two cowards. What can't I handle with you two?" Chapter 41. Headquarters of the 415 Bureau. After sending off the two troublesome figures, Xian felt a significant quietness around him. Lying on the sofa, he closed his eyes, replaying the alluring scenes from the previous night, and although he had covered himself well, he couldn't help but catch a glimpse of that rounded, ample silhouette. Originally, after using more than half of the soul-condensing spider silk, Xian felt a twinge of regret. However, upon reflection, that sentiment seemed to dissipate. Instead, he felt as though he had gained something significant. Truly indulging his eyes, as he pondered, a smile unconsciously crept across Xian's lips, a look of bliss adorning his face. "Enough of your daydreaming, Master has called for you to come up," came Liao Yuan's sudden shout, startling Xian back to reality as he wiped away the drool and pulled himself together. "One must speak with evidence. Otherwise, I shall accuse you of defamation," Xian retorted, attempting to justify himself. Liao Yuan rolled his eyes and turned towards the front desk, deliberately raising his voice. "Your mouth is wide open, as if you're about to imprint the thoughts in your mind onto your face." Xian felt his cheeks flush with heat, hurriedly making his way to the restroom to splash cold water on his face until he regained his composure before heading upstairs, eyeing the conference room on the third floor. Shi Yuanyi sat at the head of the table, with Luoshi seated beside him, clearly having awaited Xian for quite some time. Luoshi had changed from the blue and white A-line dress she wore during their last meeting at the Keiqiao Central Park, restyling her hair into a high ponytail. She looked well recovered, showing no signs of her previous injuries, proving that the soul-condensing spider silk was indeed a remarkable substance. No wonder the counterfeit version fetched a price of 100,000 per gram. "Please, take a seat." Shi Yuanyi gestured towards an adjacent chair. "May I ask why Master has summoned me?" Xian inquired tentatively. Normally, when Master sought him out, it was either to discuss his cultivation progress or to strategize. But today's atmosphere felt unusually somber, especially with Luoshi present. Could it be that he was being summoned for a reprimand? Surely not. He had done nothing wrong, merely stolen a glance, just a glance. As Xian wrestled with his thoughts, Shi Yuanyi spoke. "Did you see it?" Xian inhaled sharply, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, and sheepishly confessed, I saw a bit." Shi Yuanyi furrowed his brow slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. "Why didn't you observe it in its entirety?" Xian was taken aback. "See it in its entirety? Don't look at me. There's nothing written on my face." Shi Yuanyi slapped the table in exasperation. "You were too tense earlier, and failed to notice the document lying perfectly still before you." Xian glanced down to find a file titled Guide to Cultivation in the Wild Spirit Realm and Life in the Spirit World. It was not thick, perhaps a little over 100 pages, and written in a straightforward manner, far more user-friendly compared to the thick tomes some schools issued. What is this? Xian asked, flipping through the file, which contained various guidelines regarding the wild spirit realm. 2 months ago, during the new year, Sheer planned to venture into the wild realm to seek spiritual treasures and train. Coincidentally, Guzhuaran unilaterally canceled his training and returned to the human world. I thought it would be beneficial for you to accompany her, to familiarize yourself with the environment and further your training, Shi Yuanyi stated plainly. The reason I called both of you here is to discuss this matter and hear your opinions. I have no objections, but what about the school? Xian expressed his concerns. You need not worry about that. Arrangements will be made, Shi Yuanyi assured him. Then I have no objections, Xian replied, turning his gaze towards Luo Shi. Luo Shi lowered her head, appearing somewhat uncomfortable, deliberately avoiding Xian's gaze as she softly stated, I have no objections, then it's settled. Meeting adjourned, Shi Yuanyi declared, hastily retrieving a keyboard and mouse he had stored in the cabinet before rushing downstairs. Xian had intended to ask something further, but as he raised his hand, Shi Yuanyi was already out of sight, showing no sign of his elderly demeanor. When are we departing? Xian redirected his inquiry towards Luo Shi. We need to make an appointment with Bureau 415 in advance to use the Spirit Gate, Luo Shi replied, pulling out her phone. Let us exchange WeChat. I'll notify you later. Xian opened the scanning feature on his phone. Oh, should I scan you? Sure, she affirmed. After exchanging contact information, they became friends seamlessly. Luo Shi's profile picture depicted a sketched seaside girl with the nickname Danzwa Egu Ci. Xian glanced at her moments, which revealed nothing but emptiness, a reflection of her character, not one to frequently share her life online. In the following days, Xian maintained his routine of attending school and training, with little of note occurring aside from Guzhuaran's daily tirades. At the Tang residence, as night fell, Xian sat cross-legged on his bed, his consciousness drifting into the realm of spiritual awareness. The vegetation around him flourished abundantly, and the previously prepared depressions were now filled to the brim with condensed spiritual energy. Yet, Xian felt the intensity of the spiritual energy remained stagnant, indicating he was still at F level with no signs of advancing to E level. Was the depth of the depressions insufficient? Xian pondered. Officer Liu had mentioned that to reach E level, the density of spiritual energy must rival that of a large lake. Indeed, a mere pond could not compare. Emerging from the realm of spiritual awareness, Xian concluded that the time for advancement had not yet arrived. He needed to continue solidifying his foundation. Just as he contemplated his future plans, a notification sound interrupted him. The screen displayed a message from Danzwa Egu Ci. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. Kaiqiao Central Park, Pavilion in the Lake. Grey Wolf King. Okay, Danzwa Egu Ci. Why did you choose such a name? Grey Wolf King. Damn, it was registered by Tang Zitao. I didn't pay attention. And all good now. After a few more messages, Luo Shi ceased to reply. Xian tucked his phone away and proceeded to review his training from the day before, eventually succumbing to fatigue and drifting into slumber. The next day, Xian awoke early, walking from the northern district to the city center. Upon arriving at Kaiqiao Central Park, he was surprised to find Luo Shi had arrived even earlier than him. Their last meeting had been in the height of summer, and now, approaching winter, the flower beds were left with only withered branches and leaves, while the central lake remained the only sight worth seeing. Upon meeting, they exchanged no pleasantries, diving straight into the matter at hand. Xian once again experienced the wondrous nature of the red leaves activating the teleportation array in the blink of an eye. They arrived in a beautifully decorated hall, where an electronic screen displayed the words Teleportation Hall. This area was specifically designated for spirit catchers needing to reach Bureau 415 swiftly. Exiting the teleportation hall, they were greeted by the inquiry desk and a map of the venue. Bureau 415 was divided into 6 sections: the teleportation hall, the commission hall, the interdimensional hall, the training hall, the service hall, and the staff area. The first 5 were open to spirit catchers, while the last was restricted to Bureau staff. Shall we head directly to the interdimensional hall? Xian asked. Luo Shi nodded gently. Yes, but first, we need to stop by the commission hall. Luo Shi preferred to take on multiple commissions at once, submitting them all together afterward. This time, she thought it would be more convenient to submit them directly. The commission hall was adjacent to the staff area, right across from the office corridor, with dedicated personnel to assist spirit catchers on the user side. Multiple screens displayed the commissions released by Bureau 415. which spirit catchers could accept at their discretion, providing the commission number to the front desk staff to receive the allocated tracking stone. When submitting a commission, they needed to present their badge and tracking stone for verification, after which they could complete the commission and receive their remuneration. Luoshi was already familiar with these procedures, swiftly submitting her commission. Please convert this to spirit coins, she requested in the spirit realm. Human currency was not accepted, and since their next destination was the wild spirit realm, it was essential to have some spirit coins on hand for emergencies. Let us go to the interdimensional hall. Luoshi confirmed, checking everything was in order and beckoning Xian to follow. As they took their first step, a sharp voice called out from behind. Stop! Xian furrowed his brow, recognizing that voice all too well. It belonged to the notorious Gu Zhuoran, the biggest sycophant in the state. Gu, the young master. Where are you two headed? He inquired, having just emerged from the office area, clearly eager to confront them, as is typical when rivals meet. It's south, not your place to report where we're going, Xian coldly retorted, bracing himself for a verbal spar. A number of employees followed Gu Zhuoran, indicating they were part of his entourage. Show some respect. How dare you speak to our young master Gu in such a manner? Bellowed a burly man behind Gu Zhuoran. This muscle-bound figure was clearly from the Combat Division, a department under Bureau 415, comprising spirit catchers dispatched from the three major organizations tasked with handling various combat scenarios as needed. Where have I been disrespectful? I'm simply engaging in a normal conversation, Xian replied nonchalantly. Unperturbed, he knew that this brute wouldn't dare to act recklessly within the bureau. You. The muscle man's face reddened, veins bulging in anger as he pointed at Xian. Gu Zhuoran, wary of the muscle man losing control, pressed down his raised arm and spoke slowly. This guy speaks rather bluntly. I hope junior brother Xia can overlook it, however. If you intend to go to the interdimensional hall, I suggest you reconsider. As I have already reserved all spots in Yulingshan aside from Sister Luo's. You think you can just reserve spots as you please? Is Bureau 415 your family business? Xian scoffed, tapping his ear with his pinky finger in annoyance. If you have more nonsense to spew, hurry up. I'm in a rush, but if not, I'm leaving. Presumptuous. Do you dare to step outside and settle this? The muscle man shouted, his face flushed. Had it not been for Gu Zhuoran restraining him, he would have charged at Xian to teach him a lesson. I wouldn't dare. If you have the guts, do it here. Xian taunted, seeing the muscle man's frustrated expression. Jiu Shao, don't hold me back. Let me teach this brat a lesson, even if it costs me my job. The muscular man was poised to make a move when he suddenly sensed the resistance had dissipated. Turning around, he realized Gu Zhuoran had long since released his grip and was now engrossed in the spectacle. Gu Zhuoran had no concern for whether you would jeopardize your livelihood. In fact, he too held a grudge against Xian, and since you were intent on advancing, it suited him perfectly. The muscular man was taken aback, yet he thought, a man must uphold his word. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted. Now, whether he acted or refrained, his reputation was at stake, and he stood to gain nothing good. I'll risk everything. I will take you down. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to preserve his honor. At least he could claim he had lost his job out of anger for Gu Shao. Thus, he would still be able to afford himself a meal. Without hesitation, the muscular man's veins bulged as he leaped into the air. His iron fist crashing down towards Xian, somewhat taken aback, thought, how much is reputation truly worth? You are indeed audacious. Just as he prepared to block, Luoshi suddenly pulled him behind her, enveloping him in a protective stance as her azure spiritual energy erupted, gradually igniting around her body. Feng Kuan, cease this at once. The anticipated clash of spiritual energies was abruptly interrupted by a resonant female voice. A middle-aged woman in uniform, clutching documents, emerged from the office area. The muscular man swiftly retracted his spiritual energy, retreating to his original position, silently relieved. The azure energy surrounding Luoshi dissipated as well. Greetings, Sister Su, Gu Zhuoran said respectfully. The woman referred to as Sister Su was none other than the secretary of Director Gu, known for her exceptional efficiency and commanding a certain respect due to her age. I must apologize, but Director Gu has already submitted an application to the bureau chief for your replacement. You will have to trouble yourself to come back another time. Sister Su's tone was relatively polite, yet her implication was clear. Approval was merely a matter of time, and it was best to relinquish any hopes. Xian furrowed his brow. Engaging in the power play seemed rather pointless, especially as he currently lacked the strength and resources to contend with them. I believe Sister Su is well aware of the regulations imposed by Bureau 415 on spirit restrainers. Correct. At this moment, Luo Shi, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Upon hearing this, a flicker of unease passed through Sister Su's eyes. Though her seasoned demeanor concealed this subtle shift, to unilaterally suspend your deep training in the wasteland and return to the human realm without authorization not only necessitates a written self-reflection, but also incurs a 6-month ban on interdimensional travel. Am I mistaken? Luo Shi paused, her eyes radiating coldness. Of course, ultimate interpretative authority rests with Bureau 415. Until the approval is finalized, the previous decisions remain in effect, allowing you to traverse dimensions. Am I wrong? As for the young master you mentioned, if he wishes to cross dimensions, he can come and go freely. The so-called quota is merely a means to legitimize his actions. Sister Su's lips twitched. She had intended to use her authority to dissuade Xia, but found Luo Shi astutely knowledgeable of the regulations, and Guzhuaran's position was already tenuous, leading to a reversal in power dynamics. Let us go. Luo Shi was disinclined to waste precious time conversing with those who shared a common agenda, grasping Xian's hand as they headed towards the interdimensional hall. Xian, somewhat inadvertently, found himself holding Luo Shi's delicate hand, a fortunate twist of fate stemming from adversity. Upon exiting the commission hall, Luo Shi realized something was amiss. Just as she intended to release her hand, she discovered Xian was firmly grasping it. As they walked forward, Xian glanced back, reveling in Guzhuaran's crestfallen expression, which only intensified his amusement. Getting addicted to holding hands? Is it soft, and quite warm? Xian replied absent-mindedly, his thoughts entirely focused on Guzhuaran's predicament. The sudden stillness in the air struck Xian as odd. Suddenly coming to a realization, he quickly released Luo Shi's hand, feigning nonchalance as he began to whistle. Shoo 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 shoo. Fortunately, Luo Shi did not seem to mind, turning to enter the interdimensional hall while Xian narrowly avoided an awkward situation. Inside the interdimensional hall, 2 rows of compartments resembling elevators flanked either side, with a crystal sphere adorned with various peculiar patterns suspended from the domed ceiling, connected by a multitude of intricate wires leading to various instruments. It exuded an unmistakable time-space machine aura. Yu Lingxian, Luo Shi, Xian, machine number 14. Here is the access card. Hold it for round trips. After completing the formalities, the receptionist handed a beautifully crafted card to Luo Shi. As the door to machine number 14 opened, an 8-seat compartment came into view, each seat resembling a cryogenic chamber, the maximum capacity for a single interdimensional crossing. Xian and Luo Shi stepped inside. Inserting the card into the slot, the safety belts clicked into place and the glass chamber sealed shut. The door of machine number 14 closed, initiating their journey across dimensions, accompanied by waves of weightlessness. Xian felt his consciousness begin to fade, gradually slipping into a state of slumber. This was an interdimensional chamber meticulously designed by Bureau 415, intended to protect the consciousness of travelers from being pulled beyond the boundaries of the passage. This was also why Bureau 415 strictly prohibited spirit restrainers below A class from unilaterally opening spiritual gates for interdimensional travel. Without sufficient spiritual strength to resist external forces, it was all too easy to dissipate between the 2 realms. Young master, the approval has just come through, but they have already departed. What should we do? Outside the hall, the muscular man Feng Kuan, watching the 2 leave, inquired of the visibly displeased Guzhuaran. We shall prepare and head to the wasteland together. I want this brat to know my prowess. A glint of ruthlessness crossed Guzhuaran's eyes as he ground his teeth together. Make sure to bring plenty of people. How dare he compete with me? Guzhuaran, for a woman. Xian is the first. Chapter 43. Arrival at the wasteland. The process of crossing dimensions was not particularly lengthy, and soon Xian awakened from his state of slumber. As the white gas emitted from the cryogenic chamber dissipated, the glass door slowly opened, and the safety belts automatically released. Upon stepping out of the chamber, he was greeted by a grand hall imbued with ancient charm. Its eaves soaring like outspread wings of a bird, with intricately carved plaques hanging from the red-painted columns, the characters Yu Lingxian boldly inscribed in vigorous ink. The hall was adorned with smooth, mirror-like blue stone tiles, and bronze lamps were neatly arranged on either side. their flickering flames casting a soft, ethereal glow throughout the space, suffusing it with an air of solemnity and antiquity. So this is Yulingshan. It truly feels like stepping into a novel set in ancient times. Xian marveled at the magnificent scene before him. It was said that the first director of Bureau 415 had a fondness for traditional culture, which inspired the construction of this ancient-style building during the development of the wasteland. Luo Shi emerged from the glass chamber, tidying her loose hair as she explained, "Let us proceed. We need to report in." Retrieving the access card from the slot, Luo Shi strode towards the hall's exit, and Xian followed suit with a light acknowledgement. Passing through a series of ancient structures, they arrived at a large hall that appeared to serve as an office space. Aunt Xiao. At the entrance of the main hall, Luo Shi greeted a middle-aged woman who was busy at work inside. Apart from her master, this was the second time Xian had witnessed Luo Shi being so warm and proactive in her interactions. The middle-aged woman looked up upon hearing her name, adjusted her glasses, and squinted to scrutinize the figure before her. A look of surprise illuminated her face. "Xiao Shi, it's been years. I've missed you dearly." Xiao Ran set aside her work and approached Luo Shi. "You've grown into quite the beauty. This must be your new apprentice. Xian, not bad. You're quite the handsome lad." Xiao Ran assessed Xian with a playful eye. Teasing Luo Shi, "Not a boyfriend," Luo Shi responded without a moment's hesitation. "Right, Aunt Xiao, we're just ordinary friends." Xian forced a smile in agreement. Xiao Ran smacked her lips, adopting a knowing expression. All right, I'll keep my mouth shut." "Xiao Shi, I need to take care of something urgent. You go find Uncle D to arrange accommodations for you. In the next couple of days, the Qinwu Dojo and the Cangjing Pavilion will be holding their spirit treasure acquisition events. And the day after tomorrow, it will be Yu Lingshuan's turn. I will personally take you there. For the next few days, feel free to wander around the wasteland and familiarize yourselves with the environment. But remember not to venture outside the border towns or leave the wasteland." Emphasizing this last point, Xiao Ran's tone grew serious, clearly underscoring the importance of safety. Luo Shi nodded, leading Xia into the living quarters. The layout of Yulingshan resembled that of a modern university. Aside from the ancient architectural style, the zoning and arrangement followed contemporary standards. Along the way, they encountered several faces of peers, and it was evident that most gazes were directed towards Luo Shi. "Didn't they say that our Yulingshan has a very small number of people? Why are there so many in the wasteland?" Xian questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. Luo Shi, experiencing this for the first time as well, shook her head. "I'm not quite sure either." In front of a vacant space before the dormitory building, a middle-aged man with a gourd hanging from his waist lounged leisurely in a sun chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf, exuding an air of tranquility. "Uncle D." Upon hearing someone call out to him, Dijua put away his gourd and squinted at the two. "Oh, Xiao Shi, why didn't you come to greet your uncle?" "I was just about to head to the demon market to catch a couple of chicken demons for soup." Xian couldn't help but wince. It seemed the spirit realm had become his personal market. To be able to say such a thing, he must be a figure capable of traversing the spirit realm with ease. Luo Shi chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, that would be too much trouble for you." Not at all. Dijua waved his hand dismissively, but then his expression darkened as he looked at Xian, filled with disdain. "You're Gu Yuanshan's son?" Xian shuddered. This was bad. He had been mistaken for that insufferable Gujuran. No, I'm not. I'm Xian, the new apprentice of Master this year, he quickly clarified. After hearing this, Diju relaxed his furrowed brows slightly and spoke to Luo Shi in a slow, deliberate tone. "Gu Yuanshan, that scoundrel, is not to be trusted. He is merely lusting after your body, and his character is despicable as for this lad." Yu scrutinized Xian, who could only scratch his head and grin foolishly to alleviate the awkwardness. He certainly did not appear to be a commendable character, so one must remain vigilant. After a brief pause, Diju continued, "Rest assured, Uncle D, he is somewhat superior to that cowardly young master who fled at the last moment." Luo Shi interjected, providing an explanation of the purpose of their journey and the matters entrusted to him by Xiao Ran. Diju regarded Xian with newfound respect, setting aside his preconceived notions. "All right, let me take a look," he chuckled, gently brushing his wristwatch, which instantly projected a 3D hologram of Yu Lingshan. Navigating to the living area, he swiped left and right, his brow furrowing. Alas, only one double room remains. "Ah?" Xian expressed surprise and a hint of joy, yet he could not help but voice his earlier concern. "Isn't Yu Lingshan always short-staffed? How could there be only one dormitory left?" Dijou raised an eyebrow and took out a package of tobacco from his pocket, leisurely placing it into his pipe. After a satisfying puff, he spoke amidst the clouds of smoke. This year, after the 415 bureau changed directors, they implemented sweeping reforms across the three major organizations. From now on, the headquarters in the wasteland will adopt an academy system, no longer adhering to the outdated master-apprentice dynamic. Currently, the three major organizations are selecting individuals from the 415 Bureau for unified winter training, aiming to identify those with talent in the spirit-capturing profession. Starting next year, the 415 Bureau will officially employ these selected trainees through a university recommendation system, sending them to the wasteland for cultivation. Who knows, after the new year, you might have to call me teacher. Does that mean next year there will no longer be opportunities for free choice regarding further study in the wasteland, but instead a fixed training period like in school? Xian deduced. Dijou smiled slightly, affirming, indeed, not only that, but you will also become part of the fourth cohort under the new system. Why the fourth cohort? Shouldn't it be the first? Xian asked, perplexed. The new system's curriculum is akin to a 4-year undergraduate program in the human realm. You can graduate any time you reach an A level within those 4 years. For someone like you, newly entered at F level, reaching E level by next year is quite reasonable, wouldn't you say? Dijou remarked nonchalantly, a smirk playing on his lips. Wait, does that mean I will be entering school alongside Luoshi? She might even be my senior. Xian found the idea rather absurd. Clever, Dijou nodded approvingly. So, you need to put in more effort. After all, the wasteland is relatively open-minded, and co-ed dormitories are not out of the question. Heh, Uncle D, we need not wait for that. There's only one room left now, Xian said with an almost imperceptible smile. Dijou, smiling as well, leaned closer to Xian, but his expression suddenly stiffened. Heh, you little rascal. You think too highly of yourself. I've watched Xiaxi grow up. I am somewhat of a guardian. You had better keep any impure thoughts to yourself. Not at all, not at all. Even if I had ulterior motives, I lack the courage. Luoshi could easily overpower me. Xian replied candidly. Uncle D, if it's really unavoidable, I can accept sharing a room with him. I'm sure he wouldn't dare act recklessly. After saying this, Luoshi shot Xian a frosty glare that sent chills down his spine. Dijou waved his pipe dismissively, his gaze sharp. No need to worry about that. These days, your Aunt Xiao and I are quite busy. As it happens, I will be staying in the duty room for the next few days, so you won't mind sharing a sleeping space with me, right? And no objections, Xian swallowed hard, willing to follow Uncle D's arrangements. Chapter 44, Memories of Group Photos. Chapter 45, The Battlefield of Yesteryear. Wei Yuan. Officer Lu exclaimed in shock. Wei Yuan's bloodied head stared back, filled with disbelief and resentment. Wei? Xia Jin's face froze in terror at the sudden turn of events. Her hands covering her mouth, momentarily rendered speechless. The next moment, Chi Fu's bisected body and the lifeless spirit guard followed. Hurry and escape. Chi Fu raised his bloodied arm, his voice hoarse as he shouted with the last of his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, his arm fell limply, his wide eyes forever frozen in that instant. A mere insect. How dare you obstruct my path? Officer Lu looked up at the sound, spotting a purple figure shrouded in thick, black mist. With blood-red eyes and a continually contorting face, its voice low and raspy. Clenching his fists tightly, Officer Lu readied his bow, channeling his spirit energy to unleash the strongest shot at the shadow in the sky. The purple arrow sliced through the air, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds as it surged toward the shadow. Humph! Mere parlor tricks. The shadow scoffed disdainfully, raising an arm as a beam of black light shot forth to collide with the approaching arrow. The moment the purple arrow made contact, it was devoured and annihilated by the black singularity formed by the black beam, without even a sound of explosion. The entire process was eerily tranquil. Officer Lu's brow tightened at this sight, sensing the peril. Peak B-level, nearly a level spirit energy. The shadow glanced down at the figure attempting to ambush it, raising an eyebrow. Still someone unafraid of death? I shall accommodate you. With a series of swift movements, tentacles formed from the black mist shot down toward the ground point, 10,000 ridges, graceful shadow. Xia Jian quickly adjusted from her shock, gathering her spirit energy to attack the oncoming tentacles once more. Officer Lu, not daring to be negligent, drew his bow and released a rapid series of arrows aimed at the tentacles. The explosion stirred up thick fog, sending a slender figure flying out. Officer Lu's expression tightened as he leapt into the air. Catching the figure in his arms, the residual force left deep marks on the ground as he landed. Xiajin, Xiajin. Officer Lu knelt, desperately calling out, cough, cough, cough. Xiajin coughed lightly, slowly opening her eyes. The massive blade and arrows had absorbed the brunt of the tentacle's assault, leaving her largely unharmed. Seeing this, Officer Lu let out a sigh of relief and spoke urgently. Xiajin, we are no match for it. I will cover you. You must escape to the west and remember not to look back. No. If I die, I want to die together. Xiajin struggled free from Officer Lu's embrace, retorting, be quiet. Listen to me. There's no time in the past. I always yielded to you. But this time, trust me just this once. Officer Lu's tone was firm, his expression resolute. Xiajin's eyes brimmed with tears, her lips quivering as she hesitated, ultimately nodding through her sobs to go. With a sudden surge of energy, Officer Lu shouted, drawing his longbow to its limit, releasing 3 arrows that soared toward the shadow in the sky. Xiajin glanced back reluctantly, wiping her tears away, as pink spirit energy coalesced beneath her feet, propelling her swiftly toward the west. Human emotions are truly repugnant, the shadow sneered, its target clear as it dove toward the fleeing Xiajin. Whoosh, 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 3 arrows intercepted the shadow's path. Your opponent is me. Absolute string, Eagle Falls. Officer Lu roared, as several arrows glimmering with radiant purple light whistled toward the shadow. The immense wave of spirit energy seemingly ready to tear the void apart. The shadow smiled faintly. I told you, none of you will escape. All your efforts are in vain. Soul Devourer, Phantom Hunt. Instantly, the space began to ripple. And Officer Lu could only hear a piercing ringing in his ears as he gritted his teeth, trying to control his arrows. Suddenly, the arrows passed straight through the shadow, the black mist dissipating in place. Officer Lu was taken aback. It was an illusion. The real body was nowhere to be seen. A wave of intense unease washed over him as he instinctively turned his head, his gaze freezing in an instant. What lay before him made his pupils dilate slightly, his breath caught in his throat, overwhelmed by an irresistible sense of powerlessness flooding over him, a chill creeping up his spine, as despair quietly exploded within him. High above, the black mist lingered, and from it emerged several tentacles that ensnared Xiajin's limbs, suspending her in midair, the black mist scorching her every inch of skin. You claim to be a marksman, don't you? Come, I'm right here, but you must aim true. I cannot guarantee I won't hit her. The shadow chuckled mockingly, seemingly relishing Officer Lu's helpless expression of wanting to kill yet being unable to do so. With his bow drawn, Officer Lu aimed at the shadow's forehead, but a glimpse of the agonized Xiajin caught his eye, causing his breath to hitch. His hands trembled involuntarily, the taut bowstring slackening slightly. The murderous intent of the arrow soaked in hesitation, his gaze vacillating between determination and struggle. You humans truly dawdle. I had hoped you would take matters into your own hands, but you've spoiled a good show. The shadow expressed disappointment. Suddenly, Officer Lu realized something, his eyes flashing. No. A massive black spike pierced through Xiajin's chest, blood spilling from her lips, her expression freezing in an instant, and as the tentacles recoiled. She fell from the air like a broken puppet. No, this can't be real. No, you can't die. Officer Lu dropped his longbow and staggered toward her landing spot, catching the fading Xiajin, disregarding their perilous situation. He pressed his hands over the gaping wound, desperately attempting to seal the rapid loss of blood with spirit energy, his voice trembling. It's all right, you will be fine. Xiajin coughed incessantly, blood staining her lips. Her complexion growing increasingly pale. With great effort, she forced a smile, wrapping her arms around Officer Lu's neck and, with her last ounce of strength, pressed a kiss to his cheek. I wish to accompany you on this journey. Please do not be sad. Continue for me. I will forever love you. Her voice was as light as a feather, yet pierced Officer Lu's heart like a dagger. The warmth of her breath gradually faded, her hands slowly falling to her sides. The reluctant light in her eyes swallowed by an abyss of darkness. No. Officer Lu let out a desperate howl, his voice echoing through the heavens as he held the increasingly cold Xiajin in his arms. His expression vacant as if his soul had been drained. Oh, what a splendid scene this is. Unfortunately, I am bound by the task entrusted to me by Lord Ling Wang and cannot indulge in it. You should blame yourselves for being in the way. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than several tendrils shot forth, hurtling towards Officer Liu, forcefully sending aside the attempting intervention of Zhigu. Just as the tendrils were about to pierce Officer Liu, a massive white blade emerged, obliterating the tendrils upon contact and continuing its relentless strike towards the dark mist. Even as the figure within the mist attempted to evade, it lost an arm to the residual force of the blade. Behind Officer Liu stood a headless knight clad in armor, wielding a colossal axe, unwavering upon the ground. Abomination, pay for my beloved disciple's life. Floating in the air, Shi Yuanyi bore minor abrasions upon his face, his orange robe tattered, as if he had endured several fierce battles. Nevertheless, the pressure of his spiritual energy remained undiminished, compressing the dark mist to a singular point. The headless knight seized the moment, swinging his axe with all his might, cleaving through the air towards the dark mist. Chapter 46. Entering E-Class. What happened next? Did my master truly cleave that wretch to oblivion? In the duty room, Xian inquired passionately about the ensuing events. Dijua shook his head solemnly. No. When my master withdrew from the battlefield, the Ling Wang followed him, blocking that strike. By the time my master dealt with the Ling Wang, that dark mist had long since fled. One Ling Wang for such a minor creature hardly seems worth it, Xian remarked, puzzled. In truth, the shadow had significant origins. It possessed the ability to pursue its prey with pinpoint accuracy. The Ling Wei, having fled to the human realm with the Ling Huang's true essence, had the audacity to boldly pursue, confident in the shadow's ability to locate the Ling Wei. Did I see? And what transpired thereafter? At that time, Yu and Aunt Xiao were also obstructed by a B-class spirit, although its power was considerably inferior to that shadow. We managed to endure until my master arrived, which spared us from calamity. As for what happened next, I am not entirely certain. However, it is said that they captured the fleeing Ling Wei, after which the Ling Wang led their subordinates to seal the spirit gate and return to the Ling realm. Dijua continued. So, they were not repelled, but rather chose not to engage with us? Dijua nodded. That is one way to interpret it. Since then, the 415 Bureau has been fervently petitioning higher authorities to expand the ranks of spirit captors, preparing for contingencies. After all, without the Ling Huang, if the spirits truly set their sights on the human realm, it would be problematic. However, in recent years, things have been relatively stable, despite ongoing turmoil within the Ling realm. It has not impacted the human realm. So, the Ling Huang's incursion into the human realm during the Bingshu incident was purely to eliminate the Ling Huang's true essence, to prevent future threats. Rather than any intentions towards the human realm? Xian inquired. As it stands, yes. However, no one can predict what changes may arise in the future, which is why the 415 Bureau's decision is not without merit. Dijua replied. And what became of the Ling Huang? Surely, he hasn't perished. I am uncertain, and there have been no rumors. After the Ling Wei was captured, it remains unknown whether the Ling Huang's true essence was taken back as well. Aunt Xiao likely forbade us from leaving the border city due to this incident, Xian speculated. That clever boy, your mind is quite sharp. The recent conflict resulted in considerable losses for the spirits. Thus their animosity towards humanity remains quite strong. They fear you might provoke trouble, hence their advice against leaving the border city and straying from the wasteland until you are capable of self-defense. Heh. Xian smirked slyly. Advisory means it is not prohibited, right? Dijua paused. If you wish for death, just say so, and I can fulfill that wish right now. Not at all, I am still young. I simply heard that a large-scale auction is to be held in the Ling realm tomorrow, and I thought to seize the opportunity for some treasures. Xian replied earnestly, having inquired about the place to spend spiritual coins before setting out. It was said that this grand auction occurs annually in the Ling realm, where spirits and spirit captors from across the realm participate, bidding on various intriguing items. The duration of a day in the Ling realm translates to approximately 10 days in the human realm. This implies that while a year passes in the Ling realm, about a decade elapses in the human realm. You possess wealth? Dijua inquired, sipping tea leisurely. Not much, just 10 million spiritual coins. Piffed, 10 million? Dijua spat out his drink, incredulous. Do you understand what that implies? 10 million? I understand what it means in the human realm, and I'm aware of the concept of underworld currency circulating among the populace. But spiritual coins? I'm afraid I have no idea, Xian replied candidly. Tio put it bluntly at the auction. No one below the Ling Wang level can outbid you without financing, Dijua exclaimed dramatically. You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? How could I? I am an honest child. Xian chuckled. So, you agree to let me go? Sure. Dijua retrieved a stack of paper from his drawer, signing a waiver. With this, you may leave. Should you perish outside, we bear no responsibility. Xian. Upon closer inspection, it was not a waiver at all, but rather a guide he had previously seen with his master. Simply unbound, revealing Dijua's inability to be so heartless. Remember these points. When faced with challenges, endure as best you can. After all, this is not our home ground, Dijua advised. All right, it's time. I must take the children for training. You may do as you wished on the hillside to the west of Yulingshan. Xian, chewing on grass, reclined on the meadow, gazing at the distant meandering stream and the towering world tree. Before departing, he had inquired about Officer Lu's situation from Dijua. 18 years prior. Officer Lu had possessed C-class spiritual strength, and it was only in recent years that he had emerged to attain B-class strength. Assuming the role of a police officer in the 415 Bureau, highlighting the profound impact of this incident upon him. As for what had motivated Officer Lu to regain his vigor, Dijua confessed he was also uncertain. As he pondered, a chime from the watch on his wrist interrupted his thoughts. This was the spiritual communication device he had received from Dijua, known as a Xiao Ling Tong, a name that left much to be desired. Opening the watch, a holographic notification displayed an unread message from Luo Shi. CI. Where are you? Just finished chatting with Dijua, now on the west hillside, absorbing the essence of spiritual energy. Jin, have you completed your training? CI. Yes, I'll come find you. Xian had chosen the west hillside primarily for its tranquility. When he first entered this field, Liao Shixiang had mentioned that the concentration of spiritual energy in the Ling realm far exceeded that of the human realm, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Coincidentally, Xian had reached an F-class bottleneck and thought to seek inspiration here. Closing his eyes, Xian swiftly entered a state of spiritual meditation, feeling the rich spiritual energy enveloping him. Drifting into the realm of spiritual consciousness, sensing subtle changes within his body. The ground began to tremble, and the spiritual energy in the pool surged to heights of several zhong, accompanied by a resounding boom as the 3 pits previously left by Xian collapsed into one. Revealing a vast lake before his eyes, the sky cleared, and several lion stone pedestals rose around the lake, pouring forth pure spiritual energy to replenish its waters. At that moment, the realm of spiritual consciousness transformed. And Xian felt the intensity of the spiritual energy elevate him to a new level, successfully reaching E-class. After an indeterminate period, Xian adapted to the E-class spiritual intensity, departing from the realm of spiritual consciousness and returning his thoughts to reality. Not far away, a figure clad in a blue and white casual outfit sat on the ground, hugging her knees as she gazed at the distant tall trees and stream, her high ponytail swaying gently in the breeze. Luo Shi seemed to sense Xian's transformation, turning to him with a faint smile. Congratulations, you have stepped into E-class spiritual strength. Chapter 47. The Spirit Palace. The border city lies in the northwest of the wasteland, serving as the only land route from the wasteland to the Ling realm continent. Last night, upon exiting the training area, Luo Shi learned that Xian intended to leave the wasteland to attend the auction the following day and approached him with the desire to accompany him. Requests from a beauty are difficult to refuse, and Xian readily agreed to Luo Shi's proposition. In fact, he rose early that morning, even before dawn, filled with energy, rousing Dijua to the point of grinding his teeth in irritation, until he could no longer bear it and tossed Xian out with a slipper. The sole means of transportation between various locations in the wasteland is the spirit-pulling carriage, where lower-tier spirits are enchanted to pull the carriage day and night like automatons, utilizing the abundant spiritual energy in the Ling realm to sustain themselves, effectively creating a perpetual motion of sorts. The name spirit-pulling carriage was chosen as spirit car is considered inauspicious, and it is not a significant local specialty, merely a matter of formality. The carriage is equipped with a coin box. Upon selecting a destination, one can simply pay and go, somewhat akin to the shared bicycles in the human realm. The carriage houses ample space, accommodating about 8 to 10 people, allowing for carpooling, which is quite considerate. Xian and Luo Shi rose early, and with few travelers heading to the border city, they secured an entire carriage for their journey. Luo Shi, you truly are my fortunate star. You have been present during both of my upgrades. Next time, Do come find me if you are free. Xian elegantly crossed over a row of empty seats, nonchalantly reclining with his legs crossed. How delightful it would be to ponder. Luo Shi coldly uttered 4 words before settling into a meditative posture. Entering a state of tranquility, as a disciplined individual of strength, Luo Shi would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to enhance herself. Teach, how competitive. Xian muttered softly, sitting up to also enter a state of tranquility. Within the desolate domain, only a few low-level spirits existed in the wilderness. The journey proceeded relatively smoothly until they reached the border city. This was a narrow pass spanning the ground, where occasionally, spirit-capturing practitioners in uniforms of the 415 Bureau would stroll by. After the guards recorded their identities and itinerary, they offered some words of caution before opening the city gate to let them pass. Beyond the gate lay a long corridor, ending with a pair of guards stationed at a gate of dark iron. As the gate opened, beams of crimson light streamed through the cracks into the corridor. Xian approached the gate, but as he took a step, he was halted by Luo Shi. "Are you trying to court death?" Luo Shi admonished. "Did I not mention that the scarlet twilight of the spirit realm can harm the body?" Xian froze, recalling the basic knowledge Luo Shi had imparted on the 3rd floor of the blind massage parlor upon his arrival. His Xian inhaled sharply, retracting his foot, patting his chest, nearly gasping. "You wouldn't die, but how badly you may be injured is uncertain. Come here, let me see." As Xian turned around, Luo Shi touched his forehead with her index finger, her azure spirit energy cascading towards his limbs, enveloping him in a thin layer of green membrane. This spell isolates the scarlet twilight. Remember to learn it when you have the time. Now, attempt to channel your spirit energy to your forehead. Luo Shi stated coolly. Xian nodded, directing his spirit energy to his forehead, the green membrane gradually shifting to a deep blue, the color of his spirit energy. "Let us go." Luo Shi led the way out of the gate. Stepping outside, the expansive scarlet sky and cracked, shadowy earth met Xian's gaze, and in an instant, countless fragmented memories flashed through his mind. "What's wrong?" Luo Shi inquired as she noticed Xian standing in a daze. "Are you feeling unwell?" "No, it's nothing. I'm just a bit dizzy." "Why does the sky here look different from the desolate domain?" Xian furrowed his brow, waving his hand and asked. "Because the desolate domain has a floating light barrier. A masterpiece of the 415 Bureau's development department, which can block the scarlet twilight while adjusting the barrier's appearance, safeguarding the trainees and allowing them to adapt quickly to life in the desolate domain." Luo Shi replied. "I see." Xian nodded. "Where is the spirit palace located?" Luo Shi retrieved a map, studied it for a moment, and pointed to the northwest. "Once you exit this connection, head northwest, and you should arrive by afternoon." Uncle D marked some areas where conflicts frequently occur. "We can simply avoid them," Luo Shi added. "Places like the Spirit Palace, where the Spirit Monarch resides, do not have spirit-capturing practitioners setting up teleportation arrays, as it is a great disrespect. Thus, Luo Shi cannot rely on Hongyi for long-distance teleportation. The Spirit Palace is situated at the very center of the 4 domains, directly opposite the border city, mostly traversing public areas that are not classified within the 4 domains, where various foreign tribes often clash. Guided by the paths marked by Uncle D, the two successfully circumvented several brutal battlefields. Xian witnessed firsthand what a meat grinder looked like, with spirits' corpses littered everywhere. The auction can still proceed normally, indicating that the Spirit King of the 4 domains has not completely fallen out with them. How could he allow his subordinates to gather for brawls? Xian found this perplexing. As long as the Spirit Monarch lives, even if one faction defeats the other 3 domains, their position remains precarious. Tearing apart the facade now would not be wise, Luo Shi responded. "Oh, I understand now." Thus, the trivial conflicts among inconsequential tribes are sacrifices for their prestige. Everyone turns a blind eye, Xian realized, so even the smallest benefits are still benefits. "Well, you're not entirely foolish, but we must hasten our pace. Lingering here could lead to unforeseen changes. This place is not safe." With that, Luo Shi turned without looking back and followed the map's route. By the time the scarlet blood sun climbed to its zenith, the two arrived at the Spirit Palace, just in time for the afternoon auction to commence. The Spirit Palace stood upon a high ground at the center. When the pristine crystal palace and ancient gates appeared in Xian's view against the backdrop of the scarlet sky, he shuddered, as countless fragments from dreams flooded his mind. Xian's gaze became vacant. clutching his head as he fell to his knees, gasping heavily. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Who am I? Who am I really? A figure clad in white, resembling himself, flickered incessantly in his mind. Is this a dream? No, it is not a dream. My head. It hurts so much. Xian, what is the matter with you? Luo, she supported Xian, her tone laced with concern. Xian appeared like a soulless machine, numb and dazed, unresponsive to Luoshi's calls. Finally, countless images converged, accompanied by a shattering sound, and Xian regained his composure, grateful that Luoshi was there to steady him, preventing him from collapsing. Are you all right? Luoshi gently rubbed Xian's back, her tone softening somewhat. Xian took a deep breath, feeling slightly weak. I'm fine. It felt as though someone pressed my head against another S, flooding me with unfamiliar memories. Luoshi frowned. Perhaps I should send you back to let your master take a look. Attending this auction is not obligatory. I'm fine now, much better. It might just be a natural reaction to adapting to the environment after crossing realms. And don't forget, Lian Bao gave me 1,000,000 spirit coins. I must see this through. Xian exhaled, producing a card adorned with mysterious runes, forcing a smile. Luoshi then recalled and felt a pang of disappointment as she patted her waist pouch. She had exchanged for a considerable amount of spirit coins, intending to repay Xian for his previous loss, as the soul-condensing spider silk is quite expensive. If you feel unwell, do let me know. If you die out here, I will have no way to explain it. Luoshi's tone suddenly turned icy as she walked towards the door without looking back. Xian was taken aback. This woman changes her demeanor faster than flipping a page, her attitude a complete 180. Xian straightened himself and followed Luoshi, but just as he was about to enter, he was struck by a headache or perhaps the misfortune of stepping in something unpleasant. As that nauseating voice echoed once more, "Oh, look who I've run into." Chapter 48. The Resale Conference. What a twist of fate, Xiaoshidi. After just a few days, why do you look so disheveled? Gu Zhuoran remarked, relishing in Xian's disheveled state, dripping with sweat. Look at you, in such a pitiful state. Don't tell me you'll fail the asset verification later. Would you like our esteemed young master Gu to lend you some? Feng Kuan sneered, relying on his connections. Xian scoffed, wild dogs are wild dogs, biting at every opportunity. Bah, you. Feng Kuan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. If you intend to make a move here, you better think through the consequences. It is not as simple as losing your job. Luo, she circled back to remind him, her voice filled with hostility. Feng Kuan inhaled deeply and retreated. The Spirit Palace is now under the control of the Spirit King of the 4 domains, and causing trouble here would be courting death. Luo Shiji, you are here too. Accompanying this pauper is quite embarrassing. Would you be interested in joining me? Anything you desire, I shall bid on and gift to you. Gu Zhuoran's tone shifted to one of flattery. Thank you for your kindness, but I am not interested. Please step aside. Luo, she replied coldly. Why are you all staring? Good dogs don't block the way. As Xian passed by, despite feeling weak, he shouted at Feng Kuan. You better not let me catch you outside. I'll turn you into a meat patty. Feng Kuan warned Xian as he walked past. Heh, you big oaf. Xian raised his middle finger at him, following Luo Shi into a side passage. Let us go this way. I feel a bad omen following him. Whatever he bids on, I must outbid him. Gu Zhuoran punched the wall, heading towards another passage. Can you not be so unruly? Have you forgotten what Uncle D told you before he left? In the face of adversity, one must endure. Don't act like a child. Luo Shi scolded Xian, who was grinning and still provoking Feng Kuan. I want to endure, but their foolishness makes it impossible for me to hold back. Xian scratched his head, chuckling. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. Luo Shi turned her head towards the main hall. Oh, come on. I was just joking. Xian hurriedly followed her. The main hall had 2 side passages, each ending with dedicated spirit guardians for asset verification, arranging seats for guests of varying statuses. Luo Shi and Xian walked together, and instead of verifying Xian's assets, they only verified Luo Shi's, which amounted to 100,000 spirit coins, assigning them a seat of moderate status. The seats in the main hall were arranged in descending order from high to low, with 4 high platforms in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest corners, where the 4 wealthiest guests would sit. Below these platforms was a circular stage where the presiding spirit introduced the auction items. Their seats were near the eastern platform, where Xian immediately recognized Guzhuaran. The other 3 platforms were occupied by spirits, one of whom left a deep impression on Xian. It had only one arm, surrounded by swirling black mist, its face obscured, twisting in an indistinct manner, revealing only a single blood-red eye. The aura it exuded was distinctly different from the other 2 spirits, suggesting it had a significant background. Before the auction began, Luoshi explained some details about the proceedings to Xian. The auction process is not markedly different from that of the human realm. However, Uncle D mentioned that according to the customs of previous years, the items for auction are presented in a random order. Hence the concept of a grand finale does not exist. In other words, the first item to appear could very well be the most valuable item of this auction, or it might be presented in the middle. Confirmed Xian Luo, she nodded in agreement, affirming that this was indeed the case, and that the variety of items was vast, ranging from top-tier talismans and rare spiritual herbs to long-lost secret techniques. And even slaves.it is not advisable to squander financial resources on items that are not truly needed. Slaves? You must be referring to spirits, not humans, right? Xian expressed his astonishment. Both, in fact, and the humans are not ordinary individuals, but spirit binders. Luoshi reluctantly revealed the grim truth. Spirit binders who fail their commissions and become embroiled in conflicts within the spirit realm face a dire fate. If captured alive, they are condemned to a life of servitude. Xian felt as though a thunderclap had struck his mind. This was no mere auction. It was a blatant trade in spirits and human lives. You may regard it as a conference for disposing of stolen goods, Luoshi remarked coolly. Disposing of stolen goods? Indeed. Items acquired through illicit channels find their best outlet here in the previous auction. Numerous treasures and lost techniques left behind by spirit binders who perished during the Bingshu incident were sold. Is there no authority to oversee this? Xian exclaimed indignantly. The Spirit Emperor remains oblivious to the situation. Who would dare intervene? The 415 Bureau. They can only exert their influence in the human realm, selecting capable spirit binders for commissions to minimize the chance of mishaps. From her tone, it was evident that Luoshi harbored a poor opinion of the 415 Bureau. Her words laced with disdain. As they conversed, several items had already passed by the auctioneer, and both Xia and Luoshi silently observed. Some top-tier talismans practiced by talisman masters held little utility for them. Xian mused that had he not been cautious, he would have made a bid. The next item presented was the gathering spirit grass, sourced from the cliffs near the peculiar pool in the spirit realm, which allows the user to rapidly absorb surrounding spiritual energy and swiftly recover their physical state, starting at a bid of 50,000 spirit coins. The auctioneer began to introduce the next item. This is a splendid item indeed. I bid 60,000 spirit coins. I bid 70,000 spirit coins. 80,000, 85, 100,000. From the VIP section, numerous spirits and spirit binders competed to raise their bids. With limited assets and unable to acquire superior items, they typically focused on such cost-effective objects. 300,000. A sharp female voice rang out from the VIP section. Xian turned to look at Luoshi, feeling a twinge of confusion. Based on the previous bids, this gathering spirit grass could hardly be worth more than 100,000 spirit coins. The 300,000 bid seemed quite assertive. On the high platform, Guzhuaran's eyelids twitched, and he reached for his bidding paddle, thinking that if the goddess desired it, how could he allow her to spend her own money? His outstretched hand was quickly grasped by a subordinate named Su Tsong, who cautioned him, "Young master, I understand your desire to impress the lady, but Miss Luo's drastic bid is to secure the gathering spirit grass. If you raise your bid now, wouldn't that be a slap in her face? Moreover, your target is Xian. There's no need to squander financial resources elsewhere." Ji Zhuaran feigned enlightenment, grateful for Su Tsong's intervention. "Thank goodness I brought you. I almost made a grave mistake. You shall not be neglected upon our return." "Thank you, young Master Gu." Su Tsong and Feng Kuan were both members of the same combat unit, tasked by Gu Yuanshan to protect his precious son, playing the role of strategists, whereas Feng Kuan, being simpler-minded and more physically capable, had a somewhat lesser role. Ji Zhuaran glanced down at Xian, disdainfully turning away, thinking, "We shall see. 300,000 once, 300,000 twice, 300,000 thrice. Sold." The auctioneer boxed up the gathering spirit grass, stamped it with the corresponding VIP number, and sent it to the back stage, where payment would be made in items collected at the conclusion of the auction. Is that human girl out of her mind? 300,000 could buy two. The thoughts of humans truly baffle me. I've never met a human girl with such wealth. I feel like a failure in life. Hey, didn't you just say not to waste? You overpaid for that, Xian kindly reminded. Luo, she shook her fist in front of Xian, threatening, mind your business. If you say another word, I'll knock your teeth out. Xian lowered his head, clicking his tongue in thought. What a stunningly beautiful lunatic. It's a wonder she'll ever find a husband. Luo, she's high bid for the gathering spirit grass stirred quite a commotion among the VIPs. But it was soon overshadowed by the next item. Chapter 49. Out of reach, passed by. Strictly speaking, this next item shattered Xia An's understanding. A row of glass jars was pushed onto the auction stage, each filled with liquid of various hues, within which were living humans, their eyes tightly shut, akin to samples in a laboratory, their bodies riddled with tubes. It was evident that these were the slaves Luo she had mentioned. A batch of spirit binders put up for sale. Xian noticed that one of the female spirit binders within a glass jar appeared to be in a semi-conscious state. She had long, flowing yellow hair and delicate features, adorned with a silver circular pendant around her neck, though he could not discern the specifics due to the distance. 5 million. I'll take them all. Anyone who raises the bid. ILL add an extra 100,000 to their offer. Before the auctioneer could speak, a shadowy figure on the high platform to the west spoke in a hoarse voice. Xian looked up at the distorted, blurry face on the platform. That isn't that the Shadow Lord of the Seven Killers under the Demon Spirit King. I can't believe it's actually here, purchasing lowly humans. Rumor has it that since the last Great War, the Shadow Lord has developed a peculiar taste. What kind of taste? To raise and cruelly slaughter spirit binders. As the Shadow Lord spoke, a murmur of discussion erupted among the audience, and Xian gleaned some valuable information from the spirits around him. Gazing upon the wretched figures below, Xian hesitated, contemplating whether to raise his own bid of 10 million to save these vibrant lives. Yet, the slight shake of Luo Xi's head and reason told him not to act rashly. In this world, death lurks at every turn. Even if he were to rescue these few slaves from the Shadow Lord's hands, he had no confidence in surviving the auction, and he might even jeopardize Luo Xi. Humans are inherently selfish, and Xian was no exception. He could not take such a risk without assurance. Taking a deep breath to calm his agitation, Xian lowered his hand that was poised to bid. 5 million. Once. 5 million. Twice. 5 million. Thrice. Sold. With the final hammer strike, the Shadow Lord on the high platform smirked triumphantly, as if he had achieved the ultimate goal of this auction, rising from his seat and departing. Taking the jars with him, thus prematurely concluding his journey, Xian stared at the retreating figure, his fists clenched so tightly that the joints of his fingers cracked. For the first time, he felt the insignificance and humility perceived by others. Beginning to understand the words of Officer Eliud in a hazy revelation, Xian seemed to grasp why Officer Lu emerged from 18 years of torment, because past enemies now occupied high positions within the spirit realm. Having committed countless atrocities, Luo Xi said nothing, her fair hand enclosing Xian's fist. He could feel the warmth emanating from her palm, her unique way of offering comfort. The subsequent items presented were rather mundane, and Xian refrained from bidding, as did the 3 VIPs on the high platform, including Gujuaran. Xian gradually calmed his restless heart. Esteemed guests, the next item is sure to bring you a surprise. The auctioneer announced theatrically, as a starry orb encased in an elegant glass dome was wheeled onto the auction stage. Behold this item, the Frost Star Ring, an S-Class spirit's personal treasure. Starting bid, 5 million. The auctioneer held up 5 fingers, proclaiming loudly, Spirits possess treasures? Xian inquired. Naturally, but only spirits whose energy levels reach A-class or higher are likely to possess such items, Luo Xi explained like a little teacher. Always ready to enlighten Xian. Is it rare? Extremely rare. When a human's treasure falls into another's hands, it is usually rendered useless, serving merely to absorb some spiritual energy. However, a spirit's treasure can be utilized by other spirits, and even allows the use of corresponding spiritual techniques, Luo Xi emphasized. That truly is a remarkable piece of equipment. Xian licked his lips. What's this? You still lack a spirit guard and are already contemplating other acquisitions? Luo Xi remarked, somewhat exasperated. Hee. Xian chuckled. You'll see shortly. I bid 6 million. Xian raised his paddle and called out his bid. instantly attracting numerous gazes. Who is this? Has he lost his mind? A lower-tier VIP claiming to fork out 6 million. This is sheer madness. I doubt anyone will raise the bid for him. In the human realm, would such a character not be labeled a clown? Xian shrugged, pretending not to hear. 6 million. 6 million once. The auctioneer brought down the hammer for the first time. Any other bids? 650,000. 660,000. 670,000. Spirits from both sides of the high platform began to outbid each other. 750,000. Xian raised his paddle once more, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy. He has gone insane. This kid is truly out of his mind. Young man, you have lost your identification card. On the sidelines, some spirit manipulators produced the jokers from their decks and tossed them towards Xian. With a casual flick, Xian scattered the flying cards, casting a disdainful glance towards Dongtai, rolling his eyes at Gujuran in a clear display of provocation. 8 million, Gujuran raised his sign in a powerful retort. Young master, do not act impulsively. Sutsong attempted to calm Gujuran, knowing full well that this young man could not possibly muster 7,500,000. He was merely trying to provoke you into a financial loss. Hiss, you have a point. I was careless, Gujuran exclaimed, slapping his thigh. However, he quickly regained his composure, looking down at Xian and brazenly giving him the middle finger. Certain that Xian would raise the stakes even higher. 8 million was already somewhat excessive, and any further increase would be unwise, Luoshi reminded. Heh, I am well aware of that. My objective has already been achieved, Xian declared, raising his sign once more, instantly capturing the attention of the entire venue. Not a chance, it's over. I thought you were impressive, but this is truly laughable. Feng Kuan guffawed loudly. 8 million. Once. 8 million. Twice. 8 million. Thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this young man for acquiring the Frost Moon of the Cold Frost Star Ring. At that moment, Gujuran was at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. While 8 million was indeed a minor loss, the S-class spiritual treasure was undoubtedly worth it. Yet, his intention was to irritate Xian, and instead, he found himself outmaneuvered, which only fueled his frustration. Xian had also achieved his goal. Since he felt discomfort, he would drag someone else down with him, and Gujuran was the perfect target. Understanding the psychology of sycophants made it exceedingly easy to provoke him into a financial bleed. At this moment, Gujuran noticed two hands raised in his direction, both giving him the middle finger, and his face turned a shade of green with rage. Congratulations, Gu Xiao, for outbidding that waste and securing the S-class spiritual treasure. While he attempts to compete with us, Ba Feng Kuan continued his tirade, oblivious to the fact that his flattery had missed the mark entirely. Jiu Zhuoran kicked Feng Kuan down, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, shouting, "Go away, go away, away!" After about 15 minutes of venting his frustrations, Gujuran shook off his jacket, tidied his hair, and returned to his seat. Below, Xian was laughing heartily, beckoning Luoshi, saying, "Look, the dog is fighting." Boring. Luoshi showed no interest, for she had spotted the next item up for auction, something rather unusual. Chapter 50. Wolf Demon Frost Moon. As the thunderous sounds echoed, the circular auction platform split in two, a crack forming in the middle as a silver cross slowly rose. The lights in the auction hall dimmed abruptly, plunging the space into a suffocating silence, with only a spotlight illuminating a snowy figure at the center of the platform. The figure was suspended on the cross, clad in a tight-fitting white garment, with visible signs of damage at the shoulders, stained with traces of still-drying blood. Her fair skin glimmered under the lights like cold jade, yet the exposed wrists and ankles bore deep bruises and fine whip marks. Nonetheless, the figure's expression remained calm, her ice-blue eyes devoid of humiliation or weakness, reflecting only a profound indifference and stubbornness. The crowd below murmured amongst themselves, yet she seemed to exist in another realm. Straightening her back and lifting her chin, resembling a noble lone wolf standing above the masses, gazing down imperiously, a sudden chill swept through the air, lifting her hair and the edges of her garment. As if the atmosphere itself had solidified into frost, the cold penetrating to the bone. The auctioneer appeared to sense this intangible pressure, his voice trembling slightly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last item of today's auction, the Wolf Demon Frost Moon. Consigned by the Demon King Xiamian himself. The starting bid is 5 million spiritual coins. What? I must be mistaken. Is that the esteemed Frost Moon, former head of the 7 spirit guards? Are you out of your mind? Still referring to her as Frost Moon. She is now a trader in the demon market. Is this even sellable? The Demon King is truly playing a dangerous game. Suddenly, Frost Moon stirred, slowly lifting her head to scan the VIP seats. A glint of disdain flashing in her eyes. She neither struggled nor spoke, yet her solitary form and icy gaze compelled the timid in the crowd to involuntarily take a step back. We spent money on her, but bringing her home would mean we cannot overpower her. That would be a waste. The crowd began to murmur, anxious to ensure what they purchased was a plaything and not a monster. Rest assured, the Demon King has equipped her with a collar that has been enchanted. Simply press this button. The host spirit produced a black disc and pressed it at the center. The collar around Frost Moon's neck activated, sending black currents surging through her body, eliciting a painful wail that echoed throughout the hall. Upon witnessing this, the VIP seats no longer hesitated, raising their bids. Spirits on the north and south platforms, including Shadow and Gujwaran, also began to exert their influence, evidently with their own objectives in mind. I bid 7 million. I bid 7,100,000. Then I bid 7,200,000. Yanzhan, are you determined to go against me? I bid 7,300,000. On the northern platform, the Spirit Realm's medical sage, the strange spirit Yao Qingli, shouted angrily at the southern platform. Old Yao, I have lived for hundreds of years without encountering a female demon. What business do you have meddling in this? Have you never heard of a term called reproductive isolation? I bid 7,400,000. On the northern platform, the Spirit Realm's business tycoon, the demon spirit Yanzhan, stood his ground. What do you know? Such a rare spirit body should not be wasted. It deserves to be used for medical research. I bid 7,500,000. Yao Qingli persisted. The two spirits on the platform argued fiercely, while the crowd of VIPs could only watch the two titans clash. Gujwaran sat in frustration on the platform, blaming himself for not holding back and missing out on the treasure that was Frost Moon, casting the blame squarely on Xian. I bid 9 million. From the lower VIP seats, a clear and resonant voice rang out. Xian held his bidding sign high above his head, signaling the host spirit. Just 2 minutes earlier, when Frost Moon had first appeared on the auction platform, fragmented memories began to assail Xian's mind. As he vaguely recognized the figure of the demon spirit on stage, evoking a sense of both familiarity and strangeness, in his past dreams. The female statue holding the star ring beside the throne bore a striking resemblance to the spirit before him. Suddenly, Xian raised his head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, his expression turning serious as he coldly remarked, Luo Shi, if I acquire her, I can have a spirit guard, right? Luo Shi was taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor, sensing a hint of unfamiliarity in Xian. After a brief pause, she replied, theoretically, if she agrees, then yes, but you should consider carefully. After all, she intended to caution Xian that Frost Moon's status could never be reduced to that of a human spirit guard. I bid 9 million. But before Luo Shi could finish her sentence, Xian decisively called out his bid. Yao Qingli and Yanzhan turned their gazes toward Xian, exchanging a glance of confusion, wondering who this newcomer was. 9 million once. As the host spirit knocked the gavel, Yanzhan was the first to react, hurriedly raising his bidding sign. 9,100,000. I bid 9,200,000. Yao Qingli followed suit. 9 million was already beyond what the two spirits could afford. Had it not been for their esteemed titles, they wouldn't have lasted this long. 15 million. How could this young man possess such a wealth of spiritual coins? Yao Qingli and Yanzhan were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom how they could scrape together even a fraction of that amount. Seems I can no longer contribute to the grand research. Yao Qingli lamented, stroking his beard in dismay as he leaned on his cane and walked away from the platform. It's as if I, Yanzhan, must remain single for centuries. What cruel fate. Yanzhan fell to his knees, despair etched on his face. Chairman, aren't we spirits all born from nature? What do you mean by mother? One of Yanzhan's lackeys inquired. Go away, quickly help me down. You foolish donkey, Yanzhan slapped his lackey twice, who then assisted him off the stage. 15 million once, 15 million twice, 15 million thrice. Sold. With the host spirit's final hammer strike, Frost Moon was claimed by Xian. Having been tormented by the curse released from the collar, Frost Moon barely mustered the strength to glance in Xian's direction. a faint smile gracing her lips before her consciousness faded away. At the same moment, Xian's eyes flickered with surprise, his body jolting as he looked at Luo Shi, asking, "What is happening? Why is everyone looking at me? Is it because I am too handsome and eye-catching? Stop pretending. You just spent 15 million to acquire a beauty as your spirit guard. You must be overjoyed." Luo Shi replied coldly, a hint of displeasure on her face. Hiss, Xian suddenly felt a wave of headache. As if something had been added to his mind, a sudden influx of memories that felt both foreign and familiar, leaving him in a daze. Hey, don't be angry, this is just fate. I'm not far from being officially recognized. Xian said, "Who's angry? You said you had 10 million. I don't have the extra 5 million, and if you're stuck here, don't expect me to rescue you," Luo Shi replied, turning her head away. "In truth, the 1 million spirit coins held by Tang Zitao are also in my possession. I initially intended to keep it for emergencies, but I cannot fathom what sudden madness overtook me as I directly offered 15 million. Luo Shi let out a soft huff and rose to stride toward the passage. "Don't be angry, all right? If you're upset, how about I return the remaining 5 million to you?" "Huh?" Xian followed closely behind, teasing her. "Who said I am angry? Go to the side hall, pay the money, collect the items, and leave." Chapter 51. The game of strategy in a secluded chamber of the spirit hall. 4 figures were seated around a suspended mirror, which reflected the scene of the auction venue. "Evil Crown, how could you auction Frost Moon without consulting us first?" One of the larger figures exclaimed sternly. "Indeed, we initiated this together. Although Frost Moon is a traitor among the spirit beings, her identity is special. Your actions are rather inappropriate." Another ethereal figure chimed in. The figure referred to as Evil Crown appeared unconcerned, waving his hand dismissively. The Spirit Emperor's true essence is not in her possession, and she cannot provide us with any useful information. Exchanging her for some spirit coins seems quite reasonable, does it not? However, this course of action has allowed the humans to exploit our weaknesses, strengthening the enemy's camp. 2 figures exchanged glances, questioning Evil Crown. He chuckled lightly. "You two ought to read more literature from the human realm. As the saying goes, know thyself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Do you truly believe that a proud wolf king would submit to a pack of hyenas? Moreover, I have placed a curse upon her collar. She will not stir up any significant turmoil, unless—" Evil Crown stretched lazily, waving his arm, causing the image in the suspended mirror to vanish, reverting to an ordinary reflective surface. He rose and headed toward the hall's exit, declaring, "The auction has concluded. Disperse." The 2 figures exchanged glances, turning their attention to the 4th robust figure with purple skin. Evil Crown seems to be excessively arrogant. Does he not? The purple-skinned figure smirked disdainfully, walking leisurely between the 2 others, patting their shoulders. While being able to fight is certainly advantageous, the key to victory lies here. He pointed to his head before departing the chamber, leaving the 2 figures in stunned silence. "What do you think?" the large figure asked the floating entity beside him, his voice deep and robust, evoking an image of immense strength. "Can't you see? These 2 clearly have some clandestine dealings hidden from us." The floating figure scoffed. "Humph, when we first took action, their words were sweeter than song, yet together they possess 800 ulterior motives," the large figure retorted disdainfully. "Let us observe in silence. I am curious to see what clever methods they employ to find the Spirit Emperor's true essence." Upon finishing his statement, the floating figure vanished within the chamber. "Evil Crown, must you maintain such an air of mystery? This is hardly conducive to unity. Do not forget, we are all in this together," he admonished. Upon leaving the spirit hall, the purple figure ascended a hill alongside Evil Crown, overseeing the entirety of the spirit hall. "Prison Abyss, you must understand that if we do not seize this opportunity during the Spirit Emperor's reincarnation, even with the combined might of the 4 domains, we may not stand a chance against him. Fortunately, we have grasped this opportunity. Unfortunately, we have underestimated the strength of the 7 luminaries guarding the spirits, missing our chance to eliminate future threats." Prison Abyss furrowed his brow. "What exactly are you trying to convey? Please do not beat around the bush." Evil Crown gently pointed forward, and a chessboard materialized between them. "This game represents our current situation. The Spirit Emperor's true essence has fallen into the human realm, and we have seized the upper hand. The Spirit Emperor is akin to this black piece. gradually being encircled with no path for retreat. The white piece fell, completely trapping the black piece in the upper right corner, symbolizing the area firmly under the control of the spirit kings of the four domains. Yet this game is not without its uncertainties. The absence of a Tian Yuan represents an opportunity for the spirit emperor. Prison Abyss glanced at the layout, his expression tinged with concern. He pointed to a vacant space in the center of the board, where the black pieces were subtly forming a lurking threat. But do not forget, the strategy of Go hinges on seizing opportunities. Once the situation is ignited, the tides may turn in an instant. Although the Spirit Emperor is at a disadvantage, the abundance of resources can lead to a fierce counterattack. This is indeed a hidden danger. Should he exploit this situation to retaliate, our advantages may not be as secure as we presume. Evil Crown lifted his gaze to Prison Abyss, his tone turning cold. Thus, we must act preemptively. While there are many resources, if we can suppress them entirely, a reversal would merely be a foolish dream. Even if the Spirit Emperor were to reconstitute his form, due to the interruption of his reincarnation, he cannot swiftly attain peak spiritual power. Hence, our plan must be meticulous, with as few individuals privy to it as possible. Are you suggesting? Prison Abyss inquired, an understanding dawning upon him. Precisely. Those two dim-witted individuals will only hinder our grand design. Evil Crown waved his hand, retracting the chessboard. They have been living too comfortably. It is time to make them busy. Any news from our eyes in the human realm? Evil Crown asked, moving his head side to side. None. The base of Night Charm has also been dismantled. The 415th Bureau has intensified their search efforts. Large-scale operations are proving difficult, Prison Abyss reported. Evil Crown displayed an air of indifference, casually stating, no matter, consider it the prelude to an impending storm. Let us indulge them a little. Have we secured the goods? Evil Crown suddenly inquired, as if struck by a thought. An envoy has already been dispatched. They should be en route back to Demon City by now, Prison Abyss replied. The witchcraft is already on the way. It will soon arrive in Demon City. Let us proceed according to plan. This is bound to be a significant gift. Evil Crown's lips curled into a devilish smile. Are you truly not considering informing those two? Prison Abyss deliberated for a moment before confirming with Evil Crown once more. They cannot remain idle. Just saying a few pleasant words will suffice to send them off to the human realm for a little fun. Evil Crown mused after a brief contemplation. Prison Abyss raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. Evil Crown, you truly have a knack for this. Very well, since you have it all planned out, I shall begrudgingly play the role of a laborer this once. Surrounded by swirling violet-black spiritual energy, Prison Abyss vanished into the mountains, dissipating into the crimson twilight mist. Evil Crown retracted his gaze and turned to fly toward a river at the foot of the mountain. With a wave of his hand, a black fishing rod materialized, and he gently cast it into the water, creating ripples on the river's surface. The ripples gradually expanded, resembling clandestine hints that seeped into every glimmer of the flowing water. As fish darted beneath the surface, uncertain whether to flee or approach, suddenly, the fishing rod quivered, the black line tightening and vibrating slightly, as if connecting to a profound force lurking beneath. Evil Crown smiled subtly, deftly manipulating the rod, lifting it with precision. The surface of the river erupted in a splash as a silver-scaled fish broke free, its tail creating a shimmering arc in the sunlight, droplets flying like shattered diamonds. The fish struggled intensely in midair, its scales gleaming with a cold, hard luster, yet it could not escape the binding of the fishing line. Unperturbed, Evil Crown reeled the line in tighter, his wrist twisting as if commanding the final piece on a chessboard. With a crisp splash, the fish was firmly pulled to the bank, still thrashing in futile resistance, gasping for air in vain. Evil Crown glanced down at it, a significant smile playing on his lips. The bait has sunk and the line is drawn. We await the storm's arrival, he spoke, twisting his wrist slightly, causing the hook to loosen, and the silver-scaled fish immediately lost its strength, plunging into a nearby small pool, creating faint ripples that dissipated like lingering hints in the air. Chapter 52. The Spirit Silence Pearl. The settlement for the auction took place in a secluded chamber of the Spirit Hall known as Linghuan Hall. Besides the main hall, the Spirit Hall is adorned with numerous smaller chambers, each designated for specific purposes during the Spirit Emperor's tenure. However, after its conquest, they became mere decorations. Luo Shi and Xia traversed the Spirit Hall. Yet after a considerable time, They had not located Linghuan Hall, and the number of spirit masters and spirits encountered along the way dwindled. Luo Shi, you are not lost, are you? After circling several times and returning to the same spot, Xia An inquired. Luo Shi's brow furrowed, suddenly puffing out her cheeks, a faint blush appearing as she remained silent for a moment. Xia An's guess was correct. Luo Shi indeed possessed a poor sense of direction, needing a map whenever she ventured into unfamiliar territory. On their way to the spirit hall, she had relied on the little spirit communicator's compass and map to avoid losing her way, following the safe route marked by Dijua to arrive at the spirit hall. How about we try this direction? Xian instinctively pointed toward a corridor to the side, suggesting tentatively. For some reason, Xian seemed oddly familiar with the layout of the spirit hall, feeling that Linghuan Hall should be in this direction. Luo Shi, though skeptical, decided to trust him this once, as she had forgotten whether she had traversed this path before. It proved that Xia An's intuition was correct, as they began to encounter more spirits and spirit masters along the way, with several individuals contentedly departing while carrying meticulously packaged auction items. At the end of the corridor, the ornate plaque reading Linghuan Hall hung above the entrance. See? Did you not trust me? Xian grinned broadly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. It was just luck. Luo, she flicked her high ponytail, entering Linghuan Hall without a backward glance. Most of the auction items had long been claimed by the buyers, and after wandering outside for too long, the majority of patrons had already dispersed by the time Luo Shi and Xian arrived at Linghuan Hall. What a coincidence, Senior Sister Luo, we meet again. At the entrance of Linghuan Hall, after settling the account for the Frost Star Ring, Gu Zhuoran emerged alongside Feng Kuan and Su Zong, encountering the two. Luo Shi's expression soured, as she seemed quite reluctant to see this group. Is there something you need? If not, step aside. I am in a hurry. Senior Sister Luo speaks as fiercely as ever. Gu Zhuoran wore a smile. And I understood that Luo Shiji was eager to obtain the spirit-gathering herb. However, Xia Shidi, in a display of bravado, had audaciously declared a bid of 15 million spirit coins, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Miss Luo, this auction is co-hosted by the Four Kings. We cannot allow his reckless actions to tarnish your reputation. Su Zong chimed in from the side. Exactly, if he cannot afford to pay later, that scoundrel will likely be left with nothing but his ashes. It would be better for him to leave with us. Feng Kuan glared at Xian, enunciating each word with palpable fury. Are you all not tired of this? Luo Shi, barely able to contain her frustration, retorted, Firstly, I am under orders from my master and have a duty to protect him. Secondly, acquiring Shuangyue is his own affair, and he will settle the payment himself. This matter is of no concern to you. Finally, how I choose to handle my affairs is entirely my business, and you need not worry yourselves about it. Exactly, you all cling to others like lice, attaching yourselves wherever you can. Xian, hiding behind Luo Shi, poked his head out and mimicked Feng Kuan's tone, sticking out his tongue. Step aside. Luo Shi's azure spiritual energy surged forth, and the sudden pressure made Gu Zhuoran realize she was genuinely angry, prompting him to step back helplessly. Xian followed suit, but paused just before entering the Linghuan Hall, hovering in midair for a moment before retracting his foot. He turned to the crowd and said, Don't you all wish to see me unable to pay the spirit coins and face consequences? Don't rush to leave. Are you certain you don't want to come in and watch? With that, Xian stepped forward and entered the Linghuan Hall. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention towards Gu Zhuoran, who, as the leader, held absolute sway. Let us go have a look. Gu Zhuoran's expression darkened, as he perceived Xian's actions as a blatant provocation. The payment process was not overly complicated. The wooden hammer held by the presiding spirit was a spirit treasure, and at the moment of the transaction, the essence of the financier would resonate with the sound of the hammer, binding them together. The presiding spirit could accurately discern whether the person before them was indeed the financier of the auctioned item. Once the financier's identity was confirmed, payment would be made, and the item could be taken away. Even without knowing their appearance, they could be precisely located, akin to the titles of rules or conceptual beings in the human realm. Upon seeing several individuals enter the hall, Xian produced 2 cards adorned with mysterious patterns from his pocket and handed them to the presiding spirit. The presiding spirit tucked away the cards, retrieved an empty card, murmuring strange incantations, and began to rub it between his palms. Moments later, patterns emerged on the card, which was then handed back to Xia, an esteemed guest. This is the remaining 5 million. Please keep it safe, and this way, your auction item awaits you. The presiding spirit gestured invitingly and escorted Xia'an into a side room where the auctioned items were stored. This is impossible. Even the 415 Bureau cannot gather 20 million spirit coins in such a short time. How could this impoverished fool manage it? Witnessing this scene, Gu Zhuoran gritted his teeth. Standing in disbelief, I can only think of two possibilities. Either he has a powerful force behind him that we are unaware of, or he knows some financier from the spirit realm. More than one, in fact. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to amass such wealth in such a short span. Su Tsong pondered for a moment before responding. I lean towards the latter. If it were the former, as employees of the 415 Bureau, we should have at least heard of it. Your level, not having heard of it, is quite normal. Let us hope it's the latter. Or things might become troublesome. Gu Zhuoran spoke slowly. We should leave. With a glance towards the side room, Gu Zhuoran departed the Linghuan Hall with his entourage. Esteemed guest, this is the item you successfully bid for. Inside the side room, the presiding spirit presented Xia'an with an exquisitely crafted wooden box. Xia'an accepted the box, opened it, and discovered a transparent, resplendent orb inside. What is this? Xia'an lifted the orb, closed one eye, and held it before the other, scrutinizing it repeatedly but unable to discern its true nature. Damn, are they deceiving consumers? Where is the wolf demon I was promised? The presiding spirit seemed to sense Xia'an's thoughts. I understand your impatience, but please, allow me to explain. This orb is called the Spirit Tranquility Orb. It can be used to conceal and contain spirits. The presiding spirit slowly gestured towards the orb. You may try infusing it with spiritual energy. Curiosity piqued, Xia'an infused spiritual energy into the orb. Immediately, a wondrous scene unfolded. The Spirit Tranquility Orb erupted with blue light, and an entity gradually materialized on the ground. Shuangyue, weakly lying on the floor, you've reduced her to this state. How am I supposed to use her when I return? Are you not responsible for the consumer's well-being? Xia'an utilized the Spirit Tranquility Orb to retrieve Shuangyue. Addressing the presiding spirit with irritation, may I inquire what you mean, esteemed guest? Ahem. What about healing herbs or elixirs? Aren't you going to gift me something? Xia'an lightly coughed, shamelessly. The presiding spirit stroked his beard and chuckled. Ha ha ha, do you know that the Spirit Tranquility Orb you hold possesses restorative properties? It can be considered quite valuable. Are you not satisfied with this complimentary gift? Oh, had you mentioned it earlier, I would have known your service quality was exceptional. Xia'an, having secured a bargain, shifted his demeanor with the swiftness of turning a page in a book, declaring, I shall return next time. Sayonara. With the opportunity to amass wealth and gather treasures, as long as Tang Zitao's household does not face bankruptcy, spirit coins will be as plentiful as one desires. How could Xia'an let such a good fortune slip away? Exiting the side room, Luo Shi coincidentally obtained the spirit-gathering herb, nestled within a palm-sized wooden box. Where is Shuangyue? Luo Shi inquired. Right here. Xia'an produced the Spirit Tranquility Orb, and it was the first time Luo Shi had encountered such a marvelous item. Here. After some hesitation, Luo Shi handed the spirit-gathering herb to Xia'an. What is this? Are you wishing me a happy birthday in advance? Xia'an chuckled. The condensing soul spider silk is quite precious. If I cannot find a suitable substitute, I think this will suffice. Please accept it for now, Luo Shi explained after some contemplation. The items from the 415 Bureau's development department do not match the quality of the authentic ones and are overpriced. After much thought, Luo Shi still felt it appropriate to offer something else. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. After all, keeping it is still keeping it, and besides, if you girls get hurt and scarred, it won't look good. Xia'an scratched his head. If you find it too expensive, it can serve as a bride price. Hee, greedy. Luo Shi pinched Xia'an's ear, twisting it with force. Wrong. It hurts. My ear is going to fall off. Xia'an grimaced, rising on tiptoes, twisting like a mudfish in pain. Outside the Linghuan Hall, Gu Zhuoran had not walked far when Su Tsong called him to a halt. Gu Shao, the directors called. Jiu Yuanshan had been ordered to inspect the construction of the 3 major organizations, future academies in the Desolate Domain. Just as he was about to leave the Desolate Domain to return to the human realm, he received Su Tsong's report regarding the auction house's situation. urgently issuing commands through a small communicator. Ji Zhuoran took the communicator, and as he listened to his father's words, his expression gradually darkened. Chapter 53. The Secret Passage Beneath the Throne. Dad, I have no objections to what you said, but could you spare Luo Shi? I beg you. Ji Zhuoran pressed his lips together, summoning the courage to negotiate. Xiaoran, when undertaking significant matters, one cannot allow personal feelings to interfere. There are plenty of beautiful women in this world. Why must one hang themselves on a single tree? This matter is non-negotiable. The tone from the communicator was resolute. But Ji Zhuoran wished to continue pleading, but the communication had already ended. Ji Shao, what shall we do next? Su Tsong inquired softly, observing Gu Zhuoran's somber expression. We will proceed as the director dictates. But you will follow my lead when the time comes. Ji Zhuoran exhaled deeply, contacting the technical department in the border city of the desolate domain to lock in the location information of the two individuals and the route they had taken. Understood. Inside the Ling Hall, Xian rubbed his reddened ears, following Luo Shi as they circled the interior. If we keep going in circles, you might just get lost again. If we return late, Uncle D will likely be furious again. I am well aware of that. Luo Shi replied coolly, surveying the layout of the Ling Hall. I have no idea how many pairs of eyes are watching the treasures in your pocket. I am looking for other exits. Setting aside the fact that Xian possessed 5 million spirit coins, the Shuangyue contained within the Spirit Tranquility Orb had ignited a fierce dispute between the two spirits, Yao Qingli and Yan Zhan. Once outside the Ling Hall, they would be unprotected, relying solely on their wits. If they attempted to leave through the front entrance, they might find themselves contemplating reincarnation. You are indeed thoughtful. Xian praised sincerely, proving himself to be the worthy successor chosen by the master, always considering the details. However, it appears there are no other exits aside from the front door. Luo Shi frowned. Sensing the situation was becoming dire. What if there are exits underground? Xian suddenly suggested. Luo Shi shot Xian a sideways glance. What? Is the Ling Hall your home? Are you so familiar with it? What if? In dramas, the Ming Taizu knew to leave a path for his grandson. One can never be certain. Xian shrugged. Follow me. Luo Shi was skeptical but had no better options, so she followed behind Xian. The Ling Hall was currently recognized as a neutral territory by the 4 domain spirit kings, not owned by any one faction, serving as a venue for large-scale events and meetings. As the auction concluded, spirits and binding spirits scattered in a tumultuous exodus, leaving behind an eerie silence, punctuated only by a few straggling figures, mostly wanderers from the spirit realm. After a series of twists and turns, Xian led Luo Shi back to the main hall of the auction. Though it had been partially remodeled, the resplendent throne still stood majestically at the highest point. Why are we back here again? Luo Shi questioned, looking at the empty main hall. My sixth sense tells me there's a way out here. Xian grinned, stepping up the stairs toward the throne. A man's sixth sense? Luo Shi rarely smiled. Yet wasn't it often said online that a man's sixth sense is notoriously unreliable? That may apply to men, but I am a male deity, and thus, I am different. Xian chuckled lightly, his words smooth and slick. Luo Shi twitched the corner of her mouth, feeling a touch of exasperation. Approaching the throne, Xian produced a talisman from his pocket, a new one he had learned after the comic convention, the Barrier Talisman. This talisman could effectively block external spiritual energy and light, serving as a means to prevent remote eavesdropping and spying. Visually, it resembled a layer of one-way glass, dark and opaque from the outside, yet clear and transparent from the inside. Once the barrier talisman was set up, Xian began to explore around the throne. The throne, once a vague image in his dreams, now materialized before him, leading Xian to suspect he possessed some foresight beyond dreams. With a click, while Xian caressed the round beads on the armrest, the floor behind the throne suddenly opened, revealing a dark pit before them. Luo Shi gazed at this scene, her expression one of disbelief directed at Xian, and perhaps this was just sheer luck? Are we going down? Xian scratched his head, having merely jested, now astonished that his sixth sense had proven accurate. Further solidifying his male deity persona, a path is certainly preferable to having none. After Luo Shi spoke, she leapt down. Xian followed closely behind. As they entered the passage, a cool breeze greeted them. Luo Shi snapped her fingers, igniting azure spiritual energy at her fingertips, emitting a faint glow. The The two relied on the dim light as they ventured toward the passages into pitch black here. There won't be any ghosts, will there? Xian huddled behind Luo Shi, feigning fear. I hope your fear is genuine and not a guise to take advantage of me. Otherwise, I shall surely sever your hand. Luo Shi retorted, her fingertips resting near her waist, revealing two slender palms wrapped around her form. With a swift motion, a blade of azure light sliced through the space between them, carving a foot-deep gash into the ground. Xian, quick on the draw, yanked his arm back, staring at the faint azure glow reflecting off Luo Shi's dagger, exclaiming, "Whoa, you can't be serious." Luo Shi, uninterested in his fluster, twirled the dagger with finesse, sheathing it smoothly against her thigh, and continued onward. Xian repeatedly opened and closed his hand, confirming his intactness, exhaling with relief, nearly rendered incapacitated. Time passed unmeasured until a faint glow emerged in their line of sight. Growing brighter as they approached, the tunnel's end revealed a cliff, with a narrow path leading directly into a gorge. Below the cliff lay a crystalline lake, its surface like a mirror reflecting the ethereal clouds above. The shoreline meandered, adorned with clusters of pink trees, their branches sprawling like clouds, petals scattered amid them. A gentle breeze stirred the lake's surface, creating ripples, while petals danced in the wind, cascading into the water. Merging into a vibrant sea of blossoms, Luo Shi stood at the cliff's edge, her back to Xian, gazing down at the breathtaking vista. Her high ponytail swayed gently in the mountain breeze. The beauty of the scene and her presence intertwining like an exquisite painting, captivating the heart and mind of any observer. Instinctively, Xian activated his small communicator, eager to capture this beautiful moment. Just as he was about to press the power button, Luo Shi suddenly turned, freezing the image. Gazing at the masterpiece on his communicator, Xian found himself momentarily entranced, overwhelmed by the sheer beauty. "What are you doing?" Luo Shi asked, brushing aside a few strands of hair, looking at him as if he were foolish. Yes, I was checking the map," Xian quickly replied, swiping the holographic screen to transform the album into a map. "It's rare for you to remember the important things," Luo Shi remarked, opening her communicator to reach out and grab the projected screen from Xian's watch, releasing it from her small device. The screen swiftly transferred to her hands. Her fingers danced over the screen, zooming in rapidly, confirming their location with the prominent geographical markers before folding the map away. Opening her compass and scrutinizing it several times, Luo Shi established their direction and formulated a route back to the wild domain. "Let us go," she declared, donning a purple mask as she headed toward the gorge. Xian too wore a black and white mask he had pilfered from the spirit hall. Following closely behind, Chapter 54. No negotiation. The black and white mask was something Xian had spotted while passing through a side hall on his way to the main hall. Finding it rather unique, he had taken the opportunity to swipe it. Though his surprise, wearing it made him feel quite cool. Xian followed the narrow path down the cliff, quickly entering a gorge flanked by towering mountains. The skies swirling with clouds, occasionally filled with the echoes of beasts. Beyond the gorge lay the marked path set by Uncle D. "This place is quite remote. Surely, no one else knows of this exit," Luo Shi mused, examining the map. Xian glanced around, a shiver running down his spine. "Unclear, but it's best this way. It spares us considerable trouble." With a frosty demeanor, Luo Shi pressed on, eager to leave this eerie place without wasting time. Just as her words faded, two figures, one blue and one green, swiftly coalesced spiritual energy, stepping onto their respective glows as they darted through the gorge. After an unknown duration, the bright light at the gorge's end grew more intense, indicating they were nearing its conclusion. "Wait!" Xian sensed movement above the gorge, abruptly halting and pulling Luo Shi back. Wind/talisman. Swish, swish, swish. 3 blades of air sliced through the air, causing 2 massive boulders to plummet from the thick clouds above. Hurtling toward the ground with tremendous force, the air blades, conjured by the wind/talisman, left deep fissures in the stones but could not impede their descent. Xian furrowed his brow, quick to react. Rubbing his thumb between his fingers to conjure several explosive talismans, which he flung towards the boulders. Explosive talisman, activate! Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resonated through the sky, thick black smoke billowing upward, while shards of stone rained down like droplets. Under the stone rain, Xian held a golden shield generated by the spiritual barrier talisman above his head as an umbrella, shielding Luo Shi behind him. At that moment, he could find no words adequate to describe his current state. However, as the saying goes, handsomeness lasts but 3 seconds, for soon after, Luo Shi unexpectedly yanked him behind her. Be careful. Almost simultaneously, a shadow emerged from the thick black smoke above, charging down with a wolf-toothed club aimed straight at Xian. Luo Shi, regaining her footing, leaped into the air, her dagger unsheathing at lightning speed. A flash of azure light cutting toward the shadow, as the dagger collided with the club. The resulting shockwave rippled through the air, dispersing in all directions. With a decisive strike, Luo Shi deflected the club, seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to the shadow's chest. Realizing the danger, the shadow braced itself, positioning the club defensively to absorb the full force of her strike. The impact sent both parties flying in opposite directions, quickly widening the gap between them. Luo Shi's elegant form executed a perfect 360-degree flip in midair before landing gracefully, gliding a few meters to a halt before Xian. Miss Luo, impressive skills. What a thrill! The shadow steadied itself, resting the club on its shoulder, visibly excited. Feng Kuan, what brings you here? Xian recognized the shadow as one of Gu Zhuoran's lackeys, the dimwit Feng Kuan. Of course it's me. Finally, a chance to tear that smug smile off your face, Feng Kuan exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm upon spotting Xia. And what do you intend to do? Luo Shi asked, gripping her dagger. On guard. Miss Luo, have you heard the saying, a man is innocent but possesses a precious gem, thus attracts envy? At the gorge's entrance, Su Tsong approached with a sinister grin, ominously declaring that it would be quite difficult for the two of them to leave alive today. Then let us see if you have the capability to stop us, Luo Shi replied, taking a combative stance and quietly instructing Xian. I will hold them off. You look for an opportunity to escape. Luo Shi, I know this isn't the time for bravado, and I want to spout some klitsch about dying together. But have you considered that since they are here, Gu Zhuoran cannot be far behind? Xian prepared his combat talismans, cautioning her. Are you implying that they are acting under Gu Zhuoran's orders? Luo Shi's brow furrowed, realizing the possibility of him resorting to such treachery against their own kind. Xian nodded. Most likely, it's aimed at Shuangyu Gu Zhuoran. Stop hiding. I know you're here. Come out and let us talk, Xian called out, his voice echoing through the gorge. Moments later, from the mist above the valley, Gu Zhuoran descended, landing gracefully atop a colossal figure standing 4 to 5 meters tall. The being, humanoid in shape, boasted muscles like rock, its skin etched with shattered runes that emitted a dim, ghostly light. Heavy iron chains coiled around its body, inscribed with sealing runes that faintly exuded black mist, culminating in 2 massive meteor hammers. This was Gu Zhuoran's Father's spirit guardian, summoned via a special incantation, a Class S. The monster spirit, Yujun talk? What is there to discuss? We have 3 Class C individuals here, while you, a mere softy reliant on Sister Luo's protection, think you can negotiate with me? Gu Zhuoran scoffed, his face darkened with disdain. So, there's nothing to discuss then? Xian shrugged, realizing a battle was inevitable. If they could be ambushed in such a secluded location, it was clear that Gu Zhuoran had used the 415 Bureau's authority to track their communicator's location and route. A few individuals, brimming with confidence and thoroughly prepared, were ready to assert dominance. Xian initially contemplated initiating a conversation. However, it appeared that such an endeavor was unnecessary. Feng Kuan, have you not longed for this moment? I offer you the opportunity to reclaim the Lingji Pearl that Su Tsong will hold back senior Sister Luo. Ensure she remains unharmed. As for Hongyi, Yujun, you should have no issues, correct? Gu Zhuoran leapt down from his shoulder, strategizing their battle plan. The echoing roars of Yujun reverberated through the canyon, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, charging towards the 2. Hongyi, we may be in trouble. Simultaneously, countless red particles erupted from Luo Shi's body, swiftly coalescing into a humanoid form. Master, I shall not fail you. Hongyi summoned the golden snake longsword, leaping into the air without hesitation, hurtling towards Yujun. Thus commenced the prologue of a great battle. Chapter 55. Hongyi vs. Yujun Bang. Hongyi and Yujun collided, unleashing a tremendous surge of spiritual energy that radiated outward from the 2 spirits. The thick density of spiritual energy in the spirit realm diminished the constraints of the spiritual contract, elevating the power levels beyond 2 tiers above that of a spirit master. The fierce clash between the two A-class spirits compelled all onlookers to retreat, creating a vast expanse exclusively for their confrontation. Bound by their master's commands to fight, neither Hong Yi nor Yu Jun engaged in idle chatter. Their encounter was a straightforward clash of spiritual forces, while Yu Jun's imposing stature dwarfed that of Hong Yi, who relied on speed and reach as her advantages. In combat, success lies in leveraging one's strengths to suppress the opponent's weaknesses, thus continuously amplifying one's advantages. Hong Yi raised the golden snake longsword high above her head, the sword tip bursting forth with golden radiance, summoning multiple circular talismans that activated in the air, unleashing a torrential rain of golden arrows. While Yu Jun, refusing to be outdone, channeled ancient runic secrets, dark mist swirling around the chains leading to the flail, which began to spin rapidly above his head with a fierce roar, deflecting the golden arrows in all directions. With a thunderous roar, Yu Jun unleashed a torrent of black, spiritual energy, forming a massive black shield overhead to block the deluge of arrows. Raising his arms, he pulled the chains, producing a resonant clang, and with a powerful kick, he created a massive crater in the ground. He leapt into the air, using the flail to bat away the incoming golden arrows. Aiming directly for Hong Yi, Hong Yi swiftly crossed her arms before her, forming seals and channeling golden spiritual energy into the golden snake sword that floated above her. The sword tip pointed towards the oncoming threat posed by Yu Jun. A colossal circular golden talisman materialized before her. Go! Hong Yi thrust her arms forward with all her might. The golden snake sword magnified and projected through the talisman. A gigantic version of the golden snake sword shot forth, radiating dazzling golden light as it pierced towards Yu Jun, stabilizing himself in midair. Yu Jun redirected his spiritual energy into a large formation, the black energy flowing rapidly along the chains. He forcefully brought his arms together, causing the flail at the end of the chains to sweep towards the incoming golden sword. Clang, clang, clang. The two forces clashed in the air, the golden sword inching forward amidst the onslaught of the twin flails, producing sounds of metallic impact. Moment of darkness. Soul erosion, Yu Jun rasped, invoking his spiritual technique with a voice as gritty as if choked on a morsel of bread. Almost simultaneously, tendrils of black mist resembling mud eels sprouted from the flails, crawling up towards the golden snake sword. Where the black mist passed, the golden light dimmed as if absorbed. Hong Ye's pupils constricted in alarm, sensing impending danger, and rapidly shifted her hand seals. Braked boom. The enormous golden sword transformed into a bomb. Detonating from the hilt to the tip, the black mist engulfed by the explosive force. Both figures were pushed back to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion, as the smoke dissipated. The diminutive figure of Hong Yi, clutching the golden snake sword, stood 100 meters away from the colossal Yu Jun. Their gazes locked eye in this first exchange. Neither spirit gained the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Whoosh! Hong Yi seized the initiative, refusing to grant the behemoth a moment's respite. Her form flickered, leaving multiple afterimages in her wake. With a swift arc of the golden snake sword before her, 3 blades of energy surged from the ground, and the red figure followed closely behind, slashing towards Yu Jun, while Yu Jun remained rooted, his flail whirling at high speed, maintaining a stance of stillness against motion. As Hong Yi approached, he wielded the chains with the flail, striking down with tremendous force. However, just as the flail was about to connect with Hong Ye's chest, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The figure flickered and vanished into thin air, a decoy. In that instant, Hong Ye's true form flashed to his shoulder, gripping the sword's hilt and aiming it towards Yu Jun's neck. The golden sword pierced through the robust muscle, though it was not fatal. While Yu Jun reacted swiftly, swatting at Hong Yi. Slap! Yu Jun struck nothing but air, delivering a resounding slap to himself in the process. Roar! Furious, Yu Jun swung the flail wildly, wreaking havoc upon the battlefield, leaving behind a scene of destruction, with gaping holes marking the ground. Hong Ye's spiritual technique, Shadow Leaf, misdirection, allowed her true form to blend seamlessly with numerous afterimages, striking when least expected. Soon, Hong Ye's forms encircled Yu Jun, who found himself surrounded. With each swing of the flail, countless afterimages dissipated, only to re-emerge like leaves falling in autumn. The true body moved, and so did the decoys. Amidst the dazzling flurry of attacks, Yujun quickly accumulated numerous gashes across his body, deep enough to expose bone, blood seeping from the wounds. Yet, Yujun appeared impervious to pain, wielding the flail with unyielding speed, an astonishing characteristic of the strange physiology of the anomaly spirit, rendering the existence of meridians imperceptible, yet still allowing for fluid movement. Seizing the moment when the flail left a vacuum, Hong Yi swiftly summoned the golden snake sword, aiming for the core encased in bone armor at Yujun's chest, their vital point. Moment of darkness, soul-binding chains. Yujun seized the opportunity, activating his second spiritual technique. Countless chains erupted from his body, surging forth to attack the multitude of Hong Ye's forms. The chains pierced through the decoys, which flickered and vanished. Almost simultaneously, as the decoys dissipated, Hong Ye's true form was exposed to Yujun Gatyu. A sense of foreboding washed over Hong Yi as she swept her sword horizontally in defense, repelling the snaking chains aimed at her. Yet, the sheer number of chains overwhelmed her. One chain, hidden from her view, stealthily ensnared her ankle from below. Crisis! Hong Yi felt a jolt of alarm. Under the immense force of the pull, she lost her balance and was yanked towards Yujun. The peculiar aspect of Yujun's second spiritual technique lay in its ability to suppress the flow of spiritual energy upon contact. Seizing this fortuitous moment, Yujun hurled the flail with all his might, targeting Hong Ye's chest in midair. Thud! Hong Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, the tremendous impact sending her flying. Struggling to regain her composure, she clutched her chest with one hand while propping herself up with the other, kneeling on the ground. The golden snake sword arced through the air, embedding itself into the earth before her. Rising to her feet, Hong Yi retrieved the golden snake sword, fixing her gaze upon Yujun. This round of combat, though both parties suffered injuries, it was evident that Hong Yi bore the brunt of the damage. She pondered, for she had detected something peculiar about Yujun. Despite Luo Shi's slight advantage in spiritual strength over Gujuran, the intensity of Yujun's outburst far surpassed her OWN.it. Is known that the constraints of the spiritual contract for spirit guardians are absolute. Even with the spirit realm's relaxation of 2 tiers, Yujun should not exceed her capabilities by such a margin. Yet, as a spirit guardian and warrior, Hong Yi resolved not to retreat, even in the face of possible defeat. Gathering her disheveled hair, wiping the blood from her lips, she declared with fierce determination, "Come, let us battle again." Chapter 56. The Summer Family's dog walking scheme this time. Let us see who can protect you. I shall personally tear your mouth apart. Feng Kuan brandished a wolf-toothed club, his eyes ablaze with fury, teeth grinding ominously in the second battlefield. Su Tsong restrained Luo Shi, leaving Xian no choice but to confront the C-class Feng Kuan with his E-class physique. Come bite me, you fool! Xian extended his arm, beckoning Feng Kuan with a provocatively inviting gesture, his words laced with taunts. Seeking death, Feng Kuan concentrated his spiritual energy into the wolf-toothed club, red energy coursing over it as the ancient patterns on the club sprang to life. Radiating a brilliant glow, he leapt into the air, bringing the club crashing down towards the ground. Dia-boom! The immense energy from the wolf-toothed club erupted upon impact, sending jagged rock spikes surging towards Xian. The spikes, teeming with flowing spiritual energy, would create unhealable wounds if they penetrated the body, while the effects of the runes would corrode the injury further under the influence of spiritual energy. This exemplifies the terrifying prowess of the artifact manipulator. Whether through weapon runes or talismans inscribed on their fists, they wield unmatched tools for subjugation, often referring to them as inscriptions. The rock spikes advanced with alarming speed, closing in within moments. Xian dared not delay, quickly producing 3-layered spiritual barrier talismans before him, deftly forming seals. The yellow talismans dissipated in an instant, manifesting 3 shield-like golden barriers to shield Xian. He leapt into the air, facing the ground head-on, directly confronting the rapidly approaching rock spikes. Clang, clang, clang. The spiritual barriers shattered in response, the spikes unimpeded as they pierced through, hurtling towards Xian and sensing imminent danger. Xian had already anticipated this scenario. Wind/talismans. A series of air blades sliced through the atmosphere, striking the rocky spires from the side. Multiple talismans, layered upon one another, targeted the same spot on the spires. When spiritual energy proved insufficient, Quantity compensated for quality. In mere seconds, the cutting wind talismans were activated by Xian with reckless abandon, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Under Xian's determined efforts, the rocky spires were cleaved into pieces, cascading to the ground like chopped radishes. Before he could catch his breath, Feng Kuan charged at him with a wolf-toothed club, bellowing, "Ah, die, you wretch!" Exhausted, Xian thought to himself, "Is this for real? Not one to be foolish." He evaded the onslaught of the rocky spires without a moment's pause, turning on his heel and fleeing. Xian pondered his situation. Without a spirit guardian, he was at best a half-hearted talisman master. What was this positioning? One might liken it to a back row character in a game. What was the role of a material manipulation master? To engage in close combat, akin to an assassin warrior in a game. Wasn't it a mismatch for a half-hearted back row character like him? Moreover, there was the issue of level suppression. How was he to compete? The answer was simple. He couldn't. You're quite the runner, aren't you? Aren't you the one who loves to mock others? Feng Kuan taunted as he saw Xian scurry away like a rat. I'm eating lemons. Xian shot back with a raised middle finger, his legs propelling him forward as he continued to hurl insults. You better not let me catch you. Feng Kuan, exasperated, gathered red spiritual energy beneath his feet, his leg muscles bulging with intensity. Each stomp left deep impressions in the ground. In an instant, the distance between the two was reduced by 100 meters, now only a few meters apart. Xian felt a chilling rage approaching from behind. He turned to see Feng Kuan, wielding his wolf-toothed club, closing in with incredible speed. His eyes widened in terror, his tongue flicking about as he recalled a scene from his childhood. A moment from Tom and Jerry where Tom, aboard a toy train, attempted to crush Jerry. Oh no, this guy is trouble. Xian jolted, pulling out several yellow talismans from his pocket and tossing them behind him, where they scattered in the wind. Spirit binding spell, come to my aid. The yellow talismans dissolved into the ground, unleashing beams of golden light as several golden hands erupted from the talisman array, reaching for Feng Kuan's ankles. What the? Feng Kuan was nearly yanked off his feet by the sudden pull, exclaiming a string of expletives. You old trickster. What else do you have up your sleeve? Feng Kuan swung his wolf-toothed club, unleashing a barrage of red energy spheres that shattered the spirit-binding talisman array. Watch your step, boom. Xian snapped his fingers. Feng Kuan furrowed his brow as he spotted a yellow talisman lying where he was about to land. Knee tomato, he cursed. With a loud explosion, the smoke billowed, and Xian managed to create some distance. Feng Kuan emerged unscathed from the smoke, encircled by a red barrier, biding his time until he could unleash a devastating strike upon Xian. As Xian maneuvered, he left behind obstacles to slow Feng Kuan's pursuit, weaving through an S-curve, then reversing along a straight line, and finally retreating in 2 semicircles. I don't believe your pockets are like Doraemon's. There must be a limit to your talismans. After chasing Xian for a while, Feng Kuan noticed he had stopped throwing explosive talismans and, with a sinister grin, remarked, I'll bet you're out of tricks. Xian, unhurried, leaped towards the cliff wall just as Feng Kuan was closing in. Feng Kuan raised his wolf-toothed club high above his head and swung it down with all his might towards Xian, who barely managed to evade the lethal blow. You're dead. Feng Kuan yelled, pulling back the club for another strike. Wait. Xian raised his hand, calling for a halt. Feng Kuan, being a straightforward man, paused. What are you begging for mercy now? Call me Dad, and then we can settle this. You bow to me twice and hand over the spirit quiet pearl, and I might consider sparing you. No, no, no. Xian shook his finger dismissively, tilting his chin towards the ground. I just want you to see the masterpiece I've created for you. The Xia family dog-walking illustration. Feng Kuan's face contorted with confusion, pondering the absurdity of Xian's words. His gaze fell to the ground, and he was instantly mortified. The traces of their explosive chase formed 2 letters on the ground, unmistakably spelling out SB as they looked down from the cliff. Oh my God, this infuriates me. Feng Kuan swung his wolf-toothed club in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Xian danced like a monkey along the cliff, skillfully evading the attacks. Unexpectedly, Feng Kuan discarded the club and charged at Xian with a shoulder tackle, launching a surprise physical assault. This sudden blow caught Xian off guard, and he instinctively summoned a spirit barrier. Yet the vast disparity between E-grade and C-grade was not something easily bridged. Feng Kuan's elbow shattered the barrier effortlessly, driving directly into Xian's chest, Pooh! Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, plummeting like an arrow towards the ground. Just before hitting the ground, the last vestiges of his energy activated the barrier, cushioning his fall and saving his life. However, Feng Kuan wasted no time, reaching out to the cliff wall, summoning the wolf-toothed club as if it had a mind of its own. He gripped it tightly, using its momentum to strike at Xian and struggled to escape the pit, knowing he was in imminent danger of Feng Kuan's relentless assault. Muttering to himself, "This is it. I'm going to die." Chapter 57. Otherworldly eyes, heart devourer in a life and death moment, Xian seemed to glimpse an angel. A fleeting azure figure darted before him, as Luo Shi gracefully descended like a startled swan. Swiftly placing herself between the two, with a deft spinning kick, she struck Feng Kuan squarely in the face. The force of the blow sent his teeth, mingled with blood, flying into the air, while he himself spun in midair. Crashing into the arms of the hastily arriving Su Tsong, slender of build, struggled to catch the burly Feng Kuan, and they both tumbled to the ground. "Did we succeed?" Su Tsong asked, helping Feng Kuan to his feet with a glimmer of hope. Feng Kuan steadied himself, wiping the blood from his mouth, and shook his head. "So close. If you had delayed Luo Shi just a moment longer, I would have captured him, you fool. I did my utmost to delay her." But she was too agile to activate the formation in time, Su Tsong replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. He hadn't anticipated that Feng Kuan, despite such an advantage, would struggle against Xian. Reluctantly, he swallowed his words of disdain for his comrade. Luo Shi, without a moment's hesitation, seized Xian's arm and asked with concern, "Can you hold on?" Xian rose with her support, rubbing his chest. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly and cushioned my fall. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Focus on dealing with that thin pole. Don't worry about me." Su Tsong's expression darkened at being referred to as a thin pole in public. "This is intolerable. Now it's your turn to hold off Luo Shi while I deal with this foul-mouthed brat." Spirit Talisman. Frost. With a hasty declaration, Su Tsong unleashed his talisman, a chilling aura emanating from him as a thick layer of frost quickly coated the ground. He leaped, manipulating several talismans that floated around him, gliding across the ice towards Xia and Spirit Talisman. Ice spikes. 2 talismans soared into the air, transforming into blue circular arrays, from which countless ice spikes erupted. Mere seconds later, a streak of azure light followed, slicing through the AI art in a single strike. The 2 arrays, along with the shattered ice spikes, disintegrated into the atmosphere. The azure light arced gracefully back to Luo Shi's hand. A new skill she had acquired upon reaching C grade, allowing her to manipulate objects from a distance with spiritual energy. However, the ice spikes were merely a distraction. Su Tsong's true goal was to close the distance to Xian. Luo Shi, retrieving her dagger, sensed Su Tsong's intentions and was about to act when she was intercepted by a massive figure. Clang! The dagger clashed with Feng Kuan's wolf-toothed club, producing a deafening metallic ring. "Your opponent is me," Feng Kuan declared as he rushed in. Separating Luo Shi from Xian, Luo Shi frowned, pointing her blade forward. "Get out of my way? Not a chance, if you want to pass." "You'll have to step over me," Feng Kuan retorted, brandishing his club. "That's what you said." Luo Shi's eyes narrowed as spiritual energy surged in her legs, propelling her toward Feng Kuan. Feng Kuan smirked, tightening his grip on the club. "A close combat match. Just what I wanted." As a material manipulation master, he excelled in close-quarters combat and the contest of strength and speed, his inherent advantage. Yet, Luo Shi was no fool. Her body flickered like a malfunctioning old television, momentarily shaking before vanishing, leaving only an afterimage. Feng Kuan's eyes widened in shock as he sensed a wave of pure killing intent directed at him. Instinctively, he raised his wolf-toothed club to block. Bang! Luo Shi's figure suddenly appeared before Feng Kuan, her dagger slashing downwards with great force, meeting the Wolf-Fang club head-on. The unexpected strike caused Feng Kuan to stumble back several steps in surprise. Seizing the momentum, Luo Shi executed a somersault, landing a precise kick squarely on Feng Kuan's face, leaving an imprint of a size 30 shoe on his already slightly swollen visage. She unleashed a newly comprehended technique from the wilderness training zone, the Qingying Liuguang, intending to utilize a burst of speed over a short distance to bypass Feng Kuan and head straight for Su Kong. She understood that Xia's half-baked talisman techniques held no ground against a bona fide talisman master like Su Kong. However, Feng Kuan did not appear as foolish as she had anticipated. Amidst his chaotic awareness, he grasped Lo Shi's ankle and, with all his strength, hurled her in the opposite direction. You will not get past. Feng Kuan swayed unsteadily, blood gushing from his nose like a hot spring. His gaze fixed intensely on Lo Shi. You truly are a good dog. Lo Shi activated Qingying Liuguang, launching an assault on Feng Kuan. She had changed her mind. She did not expect the seemingly dull Feng Kuan to be so difficult to deal with. Quickly resolving Feng Kuan was now the only way to break the deadlock, as she had anticipated. Xian was indeed struggling against Feng Kuan, having already expended considerable talismans, and the variety was nothing more than the most basic types. Spirit Barrier talismans for defense, Wind-Cutting talismans for attack, and Binding Spirit talismans to disrupt the enemy. For Su Tsong, this might as well have been kindergarten-level coursework. To contend with Su Tsong, more sophisticated means were necessary. Xian lacked spirit guards and had not trained in systematic combat. His sole reliance was one of his most peculiar attributes, his eyes. He had just discovered that they could be generated on Su Tsong, which was an unexpected gain for him. When he was at F rank, he had tried his hand against C rank Liao Yuan and found no mark. Now being able to mark C rank Su Tsong proved that they could transcend the limitations of 2 ranks at most. Wind-Cutting talisman. Su Tsong opted to use Xiao's signature technique against him, aiming to strike a psychological blow. Yet, unexpectedly, each air blade merely grazed Xiao's body, hitting nothing. Only Xian understood that. In the presence of he was akin to having X-ray vision. Easily evading the Wind-Cutting talisman's attack, Xian did not underestimate his opponent. He privately marveled at Su Tsong's prowess as a legitimate talisman master. Observing that the speed, size, and power of the Wind-Cutting talismans far exceeded his own. Surviving by a hair's breadth, Xian patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the divine prowess of his eye technique, he likely would have been sliced to pieces by now. With the spirit imprint still intact, Xian resolved to exploit the information gap to catch Su Tsong off guard. Achieving a 2-rank kill through the strength of spiritual energy was clearly wishful thinking, something even novels would dare not depict. Thus, Xian decided to gamble for a miracle. Su Tsong suddenly noticed the dark red patterns swirling in Xiao's eerie blue pupils. He froze momentarily, akin to a wasp's nest being disturbed or mistakenly entering the wrong restroom. With various fears from his childhood crashing upon him simultaneously, a mental assault, Su Tsong, relying on his formidable spiritual energy, instantly saw through Xiao's newly comprehended E-rank eye technique. Yet, the brief seconds of Su Tsong's days were more than enough for Xian. He shattered the ice spikes surrounding the battlefield, channeling his spiritual energy into his feet and leaping directly towards Su Tsong's chest. By the time Su Tsong reacted, the tip of the ice spike was mere inches from his heart. Leaving him no time to resist, Xian had wagered correctly. Those fleeting seconds were his chance. Now was the moment to reverse the tide. Chapter 58. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits just as the ice spike was about to pierce Su Tsong's heart. An unexpected event transpired. A red figure whizzed past Su Tsong, striking Xiao's chest directly. Xiao's face contorted in shock as he spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling backwards to crash against the canyon wall, falling heavily to the ground. After struggling for a moment, he fell silent. Not far away, the battle beside Gu Zhuoran had long since concluded. Yu Jun wielded iron chains as weapons, striking Xian with all his might. Timely rescuing Su Kong Xian, Hong Yi. In another part of the battlefield, upon witnessing this scene, Lo Shi wielded her dagger with great effort, pushing back Feng Kuan, fully activating Qingying Liuguang, her figure darting at high speed. Freezing behind Feng Kuan in an instant, as the dagger was sheathed, Feng Kuan stood motionless, his body erupting with countless lacerations, blood spraying everywhere. Although the wounds were not fatal, they were nonetheless crippling, and Feng Kuan's massive frame collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Previously, whether facing Su Tsong or encountering Feng Kuan, Lo Shi had aimed to repel without harming her comrades, yet it was evident that the others held no such reservations. Upon seeing Xiao's uncertain fate, her heart turned to cold steel. Everyone standing in her way must die. If she did not kill them today, it would tarnish Yu Ling Xian's reputation for harming her comrades, leaving Feng Kuan with a breath of life. Lo Shi turned and propelled herself forward with Qingying Liuguang, heading straight for the direction where the two fell. Spirit Talisman, Frost? Su Tsung broke free from the effects of, quickly regaining his combat state, immediately launching a talisman attack against Lo Shi. Several towering ice walls rose before Lo Shi, completely blocking her path. Lo Shi's eyes narrowed. The dagger swiftly unsheathed, slicing through the ice walls, which shattered upon impact, allowing Qingying Liuguang to pass through without a moment's pause. How can this be? Su Tsung exclaimed in disbelief. As a fellow C rank, how could she so effortlessly shatter his frost technique? This was Lo Shi, who trained with the heart of a champion. Even among equals, there existed a hierarchy of power. Go retrieve the spirit Gigi Pearl. I will handle this, Gu Zhuoran said, extending a hand to stop Su Kong. Then, be careful, Gu Xiaodat. Su Tsung turned, sliding over the ice towards the already unconscious Xian Da. Why Yu Jun? Be mindful of your strength, Gu Zhuoran softly cautioned. Just as his words fell, the spirit technique instant prison, binding soul chains was activated. Several dark iron chains surged forth, hurtling towards Lo Shi. Master. Hurry, his chains are strange. Hong Yi cried out, bound high in the air by a chain, desperately trying to warn. Yet it was too late. Each time Lo Shi's dagger, imbued with azure spiritual energy, struck the black gas-enshrouded chains, the light dimmed by half, as if a portion of her spiritual energy was being siphoned away. Even with the use of Qingying Liuguang, she could not escape the encirclement of the chains, her mobility gradually restricted until she was bound to the ground, unable to move. The suppression of an A rank over a C rank was thus absolute. Even though Lo Shi displayed a level of prowess surpassing her peers, she could not bridge the chasm of this realm. Lo Shiji, do not struggle. The situation is quite clear now. Gu Zhuoran approached Lo Shi, speaking in an exceedingly relaxed tone. Do not call me Shiji. You are unworthy. Lo Shi sneered. I was right about you. You are merely a facade of a cultured scoundrel. Lo Shi. Gu Zhuoran's face darkened with rage. He bent down, gripping her chin tightly, his emotions boiling over. It has been so long. I am no longer the weak Gu Zhuoran of the past. Why do you cling to that matter? What use is your strength? A person's nature does not easily change. When faced with someone stronger, you remain a coward. Lo Shi forcefully broke free from Gu Zhuoran's grasp, turning her head away. Remove your filthy hands. If you wish to fight, do so decisively. Do not dawdle. Gu Zhuoran fell silent, revealing a sinister smile as he produced a small vial from his pocket, extracting a pill and forcefully shoving it into Lo Shi's mouth. Cough cough cough. What have you made me take? Lo Shi glared furiously at Gu Zhuoran, a new development from the research department. You need not know. In 5 minutes, you will forget everything and become a blank slate. Gu Zhuoran smiled wickedly. Since you are unwilling to grant me a chance, I shall create one myself. Gu Zhuoran straightened, brushing off the dust from his collar. Enough talk. Forgetfulness will follow. Once the deed is done with Xian, we will discard his body in the area of the most severe conflict within the Spirit Realm tribe, fabricating a pretext for your involvement in the clash, and then conveniently take you back under the guise of having intervened. As for what truly transpired in this canyon today, no one will ever know. You despicable fiend! Lo Shi seethed, struggling to break free from the chains. But it was futile. Jiu Shao, it's done, Su Tsung exclaimed, holding the spirit Gigi Pearl, waving excitedly at Gu Zhuoran. Did you finish him off? Gu Zhuoran inquired. Su Tsung shook his head. He has lost all breath. Just toss him over to the transitional zone between Magic City and Ghost City. It would be too obvious if we plunge the knife in again, especially if someone comes to investigate and finds the body. Agreed. The drug's effects will take hold soon. Let's take Feng Ku in and leave this troublesome place quickly. Disposing of the body, Gu Zhuoran commanded. As they took their first steps away, a steel fork suddenly flew through the air, embedding itself in the ground, the residual force knocking Gu Zhuoran and his companions several meters back. Even Yu Jun was pushed back 2 steps. Leave if you wish, but leave the items behind. A stooped figure, clad in a straw hat and straw shoes, descended from the sky, stepping on the fork's handle. Standing like a golden rooster, rank spirit captor? Both Gu Zhuoran and Su Tsung frowned, uncertain of which sect this elder belonged to. Enough with the nonsense. I have no sect. Quickly hand over the spirit Gigi Pearl and that beautiful lady, or you shall not leave this soul-severing valley alive. The stooped figure commanded. You have 10 seconds. Surrender or not? Give me an answer. Jiu Shao, what do we do? Su Tsung, supporting Feng Kuan, was drenched in beads of sweat. Terrified that an S-rank spirit captor would kill them as if it were child's play, Yu Zhuoran hesitated for a moment before reluctantly offering the spirit Gigi Pearl. But how will we explain this to the director? Su Tsong replied meekly, if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. If lives are lost, what does it matter? Gu Zhuoran retorted with irritation. Have you been scared, silly? Senior, I can give you the Lingji Pearl. But this person is my friend, and I must take her away, he haggled insistently. The hunched figure impatiently replied, don't think I didn't see what happened earlier. You and I are nothing but fools who think with our lower halves. If you don't leave it behind, you'll be the one to die. Fine, fine, fine. I'll give it all. Upon hearing these words, Gu Zhuoran gritted his teeth, allowing Yu Jun to release Luo Shi and signaling Su Tsong to hand over the Lingji Pearl. Just as Su Tsong raised his hand to throw it, he saw his severed arm soaring through the air, a figure wielding a broadsword flashing past and snatching the Lingji Pearl in the process. Ha ha ha, Mei Ma, I've taken the goods. The broadsword-wielding figure sneered at the hunched figure to Wu Fu. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? Mei Ma brandished a dual-pronged spear, pointing it at Wu Fu and cursing angrily. No problem at all, you came first, so step back. Since I arrive later, I get to go ahead of you. If you have the guts, come and take it. Wu Fu, with a scruffy beard, appeared rather contemptible. Preposterous. The saying goes that when words do not align, a fight ensues. The two, unable to come to an agreement, engaged in battle, the tremendous clash of spiritual power shaking the entire canyon. The prominent figures in the spirit-binding master realm were no fewer than those of the three major organizations. They were not bound by the constraints of the 415 Bureau. Yu Zhuoran had no particular impression of the two, but he was not in the mood to ponder such matters now. He used his spiritual energy to help Su Tsong stop the bleeding, ordered Yu Jun to discard the feeble Hongyi, and awkwardly made his way toward the valley to meet up with other subordinates at the canyon's entrance. Not running far, they encountered other subordinates rushing toward the canyon, their expressions frantic. Jiyu Shao, run quickly. The instruments show that a significant number of energy entities above Class A are rapidly approaching here. Chapter 59. Ghost City Tin Fiends, Curse Armor. Damn it, the commotion must have attracted the idle spirits lurking outside the spirit palace. Gu Shao, what should we do now? A subordinate asked anxiously. We need to get out of here. My father will cover for me. We'll handle the aftermath back home and pretend nothing happened. Even if someone comes looking for us, we'll never confess. No one can do anything to us. Gu Zhuoran pondered for a moment, opting for a rather desperate strategy. The mission had failed, and the priority was to clean up the mess. Inside Duanhuan Valley, as Gu Zhuoran and the others hastily fled, the devastated battlefield had already become a chaotic arena of divine conflict. Aside from the lifeless Xiaoan, the unconscious Hongyi, and the vacant-eyed Luo Shi, Mei Ma's dual prongs clashed against Wu Fu's broadsword as they fought fiercely above the canyon, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, Mei Ma's S-Class Red Tier, first tier, was still inferior to Wu Fu's S-Class Orange Tier, second tier, gradually falling behind. Suddenly, from the mist atop the valley, a blazing fire dragon surged forth, hurtling straight toward the two. With a thunderous explosion, the fire dragon detonated, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed both combatants. Cough, cough, cough. Damn you. Dongfang Su, you're here to stir up trouble too. Mei Ma emerged from the inferno, extinguishing the slowly burning straw hat and cursing into the thick fog. Dongfang Su, also a rogue cultivator of S-Class Green Tier, fourth tier, was now floating down from the sky. Stepping on a talisman array, dressed in a black patterned brocade robe. Such a rare treasure should only be possessed by someone as noble and elegant as myself. You ugly men are simply an eyesore, he said languidly, twirling his fingers in a graceful manner. Damn it, you eunuch, I'll fight you. In the heart of the flames, Wu Fu, charred and tattered, leaped out with his broadsword aimed at Dongfang Su. The latter, moving languidly, flicked his finger, and a golden talisman instantly exploded, creating a massive talisman barrier before him. The broadsword struck the barrier, the force entirely absorbed, and then it rebounded with double the might. What the hell? Wu Fu thought to himself, bewildered by the talisman that could trigger instantly without being visible. That's a secret. Dongfang Su lightly chuckled, twirling his fingers again. A talisman appeared out of thin air, and another fire dragon erupted forth. charging toward Wu Fu, who was soaring through the air. Madre, this is truly absurd. Wu Fu's brows furrowed as he slashed at the fire dragon, spiritual energy surging along the blade, the inscriptions glowing brilliantly. Ah, here it goes, Wu Fu roared, pouring all his energy into the broadsword, seizing the fire dragon, spinning it like a lion dance, then seizing an opportunity to dissipate the energy from the blade, sending the fire dragon hurtling toward Wu Fu's rear. Without hesitation, he aimed the strike at Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su smirked, his hand moving slightly behind his back, and the fire dragon, as if alive, turned around and once again flew toward Wu Fu. Wu Fu paid no heed. Believing that if he landed this strike, he would still have a chance. With a leap, he brought down the broadsword, causing Dongfang Su's body to erupt into a wisp of white smoke, revealing a talisman adorned with a small figure that drifted down. Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Su had already positioned himself a few paces ahead of Wu Fu's blade. How is this possible? Wu Fu was utterly shocked, only to be propelled skyward by the fire dragon surging from below. Transforming into a splendid firework display, an ant shaking a tree, utterly laughable, Dongfang Su remarked, catching the fallen Lingji pearl with a light chuckle, below. Mei Ma swallowed hard, relieved that the Lingji pearl had been snatched by Wu Fu. The unfortunate fool. Otherwise, he would have been the one in trouble. Conflicts among spirit-binding masters were rare, and the 415 Bureau explicitly prohibited clashes outside of arenas in the human realm. Although the 415 Bureau could not dispatch rogue spirit-binding masters, it did possess the authority to apprehend them. Thus, there existed a disparity of information among rogue cultivators. Wu Fu, who acted thoughtlessly and challenged someone 2 tiers above him, was merely inviting his own demise. Mei Ma shook his head helplessly, sighing, "What a reckless fool." Suddenly, Mei Ma caught a glimpse at the canyon's entrance, sensing an extremely powerful aura approaching. The many A-class spirit-binding masters who had arrived earlier, unable to intervene in the S-class conflict, also felt the tremors of the canyon. Dongfang Su sensed something amiss and turned his gaze toward the canyon's mouth. Through the mist, a suit of armor shrouded in black energy. Wielding a long spear, rode a skeletal horse covered in black and red scales, its eyes ablaze with crimson flames, advancing slowly, followed by a horde of ghostly spirits of varying classes. The connections between the pieces of armor were ethereal, with only 2 eerie red lights emanating from the helmet. "This is," Mei Ma inhaled sharply, taking a cautious step away from Dongfang Su. The previously smug Dongfang Su's expression darkened. "Oh dear, this is bad. Even Lord Ghost King has come to join the fray." The newcomer was one of the spirit generals of Ghost City, one of the 10 fiends, Curse Armor, S-class green tier. Curse Armor reined in his horse, raising his spear as the skeletal horse neighed in the canyon, and the spirits behind him seemed to receive some command, charging madly into the valley, launching indiscriminate attacks. Curse Armor raised his head, gazing at Dongfang Su in the air, silently indicating that he too was here for the Lingji pearl of the prize Xia, and with a flick of the reins, the skeletal horse leaped forward. Dark spiritual energy coalescing into black discs like steps in the air, and Curse Armor rode the skeletal horse, treading the void, thrusting his spear directly at Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su was startled and quickly summoned the golden barrier he had used to defend against Wu Fu. The spear struck the barrier, causing it to deform greatly. Just as the spear tip seemed poised to tear through the barrier, it suddenly reverted, deflecting the spear. Curse Armor dismissed the setback, reinforcing the spear with spiritual energy and thrusting again. The barrier held for a moment before collapsing from the center and shattering. Dongfang Su opened a pouch at his waist, and moments later, several fire dragons emerged from a conjured array, charging straight at Curse Armor. Curse Armor was no pushover either. He swung his spear, intertwined with a chilling black mist, dispelling all the fire dragons. The two engaged in a spectacular display of spiritual energy. Below, the spirit-binding masters drawn to the commotion clashed with the ghostly spirits under Curse Armor's command. While these spirits were somewhat lacking in front of Mei Ma, who dispatched them effortlessly with his spear, he had no intention of lingering. He understood that Dongfang Su's defeat was merely a matter of time. He needed to leave quickly. My dear beauty, I'm coming. Mei Ma hurriedly made his way toward Luo Shi. His intention to seize the Lingji pearl was merely to exchange it for riches and enjoy a life of luxury in the human realm. Although he had not succeeded, He had at least acquired a beautiful companion, making the trip worthwhile. In an instant, Duanhuan Valley was filled with chaos and carnage, with no one noticing the white-clad youth at the cliff's edge, whose fingers were quietly tapping away, long since devoid of sound. Chapter 60. Return to silence. Is this to heaven? So, God looks just like me. Xian awoke in a blank space, facing only a throne. Upon the throne sat the ancient man from his dreams, lazily propping his face with his hand, a playful expression on his face as he gazed at Xia. And this is not heaven, nor am I God, the man said lightly. Xian wrinkled his nose. Then where is this? It can't be a dream, can it? You are half right. This is the deepest part of your subconscious. The deepest part of my subconscious? Then who are you? Get out of my head. Xian pouted defiantly. The man stood with a faint smile. You can consider me your second personality. Second personality? Xian paused, suddenly recalling something, and cursed. Don't tell me you spent 15 million to bid for Frost Moon? Damn it, because of you, Luo Shi and I have been through hell. Suddenly, Xian recalled the moment he witnessed the auction of Frost Moon at the Spirit Palace, a peculiar sense of detachment washing over him, leading to a profound realization. Wait a moment, does that mean I am suffering from schizophrenia? Am I mentally ill? The man smiled silently, gesturing with his hand, causing the chaotic scene within the Valley of Broken Souls to be reflected in the void. Everything you inquire, I can answer, but you have 1 minute to ponder 2 choices, the man remarked nonchalantly, yet that girl seems to be struggling to hold on much longer. You wouldn't want to vanish from her memory forever. Would you? First, I can reveal all the truths to you, granting you a peaceful demise. Second, surrender your body to me, and both you and that girl shall remain safe. However, should you choose this path, it seems you must seek the answers to your questions on your own. Damn it, if you don't wish to tell me, just say so. Even if you do, I would still die. Is that not redundant? Xian retorted, speechless. Anyone would likely choose the second option, right? You have 30 seconds left. I choose the second option. The man patted Xian's shoulder, casually pointing to the throne. Sit upon it and leave the rest to me. Xian, filled with doubt yet devoid of alternatives, sat down decisively. In an instant, he felt an immense surge of energy erupt within him, and his consciousness fell into a slumber once more. The perspective shifted back to the Valley of Broken Souls, where Xian's body began to rise gently, a cerulean barrier of light expanding outward at the speed of light, enveloping the entire gorge. Xian's eyes suddenly ignited with brilliance, azure light streaming from the corners, and a pair of white, ethereal wings manifested behind him. Everyone, including Mei Ma, felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the corner and ceased their movements, gazing in awe at the figure radiating immense energy in midair. Whoosh, with a flap of his wings, Xian vanished from sight. Mei Ma felt a sudden chill and turned to see that Luo Shi had already disappeared. Who are you? Mei Ma turned back to find Xian holding Luo Shi. His eyes filled with astonishment. He had not reacted in the slightest. Just as he was about to utter a word, blood spewed from his mouth, his body and the steel fork in his hand severed in half, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Xian gazed at Luo Shi in his arms, gently brushing a few stray strands of hair, his fingertips pressing lightly on her forehead. An ancient talisman array suddenly illuminated. Merging into her being, he caressed Luo Shi's delicate face, but suddenly furrowed his brow, raising his gaze in discontent towards the multitude of malevolent spirits rushing towards him. Snap! Xian embraced Luo Shi with his left arm and gradually raised his right hand to snap his fingers. The once ferocious spirits vanished without a trace, countless particles of energy dissipating into the air. Suddenly, Xian turned to face the spell armor, the leader of the spirits, tilting his head slightly before a wicked smile crept onto his lips. The spell armor, merely a suit of armor, bore no expression, unable to convey its current sentiments, resembling a merciless machine fixated on Xian. Yet, Dongfang Su was human. He sensed the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from the young man on the ground. Momentarily unable to discern who the true villain was, with a fierce flap of his ethereal wings, Xian soared into the sky, cradling Luo Shi in one arm as he glided towards the spell armor and Dongfang Su. Boom, boom, boom. As he swept across the battlefield, any spirit or binding spirit master in his path exploded into particles of energy and sprays of blood. The once cacophonous gorge fell silent in an instant. the only sound being the echo of stones hitting the ground. The only ones remaining standing were Xian, cradling Luo Shi, Dongfang Su, and the spell armor. Dongfang Su, struck dumb by the scene before him, realized that even as an S-rank green tier, he could not clear a battlefield in a second, especially with so many A-rank spirits and binding spirit masters present. Who on earth is this kid? The spell armor, sensing Xian's threat, turned its spear towards him, commanding the skeletal horse to charge with full force. Xian slightly lifted his right hand, forming a cerulean talisman barrier in his palm. Thud! The spear struck the barrier with a muffled thud but failed to budge Xian in the slightest. With a gentle push forward, the barrier expanded rapidly, sending the spell armor hurtling towards the cliff wall. The spell armor, powerless to defend itself, became deeply embedded in the rock, the skeletal horse shattering into fragments from the immense impact. Why you? Who exactly are you? Dongfang Su stammered, trembling. I did not harm her. This I return to you. Let us pretend I was never here, shall we? Xian took the spirit silence pearl, tilting his head, his voice icy. No survivors shall remain within the barrier. Having read the situation, Dongfang Su's pupils constricted, taking the initiative to summon several talisman arrays. Multiple fire dragons twisted and intertwined, merging into a colossal flame dragon that opened its gaping maw to bite at Xian. Xian grasped the air, and the flame dragon was ensnared as if by an invisible hand. As he clenched his fist, the flame dragon exploded into sparks, extinguishing in the air. Xian's figure flickered, and he hurled a punch at Dongfang Su. Realizing the danger, Dongfang Su activated a talisman to create a doppelganger, but upon appearing, he was met with Xian's cerulean gaze. Just a trick. Don't waste your effort. Rest in peace. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xian's pupils shimmered with a starry brilliance, the patterns in his eyes expanding as he released his spiritual power. Dongfang Su froze, his eyes glazing over in a daze, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he plummeted from the sky at high speed. Such tactics, utilizing special secret techniques to conceal talismans within the surrounding environment for immediate activation, were rendered futile before this pair of extraordinary eyes, revealing the exact location of the doppelganger talisman. Once Dongfang Su was dealt with, only the struggling spell armor remained, slowly crawling out from the cliff wall, picking up its spear to initiate a second charge. Without its mount, the spell armor still radiated an overwhelming aura of menace. With a thrust of its spear, it carved a massive trench through the ground. A whirlwind of debris rushing towards Xian shook his head, extending his palm to dissipate the force entirely. He lightly tapped the spear's tip with his index finger, causing both the spear and armor to begin to shatter and dissolve. The spell armor has fallen. Xian gently set down Luo Shi, waved his hand, and the pouch at Dongfang Su's waist flew into his grasp. He lightly tapped it, causing the inscriptions to glow suddenly. After slightly modifying the patterns, he tossed the pouch into the air, causing all the items left behind by the binding spirit masters in the gorge to be drawn into it. Xian hung the pouch at his waist, murmuring a few indistinct words. After a moment, he smiled in relief, snapping his fingers as he slowly declared, "Annihilation." The cerulean barrier began to shatter, and apart from Xian, Luo Shi, and Hongyi, all beings within the Valley of Broken Souls disintegrated into nothingness. The ethereal wings behind Xian abruptly vanished, the immense surge of spiritual power within him ceasing instantaneously, leaving him utterly drained and slumped down. At that moment, the Valley of Broken Souls returned to silence. Chapter 61. Too much bullying in the desolate domain, at Yuling Xian. The crimson sunlight pierced through the intricately carved wooden window, casting its glow upon the serene visage of the young man resting on the couch. Beside the couch stood a pot of spirit wood, its branches and leaves emanating a gentle luminescence. As a breeze wafted by, a few petals gracefully descended to the ground, causing the young man to frown slightly, his eyelashes fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes. "Uncle D, my son has awakened." In his dazed state, Xian heard that familiar, annoying voice. "Tang Zitao, this little rascal, truly is relentless, following me wherever I go. I really can't comprehend the terms of address between you young folks." Upon hearing this, Dijua approached the bedside, extending his hand to check Xian's pulse. "Hee, that's our bond? You wouldn't understand, old man." Tang Zitao scratched his head, grinning. Dijua narrowed his eyes, his fingers gliding over Xian's wrist, pausing for a moment before slowly stating, "There's nothing serious. The spiritual power depletion is quite severe. Just rest for a while and you'll be fine." "Thank you, Uncle D." Tang Zitao exhaled in relief, responding, "Keep an eye on him. I'll be next door for a bit." It seems things are a bit tricky over at Luo Shi's side, and Aunt Xiao seems unable to handle it alone. I'll go check it out. After exchanging a few words with Tang Zitao, Dijua hurriedly exited the door. Once Dijua left, Tang Zitao picked up the kettle, poured a cup of hot water, and plopped down on the chair beside the bed, which was Dijua's VIP seat. "Come on, wake up, are you thirsty? Have a drink?" Xian sat up, his entire body feeling as if it had been disassembled, his parched lips sticking together from thirst. Overcome by unbearable thirst, he took the cup without hesitation and gulped it down. Xian spat it out. "Boiling water? Are you human?" Tang Zitao wore a triumphant expression, exclaiming, "Oh, I just remembered a short video I saw earlier, where a reporter interviewed someone who claimed they couldn't feel the heat when drinking water. I found it quite amusing and thought to myself, my brother is no ordinary person, so I detested out myself. He was merely putting on a brave front." "All right, ouch, ouch, ouch," Xian retorted, irritated, raising his voice and inadvertently causing his muscles to ache. "By the way, what brings you here?" Xian set the cup down and inquired. "Just wanted to see what's different about you," Tang Zitao replied, spreading his arms with a sense of curiosity. Xian scrutinized him from head to toe. "Frank, damn, that's weak." Tang Zitao, seeing Xian's immediate realization, felt a bit deflated. "So, you're here to train?" Xian asked. "Pretty much, I came with Wu Chan. He's so intense, I just wanted to come check on you. But as soon as I arrived, Uncle D told me that your signal had been lost. Hearing that, I thought it was serious. So I went with him to find you. Later, the signal suddenly reappeared, and we traced it to find you in Luo Shi in the Valley of Broken Souls." Tang Zitao recounted. "You nearly scared me to death. There you were, kneeling tightly holding onto Luo Shi, not uttering a word. If it weren't for the warmth still radiating from your body, I would have been ready to mourn your loss." Xian's memories lingered on the moment of the failed raid on Su Tsong, leaving him utterly oblivious to the events that transpired thereafter, save for the recurring dreams of that man. "Is Luo Shi all right?" Xian desperately tried to recall what had happened, but to no avail. After a moment of anxious contemplation, he spoke. "Not well. It's been nearly half a day since I brought you back, and she still hasn't awakened." Tang Zitao replied candidly. Considering the time differential between the human realm and the spirit realm, it could be calculated that at least 3 days had elapsed. "Where is she?" "I must see her," Xian insisted, throwing off the covers and trembling as he descended from the bed. Supporting the feeble Xian, Tang Zitao expressed concern. "Luo Shi is in the next room. Aunt Xiao and Uncle D are still attending to her. You need to rest well. I promise to inform you the moment she awakens." "No, I need to see her now," Xian declared resolutely, determined to check on her. Tang Zitao, unable to dissuade him, assisted him to the adjacent room. Inside, Dijua was channeling his spiritual energy around Luo Shi, while Xiao Ran wore a grave expression, her arms resting on the table, fingers crossed against her forehead, eyes half closed, vigilantly guarding the two. After a while, Dijua withdrew his energy with a sweeping motion, inhaled deeply, turned to meet Xiao Ran's gaze for a brief moment, and shook his head. Upon witnessing this scene, Xian's vision darkened, and Tang Zitao, caught off guard, knelt on the floor. Xiao Ran and Dijua turned their attention to the sound. "It's all my fault. I should never have allowed her to accompany me. It's my fault. I'm the one to blame." Xiao Ran and Dijua exchanged bewildered glances. This child must be delirious. "Let us just hope Luo Shi is all right," Dijua, bemused, approached the door and yanked Xian back into the room by his ear. She is fine. That's all that matters." Xian wiped away his tears and managed a relieved smile. "Don't celebrate too soon. While she is unharmed, her memories have been ensnared by a strange curse that neither I nor Aunt Xiao can unravel." Dijua doused the moment with cold water. "You mean she has lost her memory?" Xian interpreted Dijua's words simply. Dijua nodded, indicating that was indeed the case. Before the curse was lifted, she would retain no recollection of her past. "Xiao Xia, please tell me what exactly happened," Xiao Ran urged, pressing for details. Xian steadied his tumultuous emotions and recounted the events from the auction to acquiring the wolf demon Frost Moon, the search for an escape route, entering the soul-severing valley, and finally encountering Gu Zhuoran. He recounted his fainting, but the narrative abruptly ceased when it came to the man from his dreams, a detail he felt was too nebulous to share. Before losing consciousness, he distinctly remembered that Luo Shi had not been at a disadvantage. In fact, she had frequently gained the upper hand. He could not fathom why he stood here unscathed while Luo Shi lay in a bed, unconscious. When Tang and I arrived, the battlefield was a scene of devastation, but aside from you, Luo Shi, and Hong Yi, we found no signs of life, nor even any traces, Dijua pondered. How curious. What about Hong Yi? Xian interjected. Though injured, her unique abilities allowed her to attach to Luo Shi upon awakening, slowly facilitating her recovery. She should be fine, Qiao Ran explained. That Gu fellow truly deserves condemnation. He has become insufferable. Emboldened by his father's influence, Tang Zitao remained silent for a long while before seizing an opportunity to voice his indignation. We must demand an explanation from his father. Once Xiao Xia regains some strength, I'll personally drag him to the 415 Bureau to confront him. This is intolerable. Dijua slammed a hand on the table in frustration. Be gentle. You might startle Shi'er, Qiao Ran chided, annoyance evident in her tone. Oh, I'm just so furious. I couldn't help myself, Dijua sheepishly explained, glancing at Luo Xi. By the way, Xiao Xia, do you still have the Lingji pearl on you? Dijua suddenly recalled. Xian remembered the pearl, rummaging through his belongings until he stumbled upon an unfamiliar object, muttering, What is this? Chapter 62. Breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, Xian untied the black cloth pouch from his waist, suspending it before him with a puzzled expression. The black satin was adorned with golden patterns, interspersed with faint hues of pink, resembling a rare treasure. What on earth is this? Tang Zitao took it, inspecting it with a critical eye. It looks rather extravagant. It resembles the Qian Kuan bag of Dongfang Su, Dijua mused after a moment. Dongfang Su? Who is he? Xian inquired, bewildered as to how the spiritual treasure of Dongfang Su had come into his possession. A rogue wanted by the 415 Bureau. In your generation's terms, he is a Nonliang. I was involved in efforts to apprehend him years ago, but I later heard he escaped to the spirit realm. And the matter was left unresolved, Dijua elucidated. Goodness me, no wonder this pouch feels peculiar, Tang Zitao remarked, rubbing his hands as if he had touched something unclean. Dijua chuckled and handed the Qian Kuan bag back to Xian. Try to infuse your spiritual energy into it and see if you can open it. Xian nodded and channeled his energy into the Qian Kuan bag. The golden cord at its opening gradually loosened, the mouth of the bag slowly unfurling. The void within the bag materialized in Xia and S mind, revealing its contents. Besides the Lingji pearl, there were also books and a plethora of weapons. Xian beckoned, and the Lingji pearl floated out, settling into his palm. How strange. Dongfang Su has a notoriously poor reputation in the human realm. Why would he gift you his spiritual treasure? Dijua queried. Bemused. Do you mean that if a spirit master willingly offers their spiritual treasure, the recipient can use it? Xian speculated. Dijua nodded. Indeed, though it may not exhibit its full potential, for a Qian Kuan bag. It serves as a portable repository, entirely sufficient without the expectation of combat. Regardless, it's still a treasure, yet I have no recollection of it. Xian furrowed his brow, lacking any memories associated with it. Oh, I get it, Tang Zitao exclaimed, clapping his hands as if struck by a revelation. What? The others turned their attention to him, intrigued by his unexpected insight. It must be that you and Luo Shi found yourselves at a disadvantage. In your dazed state, this Dongfang gentleman passed by, saw how handsome you are, and thought it a pity for you to perish. So he casually saved you and bestowed the Qian Kuan bag upon you as a token of affection. Tang Zitao blurted out, Wow, I'm truly brilliant. Ift. Qiao Ran, sipping tea nearby, couldn't contain herself and spluttered it all out. Xiao Tang, while wild guesses are fine, let us not go too far, Dijua remarked, face-palming in exasperation. Xian, too irritated to respond to Tang Zitao, remained lost in guilt over the Luo Shi incident. It can't be that Xian suddenly experienced a surge of power. Right? That would be even more bizarre, Tang Zitao muttered. Xian, uninterested in engaging, summoned the Lingji pearl, and a feeble silver wolf lay prostrate on the floor, its forehead adorned with a striking crescent-shaped silver mark, surrounded by faint crystalline patterns. Wow! Transformed wolf, Tang Zitao exclaimed, astonished by the rare sight. "Old lady, it's time to get to work," Dijwa declared, sweeping his energy over Frost Moon, his expression darkening. "It seems she has endured significant abuse since being captured and her energy has weakened to below B grade. Xiao Tang, take Xiao Xia back to rest. We have our work cut out for us," Dijwa instructed. "Uncle D, Aunt Xiao, thank you for your help." Xian approached the door, pausing momentarily to express his gratitude sincerely. Dijwa waved his hand with a smile. "Just don't come empty-handed next time. I've never seen you so downcast. Where is that cheerful young man who faced life with a smile?" Tang Zitao assisted Xian back to bed, tucking him in for comfort. "Zitao, do you think I'm worthless?" After a moment of silence, Xian queried, "If you're worthless, then what does that make me?" Tang Zitao retorted, exasperated. "Not everyone can rise 2 levels in just 3 months after a period of stagnation. Not everyone possesses such high aptitude. But each time, it's Luo Shi who protects me. Whenever I'm injured, how can I not be worthless?" Xian lamented. "The calmness you exhibited during the night charm incident, waiting for reinforcements, the clever bravery you displayed at the comic convention, overcoming the odds, that is the genius I know. Not this self-deprecating version of you. If you were worthless before, that may have been true, but now, without a doubt, you are a considerable waste. What good does it do to wallow in past mistakes? Instead, exert effort to transform your future, redeeming your present self. Who cares about the Spirit Emperor, the Spirit King, or that scoundrel from the 415 Bureau? Just cast them aside." Tang Zitao spoke passionately, but Xian remained as silent as a stone. Motionless. "Think carefully. The Xian I know would never allow such minor setbacks to obstruct his path." Tang Zitao could say no more, as he had other matters to attend to at the Qianwu dojo. Leaving Xian alone, curled up in a corner of the bed, lost in thought about his original motivations for becoming a spirit master. Xian knew better than anyone that initially, it was merely for the meager monthly salary. To ease his burdens. However, as time passed, he discovered that beyond Tang Zitao and Tang Zidong, he had formed many friendships, executing tasks together, side by side in battle. Once, I believed that the reasons behind Officer Lu's strength were grand and noble. Yet now it appears to resonate entirely within my own experience. The solitude of an untroubled existence holds no significance. The setting sun casts its golden rays upon the lush spirit wood outside the window, filtering through the dense foliage to create a dappled play of light and shadow. The white cocoon, hanging from a branch, trembles gently before splitting open, revealing a hauntingly blue butterfly that slowly emerges. It flutters its crystalline wings, shimmering with iridescence, as if the starlight of the heavens dances gracefully in its movements. Moments later, the butterfly takes flight, soaring towards the boundless sky, seemingly in pursuit of that elusive glow of dawn. The spirit realm, the ghost city. You Ju, truly possess remarkable skills. If we can sell the evil crown, we shall seize it. A massive figure and a flickering presence sat across from each other, exchanging compliments. Just because he couldn't extract words from Shuangyue doesn't mean I cannot. Yuju lifted a cup and drank it all in one go. The clandestine maneuvers of the evil crown and prison abyss require us to create some commotion in the human realm. It would be wise to remain cautious, the massive figure remarked. Hangzhou, since they have a request, let us merely comply. After all, there are plenty of minions under my command. A mere gesture will suffice. Yuju replied slowly. When it comes to deceiving, no one excels beyond you. Ha ha ha. Hangzhou raised his cup in agreement. Report, my lord Yuju, urgent news. Just as the two kings were drinking, a messenger spirit burst into the grand hall. You had better truly have an urgent matter. Yuju reached out, binding the messenger spirit in mid-air. No worries. Daring to invade the grand hall must mean urgent news. Let it speak. Hangzhou attempted to smooth over the situation. Speak. The Lord of Cursing Armor and his companions have suddenly lost their energy fluctuations and disappeared. The messenger spirit trembled. What? Yuju exclaimed in disbelief, shattering the cup in his hand. Within the spirit realm, who could render the Cursing Armor utterly powerless, other than the 4 of us spirit kings? Yuju was perplexed. Could it be that some troublesome spirit masters have arrived in the spirit realm? Hangzhou pondered for a moment. I do not believe those old fellows would come to the spirit realm to stir trouble. This matter is not so simple. Yuju crushed the messenger spirit and said slowly, I ask you, Hung Zhou, to keep this matter confidential. As the saying goes, family shame should not be aired, and I suspect there is something amiss. Allow me to send someone to investigate that, of course. After all, we are now the most reliable allies. Hung Zhou raised his cup. Cheers. Chapter 63. Seeking an explanation. The night in the spirit realm is exceptionally long, and for Xia and at this moment, it feels unbearably prolonged. The moonlight casts a pallid glow upon Xiaoyan's face, reflecting a hint of fatigue in the youth. The creaking sound of the door breaking the silence, he looked up to see Dijua entering with a plate of steaming dumplings. Still awake? You must be hungry. Eat something. Dijua pulled the table beside the bed, set the dumplings down, and uncorked the gourd at his waist, taking a hearty sip. Go ahead and eat, Uncle D. I have no appetite. Xian gazed out at the moonlit sky, speaking softly. Dijua picked up a dumpling and, with his mouth full, mumbled, Kids these days, why bother with so many trivial matters? No one blames you. I am merely at odds with myself. Xian replied. Then you should worry even less. Dijua dismissed, saying, by your logic, how did I and Aunt Xiao endure the loss of Xiajin 18 years ago? Should we not live on? The outcomes of certain events are not within our control. Let the past be the past as long as we did our best. I believe Luo she would not hold it against you if she regained her memories. But, just as Xian opened his mouth, Dijua stuffed a dumpling inside. Enough with the excuses. Eat your meal, then sleep. We return to the human realm tomorrow. Dijua interrupted. The spell binding Luoshi's memories is something neither I nor Aunt Xiao can unravel. We can only let the master take a look. As for the matter of the spirit treasure, we shall discuss it once Shir awakens and becomes accustomed to everything again. All right, Xian replied softly. Rest well, finish the rest. Without strength, how will you cause a ruckus at the 415 bureau tomorrow? Dijua put away the gourd. Cause a ruckus? Indeed, we must seek an explanation. Do they truly think our Yulingxian is easy to bully? Dijua closed the door and left with an air of nonchalance. The next morning, Dijua and Aunt Xiao split their paths. One took Xian directly to the 415 official cabin leading to the Cross-Realm Hall, while the other brought Luo she back to the blind massage parlor through the Spirit Gate. Each of the three major organizations has its own Spirit Gate, but only Class A and above Spirit Masters can utilize them. Fortunately, Chao Ran possesses Class A White Rank Spirit Strength, second tier, and can bring one person across. This journey is destined to be extraordinary, as Xia An's group has gained an additional loudmouth, Tang Zitao. As the year-end approached, having completed his basic training tasks, Tang Zitao decided to return to the human realm in preparation for the Spring Festival. A life spent in constant toil during the new year was unacceptable to him. Inside the Cross-Realm cabin, little Tang, Dijua called. What is it, Uncle D? You've taken quite a beating during training lately, haven't you? Don't mention it. Wu Chen hits hard and is rather naive, unable to discern good from bad. Here is your chance to vent. Do you want it? Is there such a good thing? When we arrive, feel free to unleash your tongue. Your Uncle D has your back. All right then, just watch me. Dear Spirit Masters, we are approaching our destination, the 415 Bureau. Wishing you a pleasant journey. As the announcement concluded, the cabin doors slowly opened, and the three stepped out into the Cross-Realm Hall. What are we here to do today? Have you both remembered? Dijua adjusted his collar, speaking solemnly. Tio seek trouble, Tang Zitao exclaimed. Ouch, he was promptly rapped on the head by Dijua. Cough, cough, cough. Can we not be so blunt? We are here to seek an explanation. Dijua corrected. Yes, seek an explanation. Tang Zitao raised his fist high above his head. Follow Uncle. The three strode confidently out of the Cross-Realm Hall, heading directly for the front desk. Watch this. Tang Zitao donned sunglasses, flaunted a gold chain, and, clutching a cigarette, swaggered toward the front desk. Tap, tap, tap. Tang Zitao knocked on the window, brashly declaring, Are there any living people here? I'm looking for someone. Hello, sir? Who are you looking for? The front desk staff replied in a friendly tone. Tang Zitao hesitated, lowering his sunglasses to reveal two round, bright eyes, scanning the staff's formed, at the top of the second row. He pointed, that one, with the square face, scruffy beard, looks a bit Xia and Dijua, standing behind Tang Zitao, couldn't hold back their laughter. Hold it in. We have received professional training, Dijua muttered. The staff followed Tang Zitao's finger and turned pale upon seeing the words beneath the square face image. Administrative Department. Director, Gu Yuanshan. Do you have an appointment? the staff asked, maintaining their composure. With a face like that, it's a miracle anyone seeks him out, and yet he insists on appointments. What a pretentious act, Tang Zitao chuckled. Sir, please watch your language. Otherwise, I will have to call security to escort you out. The staff frowned at Otto. So being ugly means I can't speak. The master isn't anxious, but the dog is. You call security. There's a troublemaker at the front desk. Come handle it. The staff picked up a communication device and called for help. Before long, 5 or 6 security personnel in black uniforms wielding batons entered through the front door. The lead security captain shouting, "Who's the blind fool causing trouble here? Me. If you've got the guts, come and hit me." Tang Zitao made a face at the security. Get him out of here. The security captain blew on the hot tea in his thermos, waved his hand, and all the C-class spirit strength security rushed forward. Bang! Before they could reach Tang Zitao, a pulse of spirit energy rippled from beneath Dejua's feet, sending the security flying. The front desk glass shattered, leaving the staff speechless in shock. Tang Zitao punched a hole in the wall, warning, "Hurry and bring out the ugly square face. Otherwise, I'll demolish this place." Don't be impulsive. I'll call. Hello, is this Director Gu? Someone is looking for you. Gu Yuanshan wasn't an easy match either. Upon hearing someone was looking for trouble, he instantly recognized the situation through the lobby surveillance and, upon seeing Dejua's face, understood the reason for the visit. Have the S-class personnel from the combat division stand by in the lobby. Gu Yuanshan called out before stepping out of his office and strolling into the lobby. Dejua, doesn't your Yuling Xian have any rules? Gu Yuanshan reproached loudly, followed by his secretary, Su Jia. In a purple quipeo.as, soon as he finished speaking, several spirit masters in red and orange combat robes from the combat division surrounded the lobby. Rules? What rules can be discussed with you parasites of the 415 Bureau? Don't you know what your precious son has done? Dejua interrogated. My son has been diligently training in the combat division and has not gone out. How could he have caused trouble? Gu Yuanshan replied, his face devoid of expression. He'd not hearsay. Do not escalate this matter. Those who do not do wrong need not fear the knock of the devil. Are you brave enough to let Gu Zhuoran confront me? Xian spoke up loudly, accompanied by his loyal companions, Feng Kuan and Su Kong. What are you all waiting for? Seize this group of troublemakers. Gu Yuanshan ignored Xia and bellowed at the spirit restrainers of the combat department. With a single command, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from several restrainers, bearing down on the three. Dejua frowned, taken aback by Gu Yuanshan's unreasonable demeanor. He was a man who acted without regard for consequences. Just as he was about to make a move, an oppressive force emanated from behind him, countering his intent, causing the restrainers to stagger back a few steps. Then, a deep and commanding voice resonated from the teleportation hall, reverberating throughout the main chamber. I dare anyone to try. At the entrance of the teleportation hall, an elderly man clad in a blue luminous Dao robe stepped forward, with runes shimmering like flowing water upon his garment. With each step he took, an invisible pressure radiated outward from him, leaving those present momentarily breathless. Shi Yuani suddenly raised his gaze, his eyes glinting with a cold light that seemed capable of piercing the very fabric of reality. Everyone in the hall held their breath, unwilling to meet his gaze. Master, Grandpa Shi Yuani gestured for them to remain silent, turning his attention to Gu Yuanshan and the others, his brow furrowed with a palpable murderous intent. It was the first time Xian had witnessed his master display such a grave expression. It seemed even that internet-addicted old man possessed a sense of security. Did they truly believe that Yuling Xian was a soft target? Shi Yuani expressed his discontent. Does Master Shi mean to imply something? I'm afraid I don't quite understand. Gu Yuanshan feigned ignorance. Did you not hear my disciple? Bring out your wayward son, or must I fetch him myself? Shi Yuani showed no mercy, adding, however, I cannot guarantee that I will return him in one piece. Gu Yuanshan's expression darkened, and he quietly instructed Secretary Su, Xiao Su, go fetch Waran and the others. Have you taken care of the matters I assigned to you? Rest assured, Director, everything has been handled. Secretary Su replied before making his way towards the combat department. Upon hearing Su's reply, Gu Yuanshan's furrowed brow began to ease. Master Shi, my son will be here shortly. May we retire to the conference room? After all, Bureau 415 must continue its operations. Humph, unless this matter is satisfactorily resolved. You think operations can continue? I will uproot your very foundation. Shi Yuanyi stroked his beard, speaking with precise enunciation. Master Shi, please grant me some leeway. There is no need for such grandstanding, Gu Yuanshan respectfully proposed, mindful of Shi Yuanyi's seniority. Grant you leeway? Humph, do you deserve it? Were it not for the majority of our core members perishing 18 years ago, would you have attained your current position? Absurd. Shi Yuanyi showed no concern for Gu Yuanshan's feelings, each word striking like daggers to his heart. Master Shi, you are a senior, but such disparagement seems rather unbecoming. I, Gu Yuanshan, have earned my position through merit, Gu Yuanshan retorted, displeased. Shi Yuanyi let out a scoff. If lying led to a short life, I would fear for your safety when you step outside. I should never have given Bureau 415 the benefit of the doubt by allowing your wayward son to enter my fold. The fortune has turned foul. Grandpa Shi certainly has a sharp tongue. Tang Zitao whispered to Xian, feigning quietness. Xian shot Tang Zitao a glance. Master is merely stating facts, while you are just hurling insults without basis. They are not the same. Am I lacking in reason? Just look at his appearance. Tang Zitao responded with confusion. Indeed, he is rather dashing. Xian could not deny. The two appeared to be engaged in hushed conversation, yet they were boldly discussing matters openly, their pretense abandoned. A few employees of Bureau 415 could not contain their amusement, as the description struck a chord with the audience. Ji Yuanshan's forehead tightened with veins bulging. He felt powerless against the two young disciples and the support of Shi Yuanyi, unable to make a scene and opting to act as if he had not heard in a short while. Secretary Su returned, leading Gu Zhuoran into the main hall, followed by Feng Kuan and Su Tsong. Ji Zhuoran appeared radiant and well-maintained, looking vigorous, as if he had not faced any significant challenges, although Feng Kuan's wounds had healed. His complexion was somewhat pale, lips cracked, giving him the appearance of someone recovering from a serious illness. Su Tsong's severed arm had not been retrieved, having perished alongside the void, leaving one sleeve empty. His complexion equally devoid of color, appearing quite frail. Upon seeing Xian, Su Tsong's heart jolted, but his agile mind quickly suppressed any outward display of emotion. Director, I have brought everyone you requested, Secretary Su reported respectfully. Very well, you may step down for now. Please assist in rescheduling the remaining appointments. I shall be unavailable for a while, Gu Yuanshan instructed. Master Shi, my son has arrived. Feel free to inquire as you wish. Gu Yuanshan declared after finishing with Secretary Su. Shi Yuanyi gestured subtly to Xian, indicating for him to approach boldly and ask, assuring him of protection. Ji Zhuoran, where have you been for the past 13 days? And what have you been doing? Xian demanded, based on his deductions concerning the spiritual realm's events corresponding to the human world's timeline. Ji Zhuoran, ever the seasoned performer, expertly concealed any flaws, responding calmly. I have been training in the combat department of Bureau 415. The personnel, surveillance, and all records can attest to my whereabouts. Should anyone doubt, we may proceed to the technical department where the back-end records are kept. Gu Yuanshan added. Given the look on his face, he must have used privileges to manipulate the data. Tang Zitao whispered to Xian, and checking it out wouldn't hurt. Perhaps we can uncover some clues? Xian replied quietly, exchanging glances with Shi Yuanyi. Lead the way, Shi Yuanyi remarked nonchalantly to Gu Yuanshan. The technical department, located in the administrative area, managed Bureau 415's database and all equipment, a crucial location. How strange, the dates align perfectly. That person certainly resembles Gu Zhuoran, Tang Zitao remarked after viewing the training footage from the combat department. Where can we find the cross-border records from Bureau 415 to the edge city of the wasteland? Xian inquired of the technician at the computer. The technician operated the equipment, and several pages of data appeared on the screen, detailing personnel organization and specific individual information. As anticipated, there was no mention of Gu Zhuoran, and all traces of his presence in the wasteland over the past several days had been completely erased. Su Tsong, how did you come to lose your arm? Xian recalled this detail. A few days ago, while on a mission, my arm was severed. The technical department has records of my assignment, and the trace stone is available for your inspection, Su Tsong replied calmly. Xian scrutinized the information thoroughly but found no irregularities. Unconsciously furrowing his brow, Master Shi, as you can see, we have investigated everything. My son has not left this place at all. You remain unconvinced? Gu Yuanshan inwardly relished the situation, believing it was his disciple attempting to sully his son's reputation. Does he even need my help to sully his name? He is already quite tarnished. Xian spoke coldly. I trust my disciple will not deceive me. Shi Yunyi stated slowly. Master, this is favoritism. I am also your disciple, and my seniority surpasses his. Gu Zhuoran expressed his discontent. Be silent. From this day forth, you are no longer a disciple of Yu Lingxian. You know well how you entered. Shi Yunyi scolded fiercely. Do you dare allow me to use my techniques to probe your memories for the truth? If your memories are untainted, I shall leave immediately, and Xian will be at your disposal. This was Shi Yunyi's spiritual technique, capable of extracting and probing another's memories. Returning them safely would not pose a life-threatening risk. Though it might induce headaches for 2 days, absolutely not. Who can guarantee that such a technique will not endanger my son's life? Gu Yuanshan hesitated, appearing somewhat apprehensive. I will exercise caution, Shi Yunyi declared. Xing Yao, reveal, he shouted, and a golden light burst forth at his feet, summoning a headless knight clad in golden armor, wielding a colossal axe. The overwhelming pressure immobilized everyone present. Just as tensions were about to escalate, a clear and vibrant voice rang out from outside. Grandpa Shi, grant me a favor. Spare him. In the ensuing moments, 2 streams of red and blue spiritual energy surged from outside, firmly grasping the descending axe and slowing its descent. Shi Yunyi raised an eyebrow, waving his hand, causing Xing Yao's form to dissipate. Director Gong. All eyes turned to the entrance, where stood a young woman in her late 20s, prompting everyone, save for Shi Yunyi, to instinctively place a hand on their chest and bow in respectful greeting. Xian and Tang Zitao, encountering the true visage of the director of Bureau 415 for the first time, were taken aback by her youthful beauty. Gong Runen's neatly coiffed short hair hugged her head, exuding cleanliness and vitality, with a slight upward curl at her temples adding a touch of flair. She wore a pair of narrow-framed glasses perched on her nose, behind which gleamed sharp, discerning eyes. Clad in the work uniform of Bureau 415, her deep blue fitted suit complemented a white shirt. The collar fastened snugly, with a black tie perfectly draping over her shapely chest. The golden insignia of Bureau 415 adorned her epaulets, while the tailored trousers accentuated her long legs, black combat boots reflecting a subdued sheen. There is no need for such formality, everyone. Gong Runen gracefully stepped into the hall, followed closely by a middle-aged man clad in a crimson battle robe and a middle-aged woman adorned in a cerulean attire, both appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. The man in the red robe, known as Hong Yang, was of S-rank yellow tier, possessing striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, his complexion resolute, with a gaze as fierce as a blazing torch, and his steps exuding the poise of a true warrior. The woman in blue, named Lan Yu, was of S-rank green tier, with well-defined, elegant features and a calm demeanor, her eyes reflecting a blend of deep contemplation and determination, exhibiting a composed and capable bearing in her every gesture. Both individuals served as the personal bodyguards to Director Gong Runen, colloquially known as protectors. Together, Hong Yang and Lan Yu barely managed to thwart the agitated Shi Yunyi. Old Master Shi, might I inquire what has provoked such a considerable uproar? Gong Runen approached Shi Yunyi, speaking softly. Xiao Ruan, your department head is quite impressive. It seems he has taken to altering back-end data on his own. If this continues, who knows what chaos might ensue in a few years? Shi Yunyi insinuated with veiled criticism. Gong Runen furrowed his brow, addressing Gu Chulu. What is the meaning of this, Director? You must see clearly. Gu Yuanshan lamented while recounting the convoluted tale of the modifications, firmly asserting that Xian had incited Shi Yunyi to create trouble targeting his son, Gu Zhuoran. You speak nonsense? Truly, a small knife has opened your eyes. Tang Zitao erupted in fury, chastising, how can a grown man speak such absurdities without shame? If what you claim is true, why not allow my master to examine Gu Zhuoran's memories? Xian retorted loudly. Such secretive techniques are perilously dangerous, and only Shi Xianju himself can access those memories. Without public validation, how can one expect to be believed based solely on words? Gu Yuanshan dismissed. Shi Yunyi, visibly displeased, radiated an unyielding authority without showing anger. What, do you think I would deceive you youngsters? I refuse to agree unless you step over my dead body. Since Gong Runen's arrival, Gu Yuanshan's confidence had noticeably strengthened. Do you think I would hesitate? No sooner had he spoken than a golden spiritual force erupted from Shi Yunyi, unleashing an oppressive aura that was difficult for the onlookers to bear. Old Master Shi, could we perhaps consider backing down for the sake of my father? Gong Runin interjected suddenly. Concurrently, red and blue spiritual forces from Gu Yuanshan's sides converged before him, forming a barrier to counteract the overwhelming pressure. I understand that your beloved disciple has faced tremendous misfortune, and I am well aware of the anguish you endured years ago during the Great War when you lost your own disciple. However, as Gu Chulu mentioned, without concrete evidence, I cannot render judgment based solely on personal conviction. For the sake of harmony within our spirit masters, I implore you to take a step back. I shall offer satisfactory compensation to you, Lingxian. From today until Luo Shi's recovery, all products from the development department will be completely accessible to your organization, free of charge. Would that be acceptable? Gong Runin deliberated extensively before proposing her terms, hoping that Shi Yuani would relent. Furthermore, from this day forth, I shall revoke Gu Chulu's authority to directly mobilize various departments. All matters, except those related to administrative duties, shall require an application and my approval before proceeding. Gong Runin subtly conveyed her intentions. I trust you, Shi Xianju, but as the director, I must base any decisions on evidence. I present benefits while simultaneously seeking to restrict Gu Yuanshan's authority, demonstrating my sincerity. Alas, very well, I shall grant you this favor, yet it does not mean I shall overlook this matter. Should there be a next time, someone should be wary of their own neck. Shi Yuani cast a meaningful glance at Gu Yuanshan. Let us depart. Old Master Shi, are we truly leaving it at that? As they entered the teleportation hall, Tang Zitao could not restrain his curiosity. Why Master must have his reasons, Xian reassured him, patting Tang Zitao's shoulder. Nay, it is merely a concession to the old director. Shi Yuani shook his head slowly. The old director? He refers to the former director. 18 years ago, during that great battle, Director Gong's father, before his death from exhaustion, beseeched my master to look after his 9-year-old daughter. Dijua interjected, playing the role of Shi Yuani's mouthpiece. Shi Yuani nodded, continuing, Xiao Ruan took up her father's mantle at the tender age of 9. Assuming the position of director of Bureau 415. Fortunately, with the assistance of protectors Hong Yang and Lan Yu, Bureau 415 has not faltered. Had she not intervened today, I would have surely eliminated Gu Yuanshan. That parasite. Tang Zitao's thought processes often diverged from others, but he was adept at grasping crucial points. A hereditary system at such a young age is indeed quite impressive, Xian remarked, finding it rather fascinating. The rules of Bureau 415 are indeed peculiar. The outgoing director designates the next director, a direct pass. Given the character of the previous director, his decision must have been made for a reason. Shi Yuani elucidated. However, those cowardly old parasites now occupy high positions, presenting a genuine hazard. Dijua casually added, As it stands, Bureau 415 remains on track. Who knows how far it can navigate? Prepare yourselves, we shall depart. With that, Shi Yuani waved his hand, and the golden sigils of the formation flickered beneath their feet, transporting them to a narrow alley near the blind massage parlor. Truly, as an S-rank, his movements were swift and efficient, arriving in an instant, eliciting Xia An's quiet admiration. Upon exiting the alley, a sign reading temporarily closed hung in front of the blind massage parlor across the street, the rolling shutter half-dash open. As they stepped inside, Liao Yuan approached with a rather positive piece of news. Master, the junior sister has awakened. Chapter 66. Hello, my name is Xian. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Qiao. How is Shi? Shi Yuani inquired as he ascended the stairs with the others, noticing Qiao Ran lingering at the door, her expression slightly weary, and asking about Luo Shi's condition. The situation is more complicated than anticipated. Qiao Ran rubbed her temples before continuing. Xiaoxi not only lacks any memories, but she is also quite averse to interacting with others. Both Xiao Liao and I have attempted several times to no avail. I shall go see for myself. Shi Yuani gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Xian and the others stood outside, and to their astonishment, within mere moments, the door slowly opened, revealing Shi Yuani's worried expression. Master, even you could not succeed. Clearly, this outcome took Xiao Ran by surprise. Shi Yuani shook his head helplessly. No wonder I cannot unravel this spell. It is indeed quite sinister. Luo Shi had been raised by Shi Yuani himself, and they had spent the most time together, so it was only natural that a subconscious familiarity should have manifested. Allow me to try, Dijua said, tucking his pipe into his waist as he entered through the door. Xian stretched, still yawning, when he heard the door open again and Dijua emerged, equally disheartened. Perhaps I should give it a shot, Xian suggested tentatively, observing the troubled expressions of the others. You, junior brother. It is not that I doubt you, but if even the master fails and you succeed, I'll clean the toilet. Liao Yuan crossed his arms, regarding Xian with skepticism. Let Xia go. Perhaps peers of the same age can lower their guard more easily. Shi Yuanyi interjected, Do not be overly aggressive. If it does not work, step back, and we shall devise another plan. Understood, master. Taking a deep breath, Xian followed the two inside. This marked Xian's first entry into Luo Shi's bedroom. As he crossed the threshold, a faint, delicate fragrance enveloped him, reminiscent of their first meeting. The room was predominantly adorned in soft pink and white hues, featuring a spacious white desk near the door. Neatly arranged with several thick volumes of talismanic texts and a petite lamp, its shade adorned with elegant lotus patterns. The bed faced the door, closely situated by the window. The young girl wore a white plush pajama set, topped with a hooded bunny-eared cap, fiddling with the drawstring of her hat, the ears rhythmically bobbing with her movements. She leaned against the windowsill, quietly gazing at the bustling street outside. Xian stood at the door, his gaze sweeping over the room, which exuded a youthful charm without appearing overly contrived, momentarily lost in reverie as he glimpsed the softest side of the typically cold and unfeeling Luo Shi. Out of the corner of her eye, Luo Shi noticed Xian at the doorway and instinctively turned her gaze toward the handsome, short-haired youth. Are you looking for me? Luo Shi spoke softly, her voice carrying an ethereal quality tinged with confusion. Of course, we had agreed to go out together, Xian replied, a smile illuminating his face as he extended an invitation. Luo Shi curled inward slightly. I don't remember. Do we know each other? No worries. Let us reacquaint ourselves. Luo Shi, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Xian, your best friend. He introduced himself warmly. Xian. Luo Shi softly echoed the seemingly familiar name. Yet it evoked no memories. Is this my name? I cannot recall anything. It feels like Dai Ti should be, yet it also should not. Luo Shi mused, shaking her head adorably and murmuring to herself. Xian smiled gently, stepping closer, extending his right hand as he softly said, It's all right. Let me help you rediscover this world together. Rediscover the world. After a moment's hesitation, whether driven by trust in the youth before her or moved by the determination reflected in his eyes, Luo Shi gradually reached out her hand. Xian accepted her grasp and turned to head toward the door. Just as he pivoted, he noticed 4 heads peering in through the door's gap, Tang Zitao, Dijua, Xiao Ran, and the master, each wearing an expression of incredulity as they watched the two descend the stairs. This is truly possible? Tang Zitao exclaimed, wide-eyed and somewhat speechless. Dijua gently patted Shi Yuanyi beside him. Master, what are your thoughts? How do you expect me to see from the window? Enough, let's disperse. Shi Yuanyi waved his hand dismissively. The situation in the wilderness still requires the two of you to observe. With Luo Shi under Xiao Xia's watch, that should suffice. Are you truly at ease with this? Liao Yuan queried, puzzled by the unusual trust his master bestowed upon a newcomer for the first time in many years. Rest assured, this lad is quite like his grandfather. Though he may appear unreliable at times, he never falters when it truly matters. Shi Yuanyi confidently stroked his goat beard. On the long street, snowflakes as large as goose feathers floated down from the sky. The saying goes, a timely snow heralds a bountiful year, and Xian felt that this year would surely be extraordinary. He shed his coat and draped it over Luo Shi's slender nightgown, explaining the new world they had stepped into. With Shi Yuanyi's tacit approval, Luo Shi temporarily resided at Tang Zitao's home, where Xian gradually guided her to acclimate to this unfamiliar realm. To avoid arousing Tang Zitong's suspicions, Tang Zitao and Xian devised a ruse, claiming that she had lost her memory due to a car accident, deliberately wrapping her head in a bandage for a month. This was Xian's first deception against Luo Shi. The bandage was meant to symbolize the locking of wealth, ushering in good fortune for the new year. Why aren't you wearing one? Luo Shi inquired. Xian replied, I was born poor. It makes no difference whether I lock it or not. And why aren't Tang Zitao and Tang Zitong wearing one? She pressed further. They have never lacked for money in their lives. It matters not whether they lock it or not, he responded. This last remark was Xian's inner thought. Without mentioning the siblings' parents, he reflected on the recent events. Upon returning from the wilderness, His only means of understanding the significant happenings of the past days was through the news. When he opened his phone and located the news from Zhejiang City, the headline read, "A high school student, while passing a lottery station after school, unexpectedly wins a jackpot of millions." Initially clickbait, he was taken aback upon seeing the accompanying photo. A girl in red and white school uniform, a white cat perched on her shoulder. Beside her sat a black Labrador, AT. That moment, Xian grasped the true meaning of the ability to attract wealth. It truly was an unexpected fortune, the legendary concept of money breeding money. Although Luoshi had lost her memory, her innate understanding soon allowed her to adapt to normal life. Xian began to impart knowledge about spiritual matters to her, just as she had once done for him when he first joined Yuling Xian. Xian devised a new plan, charting his path to becoming a formidable individual. Late at night, he lay in bed, restless. After a moment, he picked up his phone and dialed Officer Lu's number. "Officer Lu, could you assist me with a small favor?" "Ah, you rascal. I knew you wouldn't come to me with good intentions. You don't even bring me a cigarette during the new year," came Officer Lu's gruff voice from the other end. "Come on, it's only the 26th. There's still time to prepare a generous gift for the new year," Xian replied nonchalantly. "That's more like it. Now, what's the favor?" Officer Lu asked, his tone softening. "A small matter. I don't wish to trouble my master. I suddenly remembered that you have connections, capable of anything, universally invincible. Stop right there. Flattery won't get you anywhere. Just tell me what you need." "I'm quite busy," Officer Lu interrupted impatiently. "Well, I was hoping you could help me establish a connection with the Qinwu Dojo in the human realm at the..." Xian said with a grin. "I thought it was something serious. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll arrange it for you." Officer Lu chuckled lightly. "All right, I have other matters to attend to. Await my news." With that, the call ended. Xian put his phone away, clasped his hands behind his head, and lay back on his bed, gazing up at the stark ceiling. It was imperative for him to devise a detailed development plan. One that would not only remedy his present situation but also focus on the future. Sure, Yuani had once told him that practical experience was the fastest way to enhance one's strength. Only through continuous combat and reflection could he discover the path to becoming a true powerhouse. The main purpose of Xian's call to Officer Lu was to gain access to training in physical techniques and advanced talismans through his connections. On the day he joined Yuling Xian, Luoshi had mentioned that the potential for spirit tamers could be exceedingly high or dismally low. Cultivating physical techniques and advanced talismans could elevate one's capabilities, thus raising the lower limits of their power. Currently, Xian found himself in a predicament. As a member of Yuling Xian without his own spirit guardian and still holding the status of an apprentice, he lacked the badge issued by Bureau 415 that symbolized his identity, preventing him from accepting assignments from Bureau 415. He felt like a headless fly, wandering aimlessly in search of illegal intrusions into the human realm. The time cost was far too high, as he could not always rely on luck like during the event at the comic convention. With this in mind, Xian retrieved the Ling Jiju from his Chinkoan pouch. As blue light flickered in the room, a white wolf materialized in Xian's bedroom. After a few days of rest, Shuangyue had recovered significantly. However, due to the curse ring binding its neck, it was unable to revert to human form, and its spiritual power had been diminished to early B grade. The might of a spirit king exceeded Xian's imagination. Even Shi Yuani could not guarantee breaking the ring without harming Shuangyue. Even in its wolf form, Shuangyue exuded an air of haughty elegance, its ice-blue slit pupils radiating pressure and indifference. Fortunately, Shuangyue did not display any aggressive behavior, simply sitting on the floor and licking its paws. Shuangyue, right?" Xian broke the ice. Shuangyue paused its actions, lifted its gaze to Xian, and nodded. "I can't speak." "Then I'll ask, and you respond with a nod for yes or a shake for no." "Understood?" Xian teased. "Speak as you wish," came the reply. "Who?" Xian was startled, a strange female voice echoing in his mind. "Don't be alarmed. My true form cannot speak. I can only convey information through spiritual energy connected to your brainwaves." Xian observed Shuangyue, which remained motionless, its slit pupils emanating a faint glow. This method of communication proved far more convenient. Without uttering a word, Shuangyue could discern Xian's thoughts. "Shuangyue, I wish to propose a pact." Xian stated. "Speak freely. I hope you will become my spirit guardian. I am aware of your esteemed status. Even a nominal association would suffice in exchange." I will assist you in seeking a means to break the curse ring and gather intelligence regarding the Spirit Emperor. Xian carefully articulated his intentions. You have saved me. I am one who repays kindness. There is no need for a transaction, for I have already accepted a new mission. I have already committed to your previous request, and thus I am not at liberty to answer all your questions. My apologies for being presumptuous, Xian said sheepishly. However, his curious nature compelled him to ask questions, though what truly mattered to him was whether Shuangyue would agree to his request. Once the spirit summoning contract was signed, it would mean that Shuangyue would become his guardian from that day forward, and he would shed his apprentice status to become a full-fledged spirit tamer. That was his ultimate goal. With that, Xian produced the long-prepared spirit summoning contract. The day he had yearned for had finally arrived. I am about to be officially recognized. As soon as the contract was unveiled, it enveloped in white light and floated toward Shuangyue, hovering between them. Close your eyes, extend your hand, and feel the convergence of spiritual energy. Xian followed Shuangyue's instructions, shutting his eyes and sitting cross-legged on the ground. Shuangyue smiled faintly, extending its forelimb to touch the summoning contract. The contract trembled violently before shattering into thin air, dissipating into the night. All done. Upon hearing this voice in his mind, Xian rose and surveyed his surroundings. Finding nothing amiss, I asked, that all? I felt nothing. Is our spiritual energy truly so compatible that I sensed no connection? He stretched and moved his limbs. Please take care of me, Lan. Lan? Are you referring to me? Xian queried, puzzled. Do you wish for me to call you master? Shuangyue's six-pointed star pattern resembling snowflakes on its forehead illuminated suddenly, seemingly displeased. No. Lan is quite a nice name. It sounds like a handsome man's name. Xian stammered, swallowing hard. Then I shall take care of you, Shuangyue responded. With the spirit summoning contract established, Xian had taken a crucial step forward in his plan, marking an auspicious beginning. The next step was to visit Bureau 415 to procure some essentials and perhaps scout for suitable assignments. Having mapped out his plans, Xian succumbed to the fatigue of recent days and fell into a deep slumber. Lord Xian, wake up. Meow. The following morning, Xian vaguely heard someone calling him. Stretching lazily, he opened his eyes to see Tun Kai and Lien Bao cornered by Shuangyue. The black Labrador and white-orange cat were standing upright, trembling as they clung to each other. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from the wolf, Shuangyue, they are friends. There's no need to be so tense. Upon hearing Xian's voice, Shuangyue turned and approached him, resuming its grooming. There's something you need? Xian inquired. Lady Tong asked us to wake you for breakfast. Tun Kai and Lien Bao chimed in unison. I'll come down shortly. You may go ahead. Xian waved them off. Once the cat and dog left, Xian changed his clothes and called out to Shuangyue, let us go. I'll formally introduce you to my friends. From that day forth, Xian had an uncommon companion by his side. After all, anyone who could keep a wolf as a pet was certainly formidable. After breakfast, Xian briefly outlined what Tang Zitao intended to teach Luoshi that day before heading out. Planning to visit Bureau 415, upon exiting the villa district, Xian was greeted by a familiar croaky voice from behind. Where are you headed, handsome? Chapter 68. The first commission, uncle. Is that you? Xian turned to see a shabby-looking uncle driving a Xiaoli car, his window slowly rolling down as he leaned out to greet him. Get in, the uncle gestured. Tio Fu Rue Building. How much? Xian fastened his seatbelt and replied, Fu Rue Building is the headquarters of Bureau 415, a mere office building intended to keep its existence under wraps, as ordinary people are unaware of this department. Don't worry, from now on, I'll give you free rides, the disheveled uncle chuckled. Xian couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging that the uncle had a good heart. He had hastily handed over his wallet last time, containing over 2,000 yuan, enough for a good number of rides. Thank you, uncle. Xian expressed his gratitude. It's nothing, just sit tight, or I'll accidentally launch you with the throttle, the uncle replied, and without delay. He smoothly engaged the clutch and accelerated, sending Xian back into his seat with a jolt. As they traveled, the two engaged in light conversation, during which Xian learned that the uncle was not a local, having settled here just over a decade ago. Noticing the taxi's work badge, Xian took out his phone to note down the uncle's phone number, saving it under the name Su Ming. After all, having paid over 2,000 yuan in fares, it would be prudent to have a reliable contact for any future emergencies. Fu Rue Building was located at the southernmost edge of Zhejiang City, and after more than an hour's drive, they finally arrived at their destination. After bidding farewell to Su Ming, Xian turned and ascended the stairs. The first floor served as a FAAD for the company's reception, with the actual Bureau 415 internal base starting from the second floor. The transport hall and other facilities were on the second floor, while the offices were situated on the upper levels. Xian headed straight to the service hall of the development department. Since Gong Runin had granted him privileges, he intended to make the most of them. After all, one should seize opportunities when they arise. The development department resembled a vast armory, filled with talismans, weapons, potions, and more, categorized into thousands of subtypes, overwhelming Xian's senses. Currently, he was in need of a suitable weapon, as he was not a police officer. He could not obtain a firearm. After browsing through the selection, Xian chose a dagger, both a means of self-defense and easy to carry. The weapons of Bureau 415 were inscribed with basic runes, boasting high durability and specifically designed for combat against spiritual entities. Unlike the spiritually endowed treasures from the spirit realm, which were unique and natural creations, the wares of Bureau 415 were merely low-grade replicas. However, they sufficed for a spirit tamer's self-defense and combat needs. After selecting his weapon, Xian also acquired some E-grade spirit gathering pills, which would temporarily replenish his spiritual energy. The higher the grade, the denser the spiritual energy contained, and for someone at the E-grade like him, it was safest to choose pills that matched his level to avoid overwhelming himself. Additionally, after collecting some peculiar potions, he also grabbed a sizable amount of imitation soul cocoon silk, a valuable item known to those who had used it. He prepared to leave. The elderly guard, seeing Xian's bulging bag, turned a shade of green, though he kindly warned him, "Remember, all medicines come with their risks. Don't use them too frequently, or even the Buddha may find it hard to save you." "Thank you, old man. I'll be back, so let me know if you have any new treasures," Xian replied, patting his bag contentedly as he exited the development department, heading towards the commission hall. The elderly man muttered something under his breath. In the commission hall, the display screen showcased all the commissions issued by Bureau 415. Xian unfiltered for E-grade commissions and began his search. After a brief moment, his attention was drawn to a commission located not far from Furue Building. In a village on the outskirts, commission target, misfortune ghost type, spirit, a ghost that brings bad luck, spiritual energy level, E-grade commission location, Leaf Family Village commission description, conduct an on-site investigation to confirm the target's compliance. And if capable, take immediate action. Commission reward, 3,000 yuan. Interesting, this one will do, thought Xian. Having encountered demon spirits and fairy spirits before, he had yet to face a ghost, making this a perfect opportunity to hone his skills and accumulate experience. After confirming the task and receiving the trace stone, Xian promptly set off for Li Family Village. After several bus stops, he arrived at a bus station a few kilometers from Li Family Village, where he would need to take a rural tricycle further in. Fortunately, he encountered a shirtless old man wearing a straw hat, just returning from the fields on his tricycle. "Is this Li Family Village?" Xian inquired. "Yes, young man. What brings you here?" The old man replied, stopping his tricycle with enthusiasm. "I'm heading there myself, but there are no buses available. How about I give you 5 yuan for a ride?" Xian suggested, handing over the bill. The old man pushed it back, saying, "It's on my way anyway. A ride is a ride, so hop on. No charge." After expressing his thanks, Xian climbed aboard. "Have there been any strange occurrences in your village lately?" "I've heard things haven't been too peaceful," he casually prompted the old man. "Don't even get me started," the old man lamented. "Recently, someone in the village has been up to no good. Misfortunes seem to happen daily, though. Could you elaborate?" "There's been a lot to recount," the old man sighed. "A few days ago, the village granary caught fire for no reason, causing everyone to suffer losses. At first, we thought it was just an accident, but the very next day, the only well used for farming suddenly ran dry. Just the day before it was full. Then, just a few days ago, people started falling ill with avian influenza, spreading like wildfire. You can imagine how frustrating it is, especially with the new year approaching. That does sound quite distressing. It's disheartening to face such troubles during the festive season." Xian sympathized. "You should take care of your business quickly. It's best to leave before you catch that flu," the old man advised kindly. "Understood. Thank you for the ride," Xian responded as he jumped off at the village entrance. The old man waved him off and continued down the road, his figure disappearing into the distance. Xian thought to himself, "It must be the misfortune ghost at play. It was plausible for one person to have a streak of bad luck. But for an entire village to suffer was quite peculiar. The misfortune ghost, as recorded in the talismans, could siphon a person's good fortune, replacing it with misfortune to enhance itself if it had the entire village's luck at its disposal. Its power would surely be considerable, and Xian needed to prepare for a tough battle. After gathering his thoughts, Xian checked the talismans in his bag to ensure he had ample resources for the impending confrontation. Once satisfied, he slowly made his way into the village. Chapter 69. Misfortune Ghost in Broad Daylight. Xian noticed that aside from the old man who had given him a ride, there was not a single soul in sight. With the new year fast approaching, the village was eerily silent, devoid of any festive spirit, leading Xian to wonder if he had mistakenly wandered into an abandoned village. After a brief exploration, he observed a peculiar phenomenon. Each household had a yellow talisman hanging at their door instead of traditional couplets. Only someone in his line of work would recognize that these yellow talismans were utterly useless. Mere scraps of paper adorned with scribbles, likely obtained from some dubious street vendor. With the village shuttered and devoid of any villagers to inquire for information, Xian realized he had to take matters into his own hands. Muttering to himself, he summoned a faint blue spiritual energy that danced at his fingertips. With a flick of his hand, a black instrument resembling a compass emerged from his bag, landing in his palm. This was one of the coveted items he had just procured from the development department, the spirit detector, an essential tool for Bureau 415 employees, designed to roughly locate the direction and estimate the strength of spiritual entities. The closer one got, the more precise the readings. Holding the spirit detector, Xian followed the direction indicated by the needle, beginning his search through Li Family Village. The misfortune ghost, being a spirit, typically became active at night. Thus, Xian needed to determine its likely hiding place during the day to prepare accordingly. After walking a few hundred meters, he came across the remnants of the granary the old man had mentioned. The damage was extensive, leaving little more than a few charred walls. Continuing onward, he spotted the dry well. Not far from there, he observed a sickly livestock farm and a struggling greenhouse. Piecing together the sights before him and the old man's account, it became evident that the misfortune ghost was sweeping through the village from south to north, causing misfortune to every villager. It was not as sinister as the old man suggested. The entire village was indeed suffering. Given the E-grade capabilities of the misfortune ghost, it could not siphon luck on a large scale, but rather it was advancing gradually, piece by piece. Ultimately, Xian pinpointed the last area in the village that had yet to be affected by the ghost's malevolent influence. And he was confident that the misfortune ghost would arrive there tonight. Li Family Village was strategically located. Although it was on the outskirts, it sat beneath a highway and was near a service area, boasting numerous folk inns. With the new year approaching, it had become a temporary resting place for many travelers, ensuring a steady flow of people, an ideal hunting ground for the misfortune ghost to harvest luck. Having scouted the area, Xian set up boundary talismans and rented a room at a local inn to serve as his base. He adjusted the spirit detector's sensitivity to E-grade, hanging it from the ceiling and attaching a small bell. After completing these preparations, he reclined comfortably on the bed, allowing sleepiness to wash over him. The chimes echoed incessantly. Time slipped away unnoticed as the sky gradually dimmed. Xian, stirred by the sound, abruptly opened his eyes. Silently murmuring, "Here it comes!" In an instant, he sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from the water, deftly grasping the spirit detection device and the cosmic bag before stepping out of his room. At that moment, the moon hung full and luminous, casting its silvery light upon a semi-transparent figure, shrouded in dark mist, that drifted ominously above the village. Its proportions were grotesquely disproportionate, with an exaggeratedly large head and elongated limbs that appeared as though they might snap at any moment as it moved. It was enveloped in fragmented black currents, which occasionally revealed distorted symbols and curse-like markings. The edges of its form flickered and flowed, as if being devoured by the void yet struggling to maintain its shape. The backward ghost loomed over the village, its arms outstretched, unleashing a wave of dark energy that instantaneously engulfed the entire area. "Hey, it's the dead of night. Can't you let anyone get a good night of sleep?" Xian, who had somehow appeared outside the village, pointed at the backward ghost and scolded it. Clearly taken aback by Xian's unexpected presence, the ghost shuddered slightly, causing the surrounding dark energy to ripple violently. "The sooner I deal with this, The sooner I can clock out and collect my pay. Xian lazily pulled out the residue stone, placing it against his thumbnail, and infused it with a modicum of spiritual energy, causing it to illuminate like a lamp. Then, with a flick of his wrist akin to flipping a coin, he sent the stone soaring into the sky. Drawing his dagger, Xian redirected his spiritual energy to his feet. Preparing to leap, just as he launched himself, he unexpectedly slipped on a banana peel that had materialized in front of him, landing unceremoniously. This thing packs quite a punch. Almost forgetting that the ghost could siphon luck, he hastily activated a protective talisman, enveloping himself to fend off the encroaching dark energy. However, the backward ghost showed no inclination to engage, turning away and soaring upward. Since you're here, why not play a little before you leave? Xian grinned mischievously and snapped his fingers. The prearranged domain talisman erupted with radiant arcs of light, converging at the apex to form a colossal golden barrier that delineated an immense battlefield. The backward ghost, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the barrier, collided with it and was rebounded. Before it could react, Xian activated the binding talisman, summoning golden hands that surged from the ground to ensnare the ghost's feet, forcefully pulling it downward. Almost upon landing, Xian seized the opportunity, slashing at the backward ghost with his dagger, the infused spiritual energy igniting the inscriptions into streams of light. The backward ghost, possessing E-grade spiritual strength, was not easily subdued. It quickly regained its composure, the dark energy emanating from its form eroding the golden hands of the binding talisman. Its arms elongated like rubber, swinging towards Xia, and when the ghost's hand made contact with the dagger, the inscriptions crackled with energy, causing it to recoil in pain, momentarily vanishing from Xia's view. Sensing a chill at his back, Xian swiftly turned and executed a horizontal slash, grazing the ghost's hand and leaving a sizzling, smoking mark. In that close proximity, he beheld the ghost's grotesque visage more clearly, a face seemingly crushed by an invisible weight, distorted and irregular, lacking discernible features save for two deep crimson points flickering amidst the mist. Akin to two burning coals, the area where its mouth should have been would occasionally split open, revealing jagged black fangs, devoid of actual lips, resembling ripped fabric. Otherworldly eye. Spirit seal. Xia's gaze sharpened as the spirit seal materialized on the backward ghost, its rapidly dodging form slowing to a crawl within his mind. Gotcha. He pivoted and thrust, striking true at the ghost's brow, cleaving downward, causing its form to split and gradually dissipate into the twilight sky. Xia unsheathed his dagger with a satisfying click, the golden barrier formed by the domain talisman shattering in response. He extended his hand, catching the residue stone as it fell from the sky, stowing it in the cosmic bag, and stretching luxuriously as he strolled toward the village entrance. I wonder if Uncle will come to pick me up at this late hour. Xian took a sip of warm water to quench his thirst from the battle. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone, intending to call Su Ming, only to find several unread messages displayed in green bubbles. Upon reading the contents, Xian was taken aback, spitting out the warm water he had not yet swallowed. Chapter 70. New Year's Eve. Z, brother, when will you be back? Z, expression? Z, brother, I'm so bored. Hurry back. Z, brother. Xian rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing the phone in his hand to confirm it was indeed his and that he hadn't made a mistake. That Z could only be Luo Shi without a doubt. Had she taken something? Oh no, this is bad. Suddenly struck by a thought, Xian urgently called Uncle. Surprisingly, Uncle, being quite the character, was still out running errands on the 27th day of the new year. And upon receiving the call, he hastily made his way to pick up Xian. Hey, what is the rush? Did someone break into your house? Su Ming pressed the accelerator, nearly welding himself to the gas pedal. Dante asked, just hurry. Xian urged. At the intersection in the northern part of the city, Officer Lu tightened his collar, pulling out a cigarette to shield himself from the biting wind as he struck a match. Suddenly, a yellow blur zipped past the intersection, creating a gust that flapped his coat and extinguished his cigarette before it could catch fire, while also showering him with snow. Ugh, damn it. Can't believe someone's in such a hurry to meet their maker during the new year. Officer Lu grumbled, just be thankful I'm not a traffic cop, thanks to Su Ming's rapid driving. Xian arrived back at the villa area in just over 20 minutes. After a brief expression of gratitude, he stormed into the Tang residence, his temper flaring. At that moment, Tang Zitao was blissfully unaware of the impending wrath. Sitting in the main hall, imparting his so-called chatting techniques to Luoshi, he claimed this was a task assigned by Xian. And surprisingly, Luoshi was quite compliant. "Haven't he received a reply yet?" Tang Zitao inquired. Luoshi shook her head, continuing to fiddle with the bunny ears connected to her pajamas. "Looks like I have to pull out the big guns." Tang Zitao straightened up, clearing his throat dramatically. "Follow my lead. Send him a voice message. If I can't win him over this time, I'll share a surname with the old duck." He demonstrated a series of exaggerated movements. "Brother." Luoshi mimicked him, but her voice was soft and clear, devoid of any girlishness or affectation, unlike Tang Zitao, who sounded like a eunuch. No, it's Gigi." Tang Zitao corrected her again, but Luoshi's gaze remained fixed elsewhere. Suddenly, Tang Zitao felt an ominous cloud looming behind him, sensing that something was amiss. "So you enjoy misrepresenting orders, do you? I asked you to teach her how to use a phone. And this is what you teach her?" Xian, spotting the book titled How to Raise a Cute Girl on the table, was instantly filled with rage. Wait, let me explain. Explain your way out of this. Wind/talisman. What the hell? You're serious? Tang Zitao leapt over the sofa and bolted toward the door. Dragon Tiger dual form. He activated the inscriptions on his arms, obliterating the small wind blades. "Go ahead. Don't you dare run." Xian seized a stool and chased after Tang Zitao. "If you don't hit me, I want to run. Then you might as well run. Just don't let me catch you." Ha! Just as Tang Zitao was reveling in his apparent victory, he noticed a flash of golden light at his feet. Several golden hands erupted from the golden formation below, grasping his ankles, then his waist, arms, and neck, humiliatingly pinning him to the ground. Both Xia and Tang Zitao were taken aback, turning to see Luoshi standing in her pajamas, radiating a faint blue light, hands forming seals. "Damn it. I let my guard down. This is unfair. I demand a rematch." Tang Zitao howled. Xian remained silent, only grinning wickedly as he approached Tang Zitao with hands clasped, fingers interlaced. "What are you going to do?" "Brother, I'm sorry." As Tang Zitao recognized Xian's gesture in conjunction with his own position, he felt a sudden tightening. "Realized your mistake? Too late. Ultimate technique. 1,000-year kill." With a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Tang Zitao finally quieted down, the golden hands dissipating but leaving him frozen in place, smoke faintly rising from his backside. "Do you remember now?" Xian asked, observing Luoshi utilizing the 1,000 hands binding spirit technique. His heart swelling with joy. Luoshi shook her head. "No, I just wanted to help you catch him. It instinctively told me to do this." Xian couldn't believe it. "Wow, so you've developed muscle memory? No wonder the master has high hopes for you. This is a clear display of talent, brother." Luoshi hugged Xian from behind, resting her head against his back. "Where have you been? Didn't you say we would explore this world together? Why didn't you take me with you?" Xian paused momentarily, feeling an adrenaline rush, his heart racing, his mind blank. The amnesiac Luoshi felt like a different person, shedding the cold facade she had previously worn, revealing a heart still beating with youthful innocence. "You still have not grasped some of the basics. Once you've mastered everything, I'll take you out." After a moment, Xian replied gently, "Okay." Luoshi smiled with her eyes narrowed in delight. "Seems I'm arriving at an inopportune time." It's the doorway. Officer Lu chuckled at the heartwarming scene. "Oh, come in and sit down," Xian said, scratching his nose in invitation. Luoshi, understanding the situation, released her grip and stood obediently beside Xian. Officer Lu shook off the snow from his shoulders, took a final drag of his cigarette, extinguished it casually in the snow, and stepped inside. "Happy New Year, Officer Lu," Tang Zitao greeted, swaggering over to the sofa. Officer Lu raised an eyebrow, observing Tang Zitao's approach, and inquired, "Happy New Year. Have you undergone a minor surgery?" "It's just that the ground was too slippery, and I had a fall," Tang Zitao replied, rubbing his backside and fabricating an excuse. "Do you have a moment? Let's chat." Officer Lu glanced at Xiaowen and got straight to the point. "Let's go to the pavilion." Xian soothed Luoshi, instructed Shuangyue to keep an eye on Tang Zitao, and led Officer Lu towards the pavilion in the backyard. January's chill had blanketed the university city of Zhangjiang in a pristine layer of white snow for several days. "Aren't you on duty?" Xian asked first. "Isn't this the peak season for performance evaluations at the year's end?" Officer Liu leisurely lit another cigarette, responding nonchalantly, "What does it matter? I can make ends meet on my own. So why bother about trifles? How carefree you are," Xian remarked with a hint of envy. "Enough of that, let's talk business. The arrangements for the Qinwu dojo and the human contact point at the have been made. You can go and connect after the 5th day of the new year. Just mention my name." Officer Liu took a puff of his cigarette, diving into the crux of the matter. "Thanks, it's all thanks to you." "Officer Liu, truly impressive," Xian said, giving a thumbs up. Officer Liu shot Xian a sideways glance, retorting, "Gratitude through mere words." Xian chuckled, "Of course not." He pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from his Chinchuan bag and stuffed them into Officer Liu's embrace as a small token of appreciation. Officer Liu nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Now that's more like it." "How is Xiaoxi doing?" "You already know," Xian asked, but quickly realized that Officer Liu, being part of the 415 Bureau, couldn't possibly be unaware of such significant events. "Your master truly trusts you. After all, he entrusted his beloved disciple to your care. Not as outrageous as you suggest. It's because of me that things turned out this way, as my duty." Xian replied earnestly that I fear there might be ulterior motives at play. Officer Liu remarked cryptically. "In no." Xian hesitated. "Would you like to hear Luoxi's story?" Officer Liu exhaled a smoke ring, clearly intrigued. Xian remained silent, pulling out 2 more packs of cigarettes, persistently stuffing them into Officer Liu's arms. Hey, what's this? Come on." Officer Liu feigned reluctance, though his body eagerly accepted the offerings. "Ahem, then I suppose I shall share a brief account." After some back and forth, Officer Liu finally relented, engaging in a tactical cough. "Oh, you know how many people were in the first batch of disciples your master took in?" Officer Liu queried. Xian, taken aback, pondered. How could he possibly know? 7, he ventured, suddenly recalling a group photo. Liu Guan, Dijua, Xiao Ran, Xia Jin, died in Chapter 44, Wei Yuan, died in Chapter 44, Qi Fu, died in Chapter 44, plus the young Liao Yuan. Officer Liu shook his head. There were 8, not including young Liao Datso. That means 2 people were missing from the photo. Xian asked. Lo Cheng and Yin Huanma. Officer Liu confirmed with a nod. Lo Cheng, could it be? Xian inhaled sharply. Indeed, he is Xiaoxi's biological father, Officer Liu responded. They were the most talented among our group, having followed the master early on, and became the finest agents of the 415 Bureau at a young age. However, during a mission, they disappeared. Disappeared? Xian interjected. Officer Liu flicked Xian's forehead, admonishing, "Let me speak without interruptions." Later, they fell in love during a mission, married shortly after, and had Xiaoxi, but their bliss was short-lived as the Bureau soon assigned them a secret task to investigate a mysterious organization. To focus on their mission, they entrusted Xiaoxi to the master for a few days, but they never returned. The Bureau dispatched numerous personnel to search for them, but not even their remains were found. Ultimately, the Bureau accepted their disappearance as a line-of-duty death. Despite being an official organization, our operations are discreet and under the public radar, hence no martyr status was conferred. Merely a monetary compensation was issued. The master chose a prime location to construct a grave, and that's tragic, Xian sympathized. Officer Liu brushed off the ash from his cigarette, scoffing, "Pfft, and you dare to criticize them? You, my friend, are also an orphan." Well, at least Xiaoxi won't have to worry about mother-in-law conflicts, Officer Liu considered. Officer Liu, if you're not going to smoke that, you can return it. Can we refrain from discussing the trivial? Xian retorted, exasperated. Is it only permissible for you to jest while I cannot? Officer Liu teased. Only we older generations know that Xiaoxi was not always as aloof as she appears. It's merely a thick facade she chose to adopt. Officer Liu turned, leaning against the railing, taking a drag of his cigarette. Oh? Xian's interest peaked. So, that explains Luoxi's transformation over time. I presume you've had dealings with Gujuran as well? Spare me the jest. You know exactly what I've been through, Xian replied. And what is your opinion of Gujuran? Officer Liu inquired further. Xian pondered for a moment. How should I put it? He doesn't have the guts to be himself. He appears refined but is truly rotten to the core. Just a bookworm. I'm not particularly fond of him. His villainy runs deep, as his father is equally cunning, Officer Liu added. Though he is better at pretending. When he first arrived at Yulingxian, he made a decent impression, always playing with Luoxi. In the year Xiaoxi first connected with spirits, Guzhuaran had already been under the Master's tutelage for 2 years, but had only learned the basics of talismans. One day, he took Xiao Shi out and recklessly opened a spirit link door with talismans, inadvertently allowing a spirit from the spirit realm to cross over. Guzhuaran fled, leaving Luo Shi behind. Thankfully, I happened to pass by, or the consequences would have been dire. Xian was too tired to criticize Guzhuaran any further. He resolved to be direct if they crossed paths in the future. In a wonder Luo, she seemed to want to harm anyone she encountered back then. It was all because of that scoundrel Guzhuaran. Xian gritted his teeth. I hope I never have to face him. Otherwise, I'll settle the old and new scores together. Don't rush. The opportunity will come soon. You re-graduating this year, and you should receive an admission notice from Zhangjiang University. The 415 Bureau will use the guise of the university to draw you into the wilds for your studies. Officer Lu lit another cigarette. At that time, to differentiate grades, there will be a placement exam, a real examination. Given your entanglements, it's highly likely you'll cross paths. Ugh, I have no desire to be associated with him, even if it's a twisted fate. Xian rolled his eyes. Next year, we will see each other often. Your uncle has been promoted. Officer Lu chuckled. I'll be managing the new academy. Though the name hasn't been decided yet. You can think of me as the inaugural dean. You? Xian exclaimed incredulously. Wasn't he it said that Officer Lu had barely reached B-level spiritual strength after emerging from obscurity? How could he possibly be qualified to be a dean? I know what you're thinking. Dijua and Xiaoran could easily be chosen as S-level talents, not to mention the other organizations brimming with experts. How could a mere B-level like me possibly be suitable for the dean position? Right? Officer Lu saw through Xian's thoughts. However, Officer Lu was unfazed, simply pointing to the large emblem of the 415 Bureau on his clothing, declaring, remember this, I'm officially employed. You're impressive, I'll give you that. Xian silently gave a thumbs up, finally understanding why contemporary students endure the struggle of 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge. All right, it's getting late. We said what needed to be said. I must patrol a bit before heading home. Officer Lu pressed the glowing ember of his cigarette into the snow and walked toward the Tang residence. Hey, cut down on the smoking. It's harmful to your health. Xian called out, observing the multitude of cigarette butts scattered in the snow. Officer Lu waved his hand dismissively, replying leisurely, whatever, I've lived enough. Another year is just more profit. As Xian watched Officer Lu's retreating figure through the snow, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Checking the time, he felt it was getting late and made his way back to the main hall. Approaching the door, Xian spotted a girl standing under the flickering colored lights, admiring the falling snowflakes while rubbing her hands and exhaling puffs of breath, seemingly waiting for someone to return. Beside her lay a white wolf, eagerly wagging its tail as if anticipating something. Suddenly, sensing someone's approach, it stood upright, gazing towards Xian. Brother, Luo, she exclaimed joyfully as she spotted him approaching. What are you doing out here? It's cold. Hurry inside. Xian quickly walked over, placing a rabbit-eared hat on her head and ruffling her hair. I'm bored. Whenever Tang Zitao gets close, Shuangyue bites him, so I came out to wait for you. Luo, she explained candidly. Perhaps Shuangyue is just craving meat. Xian teased. All right, get some rest. We'll put up the couplets for the new year tomorrow morning. Chapter 72. An unforgettable spring festival. Left a bit. Right, just a tad. Oh dear, you silly goose. You've stuck it on crooked. Impossible. My eyes are my measure. It's so askew it's pointing to Grandma's house. On the morning of the 29th, Tang Zitong roused Tang Zitao to hang the character for fortune at the front door. Tun Kai Lian Bao stood by, clutching an unstickied fortune character and couplets, watching the two bicker. With a cat and dog sharing the tranquility of the moment. Hey, you two, the fortune at the front door should be affixed upright, welcoming prosperity. Seeing the two busy for quite some time, Xian approached to take a look. Not only was the fortune character crooked, but it was also upside down. Xian Gu, my brother is so clumsy. In the frosty new spring of Zhejiang, where temperatures dipped below 10 degrees, Tang Zidong wished she could don 2 coats, her petite frame bundled up like a ball, stamping her feet in frustration. Previously, this task was always handled by the steward. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't said anything. Tang Zitao shifted a stool and straightened the fortune character before sticking it up. How many are left? Xian finished affixing the couplets, clapped his hands, and exhaled a puff of breath. All right. Following Tang Zidong's pointing direction, Xian spotted a large black dog carrying several fortune characters. Just these few? I can manage alone. Let us all head inside. You two are hindering my performance. Xian confidently thumped his chest, assuring them, Brother, you're a good sport. I leave it to you. It's too cold for my legs without warm trousers. Tang Zitao patted Xian on the shoulder, nodding seriously. Noticing Tang Zitao's words lacked mockery, Xian felt a hint of suspicion. However, Tun Kai wagged his tail and lifted his rear, revealing a large box filled with fortune characters and couplets behind him. Tang Zitao pulled out a rolled-up list marking all the characters that needed to be affixed throughout the villa, spat, and was about to unfurl it when a sudden gust of cold wind blew, causing him to fumble and let it roll to the ground, stretching 4 to 5 meters long. Xian, woof woof woof. Tun Kai spat out the fortune character onto the box, wagged his tail, picked up the list, and delivered it into Xian's hands, wiggling his rear as he followed Tang Zitao into the house. Tun Kai. Tun Kai trembled, sensing an ominous premonition, and was promptly lifted off the ground by Xian. With a flick of his finger, a rope flew out from the Chinquan bag and landed in his hand. The sequence of actions flowed smoothly, completing the dog sled setup. Let me see our next destination. Xian muttered to himself, West Gate, let us go. Though unwilling, Tun Kai dashed around the yard under the coaxing of the rope. He now regretted not having transformed into a cat, having chosen to be a dog instead, only to find someone even more canine than himself, Lien Bao the Diligent. After several hours of activity, the fur on Tun Kai's body had been tugged out in patches by the rope. While Xian found it rather entertaining, in the kitchen, Tang Zidong and Luo Shi were busy, one rolling dough, the other chopping fillings. Tang Zitao, having rolled out dough thicker than pancakes, was chased out and headed to the hall to play games. Xian washed his hands and helped wrap dumplings. Everyone engaged in their tasks, creating a warm and joyous atmosphere in the spacious house, imbued with the spirit of the festival. This year will surely be different. Tang Zidong exclaimed excitedly. Mom and Dad haven't returned in 4 or 5 years. It's always just me and my brother. The steward also goes home for the new year, leaving us quite bored. This year, with you, Xianggu, and the beautiful sister, it will surely be fun. By saying that, I seem to have been an outsider every new year. This year feels the most participatory, Xian replied candidly. Tang Zidong's face was aglow with smiles as she asked Luo Shi, Sister Luo Shi, have you felt the joy of the new year yet? Luo Shi, engrossed in chopping the filling, paused for a moment and pondered. What is joy? Tang Zidong took a moment to reflect, describing, perhaps it's akin to lying on a soft bed, comfortable and reassuring. Oh, Luo Shi replied, resuming her work, being with my brother is quite joyful. TSK, how delightful. Tang Zidong raised the rolling pin, declaring, I raised the banner for Anqi. Xian appeared unfazed on the surface, but internally he was in a fluster, silently repeating the process of rolling dumpling skins. His mind a chaotic mess. Oh right. Officer Lu is alone too. Should we invite him over for some liveliness? Xian tactically diverted the topic after a moment's pause. Good idea. After we finish wrapping the dumplings, let South go to his place and surprise him. Tang Zidong chimed cheerfully. Big brother, stop playing around. Let us get moving. Tang Zidong called out to the hall. All right then, on the eve of the new year. Fireworks illuminated the skies of Zhejiang City, the echo of firecrackers resounding through every street and alley in a modest home within a certain block. A middle-aged man, dressed in a vest and bearing a slightly weary expression, sat at the dining table, taking puffs from a cigarette. The table was simple, adorned with a plate of peanuts, a dish of cold dishes, half a bottle of strong liquor, and a photograph of a handsome couple. The man caressed the photo, lost in thought for a long while, his eyes gradually moistening. Jan Air, Happy New Year. Have you thought of me? I miss you a bit. Are you doing well? The ashtray quickly filled with cigarette butts, and the liquor bottle emptied. Knock, knock, knock. The man's face flushed slightly as he lifted his head. Who is it? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted without a response. The man's expression shifted to seriousness, the effects of the alcohol diminishing, and he retrieved a handgun from his jacket, tucking it behind him as he cautiously approached the door. The peephole was shrouded in darkness, as if deliberately obstructed, revealing nothing. Knock, 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 gently turning the doorknob. He had just opened a crack when a sudden force pushed against the door. Frowning, he reached for his gun, only to hear a chorus of New Year greetings. Officer Liu, Happy New Year. Relief washed over Officer Liu. Happy New Year. So it's you four little rascals. I thought an enemy had come to trouble me during the new year. Not at all. We sincerely invite you to celebrate the new year with us. The more, the merrier, Xian stated straightforwardly. Officer Liu hesitated. Oh, that is not necessary. I'm used to being alone. Bringing this old guy along might dampen your spirits. Oh, come on, Uncle Liu. Don't be so modest. Let us go. Let us go. Tang Zidong tugged at Officer Liu's hand, pulling him towards the door. All right, then wait for me. Before Officer Liu could finish his sentence, Tang Zitao threw a black sack over his head, and he and Xian dashed downstairs with him. Wait for what? Time waits for no one, Tang Zitao called out loudly. Upon reaching the ground floor, Officer Liu wriggled free from the bag, cursing as he adjusted his thin vest. Damn it, let me put on some clothes, Tang Zitao whistled, kicking a pebble as he feigned indifference. Fortunately, no further mishaps ensued. The five of them enjoyed a significant New Year's Eve dinner filled with laughter, providing each other with spiritual companionship. After the meal, Xian created a green bubble group for the five of them, naming it Unfinished New Year's Eve. And Happy New Year, everyone. May we accompany each other through every New Year's Eve to come. Just like our group name. Zhoujiang's #1 handsome guy. Green bubble red packet. Happy New Year. Wishing you prosperity. Zhoujiang's #1 handsome guy. Happy New Year, everyone. AAA Police Officer Liu Wow. A $500 red packet. The boss is generous. Little Xiao Xiaodong. Why do I only have $26.08? So annoying. Little Xiao Xiaodong. Sister Shi is the luckiest. $230. Zhoujiang's #1 handsome guy. Little Xiao Xiaotong. The fortune of the Tang family is about to run out here. Little Xiao Xiaodong. No way. CI. Thank you. Boss. Luo she had learned quite a few internet phrases and began using them herself after seeing others use them in the group chat. Everyone chatted in the group. Xian leaned in closer to Luo Shi. Luo Shi, let me teach you how to save money. Click on this in avatar, hit this plus sign, select red packet, input 230, then send the red packet, and, just then, Xian felt something obscure the light and looked up to see three faces pressed above him. He chuckled foolishly and took off running. Xian, you shameless rascal, at midnight. With Xian's face bearing the imprint of shoes, the group gathered in a spacious area of the villa to set off the high-quality fireworks Tang Zitao had purchased. As the countdown reached 0, the night lit up as brightly as dawn, and under the glow of the fireworks, they celebrated their first unforgettable spring festival. Brother, Happy New Year. Luo Shi tiptoed, leaning near Xian's ear. Whispering softly, Happy New Year. Xian smiled, silently wishing, Senior Sister, Happy New Year. Chapter 73 Promotion to D-Level. The joyful moments always seem fleeting, and the happiness of the spring festival resembles a grand firework display, brilliant and dazzling, yet ephemeral. What may have been bright and bustling yesterday now lies in remnants of scattered red, returning to the mundane. The echoes of laughter still linger in the air, yet the footsteps of departure hastily tread the path homeward. Time never pauses for any joy. It quietly ushers everything toward a new chapter when one is least aware. On the first day of the new year, Officer Liu had to work and set out early for his duties. Tang Zitao and Tang Zidong enjoyed the remaining holiday, while Luo she diligently continued to study the material Xian had assigned her, ever ambitious to see the world alongside him. Xian, amidst his busy schedule, seized every opportunity to cultivate his abilities, feeling the shifts within the realm of spiritual consciousness. Since the ordeal in the soul-severing valley, although Dijua claimed to be severely drained of his spiritual energy and in need of recuperation, the realm of spiritual consciousness had flourished more vibrantly than ever. The spiritual energy accumulated within the lake was on the verge of breaking free from its constraints. While the surface of the lake appeared tranquil, the energy at its depths was teeming with restlessness, poised for release. For Xian, each instance of exhausting his spiritual energy felt akin to a transfusion of blood, with each occasion resulting in a further enhancement in quality and an increase in quantity. A remarkable synchronization of both quality and quantity. Even in the face of a misfortune demon of the same rank, which siphoned off great fortune, Xian could manage the situation with ease, demonstrating a remarkable proficiency. After nearly a week of immersing himself in spiritual energy, Xian experienced an inexplicable sensation, as if reaching the threshold of D rank was within arm's reach. On the morning of the 5th day, before dawn had broken, Xian focused intently and entered the realm of spiritual consciousness. Beginning to perceive the subtle shifts in spiritual energy, he continued to absorb and compress the energy in a meditative state. Encircling himself in the realm of spiritual consciousness, he successfully perceived the influx of clear waters from the stone pillars surrounding the lake. The realm of spiritual consciousness began to tremble, and the lake opened a fissure at one end, gradually extending into a meandering stream flowing towards the distant mountains Dirank at the pinnacle of the initial stage. Allowed Xian to manipulate the flow of spiritual energy with greater composure, enhancing his physical capabilities through this energy. The prospect of stepping into C-rank and mastering the art of manipulating objects from a distance seemed imminent. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Xian slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the empty doorway, which prompted memories of the high ponytailed girl who had stood beside him during his initial forays into F and E ranks. Xian was neither a gentleman nor a soft-hearted person. He was simply himself, driven by a singular ambition, to become formidable enough that anyone who dared to threaten those he cherished would face a swift and brutal end. In the ensuing minutes, Xian endeavored to explore new ocular techniques. Previously, he had mastered the F-rank unique eye technique, Spirit Seal, which he had acquired from the Battle Soul Spider, and the E-rank technique, Heart Devour, learned from the assaulting Su Tsong, both of which had become his signature abilities. However, upon entering D-rank, Xian discovered new changes in his eyes, which he surmised were linked to the new ocular technique. When activating the Spirit Seal, a faint azure halo would emanate from his pupils. Conversely, activating Heart Devour would cause a swirling dark red pattern to appear on the surface of his pupils, expanding like ripples. Now, as he attempted to invoke the new ocular technique, a pattern resembling shattered cracks emerged on the surface of his pupils, glowing with an ethereal blue light, yet there were no notable external changes. Unsure of the specific effects, he decided to withhold naming the new technique for the time being. After freshening up and having a quick breakfast, Xian prepared to head out to the nearby contact point of the human realm at the Cangjing Pavilion. Recently, he didn't intend to have Shuangyue accompany him. Firstly, her injuries were severe, necessitating time for recovery, and secondly, he felt uneasy about leaving Luoshi alone at home, uncertain of what mischief Tang Zitao might be up to. He understood that his good brother was striving for his lifelong happiness, yet Xian couldn't shake the feeling of taking advantage of the situation, which felt rather uncomfortable. Once outside the villa district, Xian, adopting a trial-and-error attitude, dialed Su Ming's number. To his surprise, Su Ming was already out running errands on the second day of the new year and readily agreed to come pick him up. Perhaps it was due to the holiday, but Su Ming had finally tidied himself up, getting a haircut, shaving, and donning a new outfit. "Where are you off to? Looking sharp on the festive season?" CS Art Museum. Xian replied, glancing at the business card he had received from Officer Liu. What kind of good person names their shop berth? Such a lack of culture, Su Ming quipped upon hearing the name. Xian scratched his head, pondering, could it be that this CS stands for creative thought? During the festive season, who is he planning to creatively kill? That's rather inauspicious, Su Ming retorted, spitting out the window. Well, whatever you say goes. Xian conceded, choosing silence. The CS Art Museum was not far from the Tang residence, and even with the snow-covered roads, it didn't take long to arrive. Before getting out of the car, Xian made sure to pay Su Ming. Understanding the nuances of human relationships, even though Su Ming was treating him, he felt it was only right to show appreciation, especially after the significant help he received from Night Charm previously. 2,000 was well worth it. Like the 415 bureau, the first floor served as a facade, while the real operations took place on the upper levels, where the Cangjing Pavilion's internal training facilities were located. The training arena at the Cangjing Pavilion was peculiar, with each ring covered by a transparent glass dome. Xian was initially puzzled until he passed the third arena and saw two familiar figures engaged in combat training, revealing the purpose of the glass enclosure. Spirit Talisman, Fire Serpent, Qingyi, dressed in a white sweatshirt and wielding a white fan adorned with black and white landscape paintings, launched a talisman towards the opposing Lu Wan. Spirit Talisman, Water Spirit Barrier. Lu Wan produced a yellow talisman, causing water vapor to coalesce into a turbulent shield enveloping her. The moment of contact between the fire serpent and the water barrier, countless boiling bubbles erupted. Though the fire serpent managed to penetrate part of the water shield, it was ultimately halted, Lu Wan's triumphant smirk froze as the dissipating mist revealed a figure charging towards her, delivering a knee strike to her abdomen. Qingyi seized the opportunity, grabbing Lu Wan by her collar and tossing her into the air with a shoulder throw. Spirit Talisman. Thunder Calamity. The talisman was unleashed, and several bolts of purple lightning descended, engulfing Lu Wan in a storm of electricity. As the training concluded, the glass dome slowly lifted, releasing steam, and the two training pods beneath opened, allowing Qingyi and Lu Wan to emerge. The training pods served as the primary components for connecting the two combatants' minds in simulated battle. While the glass dome projected their fight for external observation, Xian watched in astonishment, taken aback by Qingyi's ruthless approach. "Qingyi, why are you being so harsh?" Lu Wan grumbled, rubbing her stomach. Despite being a simulation, the sensation was entirely real. Training is akin to real combat. This is for your own good, and I bear responsibility for you, Qingyi replied, tucking away the fan and adopting a serious demeanor. "Make sure to review this properly. Next time, I will hold nothing back." "Understood, Brother Yi." Lu Wan responded like a chastised child, mumbling softly. "Good to see you again," Qingyi remarked, seemingly noticing Xian, feigning surprise. Exclaimed, "Ah, isn't that my idol? Qingyi, quickly, help me find someone. This place is too vast, and I'm completely lost." Qingyi took the business card from Xian and promptly returned it, his demeanor still cool as he stated. "Follow me." Chapter 74, Absolute Resonance. "Brother Huang, someone is looking for you," Qingyi announced as they approached an office door, lightly knocking twice and speaking respectfully. "Come in." Inside, a middle-aged man in his 30s, with a full head of white hair that was somewhat thinning, was engrossed in a large tome on formations, adjusting his thick round glasses as he studied the expansive sand table before him. The sand table illustrated the positions of hypothetical enemies on a battlefield and the arrangement of formation stones. "Xiaoyi, what brings you here?" Huang Ru inquired, setting his book down and peering over his glasses with a kind expression. Qingyi replied succinctly, "A friend of mine mentioned he was looking for you, so I brought him along." Huang Ru approached Xian, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize him closely. "Could you be the Xian mentioned by Lu Guan?" "Quite intriguing, that's me, Teacher Huang. I apologize for intruding on your time during the holidays." Xian responded politely. "Brother Huang, I won't impose further and will take my leave," Qingyi said, gesturing respectfully before turning to exit. "Hey, since you're here, there's no need to rush off. It's not a confidential matter," Huang Ru stopped him. "Both of you possess considerable talent and I, Huang, would be willing to share some insights." "Brother Huang? You're being too modest," Qingyi said courteously. Yes, we're just a bunch of nobodies," Xian echoed, scratching his head. Qingyi shot Xian a glare. "I'm just a little better than you." "I am not a nobody." Yes, you're much better than me." "You're a genius," Xian retorted. All right, enough bickering. Let me speak." Huang Ru chuckled, intervening to separate the two. Huang Ru was the most knowledgeable spirit master at the Cangjing Pavilion when it came to formations, possessing significant expertise in arrangement and a profound understanding of talismans. The path of talisman enhancement lies in comprehension. Unlike the material manipulation masters, who focus on internalizing spiritual energy to enhance physical strength, we talisman masters emphasize external adjustments, utilizing the externalization of spiritual energy to amplify talismans and activate formations. Through my years of research, I have identified a most precious ability that talisman masters possess, known as absolute resonance. Absolute resonance. What is that? Xian inquired, intrigued by the term he had never encountered before. Huang Ru, calm and collected, began to explain. "Let me pose a question. How do you regulate your spiritual energy before using a burst talisman?" I try to infuse as much spiritual energy as possible to maximize its power," Xian replied after some thought. "That's a common misconception," Huang Ru stated, noticing Xian's surprise while Qingyi remained unfazed. "Of course not. This is precisely the concept of absolute resonance I mentioned. You must have heard of the bell-shaped curve of the Gaussian function, right? The x-axis represents the amount of spiritual energy infused, while the y-axis represents the strength of the talisman." Huang Ru provided an analogy to in essence, those who possess absolute resonance can accurately perceive the optimal moment for each talisman, unleashing its maximum potential. Xian began to grasp Huang Ru's intent. Indeed, the potency of talismans is not solely dependent on the intensity of spiritual energy, but is also intricately linked to the infusion of that energy. "Xiaoya, in my encounters at the Sutra Repository," stands as the most exquisitely resonant talisman master I have ever met. Huang Ru glanced at Qingye, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. When utilizing talismans, one should not regard them merely as tools of weaponry, but rather perceive them as living entities, fostering a connection with their resonance. Huang Ru continued to elucidate that when a talisman master approaches absolute resonance, they might experience a moment of enlightenment at a particular juncture, enabling them to craft their unique talismans. Upon finishing his explanation, Huang Ru gestured towards a nearby bookshelf, stating that all the recorded talismans here are the achievements of predecessors. Although Lu Guan has led you to me, I can impart only this much knowledge. Huang Ru stated candidly. The spiritual guardians of a spirit master serve as their immediate combat prowess. Their strength often overshadows the master's own abilities, hence the absence of further classifications among spirit masters. To elaborate, Lu Guan could be considered a material-driven master, wielding a longbow that devours spirits invisibly. Huang Ru paused momentarily, then shifted his tone. Of course, these formulaic concepts are primarily for novices entering the path. After years of cultivation, it is entirely possible to attain new understandings, much like the mythical beings of the Wujidao, who were once considered the pinnacle of humanity, devoid of any shortcomings. Hee, then I shall take your auspicious words to heart, Xian replied with a smile. Don't celebrate prematurely. Huang Ru doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Plucking an apple from the fruit basket and approaching the window, which opened in the frigid air without hesitation. Now, we shall move to the practical segment. I will envelop this apple with spiritual energy of the same intensity as yours. You must use the wind-slashing talisman, infusing it with energy near the absolute resonance point to shatter it. Huang Ru declared, tossing the apple high into the air. Xian flicked his wrist, and a wind-slashing talisman flew out from his bag. He closed his eyes tightly, attuning himself to the talisman's vibrations, visualizing a long bar with a red line marked in the center. As he infused spiritual energy, the red pointer oscillated rapidly. Xian seized the moment, channeled his energy, yet the pointer remained distant from the red line. The air blade released by the activated wind-slashing talisman struck the apple, shattering it with a resounding crack. After several failed attempts, Huang Ru retrieved the apple, offering consolation. Although you did not break the apple, the visible power of the wind-slashing talisman is progressively approaching the absolute resonance point. Qingye, Huang Ru called out, once more tossing the apple into the sky. Qingye swiftly drew a talisman from his waist, pinching it between his index and middle fingers, the talisman glowing with green light. Spirit talisman, wind-slashing. A colossal air blade, 3 times the size of Xian's, shot forth at high speed, cleaving the apple in two in an instant. Xiaoye's ability to achieve absolute resonance is a testament to his innate talent. Within the same realm, I must concede to him by a margin. Huang Ru patted Xian's shoulder, speaking with a calm demeanor. Do not lose heart. Through diligent practice, even if you cannot reach the pinnacle of absolute resonance, merely approaching it is indicative of high comprehension. Moreover, your true strength is not confined to a mere handful of talismans. Huang Ru concluded, removing his glasses to clean them. Very well, Lu Guan's task has been successfully fulfilled. Let Xiaoye guide you in further practice. No need for formal farewells. Huang Ru returned to his table, spitting on his fingertips, and resumed his reading. As they descended, Qingye noticed the bronze token hanging from Xian's waist and remarked casually, only E-grade? I shall hold back a bit. Xian thought to himself, this show-off thinks too highly of himself. I'm already D-grade, just haven't had the chance to switch yet. Qingye halted, folding his paper fan, filled with anticipation. Shall we spar? Xian raised an eyebrow, eager to teach this pretentious fool a lesson. That is precisely my intention. Chapter 75. Sparring. Arriving at a vacant simulated combat arena, each platform featured an 8x8 seating arrangement, accommodating a total of 64 participants. The glass chamber resembled the cockpit of a spaceship, with each seat equipped with a VR-like headset. Xian donned the headset, and the surrounding space instantly blurred, transporting him to a high-tech standby hall, where Qingye soon appeared. How shall we proceed? Xian asked, performing warm-up exercises as he approached Qingye. Qingye, unhurried, selected the map option and changed it to random, setting the rules to unrestricted. Random map, no limitations, the first to black out loses. With Qingye pressing the start button, the scene shattered into a blur once more, and the two found themselves in a modest park, one side adorned with fitness equipment, while the other housed a large public restroom. Occupying half the park's area, allow me to engage with the top talent of the Sutra Repository. A.S. Xian spoke, his pupils constricted abruptly, bending low to evade a massive wind blade that grazed his nose by mere inches. At the very onset of the simulation, Qingya had leapt into the air using the spirit talisman. Soaring Swallow, unleashing an absolute resonance wind-slashing talisman. Enough chatter. This is intriguing, Xian mused internally. Compelled to exert his full strength in response, whoosh, in the blink of an eye, 3 additional wind-slashing talismans surged toward him. Xian unsheathed his dagger, empowered by inscriptions, and swung it at the oncoming wind blades. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blades were utterly obliterated, but the recoil sent Xian stumbling back several meters, leaving deep marks upon the ground. Shifting the dagger to his left hand, he shook off the numbness from his right, marveling at the sheer power of the wind-slashing talisman when perfectly triggered. Wind-slashing talisman. Xian drew several talismans from his bag, launching them at Qingya and signaling the counterattack. A mere parlor trick. Spirit talisman. Wind-slashing. Qingya scoffed lightly, unleashing 2 crosswind blades that intercepted Xian's talismans entirely. Despite Xian's diligent timing, he still found himself outmatched before Qingya's flawless absolute resonance. However, to Qingya's surprise, the collision of the wind blades triggered an explosion. Shrouding the air in a cloud of black smoke, Xian's old tactic, which had proven effective time and again, involved secretly embedding an explosive talisman within the wind blades, utilizing the ensuing smoke to conceal his movements. Seizing the moment, he arranged several spirit barrier talismans in a staggered formation, channeling energy into the ground at the instant the barriers activated, propelling himself into the air, his dagger gleaming as it tore through the smoke toward Qingya. Unlike the floating capability of the spirit talisman, Soaring Swallow, Xian's self-created technique, the Ladder Cloud, had significant drawbacks. The hastily conjured barriers could not sustain flight, and he lacked the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. Consequently, Xian could only achieve a slight lift, barely reaching Qingya's altitude. Qingya furrowed his brow, swiftly adjusting his stance to evade the descending dagger, reorienting himself and activating the spirit talisman. Soaring Swallow, effortlessly gaining height. Xian's strike missed, leaving him without a landing point, forcing him to land and contemplate his next assault. Fixating on Qingya, who hovered above, Xian bit his lip, feeling an impulse to fetch an anti-aircraft cannon to bring him down. Hey, can you play fair? Come down if you have the ability. Xian pointed his dagger at the airborne Qingya, speaking with irritation. If you have the ability, come up. Qingya retorted coolly, summoning a fiery serpent from a circular talisman array that slithered toward Xian. All right, you want to play like that, do you? Xian had a sudden inspiration and darted into the adjacent restroom. The fiery serpent followed him inside but fell silent, and Qingya, noticing Xian's icon hadn't dimmed, realized the battle was far from over. Are you a turtle? Why don't you come out? Qingya observed the skies in vain for Xian's reappearance, growing impatient. Come in if you dare. Xian's voice echoed from within the restroom. Slightly muffled, boring, spirit talisman. Thunder calamity. Qingya pointed his finger skyward, a talisman whirling around before rocketing into the clouds, gradually forming a massive talisman array. He intended to blow up the restroom along with it. As he channeled his spiritual energy into the array, nearing the absolute resonance point, a figure abruptly emerged from the restroom, a cheeky grin plastered on Xian's face. During their initial skirmish, Xian had stealthily activated the to mark Qingya. While inside the restroom, Qingya lost sight of Xian, yet every move he made was meticulously tracked by Xian. As a seasoned gamer, Xian relished the art of timing. Upon seeing Xian, Qingya felt a surge of dread. Abandoning the pursuit of a perfect trigger and redirecting the thunder calamity toward Xian. Almost simultaneously, Qingya noticed a swirling dark red pattern emerging in Xian's pupils, an intense wave of fear washing over him. Mental attack caught Qingya off guard. He rapidly redirected his spiritual energy to suppress the mental assault. Yet this brief moment of vulnerability dramatically shifted the tide of battle. Xian produced a length of hemp rope from his bag, swiftly knotting it and lashing it around Qingya's ankles. He concentrated his azure spiritual energy in his hands, tugging the rope to hurl Qingya toward the descending thunder calamity. With a thunderous crash, the glass display dimmed, and the cockpit doors gradually opened as Xian and Qingya stepped down from the platform. So, how about it? Show off. I'm significantly stronger than last time, Xian proclaimed, chest puffed with pride. Qingye shot him a sidelong glance, snorting dismissively. The restroom warrior, a cunning trickster. You may dismiss it, but the restroom warrior is still a warrior. Do you concede? Xian felt a wave of frustration mixed with an exquisite thrill. Qingye approached the equipment beside the arena, copied the footage from their recent battle, stowed away the USB drive, and turned to say, this time, I concede defeat wholeheartedly. However, I shall certainly reclaim victory next time. With that, Qingye turned and ascended the stairs. I'll be waiting for you. Show off, anytime. Xian called out, waving his hand. After several encounters, Xian found himself rather impressed by Qingye. Despite his arrogance, he was gracious in defeat. And for that alone, Xian held a significant respect for him. Unlike a certain individual, Xian suddenly recalled that insufferable figure who, lacking both strength and dignity, had the audacity to act superior. Glancing at the time, Xian noted it was still early and returned to the simulation chamber to practice the use of talismans, focusing on achieving absolute resonance. After countless attempts, while Xian could not master the perfect absolute resonance like Qingye, he was pleased to find that each effort brought him closer to improvement. Now, the size and power of his wind-cutting talisman had doubled since his initial attempts. As noon approached, he planned to find a place for lunch before checking in at the AS gym later. Upon entering a noodle shop, Xian's gaze immediately fell upon the most striking figure amidst the crowd. Indeed, he was hard to miss. He hurried over and remarked to the figure enjoying a bowl of noodles. What a coincidence to see you again so soon. Chapter 76. Dual commission, how annoying, Qingye replied, slurping a mouthful of noodles while shooting Xian a look of exasperation. What S with the attitude? Show off. Mailstar? Xian replied with a smile, reconsidering the appropriateness of calling him a show-off in public. After all, Qingye was a decent person and quite handsome. After some thought, he settled on giving him a more pleasant nickname. Hearing Xian's attempt to smooth things over, the frown on Qingye's face gradually eased. Boss, I'll have a bowl of braised beef noodles, and I'll cover this charming gentleman's meal. Xian called out to the kitchen before lowering his head to peel some garlic. Is there some sort of special technique to your eyes? I think I shall call it eye technique, Qingye asked, placing his chopsticks neatly on the bowl and sitting up straight, speaking earnestly. Xian lifted his eyelids slightly, realizing why teacher Huangru praised him. His insight was indeed remarkable. I reviewed the footage of our battle repeatedly and noticed two unusual moments, leading me to deduce that your eye technique consists of more than one form. Qingye continued. Go on, Xian urged, feigning calmness as he continued to peel garlic. When your pupils exhibit a faint azure hue, I suspect you can briefly gain the target's line of sight. When your pupils reveal a swirling dark red pattern, it likely inflicts a mental attack on anyone who gazes directly into your eyes, Qingye summarized. Xian inhaled sharply. That means you might as well have seen right through my very soul. How alarming. Did I guess correctly? Why are you silent? Qingye pressed. You're close, but not entirely comprehensive. Xian admitted candidly. There's something I've missed? Qingye inquired, somewhat astonished, as he had thoroughly reviewed the footage several times. Believing he had gathered all useful information, of course, I cannot divulge everything. Otherwise, how would I defeat you next time? Xian rolled his eyes, handing a clove of garlic to Qingye. Here, add some flavor. Qingye grimaced and pushed it away. Please refrain from speaking directly in my face. It's quite suffocating. Xian reclaimed the clove, took a nearby bottle of aged vinegar, poured in half a bottle, added 3 spoonfuls of chili oil, mixed it thoroughly, and after smelling it, he exclaimed, Ah, delightful. Why are you staring at me while I eat? I'm not as handsome as you, Xian said, his mouth full of noodles. I received a dual commission yesterday. Would you like to join me? Qingye asked straightforwardly, without hesitation. Not me? Xian pointed incredulously at himself. Don't you have a little sidekick? Just take her along and spare me her odd glances. They make me uneasy. Well, it's not her. That is mainly. Qingye stuttered, a hint of blush appearing on his cheeks, an unusual sight for him. Oh, I see. This isn't a simple task, is it? Her life matters, while mine apparently does not. Xian replied, both amused and exasperated. He understood exactly what Qingye was implying. Qingye suddenly became serious, stating emphatically, You are quite formidable. As a standout among the new blood in the scripture repository. He had always found little competition among his peers, even outshining seniors by a few years. However, Upon encountering Xian, his competitive spirit ignited fiercely, fueling his ambition. Come now, don't say that I know I'm strong. I'll take this job, Xian declared, raising the porcelain bowl and savoring a sip of the broth. Now, tell me, what does the commission entail? Qingyi sent the electronic commission details to Xian's communicator. Commission target, Night Charm target classification, Demon Spirit spiritual power level, D-Class peak commission location, Eastern Development Zone commission description. Aside from Night Charm's energy fluctuations, another anomalous wave has been detected at this location. It is undetermined whether it is a spirit. A dual partnership is advised, and spiritual power levels must not be below D-Class. Eliminate the target on sight upon discovery. Commission reward, 10,000 yuan upon seeing the words Night Charm. Xian instinctively clenched his fist. He wondered if it was the one that had escaped from Officer Eliud. It seemed improbable that such coincidences existed in the world, considering Night Charm was a classification of demon spirits, not just two of them. When do we depart? Xian inquired. Right now. However, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. We need to understand Night Charm's characteristics and prepare thoroughly, Qingyi suggested. Xian chuckled softly. Among all the younger generation, no one understood Night Charm better than he did. It's all in my head. We can discuss it on the way. The two exited the noodle shop, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the abandoned development zone in the east. This area was originally intended for a large residential project, but due to the owner's disappearance, the construction was left unfinished, resulting in a wasteland that had become a haven for unsavory characters. With no one to take over, rumors began to circulate, and following a series of mysterious deaths, it gradually transformed into what people now refer to as the Ghost Zone. The taxi driver was notably superstitious about this area, dropping Xian and Qingyi off at the main road and refusing to drive any further, even at the cost of fare. The two paid and decided to walk the remaining distance. As they entered the development zone, unfinished concrete structures loomed on either side. It's even larger than I anticipated, Qingyi remarked, gazing at the endless expanse of unfinished buildings, rubbing his temples in frustration. Xian retrieved a spirit detection device from his bag, calmly stating, "No worries. I'll monitor the nearby spiritual energy fluctuations." He adjusted the device's spiritual power threshold, held it in his palm, and, following the needle's direction, began to weave through the maze of incomplete buildings alongside Qingyi. This thing reliable? Qingyi asked, skepticism evident in his voice. It should be. It's a product from Bureau 415, considered advanced technology. I used it once as an alarm clock, and it worked quite well, Xian pondered before responding. I believe it should be fine. The first sign of any peculiar odors, immediately redirect your spiritual power to expel it from your body. Xian cautioned. The charm mist is notoriously tricky. If you wish to avoid perishing in a false paradise, stay alert. Once we spot the target, remember not to make physical contact. Use a spirit barrier talisman to protect yourself. Should you get marked by a charm demon, I won't be able to help you find a woman, Xian added, gesturing dismissively. Qingyi's expression hardened, turning his head away. It seems I misjudged you. Even without the garlic breath, your words carry a certain bite. Wait, there's something up ahead. Xian interrupted, raising a hand to halt Qingyi, gathering his power before leaping onto the scaffolding, propelling himself to the 5th floor. Qingyi unfurled his paper fan, summoning a talisman to create a ladder-like formation, gracefully following Xian's lead. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Xian was stunned into silence, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Caught between fascination and shock as Qingyi landed, he immediately shielded his eyes with his fan, turning his head away. Chapter 77. Anomalous Eyes. Breaking the void in Xian's line of sight, clothing was strewn haphazardly across the floor. From outerwear to undergarments, he even caught a glimpse of a radiant red garment, a sign of a person's birth year. 2 bodies, one male and one female, lay frozen in a compromising position on the floor. Their forms stiffened by the frigid temperatures below zero. Xian picked up a coat from the ground and draped it over the two corpses, infusing a trickle of spiritual energy into them to conduct a rudimentary examination. All right, I've covered them up. They've been dead for a while, Xian called out to Qingyi while searching for useful clues. Qingyi retracted his fan, confirming that Xian had adequately concealed the bodies, and began to investigate the area. Xian picked up 2 silver waste tokens, verifying that the deceased were 2 D-class spirit captors who likely met their demise due to poor preparation for their commission. He then retrieved a coil of silver rope, one end tied to a kunai, both of which bore basic inscriptions, indicating they were the weapons of the deceased. Disregarding any superstitions, Xian decided to pocket the items. If no one else wanted them, they might as well be his. What did you find? He asked Qingyi, inquiring about his discoveries. Nothing at all, not even traces of a struggle. It's quite peculiar, Qingyi responded. Wandering near the walls in search of any signs of conflict, I asked the spirit detection device responding. Xian shook his head. It suddenly malfunctioned and is spinning in circles. Do you sense something amiss? There seems to be an unsettling atmosphere. Qingyi shivered, her expression alert. Now that you mention it, it does feel rather eerie, Xian remarked, rubbing her shoulder. The two redirected their spiritual energy beneath their feet and swiftly circled around the development zone. Upon returning to their original spot, Qingyi's expression darkened. Something is not right. The arrangement, style, and number of windows in several buildings are inconsistent. I made a point to observe and note the characteristics of the nearby structures when we arrived. Really? That sounds rather exaggerated, Xian replied, although a flicker of realization crossed her face as she observed Qingyi's serious demeanor. Are you suggesting? Indeed. We may have fallen victim to the illusionary enchantment, trapped within a phantasm. However, the spiritual energy of the night charm is insufficient to perfectly replicate such a vast area, which has resulted in some discrepancies, Qingyi articulated, meticulously expressing her thoughts. Wait, Xian interjected, drawing in a sharp breath. I don't recall detecting any strange odors. I took precautions when handling the corpse. When did we get ensnared? I'm unsure. I didn't notice any unusual scents either. The pressing concern now is how to unravel this illusion. Qingyi suggested that it seems the night charm set a trap in advance, luring us in. It has likely sensed that the trap has been triggered and is preparing to collect its prize. If we don't devise a way to break this illusion, we may not escape with our lives. Focus solely on prevention. The last time we were ensnared, we relied on external forces to shatter the illusion. Do you have any effective strategies? Xian inquired, recognizing Qingyi's extensive knowledge. Either we possess sufficient spiritual energy to forcefully break the illusion, or we have access to techniques capable of dispelling it. Clearly, we lack both, Qingyi replied coolly. Techniques for dispelling illusions? Xian's mind raced. I attempted the third eye technique a few days ago, but it yielded no results. Could it possess some hidden utility? Step back. Allow me to attempt it, Xian urged, nudging Qingyi behind her. She took a step forward, closed her eyes, and inhaled deeply. As her spiritual energy coursed through her eyes, she suddenly opened them wide, revealing a surface pattern resembling fractured lines, glowing with an ethereal blue light. Anomalous eye technique. Void shatter. With a resounding crack, a massive fissure appeared in the sky, and the surrounding environment began to disintegrate like the pattern on her eyes. The two found themselves back in the unfinished apartment on the 5th floor. Within the original room, an additional figure emerged, a young woman, her body radiating a purplish hue, adorned with horns atop her head. Despite her headscarf and clothing, Xian noted these features with keen precision, alongside the pink mist of illusionary enchantment wafting through the air. Under the void shatter technique, nothing could conceal itself at that moment. The woman wore a cunning smile, her hand transforming into a blade aimed at the still unconscious Qingyi. Xian, with quick reflexes, threw a silver rope to ensnare the woman's wrist and yanked it back forcefully. You little wretch, how cunning you are. After half a year apart, you have grown so rapidly. I truly regret not having eliminated you sooner. The night charm seethed, her face contorted with rage. Today, you shall pay for my husband's life. After the night charm's escape from the Hongshao Night Pavilion, though she had successfully evaded Officer Lu's long-range attack, her physical form had been destroyed, leading to her acquisition of a new host. Xian did not recognize her identity, but the night charm inadvertently revealed it. You cannot take my life, but yours must remain here today. Wind-severing talisman. Xian summoned 2 wind-severing talismans, dispersing the illusionary enchantment and drawing forth her dagger. She lunged forward, slashing in a blue streak directly towards the night charm. The night charm's feet glimmered with spiritual light, her movements suddenly becoming ethereal and elusive, evading Xian's erratic strikes. With a graceful leap, she soared out of the 5th floor window into the air. Standing outside the window, Xian found herself at a loss when a bridge resembling a swallow suddenly materialized before her. At that moment, Qingyi, now awake, summoned a spiritual talisman, erecting a bridge from the treading swallow talisman in midair. Exchanging a tacit understanding through their gazes, Xian stepped forward onto the flying swallow, entangling herself with the night charm. Fresh from a feast of spiritual energy from the two spirit masters, the night charm's power surged to near C-grade, rendering Xian's attacks ineffective against her. With her hands transformed into blades, she shifted from defense to offense. Striking towards Xian's chest in a moment of urgency, Xian retrieved a spiritual barrier talisman from her Qin Kuan pouch, activating it to form a shield raised before her. Upon contact, the blade shattered the barrier in an instant. And Xian's dagger was deflected, half of its blade broken and sent soaring into the sky, while cracks began to form beneath her feet on the flying swallow due to the immense spiritual energy collision. Anomalous Eye Technique. Spiritual Seal. In a critical moment, Xian activated the spiritual seal, instantly perceiving the night charm's attack trajectory, skillfully avoiding each strike, and seizing the opportunity to strike the night charm's forehead with the hilt of her dagger. As the spiritual seal faded, the night charm staggered from the blow, but quickly regained her composure, delivering a knee strike directly into Xian's abdomen. Die. With an elbow strike aimed at Xian's shoulder, the night charm intended to slam her into the ground. What she did not anticipate was an immense pulling force suddenly ensnaring her ankle, dragging her down along with it. A silver rope bound tightly around her ankle, connected to Xian's waist. With a thunderous crash, both fell to the ground like shooting stars, creating a 2-meter-deep crater. As the smoke cleared, the night charm stood atop Xian's chest, wiping a trace of blood from her mouth. Damn it, you truly are troublesome. At the moment when her foot, charged with spiritual energy, was about to descend, Xian's pupils flashed with a crimson light, causing the night charm to fall into a brief state of paralysis under the anomalous eye technique. Heart Devour. Arrogant fool, are you feeling well? Xian muttered in frustration. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated from above. 4 symbols return to 1. Transform prison into formation. Chapter 78. The eerie masked man opens. 4 symbols binding spirit formation. As Qingya recited the incantation, the talisman she had strategically placed in the 4 cardinal directions released their spiritual light, converging at the center of the formation to bind the night charm. Just as the night charm was shaking off the effects of the anomalous eye technique, Heart Devour, she had no time to react before being restrained by the 4 symbols binding spirit formation. Her spiritual energy fluctuations were instantly sealed and dispersed, her essence gradually detaching from her host. Xian, quick on her feet, caught the half-dagger falling from the sky, channeling her full strength to pierce the night charm's brow, causing the engraved runes to sear her spiritual body, releasing billows of thick smoke. Taking a step forward, with a grave expression, Xian leaned close to the night charm's ear and whispered, I told you. Your life must remain. This is what you owe her. No sooner had the words left her lips than the night charm's form began to dissipate, transforming into countless particles of energy, coalescing and reconstructing into a bizarre mask adorned with the night charm's patterns, which fell to the ground. Hey, give me a hand. I feel like I'm falling apart. Xian, who had barely managed to remain upright, collapsed into the pit. If you move any slower, I'll be dead and buried. Qingya clicked her tongue, arranging the treading swallow talismans into a staircase formation. Xian, picking up the mask, climbed step by step, panting all the way. What is this? Qingya inquired, gazing at the mask in Xian's hand. Feeling a shiver run down her spine from the eerie patterns and the smile it bore. That was the equipment the night charm exploded. I have no idea what it is. Before Xian could finish, a dart flew from the rooftop of another building, slicing through her wrist and embedding itself in the ground before them. Xian winced in pain, dropping the mask. Be careful. Spiritual barrier. Rock shield. Qingya hurled a yellow talisman as the dart emitted a white light, and a thick rock shield materialized before them. With a deafening bang, an explosion followed, sending plumes of smoke laced with the scent of gunpowder into the air. Cough, 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 as the acrid smoke enveloped them. A pair of dark gold-studded patent leather high-heeled boots shattered the final remnants of mist, revealing a mysterious woman before them. Her lithe figure stood amidst the dissipating smoke, clad in a crimson leather suit that hugged her curves like a second skin. A snake-patterned dagger slung at her hip, casting a shadow on her waist. The woman donned the night charm's mask, which gradually melded with her face, the dark purple patterns pulsating with her breath as if alive. coursing through her veins. She twisted her neck, lifting her gaze to admire her elongated, fair fingers, relishing the moment. Then, she turned her attention to Xian and Qingya, her hands transforming into blades, propelling herself towards them with a fierce thrust. Xian swiftly retrieved 4 E-grade spirit-gathering pills, distributing 2 to Qingya to rapidly replenish the spiritual energy they had expended in the recent battle. Having consumed the spirit-gathering pills, Qingya launched the first attack, summoning multiple rock walls from the rock shield talisman to slow the woman's advance. The blade sliced through the rock walls, leaving smooth cuts as several walls were cleaved in two. The woman broke through the rocky barrier. Charging directly at Qingya's face in a critical moment, Xian, wielding the end of a silver rope, darted in front of Qingya, blocking the descending blade. The kunai was instantly reduced to a third of its length upon contact with the blade. The sweeping strike left a bloody gash across them, blood seeping from the wound and quickly staining their clothes. Anomalous eye technique. Heart Devour, Spiritual Talisman, Fire Serpent. Fortunately, both Xian and Qingya reacted swiftly to counter the attack. The cut was not deep, and they promptly utilized their spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding, sustaining only minor injuries. The Fire Serpent, activated by the yellow talisman, surged forth, colliding into the woman and propelling her into the unfinished building nearby. Taking advantage of the brief paralysis induced by the Heart Devour technique, Xian, observing the remaining 2/3 of her kunai, wore a serious expression. She bears the mask, and her spiritual energy is on par with the Night Charm, seemingly possessing her abilities as well. This seems rather sinister. Not only that, but she also seems to possess her own consciousness, and her swordsmanship appears to have undergone professional training, making her nearly impossible to guard against. Qingya added further, is the 4 symbols binding spirit formation still usable? Needless to say, if it were usable, we would have employed it long ago. The spiritual energy consumed by a formation cannot be compared to a few talismans. Step aside. Xian pushed Qingya aside, and a piercing cold light shot out from the pitch-black, unfinished room, a snake-patterned dagger slicing through the space between them. Immediately after, the mysterious masked woman leaped out, launching another attack at the two. Xian and Qingya simultaneously summoned the wind-cutting talisman. The wind blades swept through, their figures flickering and then vanishing into thin AI art. It was an illusion. At the same time, Xian and Qingya felt a knife wound appear on their backs, blood spraying into the air. Xian gritted his teeth in pain and activated his, shattering several phantoms in succession, causing the illusion to dissipate. The woman's figure then materialized before him, her blade descending towards Xian's brow. After repeatedly employing the excessive consumption of spiritual energy rendered Xian pale and weak. Enduring the fatigue, he first activated the wind-cutting talisman to dispel the enchanting fragrance in the surrounding environment, and then triggered the on the woman. By capturing the attack route of her blade, Xian swiftly evaded, seizing the opportunity to concentrate the remaining spiritual energy into the incomplete kunai held in his right fist. Thrusting it towards the woman's chest, bang. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from the entrance, blood gushing from the woman's shoulder as the bullet, infused with spiritual energy, propelled her into the cluster of buildings. Xian's full-force thrust missed, and he instantly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath due to the depletion of his spiritual energy. Even in the biting winter, beads of sweat were visible, rolling down his forehead. "Hey, are you guys all right?" A young man in police uniform, wielding a handgun with smoke still curling from the muzzle, hurried towards them. "Officer Xiao Zhang, what are you doing here?" Xian, supported by Qingya, weakly inquired. "I was on duty nearby. Upon hearing the commotion, I rushed over. Thankfully, I made it in time." After a brief exchange, Officer Xiao Zhang urged, "You two should leave quickly. I'll handle things here." With that, Xiao Zhang dashed towards the direction where the masked woman had been struck. "I have a strange feeling about him," Qingya remarked, observing Xiao Zhang's retreating figure. Somewhat speechless, Xian rummaged through his bag, retrieving 2 medicine bottles, handing one to Qingya. "Whatever, our task is complete. It's just that woman who seems too peculiar. Let us not worry about it for now. Apply this. Our male star wouldn't he want to be left with scars, would he?" "I'm not that delicate," Qingya retorted, pushing the medicine bottle back and preparing to head back. "Just kidding, the skincare is merely a side effect. This stuff can quickly stop bleeding and restore your body." Xian shoved the medicine bottle back into Qingya's hand, stowing away as they supported each other out of the development zone. On the rooftop of an abandoned building, a woman with a bleeding shoulder lightly tossed her hair, watching the two retreating figures. She dialed a number on her phone, speaking in an indifferent tone. The current results are excellent. I will proceed with the next phase of testing. Chapter 79. The mysterious organization. How do you feel? Xian asked as he applied the replica of the medicine to his wound. It's indeed remarkable. Aside from the severe depletion of spiritual energy, my injuries are mostly minor, Qingye replied, equally amazed. Of course, you're mostly fine. I bore the brunt of the damage. Xian grumbled as he put away the medicine bottle. Qingye paused for a moment, calmly lifting his gaze. You've realized this issue too, haven't you? Xian fell silent, aware of what Qingye was hinting at. This was also the reason he sought Officer Lu's assistance initially. Their close-quarter combat skills were utterly lacking, barely qualifying as rudimentary. It was merely chaotic slashing bolstered by spiritual energy. Under the exquisite swordsmanship of the masked woman, they were utterly defenseless, relying solely on talismans for counteraction. Although physical combat was not their primary mode of fighting, this experience had taught them that certain skills could be optional, yet indispensable. One could guarantee they would always be in an optimal combat position. Employing the best fighting techniques, the battlefield was ever-changing, and only by equipping themselves could they face various foes and remain undefeated. Let us go. I'll take you somewhere that aligns perfectly, Xian said after a moment of contemplation. He hailed a taxi, taking Qingye with him to the AS, Active Space, Gym, a liaison point for the Qinwu Dojo in the human realm. Ignoring the bustling ground floor gym, they headed upstairs, inquiring until they found a friend of Officer Lu, the chief physical training instructor at Qinwu Dojo, Hao Fengli. With dark skin, a square face, and a buzz cut, his muscular physique was evident even through his clothing. The contours of his well-defined abs visible. Truly a practitioner of martial arts, it was said that Hao Fengli's family had trained in martial arts for 3 generations, mastering various skills, earning him the title of a generation's master. However, in Hao Fengli's time, the practice had gradually aligned with spirit summoning techniques, reformulating each move to lean towards spirit driving. Welcome, young brothers. Feel free to find a spot to sit, Hao Fengli said warmly after listening to their introductions. Xian produced the use during their recent mission, placing it on the table before Hao Fengli. Hao Fengli activated a spirit communication spell, peering into the two to analyze the battle from a divine perspective. Frame by frame. Time passed, and suddenly, Hao Fengli opened his eyes, pushing the back towards them, confidently stating, I have a general understanding of the entire battle process and the styles you both employ. Based on this, I will offer each of you some suggestions, and whether or not you choose to adopt them is entirely up to you. Qingye respectfully bowed. Elder, please speak freely. We are all ears. Young brother Xian, you fought without a spiritual guardian accompanying you, handling everything personally. Although you had talismans, you couldn't avoid close combat. Your fighting style leans towards aggression, making you suited for agile and compact weapons like daggers, which, coupled with your spiritual imprint technique, can inflict considerable damage. When seeking spiritual treasures, consider acquiring a dagger to compensate for the insufficient hardness of your basic engraved blade. With that, Hao Fengli retrieved a book on close combat with short blades from the shelf. Handing it to Xian. As for you, young brother Qingye, your role is much clearer. You adeptly utilize talismans and seize opportunities impeccably. What you need is to maintain your distance from your enemies, rather than being entangled in close combat. I have a technique here that suits you quite well. I wonder if you might be interested. Hao Fengli produced another book on movement techniques and slid it across the table. This technique is what I call the Taiji flowing step. It allows for both deflection in close combat and distance creation, making it a balanced approach that suits you well. Wow, that sounds impressive. Can I learn it? Xian exclaimed, his eyes shining. Haha, of course. However, your physical resilience is somewhat lacking, and your flexibility may not measure up to young brother Qingye's. The effects might not be as pronounced. Hao Fengli laughed heartily. Then I'll pass. Men should be a bit tougher. I don't want to appear delicate like a girl. Xian pouted. Just afraid you won't be able to toughen up, Qingye remarked as he took the Taiji flowing step book, articulating each word carefully. Hao Fengli chuckled. Then I won't insist. You both are welcome to come back anytime to demonstrate your progress. At the entrance to the AS gym, Xian felt accomplished, planning to find Officer Lu to inquire about the masked girl they encountered today, and to thank Officer Xiao Zhang for his timely assistance. Where are you headed next? If it's on the way, I can give you a ride, Xian offered. Qingye opened his phone, noticing numerous messages and missed calls from Lu Wan, feeling overwhelmed. You go ahead. I'll head straight back to the CS Art Museum. I have something to sort out, Qingye declined. All right then, see you later. The two parted ways, with Xian heading directly to the State City Public Security Bureau. Hey, you little rascal, are you here to arrest me in person this time? Officer Liu, sipping a cup of hot water, caught sight of Xian entering the lobby, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, come on. What do you take me for? Xian lamented. I just completed a commission and was rescued by Officer Xiao Zhang. I came specifically to thank him and to check in on you. Officer Liu blew on his drink. Well, you're quite lucky. Xiao Zhang rarely goes out on duty, usually too lazy to leave his grandmother's house. He hasn't returned yet, so feel free to wait here for a bit. Actually, I don't need to thank him in person. The truth is, I came to see you about something, Xian said candidly. Officer Liu displayed a knowing expression. Hmph, as soon as you shift in your seat. I know you're up to something. Spit it out. What's on your mind? Officer Liu led Xian into his office, casually closing the door and placing a barrier talisman. The night charm that escaped from you last time has just been dealt with, but there are two things I can't quite figure out. Xian stated directly. One is that the enchanting fragrance lost its original scent, and the other is that it transformed into a mask upon death, which was picked up by a mysterious woman. After donning that mask, she acquired a level of spiritual power and the abilities of the night charm. Quite eerie, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Officer Liu frowned. Could it be that mysterious organization? Chapter 80. The Thousand-Faced Sect, a mysterious organization? Xian felt a sense of familiarity with the term. Is it the mysterious organization you mentioned a few days ago, the one that Luoshi's parents investigated before their untimely demise? Indeed, although I only learned about it later, as I had not yet started my position at that time, Officer Liu replied, lighting a cigarette. He had a habit of needing a smoke whenever he engaged in conversation. It is a cult known as the Thousand-Faced Sect, formed spontaneously by ambitious spirit manipulators who practice a dark art to refine spirits. Those spirits, once refined, become masks upon their death, their essence eternally imprisoned within. The spirit manipulators who don these masks gain corresponding abilities while retaining their own consciousness, the price being the sacrifice of their lives to activate these powers, a fleeting existence. Officer Liu flicked off the ash and continued. Moreover, each mask is unique, recognizing only one host until their demise. However, following the disappearance of Luo Shang and his wife, the Thousand-Faced Sect faced relentless pursuit from Bureau 415 and soon vanished without a trace. It has been nearly 18 years. How swiftly time passes. Does the dark art of the Thousand-Faced Sect compensate for the inherent shortcomings of the spirits? Xian inquired. Officer Liu exhaled a plume of smoke, affirming, not at all. Such deficiencies are innate, dictated by the dimensional realm. As long as one exists within it, they must adhere to its rules, unless there exists a realm that transcends both the human and spirit worlds, capable of defying these limitations. Xian's expression tightened. Wait, that's not right. Did I not just mention that the night charm's illusory fragrance was colorless and odorless at the time? I would never misjudge that. Are you sure it isn't that you were overly tense and simply missed it? Officer Liu straightened his posture, confirming I am absolutely certain it had no scent, and Qingyi was there as well. It is inconceivable that both of us could be mistaken. Xian insisted firmly. Officer Liu's insistence stemmed from the seriousness of the matter. Perfection is an unattainable ideal in this world. The illusory fragrance may remain invisible to spirit manipulators' celestial sight, yet it possesses a discernible scent. Should that scent vanish, it would indicate that, aside from individuals like Xian who possess the innate ability to dispel illusions, the enemy could remain concealed, rendering them virtually invincible. The night charm is merely one of many spirits in the spirit realm. If such a technique could indeed rectify the spirit's shortcomings, it would not only grant spirit manipulators an extraordinary cognitive disparity, but also disrupt the existing balance of the dimensional realm. This matter is of utmost importance. I shall depart immediately to report to the director at the headquarters. Officer Zhang should return shortly. I will just inform the on-duty personnel. You need only remain here at ease. Officer Liu rose, donned the coat draped over the chair, and with a cigarette clenched between his lips, tore off the protective talisman before striding toward the door. Xian took the opportunity to sit in Officer Liu's chair. Finally having some free time, he opened his phone and browsed through the unread messages from his green bubble. Message. Brother, these books don't seem that complicated. I've already finished reading them. Message. Tang Zitao wants to spar with me, but he seems unable to keep up. Message. Okay, so can you take me out next time, brother? Xian opened the first image, revealing a table covered with books related to spirit manipulation. The second image showed Tang Zitao sprawled on the sofa, bruised and battered, with Tang Zidong applying red ointment to his wounds. Although Luoshi's memories had been sealed by a mysterious curse, her innate talent and spiritual strength remained intact, and with her muscle memory, defeating Tang Zitao was an effortless task. Xian pondered that it was time to find an opportunity to take Luoshi out to experience the outside world. Knowledge must be put into practice to be tested, solidified, and accumulated for better integration. After spending a considerable time online, Xian grew weary of waiting for Officer Zhang and decided to leave. Just as he stepped out, he fortuitously bumped into Officer Zhang. "Xiao Xia, what brings you here?" Officer Zhang asked, somewhat surprised. "Just came to express my gratitude. Had you not arrived in time, the outcome could have been dire." Xian replied, "Hey, a friend of Officer Liu is a friend of mine. It was a mere trifle. After all, Senior Liu has lent me a hand more than once." Officer Zhang scratched his head. "By the way, have they captured the woman in the mask?" Xian casually inquired, seizing the opportunity to ask. Officer Zhang shook his head, a hint of frustration crossing his face. "That damned woman is as agile as a monkey. She scampered up the building in a flash, and I couldn't catch up as long as you're safe. I want to keep you." Xian waved his hand and exited the police station. He had not expected Officer Zhang to apprehend the mysterious woman. With her nimble agility, even a firearm would prove ineffective against her. Upon leaving the police station, Xian noticed a clothing store across the street and had a sudden inspiration. He crossed the road and walked straight in to the Tang residence. Luoshi had just finished dealing with Tang Zitao in the backyard and was sitting on a stone bench in the pavilion, gazing at the distant snow-covered pond. She wore pink earmuffs and had a high ponytail adorned with a blue and white hairpin, the very one Xian had bought during the comic convention when Tang Zitao had caught him off guard. Xian had initially intended to wait for an appropriate moment to gift it, but given the subsequent events, he decided to present it directly, lest it be refused when her memory returned, leading to an awkward situation. Suddenly, Luoshi seemed to sense something, twisting her body just in time as a short knife whizzed past her. A figure clad in black leather, wearing a hat and a mask, emerged from nowhere and hurled a punch toward Luoshi. Surrounding her was a radiant blue light. Her form flickered as she activated the Azure Shadow Flow, instantly teleporting behind the assailant, channeling her spiritual energy into her right leg. She executed a sweeping kick. The black-clad figure, taken aback, quickly spun around, crossing his arms in front of him to block Luoshi's attack, stumbling back a couple of steps, without granting him a moment to recover. Luoshi unleashed her spiritual technique, Thousand Hands, spirit binding, summoning numerous golden talismans that bloomed like lotus flowers in the snow, countless golden hands reaching out to seize the black-clad figure. The assailant charged through the snow, using his hands to conjure wind blades to sever the golden hands, attempting to restrain him, while skillfully maneuvering to avoid the hidden golden hands beneath the snow. In a moment of inattention, he suddenly noticed a flash of blue light. Luoshi, having activated Azure Shadow Flow, appeared before him and delivered a solid kick to his chest. The golden hands seized the opportunity to bind the assailant firmly to the ground. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger flew from a distance, tracing an arc through the air before landing in Luoshi's hand, aimed directly at the black-clad figure's forehead. The assailant's pupils constricted sharply. Just as he attempted to speak, the blade halted a mere centimeter from his skin. Luoshi, who had previously bore an icy and serious demeanor, tilted her head and smiled, her voice gentle. "You've lost, brother." Chapter 81. "You are not my nephew, damn. How did you recognize me?" Xian sighed in relief, removing his mask and hat as he flopped onto the snow-covered ground. Luoshi deactivated Thousand Hands, spirit binding, stowing the dagger away, and squinted playfully. Guess. Having endured an afternoon of intense battle, Xian was still recovering and felt as if his bones might shatter. Nevertheless, he organized his thoughts and replied, "I can't guess. I thought I was well concealed." Luoshi crouched beside him, resting her chin on her hand. "Well, Tang Zitao mentioned in a marketing post that if two people are sufficiently familiar with each other, they can recognize one another as souls, even if they've swapped bodies, let alone that you simply changed your clothes. While I do not refute that statement, I implore you to disregard everything Tang Zitao shows you from now on. Xian exclaimed, feeling utterly defenseless against the onslaught of information. Frost Moon can monitor in-person interactions, but cannot control online influences. Taking Luo Shi's phone, he navigated to Tang Zitao's contact, tapped the 3 dots in the upper right corner. Selected block, confirmed, and completed the action in one fluid motion. Returning the phone, he nodded in satisfaction, then sprang to his feet, brushing the snow off his backside. I'm exhausted. Let's head inside. In the following days, life continued unremarkably for Xiaolan. Although there was good news, after conducting personal tests, Luo Shi had fully mastered her previous combat techniques. Frost Moon was also recovering well. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Xian would soon embark on assignments as a formal spirit manipulator. The only drawback was that due to the constraints of the neck ring, Frost Moon was still unable to assume human form. One morning, Xian was roused from sleep by Tang Zitao, who claimed he needed a favor. Spit it out quickly. If you've got nothing, don't disturb my rest, Xian grumbled, still half asleep. Tang Zitao pointed upward, exclaiming, actually, I do have something. Ugh, what did you eat? This smell is overwhelming. Xian grumbled as he threw on his clothes and rubbed his disheveled hair. Brethren, I rarely ask you for favors. Please help me this once, Tang Zitao pleaded, palms pressed together as he squatted beside Xian's bed. 3,000 yuan has been transferred to your Alipay, he added. Seeing Xian remain unmoved, Tang Zitao pulled out his phone and promptly transferred the money. As the saying goes, there is nothing in this world that money cannot resolve. If there is, it simply requires a lot of money. However, Tang Zitao did not anticipate that Xian was experiencing a delayed reaction from being forcibly awakened, his mind needing a moment to reboot before functioning normally. Upon hearing the notification from his phone, Xian jolted awake, shook his head, and yawned, fatigue evident in his voice. What is it? Speak. I'm listening. As Tang Zitao began to explain, Xian processed the information at half capacity. Do you remember I mentioned my second uncle? The one I said was into metaphysics? At that time, I had no idea there was a profession for spirit manipulators. Tang Zitao explained that when he was a child, his father recounted a tale of his birth, wherein a rival, driven by vengeance, had summoned a sorcerer to steal his soul. Fortunately, his second uncle had pursued and recovered it, thus saving his life. However, ever since that ordeal, his uncle had retreated from the world. Every year around this time, he would visit, though it seemed his uncle did not particularly welcome him. Given your eloquence, perhaps you could accompany me as a wingman. You know, my own words tend to wound rather than console. Xian hopped out of bed, slipped on his slippers and said, It's a trivial matter. Let's not discuss money over such small favors, it might hurt feelings. I knew you were a true friend, Tang Zitao said, wrapping an arm around Xian's shoulder. After breakfast, they spent some time selecting a vehicle in the underground parking lot, ultimately opting for the familiar red sports car. An hour later, the car came to a halt beside a towering building. As Xian stepped out, he pointed at the sign in disbelief, asking, Your second uncle resides in a mental institution? Indeed, Tang Zitao replied. After his withdrawal from society, he was sent here. He constantly insists he is not ill. Yet it is said that those with mental illnesses often deny their condition, which is why he remains hospitalized. As he locked the car, he added, I must admit, I feel quite guilty. I often wonder if it is my fault that he has become this way. Enough of that, Xian interjected. What you are experiencing is what they call excessive internal strife online. It is akin to a slow suicide, fixating on the futile. Now, let us go. After a moment of hesitation, he grabbed the gifts he had purchased earlier and urged Tang Zitao to hurry inside. The afternoon sun lazily sprawled across the plastic flooring of the lobby, where a poster proclaimed that world peace begins with taking medication on time. A man in a hospital gown sat on a stool, clutching a poorly drawn sunflower with a crooked smiley face, muttering to himself while swaying back and forth, adamantly claiming to be a reincarnation of Van Gogh, albeit with his ear not attached in the correct place. As they followed a nurse pushing a medication cart down the corridor, Xian and Tang Zitao felt as if they were navigating a battlefield. Some patients held slippers to their ears pretending to call Trump. Others rode broomsticks as if they were Harry Potter. And there were those who fashioned belts into suspenders, boasting of their 2.5 years of practice. They arrived outside a patient room at the end of the corridor, where it was noticeably quieter. Room 3, Tang Sheng, someone is here, the nurse called out, before sharing some instructions with them and departing with the cart. Inside the room, A middle-aged man with a receding hairline sat cross-legged on the bed, contemplating a chess position, entirely oblivious to the nurse's announcement. Doesn't he seem quite normal? He doesn't he look like a mental patient? Xian remarked after observing him for a moment. Happy New Year. Uncle! Tang Zitao greeted warmly, holding 2 large boxes of gifts. Tio Xian's surprise. Upon hearing Tang Zitao's voice, Tang Sheng scurried under the table like a mouse sensing a cat, exclaiming, Get away! Get away! You're not my nephew. You re not. Who are you? What do you want? I didn't see anything. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Why won't you leave me alone? The bewildered duo exchanged confused glances, unsure of how to respond. Uncle, if I weren't your nephew, wouldn't I be your son instead? Don't joke with me during the new year. Tang Zitao attempted to coax him out from under the table. Xian furrowed his brow and firmly grabbed Tang Zitao's arm, saying, Zitao, you should step outside. You've startled your uncle. Please give him some space. Then I shall leave it to you, Tang Zitao replied, turning to exit promptly. All right, uncle, he has gone now and I'm his friend. Why do you insist he is not your nephew? Xian inquired gently. Tang Sheng trembled, peeking out to find no sign of Tang Zitao. His posture relaxing slightly as he incessantly murmured, Fired, the fireman. He killed them all. Not a single one left. All dead, all dead. It was terrifying. So many sorcerers. All died in the blink of an eye. All dead, they were struggling, wailing, begging for mercy. Fireman. Xian tried to guide the conversation with other questions, but received no response. Tang Sheng merely repeated the same phrases. The nurse, noticing Tang Sheng's agitation, rushed over and administered a tranquilizer. Then scolded Xian for his presence. See how my uncle has grown to despise me to this extent. It must be my reckless spending that has driven him away. And no more unnecessary expenses from today onward. No more extravagance, and no more seeking out companions. Tang Zitao lamented, tallying his missteps. Xian observed Tang Zitao's innocent demeanor, finding it hard to believe he was feigning it. Yet, what did Tang Sheng's words truly mean? He could not fathom. On their way back, both received a text message simultaneously. Urgent assembly at noon. Return swiftly. Yilingxuan, Qianwu Dojo, Chapter 82. Overlapping realms within the blind massage parlor, Yilingxuan was bustling with activity. Even the remote figures from the wild domain, Dijua and Xiaoran, rushed back upon receiving news from Shi Yuani. The 3 major organizations had a tradition of convening at the beginning of each year to analyze the current situation and devise plans for the year ahead, preparing for potential challenges. This was somewhat akin to a corporate meeting, but only in resemblance. The employees enjoyed decent lives, receiving monthly salaries with ample compensation for hard work, relying on self-discipline without any exploitation. Luo Shi, the beloved of Yilingxuan, was immediately surrounded by several individuals who sought to comfort her as she and Xian arrived. Shi Yuani even utilized his spiritual energy to conduct a health check on Luo Shi, nodding with satisfaction upon confirming her good health. Thanks to Xian's prior efforts in introducing her family through photographs, her remarkable eloquence made Luo Shi feel the meticulous care of her loved ones. Long locked away in her memories, as a result, she had improved considerably since her awakening, no longer only attached to Xian, but beginning to accept those who genuinely cared for her. Though the memory blockade was temporary, no one knew when it might be lifted. Rather than waiting idly, it was better to gradually reintegrate into society. With Luo Shi's talents and striking beauty, she was bound to find her way. Xian found himself relegated to a corner, with little to do, and entered a meditative state to seize the opportunity for training. Since reaching D rank, he had felt the journey to C rank was even more arduous than the path from F to D. Confirming that his spiritual power increased, the bottlenecks at each stage became progressively more formidable. If the enhancement of spiritual strength were as simple as it seemed, many would not remain unable to reach S rank even until death. It depended on both talent and opportunity. Even his master, at an advanced age, had only attained S rank in the blue tier, not to mention the rarity of those who achieved S rank in the purple tier or above. All right, everyone is here. I'll keep it brief and not waste your time. Shi Yuani interrupted Xian's meditative state, signaling for everyone to take their seats. Wow, there are not many leaders as conscientious as Master. Xian whispered to Liao Yuan, showering praise. Liao Yuan, however, remained indifferent, his mind elsewhere as he remarked, Do you believe that if the power were to go out today, Master could talk until the late hours of night? Xian raised a finger, counting off a sixth upon reflection. He realized there was some truth to that. It was rare to encounter someone like Shi Yuanyi who was so immersed in his work. Yet, while Shi Yuanyi might have his obsessions, when it came to reliability, he was indeed dependable. He meticulously reviewed the ranks of the disciples present and provided relevant guidance and directions for improvement. It seemed that due to Xia En and Luo Shi's lower ranks and greater potential for progress, Shi Yuanyi devoted extra time to them, elaborating on their annual plans with great detail. A common theme emerged. Shi Yuanyi appeared eager to elevate their spiritual power significantly, as if anticipating a looming crisis. As he addressed the final matter, it confirmed Xia En's suspicions. Indeed, time was of the essence and the tasks at hand were pressing. This last point, I hadn't intended to disclose so early, but considering that Xia and Shi have only been official spirit binders for less than a year, it is prudent for you to be informed. Shi Yuanyi strode toward the whiteboard, taking a marker to write the words overlapping realms. This was a wondrous phenomenon where the human realm and the spiritual realm would overlap every decade. Allowing glimpses of each realm through the sky, the human world could see the spiritual realm and vice versa, with this transparent glass easily traversable. The spectacle of overlapping realms occurred once every 10 years, specifically from February 29th to February 31st for regular years, and from February 30th to February 31st for leap years. Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Am I still a blue star person? Does February even have a 30th?" Shi Yuanyi chuckled, tapping the blackboard, remaining unfazed as he clarified, "Focus on the essence. I was referring to the February of spirit binders, not that of ordinary people. You may perceive it as spirit binders, having developed spiritual power, no longer strictly qualify as human. During these days, although the surrounding environment remains unchanged, you will find that all ordinary people will vanish without a trace. It will feel as if you have stepped into a new space, where the human realm is exclusively inhabited by spirit binders." Xian gulped, stammering, "This sounds rather sinister." Dijua, on the other hand, seemed unfazed, sipping from his gourd as he muttered indistinctly, "This is just the beginning. Keep listening, it gets even more bizarre. When the realms overlap, the skies of both the human and spirit worlds are illuminated by countless stars of varying sizes yet equivalent weight, from the luminous moon and celestial bodies above to the minuscule dust and ants below. Each star corresponds to a particular character, with greater spiritual potency resulting in a larger star. Should a corresponding character fall, their respective star will dim. What consequences might ensue if one side finds itself at a disadvantage?" Inquired Xia, and Shi Yuanyi drew a small X on the blackboard and continued, "Such a scenario has never occurred. Even in cases of realm overlap, the Spirit Emperor would restrict spirits from entering the human world, making large-scale conflicts virtually impossible. There may be a few minor spirits seizing the opportunity to cross over, but their weight is so negligible that it would not disrupt the balance, at this point." Shi Yuanyi's expression suddenly turned grave. However, as we all know, the events of the Bingshu incident unfolded. The last realm overlap occurred 9 years later. Both the human and spirit realms had suffered significant losses, resulting only in minor skirmishes, and the balance remained intact. Yet, the next realm overlap will take place in this very month next year. The three major organizations predict an unprecedented battle, as long as the Spirit Emperor's true essence remains unfound by the Four Kings. The flames of war will inevitably ignite one day. Thus, my friends, this year promises to be fraught with trials and tribulations. We must exercise self-discipline. Though I hold the position of the Xian Master, I must concede to age. The future of Yuling Xian rests upon your capable hands to continue its illustrious legacy." With that, Shi Yuanyi put away the whiteboard marker, his words laden with meaning. Everyone, including Xiaoan, understood the significance of his statement. Shi Yuanyi had not made a sudden decision. He had entrusted the management of Yuling Xian in the desolate realm to Dijua and Xiao Ran long ago, while Yao Yuan was responsible for the blind massage parlor in the human realm, ensuring daily operations ran smoothly. He had transitioned from the practical wielder of power to a guiding figure, gradually passing the torch of Yuling Xian's glorious future to the ambitious youth. Chapter 83. The Game of the Spirit Emperor. In the evening, a man, a woman, and a wolf traversed the long street of the district, the festive atmosphere still lingering, with twinkling lights adorning the street lamps and bare trees. Xian emerged from the blind massage parlor, bearing an expression heavy with concern. Recent events had left him feeling overwhelmed. With Tang Shang's incessant murmurs about the realm overlap and the increasingly convoluted implications weighing on his mind. Lon, you seem a bit downcast. Have you encountered some troubling matters? Suddenly, Shuangyue began to communicate with him through her spiritual power. It's nothing, just the realm overlap mentioned by our master. It feels somewhat inexplicable, as if I grasp it yet do not. Xian replied candidly. That is because all of this is the work of the Spirit Emperor. Humans only perceive the surface and have never truly experienced or explored its essence. Oh? Could you elaborate? Xian's interest was piqued. Shuangyue, having once been the Spirit Emperor's personal guardian and the leader of the Seven Luminaries, must possess considerable knowledge. The realm overlap is merely a term used by humans. This phenomenon is actually referred to as the bipolar ruins. Bipolar ruins? The more I hear, the more confused I become. You should know that the spirit realm is a sanctuary created by the Spirit Emperor for spirits, a domain exclusive to them. Indeed, Luoshi told me long ago that the Spirit Emperor is the creator and overseer of the spirit realm. Xian affirmed. However, the Spirit Emperor did not create a new realm out of nothing. Rather, he extracted a new portion from the human realm, transforming it into the spirit realm. This resulted in the two realms, while distinct, sharing the same origin, leading to a natural tendency for them to attract and merge. This is the essence of the bipolar ruins. This is an inevitable trend, which even the Spirit Emperor cannot alter. However, he possesses a spiritual treasure that allows him to establish rules. He inspired the emergence of the spirit tamer profession among humans and guided its gradual development, partly for the sake of managing both realms and partly to address the bipolar ruins. Only when a significant number of stars corresponding to one side fall and their weight is compromised will the two poles merge at the conclusion of the bipolar ruins, reuniting the human and spirit realms. So, regardless of which side prevails, the ultimate outcome remains unchanged? Xian questioned. Not quite that a shattered mirror cannot be restored. If the spirit realm triumphs, the crimson twilight will endure, and once the bipolar ruins conclude, all awakened humans, save for the spirit tamers, will be obliterated beneath the crimson twilight. And if the human realm wins, such a possibility does not exist. Once the bipolar ruins commence, and both sides engage in combat, the outcome will invariably favor the spirit realm. Even through their spiritual exchange, Xian could sense Shuangyue's resoluteness. She would not assert this without complete certainty. Damn it, if that's the case, why should I even try? I might as well sit back and await my demise since death is inevitable. No. There remains a way to turn the tide, which involves locating the Spirit Emperor and the scattered spiritual treasures across both realms. Once the Spirit Emperor reemerges, this balance will not be disrupted, allowing the human and spirit realms to continue developing safely and stably. Hiss, you make it sound simple. This world is vast. Who knows where the Spirit Emperor is? What if he turns into some random nobody? It could take ages to find him. Xian felt a slight headache. Have you forgotten that I was once the Spirit Emperor's personal guardian? I possess a faint sense of the spiritual treasures. As long as we can gather the scattered treasures, we will inevitably find the Spirit Emperor. Sigh, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Xian rubbed his forehead. Feeling fatigued just contemplating it, however, he firmly believed in his own fortunate disposition. He had a knack for turning bad fortune into good, a clear indication of possessing strong luck, akin to a protagonist in a novel. Xian mused, what is this bipolar ruins but a game orchestrated by the Spirit Emperor? Real-life clash of powers. Fortunately, with the mystery resolved, Xian's spirits lifted considerably. Although there remained the task of finding the Spirit Emperor, it wasn't something one could simply pursue at will. It all depended on fate. One lingering question remained, however, the phrase that Tang Shang kept repeating. The only two key words Xian could glean were fireman and wizard. Xian speculated that fireman was likely a description stemming from Tang Shang's visual perception, rather than a specific term. Thus, the actionable lead lay with the wizard, perhaps a faction within the spirit tamer profession. With this thought, Xian devised a plan to cross over to the Desolate Realm Scripture Pavilion, where numerous relevant texts awaited, potentially holding valuable insights. He turned to Luoshi, recalling that he had intended to accompany her to seek spiritual treasures in the Desolate Realm, only to be sidetracked by unforeseen circumstances. Luoshi, shall we take a trip to the Desolate Realm? You should have a suitable spiritual treasure by now. Xian proposed. Sure. Luoshi's eyes sparkled with joy at the prospect of accompanying Xian. Before crossing over, Xian casually completed a recent commission and exchanged it for a silver waist badge symbolizing D rank, also procuring numerous valuable items from the old man in the development department. The Scripture Pavilion, located in the northeastern corner of the desolate realm continent, boasted an ancient architectural style resembling a tower. As the saying goes, fate brings enemies together, for upon entering the book-laden floors, Xian immediately encountered Qingyi and his loyal follower, Lu Wan. Damn it, I forgot to check the calendar before stepping out. Here we go again. Pay up. Upon their initial meeting, Xian swiftly extended his hand, demanding his share of the commission. I haven't had the chance to exchange it yet. Once I submit it, I will transfer your portion. Qingyi replied coldly. 60-40 split. I take 60, you take 40. I bore the damage. And I'm still dealing with the after effects, Xian shamelessly insisted. Qingyi shot Xian an exasperated glance, his gaze lingering on Luoshi for a moment. Who is this? Your girlfriend? Not at all. She's my brother. Xian waved his finger dismissively. I thought as much. She doesn't seem like someone with visual impairments. Having spent a few days with Xian, Qingyi had picked up on some banter. You have visual impairments. I'm far more handsome than you, Luoshi huffed, slightly displeased. Hearing someone speak ill of Qingyi, Lu Wan could no longer contain herself. Qingyi Gij is the most handsome. You have no taste. Really? I didn't think so, Luoshi retorted nonchalantly. Do you want to face the consequences? Lu Wan's cheeks flushed as she glared at Luoshi. Bored, Luoshi remained calm, showing no signs of agitation. Lu Wan pointed an accusatory finger at Luoshi, ready to engage in a confrontation. The two girls ignited their respective spiritual powers, a standoff brewing with palpable tension. Xian and Qingyi merely exchanged glances, realizing that their playful banter had unexpectedly escalated into a potential brawl. They swiftly intervened, pulling the two apart and heading in the opposite direction. Hey, it was just a joke. We're all friends here, little Lu. No need to act out. With the two separated, Xian led Luoshi through the shelves brimming with books. After perusing countless volumes, Xian finally discovered an introduction to wizards, only to be taken aback to learn that it was not a native profession. Note: here is a brief explanation. The realm overlap, bipolar ruins, is an independent concept and should not be confused with the Bingshu incident. The Bingshu incident involved the four kings opening the spirit gate to pursue Shuangyue, who had fled to the human realm with the spirit emperor's true essence. This act was initiated and required spiritual energy. The four kings had to maintain the spirit gate while entangled with the Wuji Taoists, the 415 Bureau, and the three major organizations, which resulted in significant losses. In contrast, the realm overlap, bipolar ruins, operates as a mechanism within the overarching worldview, where the spirit emperor's creation of the spirit realm incurs side effects, thus necessitating the establishment of the realm overlap, bipolar ruins, as a limiting condition for these side effects. January has proven to be the most fortuitous month for me this year. The daily readership has surged from single digits to several hundred for the first time. I have experienced the sensation of being urged for updates, which is a tremendous stroke of luck for someone like me, who is passionate about writing and storytelling. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed supporters and their generous gifts. Though the gifts may be modest, the sentiment is profound. Additionally, I am immensely grateful for the recommendation from the esteemed Tomate. Chapter 84. Reverse Position Transformation, The Wizard, narrates the tale of a spirit summoner studying abroad who, upon invoking a spirit for a local inhabitant on an island nation, gives rise to a new faction that harmonizes with the local culture. In addition to this, there exist the factions of wizards and ninjas, which eventually proliferated to the coastal nations on the eastern side of the continent, including the nation of the Bangs. These can be seen as offshoots that diverge from the orthodox factions. Relatively niche in nature, with the sole advantage of alleviating some pressure from the 415 Bureau. In fact, the spirit summoners of Longhua have little fondness for these two regions, refusing to accept commissions from there regardless of the compensation offered. Over time, they found themselves left with no option but to inadvertently create three factions. Xian yearned to delve deeper into the combat styles and spirit summoning techniques of these various factions. Yet after perusing numerous tomes, he found no relevant records. The history of such factions is too brief, lacking any remarkable contributions to the realm of spirit summoning, and thus they remain largely inconspicuous. Even without uncovering this information gap, Xian felt indifferent. Should he ever encounter them in the future, stolen techniques would forever remain just that, stolen. always overshadowed by the reputable orthodox section's disinterested. Xian carelessly returned the book to its place. Not wishing to squander too much time on foreign rubbish, he lingered in the talisman area for quite a while, seeking a universal talisman similar to the Qingye spirit talisman, Step of the Swallow, to resolve his inability to fly and dominate the skies. Whether it was battling against the backward ghost, sparring with Qingye, or confronting the night charm, Xian had endured considerable difficulties due to his lack of flight. Before reaching B rank, he required alternative means to assist his flight. However, Lady Luck seemed to have turned her back on him, as many talismans related to flight were specialized by talisman masters, and Xian could not accurately grasp the absolute resonance points. Such unstable talismans, even if he could draw them, would not prove significantly effective in battle. Sighing, he resigned himself to his fate, believing that enduring until B rank would eventually lead to his ascendance. Xian shook his head in resignation, muttering to himself. In contrast, Luo Shi exhibited a much steadier demeanor. She remained composed, embodying the ideal student in the eyes of her teachers. She chose a seat by the window and began to study a book on spiritual techniques. Quickly entering a state of flow, so engrossed that she failed to notice Xian approaching her, her attention wholly absorbed by the text. The scarlet sunlight streamed through the window, casting a resplendent halo on Luo Shi's profile. In this interplay of light and shadow, a gentle and aloof tenderness emanated from her features, as if she were enveloped in a veil of ethereal glow. She sat silently, her eyelashes quivering slightly in the shifting light. Her lips reflecting a faint rosy hue, graceful as she turned the pages of the ancient book. Xian stealthily opened his Shaoling Tong, capturing this captivating scene, which he intended to save alongside the image from the soul fragment cliff in his accounts collection folder. Brother? Luo Shi seemed to have finished the book, lifting her gaze to meet Xian's, her expression one of innocent curiosity, unaware of his enamored smile. It's nothing. Have you finished? Xian hastily diverted the conversation. Luo Shi rose to return the book to its designated spot on the shelf, her expression brightening as she exclaimed, "This book is fascinating. It discusses a spiritual technique called reverse position transformation, and it's quite intriguing." You learned it that quickly? Xian's mouth formed a Na shape, disbelief etched on his face. Luo Shi playfully stuck out her tongue. Why are you so surprised? It's not that difficult to learn. With that, she asked Xian to retrieve an unused yellow paper from his Qinkuan bag. With her long, delicate fingers, she folded it repeatedly until a palm-sized paper figure emerged. Using the talisman painting materials available on the table, she meticulously adorned it with intricate patterns, resulting in a lifelike paper figure that was a true masterpiece. Here, take this, Luo. She handed the paper figure to Xian before turning to open the window and leaping out. Hey, what are you doing? Xian's brow arched in alarm as he instinctively reached out to grab Luo Shi. But she moved with such agility that his grasp was in vain. The library was situated at the very top of the building, at least 60 meters above ground. Even though Luo Shi had protective spiritual energy, a vertical fall could not guarantee her safety. Suddenly, the paper figure in Xian's hands emitted a soft azure glow, which soon intensified, blinding him. Moments later, he felt a weight in his hands and opened his eyes just in time to lock gazes with Luo Shi. Both instinctively averting their eyes, their cheeks tinged with a subtle blush, as Xian set Luo Shi down. He felt awkward with his hands, unsure of what to do, ultimately opting to shove them into his pockets. Is this the art of position transformation? Xian gathered his thoughts, forcing himself to break the awkwardness. Would you like to learn? I can teach you, Luo Shi inquired with her big, watery eyes, testing the waters. Xian had initially wished to avoid dampening Luo Shi's enthusiasm, but as he opened the first page of the book, he was immediately discouraged by the extensive tutorials on origami and talismanic drawings, which seemed to stretch into the dozens or even hundreds. This struck at the heart of Xian's limitations. He had no artistic talent whatsoever, struggling to draw a simple circle. He recalled how exhausting it had been when he first learned to draw talismans. Yet, Luo Shi did not seem to mind such trivial matters. Since Xian was unwilling to learn, she did not press the issue. Upon exiting the library, Xian summoned a spirit-drawn carriage, heading straight for Yuling Pavilion. Having never been to the Spirit Bestowal Hall, he was unaware of any special customs, so he resolved to seek assistance from Qiao Ran and Dijua. Xian understood that when it came to matters related to Luo Shi, no one would ever refuse, such as the charm of a beloved member of the group, Aunt Xiao. The moment they met, Luo Shi rushed forward like an exuberant child. Xiao Shi, what's wrong? Did you miss Aunt Xiao so soon? Xiao Ran teased, having just returned from a blind massage. Cough, cough, cough. Dijua, smoking his pipe, coughed to signal Luo Shi, but received no anticipated response. Uncle Di, Xian dashed forward, unexpectedly crashing into Dijua's embrace. With an unsteady footing, Dijua stumbled and fell to the ground, exclaiming, "My back! Get off me! Why so fierce? I was merely giving you a friendly hug on behalf of Luo Shi to mend your wounded spirit. Truly, the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of." Xian theatrically wiped away imaginary tears, his voice dripping with faux sorrow. Get off, stop this nonsense and get to the point." Dijua brushed off the dust from his clothes, clearly exasperated. Heh, Uncle D understands me well. Shall we pay a visit to the Spirit Bestowal Hall? Xian said with a grin, as fate would have it. That day happened to be designated for Spirit Bestowal at Yuling Pavilion. The Spirit Bestowal Hall, located in the northeast of Yuling Pavilion, featured a traditional architectural style with only a main hall. In the center of the hall stood a pedestal, upon which rested a blue spiral vortex resembling a black hole. Relax and channel your spiritual energy into the Spirit Bestowal Gate, and feel the changes within, Xiao Ran instructed as she led Luo Shi to the entrance. Luo Shi approached slowly, gently closing her eyes as azure spiritual light enveloped her. Raising her right hand, she infused her spiritual energy into the gate. The Spirit Bestowal Gate responded to Luo Shi's energy, shifting to a corresponding azure hue. Suddenly, Luo Shi seemed to sense something and extended her hands into the Spirit Bestowal Gate. Chapter 85. Yin Yang Lieli Swords. As Luo Shi gradually withdrew her hands from the Spirit Bestowal Gate, two long swords, one black and one white, emerged into view. As the swords were drawn, the azure hue of the Spirit Bestowal Gate faded, returning to its original state, revealing the inscription, Yin Yang Lieli Swords. The black and white swords, composed of Yin Lieli and Yang Lieli, were utterly translucent, adorned with unique inscriptions. The Yin Lieli sword exhibited a deep black hue, akin to an infinite night sky, occasionally twinkling with starlight. The sword's edge glimmered with a dark luminescence, and the hilt was embedded with an obsidian-like gem, within which flowed dark patterns reminiscent of clouds drifting across the night sky. When wielded, it exuded a chilling aura that could freeze spiritual entities, rendering them sluggish in movement. Conversely, the Yang Lieli sword was crystal clear, radiating a soft golden light, akin to the dawn's first light. The blade shimmered with a gentle yet fierce spiritual glow, its edge seemingly ablaze. The hilt was adorned with a brilliant amber gem, within which golden specks danced like flickering flames. When swung, it unleashed pure solar flames that scorched spiritual entities. This was the third spiritual treasure Xian had observed closely, following Wuchen's dusty fate bowl, and it certainly lived up to the title of a treasure, enticing him with visions of wielding such a dazzling weapon even at C rank. It was enough to make one giddy with excitement. Luo Shi possessed a foundational understanding of swordsmanship. She attempted to perform a set of sword techniques, the black and white blades dancing in harmony within the main hall, the black sword emanating an icy chill, while the white sword stirred sweltering waves of heat. Upon completing the set, Luo Shi sheathed the swords behind her, appearing quite satisfied. Ha ha ha, splendid! A beautiful sword paired with a lovely maiden. I must have Lao Wu contribute some exquisite sword techniques. Dijua clapped enthusiastically, a broad smile on his face. Xiao Ran shot Dijua a disapproving glance. With Xiaoxi's talent, wouldn't it be better for her to create a sword technique that suits her own style? Exactly! That's precisely what I meant. I merely thought of providing a little nudge in the right direction, Dijua replied, patting the gourd at his waist in agreement. Xian remained silent, wrinkling his nose in a quiet mutter. Under the thumb of a wife. After returning from the wilderness, the remaining month passed without incident as Xian and Luo Shi undertook a few simple commissions. 1. Might mistakenly believe that Xian had enlisted a henchman, for his assistance was entirely unnecessary. The moment Luo Shi unsheathed the Yin Yang Lieli sword, blood would inevitably be spilled. Soon, the day arrived for the commencement of the second semester of senior year. Due to her memory being sealed, Shi Yuanyi had not permitted Luo Shi to continue her studies. Regardless, her admission to State University was a foregone conclusion. Xian decided to keep Luo Shi and Shuangyue at the Tang residence. With the two lively treasures, they would not suffer from boredom. Xian merely went through the motions to complete his ordinary student life. As for Tang Zitao, he was merely Xia An's shadow. Exempt from attending school, as academic credentials were nothing more than a mere piece of paper to him. An utterly worthless scrap. At the beginning of the semester, a customary event took place between State Jiang First and Second High Schools, the spring outing, where both schools embarked on a 3-day excursion to the mountains in their respective classes. In addition, aside from Luo Shi's withdrawal from Class 13, another notable absence was Gu Zhuoran, who had seemingly evaporated from existence since their last confrontation, with no other significant changes occurring. Early that day, as Xian and Tang Zitao entered the school, they were met with an unusual commotion, for the second high school was gathering at the first high school to set off together. "Ah, the girls from second high school are indeed more charming than those in our school," remarked Tang Zitao, wiping his mouth as he stared intently at a few beautiful girls in the distance. "Not you, right? That's obvious. Aside from Luo Shi, which pretty girl in our school have you not tried to flirt with? I see you're simply bored of the same faces," Xian retorted, rubbing his forehead, slightly exasperated. Still, as the saying goes, what is seen is not spoken of. Friends remain friends. Tang Zitao immediately felt a sense of vulnerability, as if his secrets had been laid bare. Wow, so handsome. Is that the campus heartthrob from second high school? Absolutely stunning. The excitement from the basketball court instantly captured their attention. Let's go take a look. Tang Zitao, ever the opportunist, led the way, parting the crowd to stand in the front row on the basketball court. Two competing teams, one clad in second high school jerseys and the other in first high school gear, were engaged in an intense match. A particularly striking young man with slightly wavy medium-length hair and sharp, handsome features caught everyone's eye as he effortlessly dribbled, maneuvered past defenders, and executed a flawless layup, leaving the first high school players in despair. The score had already widened to a 20-point lead. Upon recognizing the young man's face, Xian crossed his arms and leaned his forehead against them, slightly at a loss for words. What luck is this? Why must I encounter this show-off again? He even brought his arrogance to school. You finally made it. Hurry, we can't hold on much longer. One of the first high school players noticed Tang Zitao and urgently called out, Tao Gu, we need your help. Is this the pretty boy you're talking about? Let me see what the situation is. Tang Zitao, in full view of everyone, stripped off his shirt and donned the basketball jersey, his well-defined abs immediately drawing the attention of many second high school students. Standing at 1.87 meters tall, he played the center position. Though not exceptionally tall, he possessed remarkable physical prowess and could shoot hoops with finesse. He single-handedly disrupted the second high school's defense. However, Qingyi was no slouch either, responding with a three-pointer. Due to his agility, Tang Zitao found it challenging to keep up, and the score difference remained steady at 12 points. During halftime, Tang Zitao approached Xian, rinsing his mouth with a sports drink. I say, are you really not going to show off your skills? Just watching him be a show-off. Xian squatted on the ground, using a stick to scratch at the brick crevices. Let him show off. He is not flaunting it at me. I refuse to be that conspicuous package. Oh, fine then. I heard the captain mention that this game is being recorded and will be uploaded to the school forum later. I think I previously shared the forum with Luo Shi, Tang Zitao mused as he walked back toward the court. Hey, wait. Xian grabbed Tang Zitao, clearing his throat as he said, as my brother, I'll definitely help you out. Get me a jersey. Tang Zitao clicked his tongue, exclaiming, who was the fool just now saying he wouldn't be a conspicuous package? Not at all. I'm doing this for the glory of our school. School honor outweighs everything, Xian declared, clenching his fists with determination. In the second half, the dynamic duo of Xian and Tang Zitao took to the court. What bad luck to run into you here, Qingyi remarked as he faced off against Xian, pursing his lips. Enough talk. Let us see how I'll humiliate you. Xian dribbled the ball, taking a step forward as Qingyi closely followed him. Fully focused, outside the three-point line, Xian positioned himself to shoot, but Qingyi rushed to block him. Unexpectedly, Xian faked the shot and passed the ball through the crowd to a leaping Tang Zitao, who executed a powerful two-handed dunk. Qingyi, not to be outdone, attempted various distant shots, but alas, the synergy between the twin stars was too formidable, and despite his efforts, Qingyi ultimately fell short by a mere 2 points. Not bad at all, a true star, excelling in both academics and athletics. After the match, Xian handed over a bottle of drink, teasingly complimenting him. You weren't too shabby yourself. Qingyi replied coolly, taking a sip. The two had initially intended to inquire about each other's recent training progress and perhaps schedule a sparring session, but their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the loudspeaker announcing, "Attention all students, please gather in the playground by class." Chapter 86. Is sincerity the ultimate weapon? Chapter 87. Hidden dangers in the mountains. Hello, may I ask if Lu Wan from your class is present? Qingyi approached the campsite of Lu Wan's class, inquiring with a student wearing a baseball cap. Lu Wan just stepped out. She seems to have gone to the outskirts of Yishan to enjoy the scenery. You should be able to find her there, the student replied. Oh, thank you, Qingyi said, and hurried towards the direction indicated. You're welcome. The student adjusted his cap, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. Following the path pointed out by the student, Qingyi arrived at the entrance of Yishan. Outside stood a security booth, and further in lay the dense, untamed forest, which the teachers had deemed forbidden territory. Sir, have you seen a female student pass through here? Qingyi asked the security guard, who appeared anxious as he held a phone. She's short, with a baby face and sporting a bun. Quite a beautiful girl, indeed. Do you know where she went? Qingyi inquired urgently. As the guard's description perfectly matched Lu Wan. Don't even mention it. She's already gone in. I lost sight of her for just a moment. I was about to call someone to look for her. The guard said, preparing to dial. This area hasn't been developed, and the mountain paths are treacherous. It's not safe for a girl to be alone. They say there are strange things hidden deep in these mountains. Furrowing his brow, Qingyi shouted a few times into the valley, but aside from the echo of his voice and the sound of startled birds taking flight, there was no response. Sir, I apologize, but I must go in and take a look. Impatiently, Qingyi slipped past the railing and vanished into the misty mountain entrance. The guard hung up the phone, and a fleeting look of concern was replaced by a wicked smile. Xian found a secluded spot and used a replica of the soul-controlling spider silk to alleviate Tang Zitao's swelling, taking a moment to do so. Initially, he had intended to check on whether the two had reconciled, but he happened to encounter Lu Wan returning from the restroom with her friend just outside her class's campsite. Where's Qingyi? Didn't he say he was coming to apologize? Why isn't he here? Xian cut to the chase. Humph, that straight man wouldn't he come to apologize? He must have been joking. Lu Wan pouted, mumbling. Xian stroked his chin, pondering, that doesn't seem right. He looked quite determined. If he is stubborn. My brother's slap won't go unwarranted. Tang Zitao, hearing this, touched his face, and though it had returned to normal, the pain lingered. Lu Wan sensed something was off and shooed her friend away, turning to a classmate at the campsite named Hu He. Hu He, did you see Qingyi come looking for me? Hu He, holding a hammer in one hand and a wooden sign in the other, leaned out to respond. Qingyi came looking for you? I saw him chatting with a classmate at the entrance before heading towards Waishan. Do you know that classmate? Lu Wan pressed. He shook his head. I didn't get a good look. He was wearing a baseball cap that obscured his face. But he definitely isn't from our class. Something's not right. We need to check it out. Sensing an air of unease, Xian quickly took the lead, striding towards Yishan. Upon reaching the entrance, Xian first entered the security booth, discovering a middle-aged man in shorts who had fainted. This is bad. The show-off has likely been lured into the mountains. Xian felt that this was a trap specifically targeting Qingyi, as the opponent seemed to have meticulously controlled the information, seizing the opportunity of their quarrel to exploit the information gap and draw Qingyi into their scheme. It's my fault for throwing a tantrum. I must go rescue Brother Yi. Lu Wan wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and resolutely walked into the entrance of Yishan. Should we follow? Tang Zitao looked to Xian, hoping for guidance. What else can we do? Many hands make light work. It's better than going in one by one. Xian was momentarily indecisive, but the priority was to band together and locate Qingyi. The spirit detection device had not issued any alarms, indicating that even if spirits were present, their intensity would not exceed a D-level threat, posing minimal danger. What are you all planning to do? A female voice interrupted as Xian took a step forward. Fangqian? Xian's head throbbed instantly. Class monitor, what are you doing here? Tang Zitao asked, rather perplexed. Are you all planning to go in? Take me with you, or I'll inform the teacher. Fangqian declared defiantly. Do as you wish. If you're not afraid of death, then follow. If you plan to inform the teacher, do it quickly. I have no time to babysit you. Xian strode boldly into the mist, keeping pace with Lu Wan. Tang Zitao followed closely behind, disregarding Fangqian. TCH, always trying to scare me. I'm not afraid. If I manage to capture the scenery within Ishan, I'm certain to gain quite a following. Feng Qian excitedly adjusted her camera, eagerly trailing the two into the depths. Inside Ishan, deep in the mountains, the valleys were shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, the inky fog rising and falling like a tide, making it nearly impossible for Xian to distinguish sky from earth. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of even a single bird's chirp, save for the occasional whisper of the wind. Shadows flickered indistinctly within the thick fog, as if everything were ensnared by an invisible net, suffocating the space with a palpable weight. The four of them cautiously navigated the narrow path along the cliff edge, ever vigilant for sudden dangers. How terrifying! Feng Qian had initially anticipated capturing some unique sights within Ishan, but was instead met with swirling mist and lurking perils. Trembling as she nestled closer to Xian, the mountain path was already narrow, and with her pressing against him, Xian's brow furrowed, almost bursting a walnut with irritation. He felt a strong urge to push Feng Qian off the cliff. You can still go back now. If you venture further, I want to be responsible. Xian huffed, a hint of displeasure in his tone. You want to scare me? If it's so dangerous, why are you still here? You must be seeking thrills. Hemph, Feng Qian retorted, turning her head defiantly at us. I'll tell you we're here to catch ghosts. Do you believe me? Tang Zitao interjected. Feng Qian found this amusing and pouted, saying, What do you think? Do you really believe you're like the supernatural beings from novels, able to fly and vanish? Just as her words faded, a strange pattern suddenly illuminated a boundary stone not far away, and in the next instant, the surrounding space began to blur, transporting them to an inkwash-like alternate realm. Qingyi was brandishing a talisman, attempting to strike a massive stone tablet, but every attack was effortlessly neutralized. And with each strike, a stone giant emerged from the surroundings. Witnessing this scene, Feng Qian was so frightened that she plopped down onto the ground. See? I told you, but you wouldn't believe it. Tang Zitao scratched his ear, bemused. Stay here and don't move, or you'll be waiting for your own funeral rites. After uttering this, Xian drew his dagger and charged at the stone giant. Chapter 88. The Scene-Based Breakthrough. Qingyi, stop wasting your energy. That stone tablet cannot be shattered. Xian warned after shattering the last stone giant, noting that futile attacks would only summon more giants within the space. Upon hearing Xian's caution, the group ceased their assault on the stone tablet and gradually gathered around him. Since Xian had made such a statement, it was clear he had his reasons. This object is known as the Law Boundary Tablet, a type of monster spirit. We have entered its realm of laws, and only by following the guidance of the Sub-Boundary Tablet and successfully breaking through can we escape this domain. Should we defy the laws or perish within the realm, it would truly be game over. Relying on his memory, Xian recounted what he knew about the Law Boundary Tablet from the spiritual talismans. We must act swiftly. The longer we linger in this realm, the faster our spiritual energy will dissipate, ultimately leading to our demise here. What does the Sub-Boundary Tablet look like? I haven't seen it. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Tang Zitao scratched his head, surveying the space for any other tablets. Let us search more carefully. There should at least be one Sub-Boundary Tablet. The higher the spiritual energy intensity, the more Sub-Boundary Tablets there are, making it harder to break through. This Law Boundary Tablet's intensity shouldn't be high. There's probably only one Sub-Boundary Tablet. Everyone, keep a keen eye out. Xian scanned the area and ultimately focused on Feng Qian, who was sitting quietly in her long dress. Why are you looking at me? Feng Qian stammered, sitting upright. Move aside. You have no sense of awareness. Xian tugged Feng Qian aside as the Sub-Boundary Tablet, obscured by her long dress, came into view. Found it. This is it. How do we use this? Qingyi examined it for a moment. Xian checked for any external mechanisms and discovered it was merely a stone tablet inscribed with ancient runes. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, I'm not sure. I'll try to see if I can activate it with spiritual energy. Everyone, step back. Xian crouched in front of the Sub-Boundary Tablet, concentrating his spiritual energy at his fingertip and touching the tablet. The energy rippled outward, and as the tablet emitted a dazzling white light, only Feng Qian remained in the inkwash space. Feng Qian was momentarily stunned, collapsing to the ground in fear as she observed her camera, which was capturing one bizarre phenomenon after another, reshaping her worldview. In contrast, within the Sub-Boundary Tablet, Xian felt a momentary disorientation, glancing at his hands and attire. Now clad in white silver armor, exuding an air of a great general, at that moment, he found himself inside a grand tent, where a familiar face, albeit aged, occupied the commander's seat, a large character for Shu hanging above. Ah, why do I have a beard? Why do I look so flat? Opposite Xian, the male version of Lu Wan examined his new form in disbelief. What is the panic? You were never that prominent anyway. You look just the same. Tang Zitao, donned in armor, joked heartily. Get lost? So, this is part of the Boundary Tablet's play, right? Tang Zitao was pushed by Lu Wan to Xian's side, segueing into the main topic. It seems like a scene-based roleplay. The commander's seat. Qingyi fanned himself with a feather fan, stating, we need to ascertain the scene we are currently in, whether it is historical or fictional. Allow me to share my thoughts. Based on the terrain depicted on the table and the information within the tent, we are presently in the period of the Three Kingdoms, during Zhuge Liang's first northern expedition. I, unfortunately, am Zhuge Liang himself. My recognition should be quite high. You all should know my grandmother, Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Xian fiddled with his armor and helmet, speculating. Why have I become Dengji? Lu Wan produced a jade pendant inscribed with her name. Wait, how do you all know this? Who am I then? I have nothing on me. Tang Zitao searched frantically but found no useful information. At this moment, several lines of floating text suddenly appeared in the tent. Attention! The use of spiritual energy is prohibited in this scenario. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Point 1. Please strictly adhere to historical facts, including but not limited to significant deployment nodes, advance routes, etc. 2. Each person has 3 warning opportunities. Exceeding this will result in immediate execution for ignoring the rules. Point 3. Please complete the breakthrough and capture Qishan. Point 4. Death in the scenario will also result in the death of your real body. Please cherish your lives. The rules provided were brief and appeared uncomplicated. Tio Xia and Qingyi, it seemed the architect of this scenario was not very skilled in the application of the laws, and the logic was somewhat flawed. This also indicated that even within the generated scenario, there were likely numerous small loopholes to exploit. However, both Qingyi and Xian were well-versed in actual history, having read about Zhuge Liang's first northern expedition ending with Ma Su's unfortunate loss at Jieting. Yet, Rule 1 insisted on strict adherence to knowledge, meaning Ma Su had to defend Jieting. If Ma Su could hold Jieting without succumbing to Zhang He, it would afford the main forces ample time to attack Xishan, making this situation potentially solvable. Although history has no what-ifs, this was merely a simulated scene generated by the Boundary Tablet, where anything was possible. While Qingyi and Xian deliberated on how to break through, Tang Zitao overheard some of their conversation and inquired of Lu Wan. Who is Ma Su? Lu Wan, still preoccupied with her transformation, casually informed Tang Zitao that according to historical developments, Ma Su was destined to die. Well, to be honest, that's quite unfortunate. Tang Zitao shrugged in lament. At that moment, officials and generals began to enter the tent for the pre-battle deployment. General Ma, General Zhao. Some generals approached Xian and Tang Zitao to pay their respects. Hello, hello. Tang Zitao cheerfully responded in turn. Suddenly realizing something was off, he abruptly grasped one of the generals and asked, Wait, what do you call me, General Ma? The newcomer, caught off guard by Tang Zitao's sudden grip, looked bewildered. Tang Zitao's mind was instantly bombarded with realization. Am I Ma Su? Then doesn't that mean whether I break through or not, I'm destined for doom? He stumbled, nearly losing his balance as the surrounding generals steadied him. General Ma, are you all right? Summer and Qingyi, discussing strategy, heard the others addressing Tang Zitao as General Ma, and an epiphany flashed across their expressions, sharing a knowing smile. All generals, heed my command. Qingyi waved his fan, returning to the commander's seat. His spirit invigorated as he began to arrange the troops. Zhao Yun and Deng Ji, at your service. Here, you are to lead a contingent of suspicious troops to Jigo to restrain Chaozhen's main force. Qingyi played his role convincingly, fully immersed in his character. Understood. Xian bowed and stepped forward to take the military token, seizing the opportunity for Qingyi to whisper in his ear. Little Lu, I leave the rest to you, the invincible general, underestimating the value of the 7 advances and retreats. Xian smirked. Qingyi let out a long sigh of relief, feeling unburdened as he began to allocate the remaining battle strategies. Where is Wang Ping? Here. Where is Ma Su? Not present. Chapter 89. It's not that complicated. Qingyi frowned slightly, hesitating to speak. Initially, he didn't want to assign Ma Su, hoping to propose an altered strategy. But the moment he opened his mouth, he felt an invisible hand tightly gripping his heart, warning him to adhere to the original plan. Just then, Tang Zitao's words had barely left his lips when all eyes turned to him in the corner. Feeling the weight of their incredulous gazes, Tang Zitao quickly corrected himself. Not present. That's impossible. The humble servant respectfully obeys the chancellor's command. Tang Zitao gracefully lifted his cloak and half-kneeled on the ground. Performing a bow that appeared quite dignified, I hereby appoint General Wang Ping as your deputy, commanding 25,000 troops to proceed to Jieting for garrison duty, establishing a camp along the road to obstruct the advancing Wei reinforcements. Qingyi descended from his command post, handing the military token to Tang Zitao, inquiring if the general dares to pledge an oath of military duty, for should Jieting falter, he must present his head before me. To which Tang Zitao replied, I dare not. This unexpected response left the assembly of civil and military officials in a state of astonishment. Dare not? Seize him. Those who defy the command shall be executed. Qing Ye's face turned ashen as he called out to those outside the tent, Stand still. Why do you not comply? Tang Zitao grasped Qing Yi, gritting his teeth, contemplating, how absurd. Am I to perish alone? Whether I go or stay, death awaits. I might as well die on the battlefield. Wei Yin shall lead the charge. Follow me to attack Qishan. Qing Yi swiftly made arrangements, leading the remaining generals as they stepped into the morning light towards the outside of the tent. Outside Jigugu, a contingent bearing the banners of Zhao and Deng wound their way along the mountain path. Xian, mounted on a white horse, brandished his spear, immersed in a fantasy of single-handedly rescuing his lord amidst the chaos of battle. Do you appear to be quite at ease? Have you devised a plan to break the stalemate? Has there been any significant development? Lu Wan inquired. Xian rested the spear against his neck, hands atop it, responding leisurely, It is not so complicated. We merely need to maintain our position and create some commotion. The strategy to break the deadlock lies beyond you and me. Very well. Seeing Xian's confidence, Lu Wan chose not to press further. By the way, are you still upset about that male celebrity? Xian, also finding the journey mundane, casually asked Lu Wan, jolted by the bumps of her steed, gazed ahead. And after a moment of genuine reflection, confessed, there is not much to be angry about. We have known each other for over a decade, and even the greatest conflicts have been weathered. I just wish he would take the initiative once. I know he is exceptional, handsome, academically gifted, athletically talented, even a rare genius in his pursuits. Save for his somewhat unapproachable demeanor, there is nothing to criticize. As for me, I am rather ordinary. To outsiders, I appear as a mere shadow. Each time I gaze into the mirror, I tell myself, Lu Wan, why are you so obsessed? Do you truly deserve him? You simply appeared earlier. Nothing more. Perhaps to love someone is to be irrationally drawn to them. I merely wish to know if I occupy a place in his heart, though it matters little now. It is quite all right. When he finds his own Snow White, I shall quietly withdraw and offer my sincerest blessings. Upon hearing this, Xian thought, neither wishes to shatter this delicate glass. Very well, I shall remain silent. This is rather pessimistic. From a male perspective, I can assure you, if I harbored no feelings for a girl, I would never permit her to follow me like a shadow. Xian refrained from sharing Qing Ye's thoughts, instead offering a rational analysis from a male viewpoint. Really? Is that true? At that moment, Lu Wan wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her gaze lighting up once more. Of course. As long as you cherish it, persevere without concern for others' opinions, Xian encouraged. Yes, I will. Xian mused. The rest depends on the male celebrity's performance. The path is laid out for you. If you falter now, you might as well spend your life with an inflatable doll. At Jieting, Tang Zitao and Wang Ping, leading over 20,000 troops, arrived first. Tang Zitao, having never read books, let alone engaged in warfare, possessed an uncanny talent for embodying roles. Ahem, General Wang, allow me to pose a question. If you were to lead the troops, how would you arrange the formations and establish camp? Tang Zitao declared with an air of confidence, in my humble opinion, we should follow the Chancellor's advice, taking advantage of the mountains and waters to set up camp along the main road. Wang Ping replied slowly. Tang Zitao's face brightened with a smile as he stroked his beard, saying, a brilliant strategy. Precisely what I was thinking. Give the order. Wait, do you have any other clever ideas? Speak freely. Tang Zitao felt it prudent to inquire further. I propose the frontline soldiers fell the trees on both sides of the mountains. Set up watch posts and create pits and traps in front and behind the camp, erecting wooden barricades to impede the cavalry's charge, thereby slowing their advance. I concur with this plan. Excellent, excellent, splendid. Tang Zitao eagerly accepted every suggestion that bolstered their defenses, deftly playing the part of the knowledgeable leader. Meanwhile, Qing Yi, as if granted divine insight, arranged the troops on the front lines and swiftly achieved a decisive victory over the enemy, free from concerns of the rear. The entire scene began to blur, and just as Xia'an was relishing the thrill of the front lines, he found himself transported back to the ink wash realm. Have you succeeded? Fang Qian exclaimed upon seeing the four appear seemingly from thin air. As if hope had dawned, yes, we survived. It appears we have triumphed, Xia'an replied lightly, swiftly unleashing a wind-slashing talisman aimed at the boundary stone. The stone, bereft of the protective laws, began to shatter alongside the ink wash realm. And the group materialized within Yishan. The clouds and mist above thinned, revealing the breathtaking scenery of Yishan. How is this possible? How did you escape? At the moment the barrier shattered, a man wearing a mask etched with golden patterns spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Is it so hard to believe? Xian grinned mischievously, adding, your idea for setting the rules was commendable. Had we proceeded along the lines of conventional history, our only fate would have been death. However, you were rather foolish. Among us four, you chose someone uneducated to play Ma Su. Qing Yi interjected. What do you mean? The man asked, perplexed. Is it so complicated? Your first rule was for us to advance the events according to our understanding. Yet Tang Zitao has never read the Three Kingdoms. His comprehension is entirely blanked. In other words, your rule had a flaw, which fortuitously delivered us into a favorable position. Xian found it intriguing that Tang Zitao, through a fortunate oversight, had not abandoned the water source but rather secured the strategic location by adhering to the original plan. Others may have suffered due to ignorance, yet they had benefited from it. How does one reconcile that? Ah, I see. In that case, there is no other option but to initiate Plan B. Originally, you could have met your demise without suffering. Why complicate matters? The man let out a sinister laugh, hunched over as he tore off the golden mask and donned a crimson mask adorned with fang-like protrusions.